I never shared publicly, but here is my demonic experience. You want real for you, well, careful what you seek. With those things out of the way, I present my experience with the demonic. Background. I grew up raised on Christian values, even attending Catholic private school for a couple of years. And despite this, I was a standout problem child and never really believed any of it at all. I found some of the stories from the Bible interesting, but overall detested going to church. Nobody in my family really forced the religion on me. I just happened to be within a family that held mild Christian values. With that said, none of them were really devout Christians themselves. And this is important, because it should be understood that I was quite aware of Christian beliefs, never actually took them as truth. Let's jump forward now to my teenage years, where all this began. At the age of 12, I was engaged with all things mystical and mysterious. I've read books and I browsed websites on everything between ancient aliens, conspiracies, ghosts, mediums, witchcraft, Illuminati, and the demonic. And this was around 2003, 2004. So just past the turn of the millennium. All of these things were of great interest to me, but I had no actual evidence or really reason to believe any of it. It wasn't until my family had made the decision to move that these things became more viable. My parents had locked in on a house they thought was perfect for us, and they were close to closing the deal. My mother wanted her mother, my grandma, to come and approve of it first. While I ran around the empty rooms trying to decide where I would have my bedroom, my mother showed my grandmother around. After the tour was given, my grandmother felt uneasy about the house, specifically the second floor. She didn't like the way it was set up and worried what would happen if there was a fire while me and my siblings were up there. This wasn't enough reason to deter my mother, though. After they checked over the potential new home, we proceeded to head back to the car. While on the drive, my mother mentioned to my grandma how she was weirded out because she could have sworn she saw a little girl staring at her from the second floor window. This led my parents to investigating the history of this house, and they had found to their amazement there was in fact a fire on the second floor of this house many years prior, and a young girl had perished in the flames. With that said, that strange coincidence was not enough to stop them from trying to buy the house. It was actually the fact that upon inspection there was found to be a roach infestation. My mother would not have any part of that, and this led us to find our actual new home in another nearby town, and this house was approved as much quicker and had the okay of my grandmother as well. So a couple of busy days go by, and we're all pretty much all moved in and set in our new home. This is when we get a knock on our door. Turns out it was the woman who previously lived there who sold us the house. She wanted to pass a message on to us, the message being that her mother had died in the house and that she would occasionally appear, but that we shouldn't worry because she was friendly and was just attached to the house. We're going to keep this on the back burner for now. Cut to a few weeks later. I had made a new best friend who lived right down the street from me. My house number was 112 and his was 12. Thought that was pretty cool. But no special meaning there, I don't think. It wasn't long after that I became close with his family, and they in turn became close with my parents. We would regularly visit each other's homes for get-togethers. The first get-together we had, my friend's parents asked mine about the move, where my parents filled them in on the details. And this is where things got a little bit strange. To our surprise, my friend's family actually lived in the house we were looking at prior for like a good decade. where they proceeded to say they moved because that house was incredibly haunted. They said there was 2 different ghosts in that house, one of which was a young girl and the other a malevolent old man. This shocked my family. So far, intuition was on point. My friend had 3 older brothers, 2 younger brothers and 2 younger sisters, one of whom they adopted, and they also ran a daycare out of their house, so it was quite packed on the daily. Each of the older brothers had traumatizing hauntings happen to them in the house. Well, that house. The oldest brother, who was 21 at the time, still wouldn't sleep with the lights off because of it. This was the first point in my life where I'd seen multiple people confirming and agreeing upon spiritual activities in a real capacity. Now let's jump forward to about the age of 14. Following my same interests, I was fascinated with the idea of ghosts and spirits. I wanted nothing more than to interact with them in some way or another. But despite the past mentionings, I myself hadn't seen one single shred of their existence. It was frustrating, and I tried all manners of contact. I bought crystal balls and stared into mirrors in the dark and looked into black ink, researched Enochian and literally everything under the sun, and nothing would work. That is until I opened a Ouija board on my 15th Christmas. If there's one message to take from this entire thing, it is that I tell you from the bottom of my soul, do not engage with the Ouija board, period. I didn't immediately use it, but one day my friend and I were chilling per usual, and I'd remembered the new Ouija board I'd gotten for Christmas. I asked him if he wanted to use it with me, and he hesitantly said yes. I made him go down to the basement with me, because where else would be the perfect place to use it? I had just opened the box and placed the board when my friend chickened out on me. I mocked him and I told him, I'm gonna do it by myself then. Placed a little piece on the board and proceeded to ask it questions. But to no avail, nothing. I was extremely disappointed. I thought for sure this was going to be it, but no, I put it back in the box and brought it upstairs, and that was that. Or so I thought, because boy was I wrong as wrong could be. Immediately, over the next couple of days, I started experiencing things that were unusual. Simple things at first, like lights being funny and my dogs acting strange and objects indoors moving. This, however, was spectacular to me. I had no fear whatsoever. If anything, I was extremely excited. More into the occult than ever, and I thought this was it. What I've been waiting for. Paranormal activities. These types of things continued for the next couple of years steadily. Then it finally happened. I seen my first ghost ever. I was 16 at this point and had been making my way from the kitchen through the dining room toward the living room. While I was gaping or gaping between the kitchen and dining room, I seen what I thought was my mother walking toward the kitchen from the connecting hallway. I took note in my peripheral of her pink dress, which threw me off a bit because my mother normally doesn't wear such a thing. It wasn't until I made my way through the dining room to the living room where I seen my mother and father sitting on the couch watching a movie. This instantly made me take 5, because I realized my mother not only was not wearing a pink dress, but was not in the hallway going to the kitchen. I proclaimed to my parents instantly of the shock and surprise I was in, but they straight up shrugged it off and continued with the movie. I didn't press the issue because I was now elated with the fact I'd actually seen a ghost, and I'd instantly presumed it to be the prior owner's deceased mother. I would go on to look at her as sort of a guardian spirit of the house, so to speak, though I never did see her again. This event was ultimately a bad thing, because it put me more at ease with the idea of communication with the dead. I took her spirit as an example of what all spiritual things would be like, which pushed me further into looking for such things. However, over the next 2 years, things progressed for the worst. I developed insomnia, and there would be random spots in the house that would make your blood run cold, and doors would knock over and over. Things would be thrown out of the closets and off dressers and shelves. And one of the more creepier experiences would be electronics acting without electricity. Dolls would speak their recorded sounds on cue, without batteries. I had taken them batteries out and all such things, and tried to prevent this. Lights would go on and off repeatedly. I've even had TVs go white static and start blasting max volume. I would unplug them, and it would stay on and go louder, and this scared the straight crap out of me, literally getting chills through my body reminiscing about it now. And these weren't things where I could question other possibilities. These things were seen as nothing other than what they were, like impossibilities. There was one night in particular where it clicked and the fear had taken permanently a hold of me. I had recently at the time gotten into the Harry Potter books. Big reader as a youngster. I was sitting on a couch in my basement, which was now redone as a TV room, where lots of things would happen, by the way. I had one of those little bendy lamps that you use to reading books as my only illumination. I was thinking to myself how great these books are and how I thought it was funny people at the time thought they were of the devil. And I shit you not, as I'm in this thought process, the light bulb just explodes, projecting the glass shards at me. Luckily, no harm done, but I instantly hopped up in fear and ran out of the basement to escape the dark. I flew up the basement stairs where this doll starts going off, like some bins of toys were kept under these stairs, and the fear jolted in me. I sprinted even faster and finally opened the basement door and reached for the hallway, light switch in front of me, flicking it as quick as I could, and again, I shit you not, as soon as I did, the hallway bulb exploded, and at this point I'm thinking, no fucking way is this happening right now. This happened 2 more times again in the living room, once more on the 2nd floor once I made my way up those stairs. 4 light bulbs exploded in total. Now again, I am quite rational despite these things. I am aware this could be very coincidental electronic wiring. But everything that ultimately happened says otherwise, and I made it to my bedroom on the 2nd floor where things sort of normaled out and I finally had light. It was at this point in life where these experiences were taking a toll on me, really ramping up my insomnia. I was in constant fear while at home due to these things happening left and right. Some of the things so common I barely batted a lash at them. Now, before we get to the big one, I want to give a few more descriptors of everyday occurrences at this point. While laying in bed, I would do everything in my power to avoid looking in my closet, which had a nasty habit of opening wide so I'd be gazing straight into a dark void. And before you say draft, I might add I would lock or blockade it regularly. No matter what I did, this freaking door would push itself wide open, moving whatever blocked it right out of the way. It got so bad I tried bargaining with it, just telling it that it was free to do what it wanted as long as it wouldn't open on me while I was trying to sleep. And I'm 33 now, and I tell you as a well-rounded adult that this was not mind tricks. Not every night, but quite a few of them. I would feel things crawling beside me onto my bed. Not in the general sense of where your mind is questioning if you're actually feeling or not, but in the sense the spring mattress would straight indent and compress as the invisible force crawled right beside me. Again, this scared the shit out of me, and I would freeze in fear. The last occurrence that I would see all the time affected other people. Due to my sleep problems, I always was the last one to fall asleep. I witnessed multiple times people's arms being raised in their sleep like they were reaching for the sky. There was a day when I had a cousin and 2 friends crashing over, and I watched as one of their arms were rising in the air, making me feel like whatever this was taunting me, showing me that it could do whatever it wanted to whoever. And the real kicker was when I was sleeping on an air mattress in my younger brother's room, 4 years younger than me. I did this because at this point I was so terrified to sleep alone, I needed to be near somebody to feel somewhat safe. As I was dozing off, I watched my little brother's arms raise into the air. And the only difference is this time he actually woke up while it was happening. I watched him groggily realize what was happening to him, and he jumped up to his feet and turned and ran into the frickin' wall out of terror and panic. I legit started laughing because I'd never seen anything so absurd and shocking in my entire life. The way his feet moved was like an old cartoon, like he was Sonic the Hedgehog. The way the blankets jumbled beneath his scurrying feet and the sheer speed at which he hopped up and darted into the wall. Safe to say, both my brother nor I got any sleep, and so if you've made it this far, you understand at this point whatever's going on has been ramping up and became more bothersome by the day. And this is where we climax. I had grown quite brave at this point. Because these things were so regular and common, I simply just became used to it. I was able to sleep solo once again. So there I am, lying down on the couch against the furthest back wall of my basement. And this was generally where I slept and hung out at this point in life. I had 3 dogs, and one of which was a little white chihuahua named Baby. I don't know why I say chihuahua like that, but I like it. But she was the most timid and docile, scaredy cat of dog that you could really imagine. Everybody who has pets understands that you can come to learn the general behavior of them. I had just turned off the lights, popped onto my back where my little Baby jumped on to sleep in my chest like she always does. And this is where the single most terrifying thing in my life happened. Baby instantly starts going to alert and standing up and growling into the darkness. And she does not ever act like this. Her fur is raised and her fangs are bared, and I can immediately perceive that this little dog is trying to defend me from something despite her, tiny stature. This puts me on full alert, and I sit up and also peer into the darkness while she's still standing guard on my lap. Next thing I know, she cowers. Her tail goes between her legs and she whimpers and flees. Before I can gauge what's happening, my arms were pinned straight down to my side. My back was forced straight down onto the couch. And I can see enough to tell you with 100% certainty there's nothing there. While forced down, it feels as if I was pushed 5 feet through the couch. Like my soul was straight pushed out of my body. I was so consumed by fear that there wasn't a single thought in my head other than static and panic. It seemed like forever. But in reality, it was probably 10 seconds. As soon as this force let go of me, I hopped straight up in my undies and darted through the darkness toward the stairs. And this is the part I want to make crystal clear, because this right here is the part you never want to experience. Those who think the paranormal and ghosts are cool have not experienced this sensation I'm about to describe. I tell ya, I felt a tangible hatred that was unlike anything I've ever felt. It was the feeling of something that hated every fiber of your being and wanted nothing more than to destroy every last bit of you in the most malevolent way possible. It was inhuman, the sensation. It was in this moment I understood hell is real, and this was something from there. There was no doubt in my mind. It was a sense of knowing, absolutely. It was the predator, and you were the prey. I scrambled room to room in my house, and just like before, every light bulb was shattering. I could not escape the darkness, and I made it to the second floor and burst into my parents' room screaming. And I swear on everything they would not wake up. I shook them and yelled, and nothing. I then ran to the only person in the house at the time, my little brother. Same thing. He would not wake. It was like trying to shake somebody out of a coma. And I tell you in all honesty, I was 18. I considered myself a man at this point, and I had loads of pride, and still, this did not stop me from hopping right into my brother's bed next to him, pulling the blanket over me. Now, you would think at this point I was safe, right? Wrong. This thing repeatedly, what it did in the basement, it took hold over my body over and over. And I could feel my mind breaking and my soul dying right in my very body. And after the 10th time, I was completely hopeless. I'd almost given in to defeat, on the verge of being scared to death and demolished by demons. This is when I remembered something I heard many a time from my Christian upbringing. Pray to Jesus. I swear to you on my eternal soul, and all that I love and hold dear, the moment I cried out to Jesus, this shit stopped on a dime. And 15 years have passed at this point, and I've not experienced a single thing mentioned ever again. Haven't even come close to getting the feeling that something paranormal is near me. Every single bit of the experience has vanished. And for the next year straight, I started praying at night, spending at least 15 minutes per night before going to bed through all my prayers. Though I don't pray as much, I am every bit as faithful, if not more, at this point in my life. However, that's not the complete end to this saga. The very next morning, I tried my best to explain to my parents what happened. I can't say they fully believed me, but they at least listened enough to help me out. Thought about how it all seemed to start when I first used the Ouija board, which led me to doing a quick online search on how to dispose of such a thing. I didn't want that thing or portal anywhere near me again. It said online that the only way to truly close it was to burn the Ouija board. So that same day, my parents and I brought it out to the fire pit. Now, I must say I was hasty here and left the bidding to my parents because I didn't even want to look at the thing or be near it anymore. And funny enough, it was years later I was regaling the events with my mother where she gave me a bit of a surprising bit of news. She proceeded to tell me that she did in fact believe me, because that day, unbeknownst to me, the Ouija board wouldn't burn. She expressed how she and my father doused it with gasoline, and it was still unscathed. They ultimately threw it out into the trash can and watched the dump truck take it away. I figured that must be good enough because, again, nothing ever came back. I'd like to imagine that it eventually got incinerated at a junkyard at some point. That's pretty much the end of that. But I can still provide one more after a happening that I found quite coincidental. When I was speaking of my mother and father, it was really my mother and stepfather. I say this because when I finally told my blood father this ordeal, he went on to tell me about how he was severely haunted in his youth, and similar to me, was a non-believer who happened to call out to Jesus for help. I can't say for certain, but this has led me to believe that there may in fact be some kind of hereditary thing going on here. Like I started out saying, I've not fabricated or embellished even one bit of this, and I have pondered the thoughts of such things as mental disorders. But to that degree, I still have two things to go against that. One, doctors have continually found my mental health to be fine. And two, no matter what the case, it stopped forever on the drop of a dime the moment I called to Jesus. There may be a few more things I'm blanking on at the moment because I have been writing this for the past 2 hours or so. Getting to that point where my brain is fizzing. But I'm more than happy to take on and answer any questions you may have. Be careful staying in a luxury hotel in Santa Fe, New Mexico. I've been pondering which story to tell you guys about the historical and extremely haunted town of Santa Fe. When the other day the local paper did a report on one of the places on my list, I took it as a sign. I was originally hesitant to tell this story, as they recently rebranded this place and I was a little bit scared of being sued. I don't know if this hotel was trying to keep the past hidden, but since they've recently spoken up about the history themselves, I figured it's fair game. The Drury Inn is a fairly new hotel in the downtown area. They only opened in the last 10 or so years. However, the building that is now the Drury Inn has been there for quite some time. This hotel used to be the original St. Vincent's Hospital, being the only hospital in Santa Fe for a very long time. The old St. Vincent's Hospital has more than its fair share of horror stories and resident ghosts. So the fact that it's now a luxury hotel is mind-boggling to me. And I'll be honest, I personally would never lay my head there, even if I did have the money. Where to begin? And I guess I'll tell the more mild of the two most well-known events at the hospital. During a late winter night, a young and fairly new nurse was working on the third-floor nurse station. She was going about her duties when she heard a child crying coming from down the hall from where she was. She walked the hall till she was standing in front of room 311. This is where the crying was coming from. When she opened the door to see, the crying stopped. No one was set up in this room at the time, so of course she was very confused. She thought maybe she misheard where the sound was coming from, so she went around and checked her other rooms. Every patient was in fact asleep, and as she went back to the nurse station from behind her, she heard it once again, the painful crying of a young child. She swiftly walked back to room 311. When she got to the door, she flung it open and flipped on the lights. But of course, the crying stopped once more. She even went as far as to check under the bed, but yet again, nothing. Trying to calm herself, she went back to the nurse station to sit down. For a little while, it was silent, until the crying began again. Imagine how she felt being a nurse, a person who genuinely wants to help people, and hearing a helpless baby crying in pain, yet you can't help. So again, she walked to 311, and yet again, the crying stopped as soon as she opened the door. The next night, she came in to work her shift, caught a couple of fellow nurses before they left. She told them about her, eventful night, and their faces changed. They told her that everybody who had worked that night shift on the third floor heard the crying, and apparently it would pick up in the winter, especially around Christmas time. They told her to just ignore it, and for a little while she didn't even hear the crying until Christmas Eve. She knew from the beginning that it was a baby, and she had worked with babies in the hospital before, and to her, the cry a baby makes when it's in pain was unlike anything else, and unfortunately was burned into her memory. So for a while, she listened to the crying, and that's when the cry turned to the sound of a baby gasping for air. It was a sound she also knew. The sound was of a baby taking its last breaths. A week later, she mentioned the event to some coworkers. They were having dinner. One of the other nurses at the table told her that she had been on duty on the third floor on Christmas Eve a few years prior to this. She said there was a bad car accident on the highway, and in one of the cars was a father and his infant little boy. The dad died at the scene, and they rushed the baby to the hospital, which, may I add, is quite a long drive from the highway that the crash had, taken place. Apparently, the little boy was suffering from internal bleeding. and it was only a couple of hours later when the poor angel succumbed to his injuries. The nurse said that she still remembered hearing the little boy take his last breath, and that they were rough and deep. The fairly new nurse asked her which room the baby had died in, and of course it was room 311. I wonder if the Drury Inn rents 311 out during holidays. Seems to already be occupied. This is a truly heartbreaking tale of an old building that I can imagine holds many like this. However, on the other side of the spectrum, this building holds something much darker. Every haunted place has its hot spot. For the old St. Vincent's Hospital, that spot is the basement. People have reported experiencing many things in the basement. Disembodied voices and screams, things being banged on and crashing, seeing shadow people and not only being touched but being yanked, pushed, and pulled by their clothes and hair. This could be your normal run-of-the-mill haunting, right? However, people have also reported hearing low guttural growls, moaning, and being scratched. And probably most scary is more than a couple of people have reported seeing blood dripping down the walls. Many will tell you there's no ghost in the basement, rather a demonic presence. They naturally use the space for storage, so staff didn't venture down there often. Safe to say that every time somebody went down there, they experienced something. And at one point, when it really wasn't a public hospital anymore, it was used as a nursing home. I don't know what made the nursing home staff less cautious than the hospital staff, but they took the rumors of the basement as an opportunity of sorts to scare each other. Anytime they had a new hire, they'd wait till night or just take like a newbie down the service elevator to the basement. It's almost like a hazing ritual. They'd take them down, and when they'd reach the basement, they'd make the new nurse get out. They'd leave them with no flashlight in the dark, unfamiliar place, and tell them to find the staircase. Meet them back on the 3rd floor. The lights in the basement didn't work at all for some reason or another, and the only light source that would be down there would be an exit sign. On top of that, the basement had been described as a maze. It was a huge building, so it was a huge basement. One night after training, a new nurse's aide, one of the other nurses, was given the responsibility of escorting the new nurse down the elevator to the basement so she could complete her initiation. They reached the bottom, and she wished the girl good luck, reminded her to meet them back at the 3rd floor. She went back to the 3rd floor nurse's station to wait for her. After about an hour, she started to wonder where she was. Even if she got lost, she should have already been able to find her way and make it back up. So, she decided to go find her. However, she was scared to go alone. So, she convinced another nurse's aide to go with her. When reaching the bottom, she got out to look for her. While the nurse's aide kept the elevator doors open to shed some light, didn't help much. But luckily, she did have a flashlight. She started searching rooms, then calling for the girl's name. When she heard a very quiet reply off in the distance, she yelled out to the aide that she thinks she found her and to wait for them. She went in the direction she heard and found the poor girl balled up in the corner of a big dusty room, quivering in fear behind an old filing cabinet. She helped the girl up and began leaving the room when she noticed something strange on the wall of this room. It was some kind of liquid. She ran her fingers down the wall to further examine the strange substance. It covered her fingers. Having nothing to wipe it off with and wearing her white uniform, she let it to dry in her hands. When they reached the elevator, she looked down to find her fingers were covered in what appeared to be blood. And when she smelled it, it was the unmistakable smell of iron. That's when she began panicking, not wanting to be on that floor another second. They all stayed frightfully long after they made it back to the station. After the new aide calmed down enough, she told them what happened to her. She had began trying to find the stairs, but kept bumping into things as it was so dark. She started hearing things behind her that sounded like small taps and then thuds. That's when she heard the growls coming from seemingly right behind her head. She took off running until she landed in her little spot where they found her. Later that night, the maintenance man overheard them talking about the experience and chimed in. Apparently, he had been the maintenance man here for a while, even back when it was still a hospital. He said the hospital staff used to use the furnace in the basement to cremate organs to cremate organs removed in surgery, and even amputated limbs. I believe that all the energy the staff put into being scared of the basement only intensified whatever was happening down there. Supposedly, after this happened, the nursing home staff never carried out another initiation. Not too long after the nursing home shut down, the building was left vacant for some time. In my teens, it was covered in graffiti and had many busted-out windows. It was well known among my age group of teens that would break into the building to party or explore and probably see if they'd experienced anything paranormal. A couple of times, my friend and I would just sit outside the building on the steps and attempt to hold spirit box sessions. We captured words like hospital, died, pain, meds, and help. A couple of times, I swear I'd seen figures in the windows next to the huge double-door entrance. Now do you understand how crazy it is to me that this is the very building that is now a luxury hotel, and also why I was not surprised reading the article in the paper? It detailed families staying there and being messed with all night long by an unseen force. Maybe if they've done some research, but then again, I look at the building now and there's honestly no resemblance to the once booming hospital. And a simple Google search on its current name won't spark much suspicion. Only when digging deeper with the original name will you uncover the past. Lucky you guys have me, so you won't have any surprises if you decide to book a room there. So if you decide to blow the bank and stay in a luxury hotel in Santa Fe, New Mexico, make sure your room isn't on the 3rd floor and stay away from the basement, unless that's the kind of thing you're looking for. Living on haunted land. I grew up outside of a relatively small town in Texas, and more importantly, in a haunted house. Well, to be more accurate, on haunted land, and I'd like to tell a few stories as well as my own experiences. Now, a little background which gives some context to why I say land instead of just house. My childhood home sat about 100 yards or maybe a football field off of the Colorado River on about 100 acres of land, technically owned by the city. It's a public city park that lays outside of the boundaries of the city, and yeah, it's that kind of ass-backwards place, notwithstanding all the other political bullshit you'd expect out of a small southern town. Anyway, back to the actually important information. My father is the live-in park ranger for the city. It's not a bad gig, all things considered, though in my opinion, he could be paid more for being maintenance and authority figure that's on call 24 hours a day, 365 a year. This means if somebody is locked out, or if a camping site loses power or has problems, or there's a conflict or somebody's knocking at our door no matter the hour. It's always been this way since I was about 7, and I'm now 29. He's a tough old man, almost 55 years old, and not all that inclined to share spooky stories of things he's seen and told, though he does believe in ghosts. He'll try and find a rational explanation for why things happened before he caves and admits it was a ghost, even if me and my mother know damn well what it is. Now, I give this background because it's important to note that when things go wrong, he's usually the first person on the scene. This includes the time we had some jet skis explode while a father and daughter were riding them. They were fine, thank goodness. Geez. Alligators roll up on a campsite. Personal disagreements and people trying to be sneaky and not pay by showing up after dark. People doing illegal substances or trying to get freaky in the backseat in the rough camping part of the park. And of course, being right on the river, drownings. For some reason, people love to drink and swim, and somebody drowns about every 3 years minimum. Or actually due for another drowning, following the pattern. I don't hope people drown, but the memory of the last ones, they don't seem to stick as long as they should. Anyway, Dad's usually the first on the scene, either to try and help the people or to direct the ambulance and the police. And eventually, they search for the bodies, and most appear after about a day. One took 3 days, and Mom said that's the only time she's seen Dad truly disturbed. It's not a fun part of the job. Dad dreads summer and spring when people start coming out and acting stupid. Please, please do not drink and swim if you're, especially if your kid isn't a strong swimmer. And even if they are, please put a flotation of some kind on them if you're swimming in a river or a lake for your sake and everyone else's. So people drown, sad as it is, and that being said, these drownings have led to several spirits that hang around. Our most popular one to be reported is the first man my father helped try and find the body for. He was wearing a white shirt and blue jeans and was a friendly man by nature. Now, I need you to know I've only seen him once myself after his passing. My mother and my father have both seen him multiple times, and many campers have seen him. One gentleman who likes to fish was out late. Close to midnight, returned to his car. He was alone as he'd been all day. He gets his gear in, gets in himself, and goes to buckle up after starting his car, only to see the smiling figure of a man in a white shirt and jeans in the passenger seat. He leapt out, and when he turned around, he saw no one in his car. It's been almost 5 years, and this fisher no longer comes out by himself if he's staying after dark. Other campers have reported seeing a man sitting at a table with a white shirt and jeans. They'll see them and raise his hand as if to wave at them, and people will go to wave back only to realize no one's there. My mom used to work early morning shifts, like 3 a.m. to 2 p.m., and she'd see him standing outside of the office on her way back from work from time to time. My own experience with him is simple but spooky. I was sitting in the office with a friend one night talking about 10:30. My parents now live above the office after Hurricane Harvey. And anyway, we're sitting there, and I see out of the window over my friend's shoulder a figure walk by the window like it was just going to walk through a double glass door to the office. Now, I live in a park meant for camping and visiting, but it is important to note that the park was A, closed due to our sewer system getting redone, and B, was in the middle of the week and most people don't show up then. It was the man in the white shirt and jeans, and I knew that he was coming to buy something from the office, and I was spooked, and who wouldn't be? My friend and I retreated upstairs rapidly. He's never been threatening, and I'm sort of glad the flood didn't take him away. However, even with him on the land, there are worse things that are here. My childhood home, which I must admit I'm sort of still grieving and grateful I can't live in again, was destroyed in Hurricane Harvey. It had 2 feet of water in it and emotionally devastated our family. There's something that still lives in that husk, now used for storage, and I hate it. Growing up, my bedroom was used during the day by myself and never at night. When I was little, I often had night terrors that had me shrieking from my mother and sleeping on the couch instead. She told me that I often said she has no face, in quotes, when I asked why I was crying. By the time I was 9, the couch in the living room was my bed. My bedroom held like a cheap futon. The feeling of being watched, of something standing behind you, was and is overwhelming, and I hated it. Even when I slept in the living room, I had to have the door to that room shut, as well as the one next to it, and the feeling of being stared at was so strong. We had a door to the garage at one end of the living room, and one doorway to the kitchen. The garage door was open during the day, and there was no tangible door to the kitchen. And what I saw in these parts of the house I can't say were human-like, but they at least wanted to be seen as is. They felt wrong, very wrong. Like, have you ever seen somebody walk quickly by an open doorway? Well, my mother and I, and we think my father, but he'll deny it, saw these tall figures blur by, mostly dark but occasionally pale. I hated seeing them. Always had this awful sense of dread and anxiety. A fear that they'd not walk by the doorway, but walk into the room I was in. And I think they did more than once. I used to walk in circles in our living room on the phone with my now platonic partner. And as I'd walk by the couch, I'd feel as if something brushed against or wrapped around my ankle. It always terrified me. I was always scared to look behind me or under the couch, and as a grown woman of 20-something, I hated those things. Those moments they'd like to touch my hair and ankles as I tried to sleep, and I'd say it might have been sleep paralysis, except it was really only after I closed my eyes initially and falling asleep. It was an hours-long trial. Mom often experienced seeing them, and, well, she hates them too. Since Dad's on call 24/7, there's times that he has to go out at night, and much to our anxiety, we'd often hear the front door open and shut, or hear his voice, call out to see what had happened or what was wrong. About half the time, he wasn't even home. And for a time, we'd write it off that we just heard things, until the dogs started responding to it too. We used to have a lab mastiff mix. They would growl any time this happened, or move closer to my mom like he was defending her. I've seen things dart under the curtains or beneath sinks, found drawers open and things knocked over and open that had screw-on tops or push-in tops. Things that nobody's touched in months. One time, a mounted deer head from my grandfather came off its hook and cracked me on the head. The nail it was on is unbent and undamaged, but it hurt, I assure you. Anyway, more recently, during my current visit home, Mom says that when she goes over to the house, or what used to be her house, she doesn't like going inside anymore. She says that when she takes the dogs out at night for bathroom breaks, she doesn't look in the dark windows. The house and my childhood home share a massive yard. Even if her instincts are telling her to, she's scared that if she does something will be looking back at her. Or at least feels like something's looking back at her when she does. And I have those same feelings. And sometimes, when I'm on the doggy duty, the feeling that something is peeking over the 7-foot fence. And this post is long, but I'd like to finish it by saying that her new home above the office is much more peaceful. Something opened the locked bathroom door the other night, and I was visiting my parents, and an entire shelf popped off its rack in the cabinets a few weeks before that. Strange things still happen, but I'll be honest to say that I'm glad it's nothing like the old home. These aren't the only moments I've had, which range from hearing muffled conversations for hours in the childhood home in the dead of night, and everyone was asleep, to hearing it again at my friend's house for months and months. I've also experienced things at the high school where I teach, so I'm not sure if it's me or my life, but I'll never be persuaded by the supernatural. Well, persuaded that it isn't real, that is. My abusive ex haunted and cursed me. So about 6 months ago, I got out of an abusive relationship. TWDV. TWDV. I got nothing. Anyway, for context, I'm a 22-year-old female, and I was dating a girl the same age as me. We got together when we were both 20, and I was instantly enamored by her. I was so drawn to her, and the more I learned about her, the more attracted to her I was. Our relationship was great at first, laughing together for hours, going on many adventures together and becoming best friends first, until it all went to shit. So my ex was really big into spirituality and astrology and all that. So it was something we talked about a lot before we started anything romantic. And we had a very creepy experience together while randonauting. Randonauting. Which is a whole other story in and of itself that I can't even begin to explain. Damn. She eventually told me that she was a practicing witch, and had been since high school. Honestly, I thought it was kind of cool, and wasn't really sure what I believed in at the time, but I knew I had just experienced something out of the ordinary that I couldn't explain. So as the months went on, my ex and I grew closer. She began divulging more about this side of herself to me. She told me that she prayed to Lilith, Satan's mistress, because she was a strong woman figure, in parentheses, and, quote-unquote, represented dark and repressed femininity. At the time, I really thought nothing of this. I thought she was just like being a feminist, you know. Honestly, I didn't like the idea of religion because of the corruption of it all historically, and even presently. So I hope you understand that these blaring red flags weren't so loud to me. But after a while, our relationship started to turn sour. Arguments got more and more volatile and eventually led to her putting her hands on me. And the first time it happened, she looked into my eyes and smiled at me while she did it. It was the most disturbing, terrifying smile I've ever seen in my life. It wasn't anything like that Smile movie. It was like a side smirk, almost like I finally have the chance to do this. Like she'd been waiting. Like she was excited. Safe to say, I was terrified and confused, and at the time I knew my ex had a temper, but I didn't know she was capable of putting her hands on me. Especially not to the extent that she did. She didn't just put her hands on me. She dragged me through the house and beat me in every room, banged my head against walls and glass doors, and left me bloody and bruised. I tried to leave, but she refused to give me my phone or keys. So I had to say fuck it and make a run to the near 7-Eleven where I called the police. They took one look at my injuries, heard my story, and took me back to my house and arrested her. Watched her get dragged away in handcuffs, screaming and crying that she loved me and was sorry and just wanted to talk to me, and I was gutted. And unfortunately, that wasn't the end of her story. I picked her up from jail that day, and she told me that there was a restraining order in place and that we weren't allowed to be seeing each other. I was devastated, and it seemed that she was too, and she expressed that she wanted things to work with us. She wanted to make it work no matter what she had to do, and we talked about it and came to the conclusion that the only way to continue was if I got the charges dropped. That way this is all a little bit confusing, because she couldn't bear it to be with me if she had assault charges on her name because of what she did to me. Again, I see how big of a red flag this is now, but I was so entangled in the manipulation I didn't see it before, and so I did everything I could to get them dropped. I told the police I'd lied, paid for her lawyer, all while she wasn't working. And she never had a real job our entire relationship, by the way. But to nobody's surprise, the hitting didn't stop that day. It only got worse and more frequent But I wasn't going to risk calling the police again because I knew what happened last time and how mad she got when she saw the discovery and watched the body cam footage of me telling the police what happened. So I endured it. Months of living in a complete silent hell. She would physically restrain me and spit on me and not let me leave and threaten to rape me. Put her knees into my abdomen, and mind you, I'm 5'2" on a good day, and she's 5'8" and pretty significantly bigger than me. And threatened to kill me constantly. Jesus. She verbally abused me severely, and I honestly thought I deserved all of it. Not only did the beatings get worse, but the worse they got, the more she enjoyed them. One time in particular, I started to have an asthma attack during the beating. Jesus. She just sat back and smiled at me, waiting for me to die. And then she suddenly started to panic and called 911, freaking out on the phone with them and crying. This didn't just happen once either. Sorry, I'm not laughing because it's funny. I'm laughing because it's absurd. I came to terms with my fate. I was terrified, but I didn't know how to leave, and I knew I was going to end up dead. Until one day, we had a fight, and she ended up manipulating me into saying I wanted to die after telling me numerous times for months that I'd be better off dead. And everybody else would be too, and she had had me admitted into a psychiatric unit. Backwards land. I was livid at first, and I thought she deserved to be locked up in there, not me. Yeah, but I didn't know that this would end up saving my life. Being away for a week and being surrounded by people who saw me, who told me I wasn't worthless and that I was actually pretty cool, gave me the strength to leave, and it was one of the hardest things I had to do. And she continued to harass me for weeks after I ceased communication, refused to leave my house, and completely destroyed it before she did. Oh. And completely destroyed it, and before she did, took a lot of my belongings. But at least I got out with my life intact. In the next few months, I got a restraining order against her, but the terror never faded. I still felt her presence, and I felt her haunting me, whispering into my ear, and it felt like she was still there. And then I remembered what she had told me. If we ever break up, I'm cursing the fuck out of you and your family, your mother, your brother, your sister, your uncle, your dog, and your uncle's dog. And then, the things that had been happening around the house began to make sense. You don't say. 2 weeks after we broke up, I'm sitting in the house with my friends. It's after she'd left. And the second somebody called her evil, the joint I was hitting completely burst into flames. There's no lighter in sight, and I was just hitting that... Excuse me. There is no lighter in sight, I was just hitting that bitch. And this wasn't the only thing that happened. Shit would fly off the shelves when we talked about her and some other shit, and I was terrified. I'm not being professional enough. So I started asking around and talking to people I knew that knew about this shit, until I found somebody that could help, and she told me everything. She basically explained back our entire relationship, how she wanted me to think that her hitting me was my fault and that my sadness gave her more power. And that's how she was such a powerful witch already. Switch that W around. She was using me to become more powerful. She really had been enjoying it, and not only that, but she had placed dozens of curses on me and my family. And she started this when we were still together. I don't want to detail what the curses were because I'm not really sure how this shit works, and I don't want to manifest that anymore, so I won't, but I will say, she wanted me dead. The person I spoke to said she would help me, and in the days after I felt a weight lifted off of my shoulders. The air felt more fresh, and I felt like I could breathe again, and I felt lighter and happier and safer. As much as I now feel protected spiritually, her memory still haunts me. Not only that, but I'm now haunted with the knowledge that she's doing the same thing to some other girl in some other state. And it's only getting worse, because the more curses she places, which she's still actively doing, the more she loses her soul. She's sacrificing her soul and her humanity to place these curses and to feel more powerful and to not feel pain anymore. Honestly, feel sorry for her. Nah. But more than anything, I feel sorry for the girl who's currently being tortured at the hands of this evil. Yeah. I hope more than anything she's okay, and I pray for her now, and I hope she survives and has the courage and strength to do what I couldn't and stop her. There's so many more chilling details, but there are some things I'm just not ready to talk about, and some things I don't want to put into the universe any more than they already are. So, I really hope you all can understand how truly terrifying this was and still is without the complete story. It's also my first time telling it, so I really hope it made sense. Yes, it was terrifying. Yes, it was made sense, and what the heck was that? Moving on. Star Hill Hauntings. In a small town in upstate New York, about 15 minutes north of Utica, there's a place called Remsen. It's home to quite the hot spot for unexplained activity. Star Hill, as it's known locally. It's a point on Star Hill Road in Remsen, New York, where the Penn Mountain State Forest meets the road. On the road are two parking areas, both with impressive views of the Mohawk Valley. You will find two lookouts, one along the actual road and another off of a trail that turns off the road and goes into the forest. Locally, we refer to them as the first and second lookouts. The first being the one by the road, the second being the one in the forest. So I'll be referring to them as such. Up this trail is also a cemetery, a small cluster of buildings, if you can call them that. A small body of water known as Hatch's Pond, and a radar dome with a sign from the U.S. Air Force prohibiting anybody from getting too close to it. I've gone there. All of these locations have their share of strange activity. Over the years, people have mostly used this as a gathering spot. It isn't uncommon to go there on a nice weekend in the summer and find people camping or some high school kids having a party. That is, or at least was, mostly what it was known for. High school dyke parties. I've spent my fair share of time here over the years. I've only experienced one of these myself. It's just the kind of place everybody seems to have a story about. Stories vary from hearing screams in the middle of the night to floating orbs of light crossing the road and disappearing into the woods. I'll outline all of these phenomena and provide some possible explanations. The orbs. Undoubtedly, the most popular story is that of the mysterious floating orbs that can be seen alongside the road by the first lookout. Everyone's story seems to be the same. 2 to 3 orbs of light floating about 6 feet above the road. They appear seemingly out of nowhere, and they appear to almost dance around and slowly move across the road and then disappear into the trees. I've personally seen them while I was parked at the first lookout facing down the road. I saw 2 of these orbs float slowly across the road and then seemingly disappear into the tree line, just like the stories had said. So what could be causing this? The legends say that there are lanterns of Daniel Roberts. Or these are the lanterns of Daniel Roberts, a 19th century doctor who lived in the area and practiced holistic medicines and herbal remedies. Locals called him the witch doctor. Claimed he also showed interest into the cult. In 1820, he traveled on the road and was thrown from his horse. The fall broke his leg and he died at the age of 45 from his injuries. He often traveled at night with a lantern and hung one from a window in his house, and people say that his spirit is carrying these orbs as if they're lanterns, while he still travels that same path he did so many years ago. Another popular story is that the lanterns are carried by the Baron von how do you say that? Baron von Steuben, Revolutionary War general who once lived in that area. Sometime after his death in the early 1900s, they moved his body from its original resting place to a memorial that had been constructed in his honor. His wishes were strictly against this, as he wanted a burial that a normal man would receive. Legend states that these lanterns are carried by the Baron, searching for his body. One thing is certain, these lights cannot be coming from a vehicle. They're too far apart to be headlights and have a distinct flicker to them like candlelight. It's also been speculated that they're being produced by a car driving through the area. However, they do not produce light in the same way that a vehicle's headlights would. There's no other roads in the direction that you'd be able to see them. The screams. Another popular occurrence people often report is hearing blood-curdling screams all throughout Penn Mountain Forest, centered mostly around the cemetery. People say that the screams of a woman can be heard at random hours of the night. They've been reported in other areas, but mostly near the cemetery. The theory explaining this is, back in the 60s and 70s, a man by the name of Bernard Barney Hatch, who lived nearby, would kidnap women from the surrounding areas of New Hartford and Utica. He'd bring them into the woods and kill and torture and bury them there. They were only ever to pin one crime on him, and that was the murder of Mary Rose Turner, April 26, 1973. Hatch killed and dragged the dead body of Turner up nearby Potato Hill Road with his car. He then buried her body in the woods alongside the road at an intersection. He's currently serving a life sentence in state prison, but many believe he's responsible for other unsolved murders of women and children in the area during that time. The screams are said to be that of his many victims, who never got the justice they deserved. The rocking chair. Drive up the rocky dirt path, and you'll stumble upon a cemetery. This cemetery dates back to the late 1800s, has a ton of graves from this time period. There was once a rocking chair here, and it's been said that anybody who sat in it would die within the next 24 hours. Today, it's no longer there. The story goes that a young lady had gone there with a group of friends. Some of them had dared her to sit in the chair. Knowing the legend and dismissing it, she sat in it anyways. The next day, that girl was killed in a car accident. The father, after talking with one of the grief-stricken friends, had learned about the dare and the legend. He went up to the cemetery and destroyed the chair, so no other parents would lose their children to this chair. Evidence of this is scarce and almost non-existent. However, many do report that there was in fact a rocking chair there at one point, and it had simply gone missing. No one seems to know what happened to it. There's also signs posted around the cemetery saying that there are security cameras in use, 2 of which can be seen mounted on trees. They seem to be pointed in the corner where the chair supposedly was, and it could be argued that they were put there to deter vandalism, which unfortunately seems commonplace there. That, however, does not explain why they'd be focused on that corner in particular. Miscellaneous occurrences. These events are not popularly reported or experienced by a great number of people that visit here, but a few people have shared these stories with myself and others, so I believe they deserve to be listened to in some fashion. Hatch's Pond, nicknamed after Barney Hatch, has had numerous legends surrounding it. Stories of it being used at some point by the Mafia, which had a large presence in Utica for years. The alleged body dumpings are plentiful. However, no evidence to support this has ever come up. According to some, the whole force was used at one point or another by the Mafia for various reasons, since it was remote and far away from the city. Not only a story of a local tow truck company pulling a car to a pond could possibly have a connection to this, but no evidence of human remains were found in it, and it was deemed most likely that somebody had stolen the car from a dealership and dumped it here. This is somewhat supported by the fact that it was a relatively expensive vehicle at the time, and reportedly had extremely low miles. No evidence of it being used for a body dump ever surfaced. There is a small collection of structures near the pond, dubbed the Hermit's Village. Many people have claimed that a hermit had once lived in these small structures and would be aggressive toward people traveling by. There's no recent evidence of a person living there, and most likely was used as a sort of hunting area back in the day. Basements of long-forgotten structures can also be found in the surrounding area. Reports of lights following you up the trail, I'm sure, also pop up from time to time. A friend told me that lights appear behind you, only for no vehicle to pass by. And there's only a few places to turn off, most towards the beginning of it, so a vehicle turning onto another offshoot of the trail is unlikely. People have also reported speaking to a man in a military uniform, thought to be the ghost of the Baron who was buried in his. I've also been told of a man in an old white pickup truck, offering to give you a ride to a party that's happening further up the trail. When you make your way up the trail, you don't find a single soul, let alone a party, and the truck seems to have disappeared. Also, sprinkled throughout the state forest, there are concrete structures with no clues as to what they once were. Most likely they're basements or foundations of some type, and there is originally a Welsh settlement in the area, which would explain why they might be there. There's plenty of what appears to be more modern construction as well, and it's anybody's best guess as to what they are. These are just a small collection of some of the things that sort of happen up here, and if you're from the area and have your own stories, please feel free to share them. There's a knock at your door. It's past midnight. No one should be there. This is Paranormal M, where we tell the stories of those who opened that door. Subscribe and find out what they saw. 4-year-old suffering visual and audio hallucinations. There's a very real chance my 4-year-old is a schizophrenic, but doctors tell me this is rare. They've ran her through a battery of tests this past week. MRIs and spinal tap, and now injecting her with steroids because of a gut feeling on a possible result that may take weeks to come back. To begin with, this started Friday, August 28th. We sent the child to bed while the rest of the family watched Bill and Ted Face the Music. In the middle of this, she began to bang on the door that she couldn't all of a sudden open. Happens to her sometimes, probably because she's a kid and not very coordinated. She never freaks out about it, just calls for us. That day she was definitely perturbed and frantic, then started talking about the cloudy people. We didn't really put much stock in it, and she ended up sleeping with us that night. We even forgot about this until we needed to start piecing everything together later. The next real event was at a Target on Saturday. My son and I had been hunting action figures, and the wife and the 4-year-old tagged along with us. Everything was fine until she saw a Spider-Man toy. Marvel Spider-Man Far From Home Web-Shot Spider-Bolt that has some rubbery webbing on it, and she started freaking out about the spiders being on her. Thought she was just being a silly kid and thought the webbing equals spiders, and after we pretended to brush the spiders off and started to become clingy. But things worked out, and we ended up at Walmart and bought her a Blue's Clues stuffed you. Stuffed you? Stuffed animal, maybe? I mention this because I remember her calmly and rationally making a decision between blue and magenta, and she chose magenta. The next day I was out of the house mostly until the evening. Made a run to Home Depot for some soil for the wife's garden, and brought her along. I had time to interact with her in the car because I didn't feel like driving, and I tried to get her to say please when she asked for a snack. She was being stubborn and was going to say please, but then decided against it. We ended up at a different Walmart, and she saw this Trolls microphone that plays the same song over and over again. For 20 minutes, she incessantly played it and only gave it up at the register. I never put it back in her hands, and I gave her some candy that we bought her to make her kind of forget about it on the ride home. Again, I tried to get her to say please, and now she refused outright. Back at home within an hour, the hallucinations started. She started giving them names of cartoon characters. Tyrone and Lady Tasha from Backyardigans. They go often on adventures and never remember cloudy people. I checked my Plex records, and she had watched them on 8/26. A few days prior to the event on Friday. Prior to this, she had watched them on 8/21, and before that in March. The cloudy people were everywhere, and she began to talk to gibberish and nonsense. A lot of verbal diarrhea. Imagine a very hyper child on speed. Her heart rate increased, and she began to walk back and forth and open and closing doors. We tried to get her to sleep, and she would just not relax. Even when we had her in the bed, we were just definitely concerned. Thought maybe she had too much candy. Although this is not normal behavior for her, even when she has had too much sugar in the past. I finally got up and took her to another room and held her close to me and asked her to relax and close her eyes. Started to hear the rhythmic breathing of sleep, but the eyes never closed. They were wide open and doing, but blinking rapidly like an REM sleep. The next morning she slept until past 12, but ended up waking her, just wanting to make sure she was okay. She got herself up and seemed pleasant, but then the incessant verbal chatter started again. Then we noticed she was having a conversation for the first time. Not like a child, having like a make-believe one, where they're talking to themselves and maybe answering the questions too. She seemed like she was being interviewed or interrogated. She would give answers to non-existent questions, and I sent her on a neighborhood walk with my oldest daughter. Along with the way she discussed moving and finding a new house, but not with my daughter, with the voices she was hearing. Upon their return, we set up a virtual meeting with the pediatrician while we waited for our appointment with the real pediatrician. I also learned during this meeting that my daughter had bought her ice scream from a Quick Stop. But immediately after arriving, the child had forgotten that she had eaten it. The virtual pediatrician was the first to point out this behavior seemed typical for a 4-year-old, and yeah, I've seen hyper 4-year-olds and agreed, but not for her. I still thought maybe a sugar reaction. We started to see her talk with a changed, higher-pitched baby voice. The doctor noticed it as well, and then noticed her talking to herself and then answering the cloudy people. She told him that that's who she was talking to. He recommended we take her to a child psychiatrist, but told us to visit the pediatrician so we can make the recommendation. Soon after, she's bouncing off the walls and with hyper fears and anxiety. Spikes on the floor said by the cloudy people, among other things. Started to be filled with dread as a parent, but still thinking it was sugar, I decided to take her on a walk to tire her out. Or stop giving her sugar completely for a minute. So we went to Target, and she found that microphone we bought, and she proceeded to use it over an hour straight, on the drive and at Target until we saw the same toy again. Once she saw the webbing, she threw herself on the floor that spiders are all over her, and on my hand, and that she wouldn't let me touch her. And on the microphone, which I had to wash for her to touch again. That night was even worse than the previous night. Only now I had a 4-year-old who's regressing into herself, becoming more immature and smushing her food. And that was a long night, hard to get her to sleep, and us looking at every theory in the book from PANDAS to ADHD to autism. Monday at the pediatrician. The first pediatrician only saw what she believed to be normal. The normal babbling of a 4-year-old. We assured her this was not normal for her, and when she stepped away, the conversations in trance-like answering and robotic voice began. She returned with the second pediatrician, and they observed the behavior. He remanded us to the ER immediately. He said we can do nothing for her. We wanted them to swab for strep throat to rule out PANDAS. My wife has issues with strep throat over the years, with swollen tonsils and lymph nodes, and I currently had swollen lymph nodes myself. They wouldn't, and we suspect they thought our daughter had fallen into household or recreational drugs. Leave everything like cough syrup on a high shelf in the kitchen locked up and don't do illegal drugs or prescribed medications. So we went to the hospital, where till today she's been through a litany of tests. She has baffled and scared quite a few doctors, and today left what seemed to be a very sure of her psychologist with the case of the I don't knows. She also started with this thing that, well, she started with the she seems normal talk. Then we mentioned the cloudy people, saw the terror in my daughter's eyes, and then began to just lose her shit from that moment. We think it's stress-related, but they won't let her out of the hospital, and the neurologist gave us the hard sell on steroids. She'd seen her child in trance-like states and assured the psychologist that there was a real problem. I hated agreeing to the steroids, but I just wanted her home to rest, and the hospital had been traumatic. She's been referred to the nursing staff as killers, and her hospital gown is jail clothes and described a jail area somewhat in the hospital. But here's the punchline. I decided to talk to her to get through to her, ask her about the cloudy people and who they were and what they were doing. And she said the name George. I said, "What does George do?" "George and Harold make comic books," she said. "Captain Underpants is a favorite of my son. It just so happened she watched it at the hospital, and I'm getting nowhere." So frustrated, I said, "George and Harold are on the TV. It's Captain Underpants. Tyrone and Lady Tasha are backyardigans. And they're on TV too. They aren't real." She gets quiet and whispers, "They have the same name." "The same name as who? George and Harold?" "No, as the George at home and Georgie, the fucking dog, who's at rescue off the streets, whom we named Georgie because our child, who was still crawling at the time, just said the name out of thin air. We thought it was cute and assumed it was from a cartoon and thought nothing of it." She stopped talking soon after that. We feared autism and we took her to speech therapy, eventually started talking again. But if that wasn't enough, my wife's sister watched her today at the hospital. When the sister was leaving, she told my wife that she also talked to ghosts as a child. My wife realizes that, well, she had repressed those memories. Now I've been home without my wife for 5 nights, still a skeptic and jumping at every strange noise I hear in the night. Please help me make sense of what happened in my childhood. To start with, I come from Eastern Europe, Ukraine to be specific. Ukraine is a fascinating country because while being an advanced society, Ukrainians hold old beliefs and follow traditions established centuries ago. This old set of beliefs and values is what causes our people to search for answers to questions they do not have the courage to ask themselves from traditional or religious, rather than scientific sources. This is exactly what happened in my case, and to this day I have no explanation for the following. We were about 4 to 6 years old when everything started. My kindergarten classmate, previously a happy and healthy friend of mine, suddenly started becoming lethargic and began wasting away day by day. Everyone noticed the unforeseen changes in her appearance and behavior. Teachers and nannies and other parents and us kids. Although we did not necessarily understand that something bad was happening to her. Things were progressing pretty quickly, and in a matter of weeks she looked skeletal. Her skin was pale gray and eyes sunken. She always had this woeful look on her face. This is when even the least attentive ones of us noticed that she had become a mere shell of that cheerful girl she previously was. Worst of all, nobody knew exactly what was happening to her. And I remember my mom telling me that her parents took her to several doctors. Yet nobody seemed to understand what the problem was. This is what her parents stopped trying to seek out doctors to examine her. Instead, they opted for a traditional healer. By the way, A typical moniker for a female traditional healer in some of the Eastern European countries is babka. Most of them are female, although there are a few male healers out there, I'm sure. But thankfully, this babka did help my friend, and she miraculously recovered, almost in an instant. The babka claimed it was a maleficium, or maleficium. And that's what was slowly killing her, a curse as I understand it. None of us ever found out anything about her situation beyond this blunt yet perplexing fact. As my friend was struggling with her malady, I started having recurrent nightmares. And these nightmares were unlike, any I'd ever had to endure before. And now that I think back to them, the only thing that comes to my mind is a bad trip that repeats every night without a known trigger. These nightmares were quite different from regular nightmares you randomly get here and there. They were more like a series of short gifs, and they get played on repeat. At least that's how I would describe them. The content of my nightmares was not scary in a traditional sense. Yet, they would shock me and wake me up every night sobbing. I vividly remember only 3 things that I would see every night. Although, thankfully, I cannot recreate them in my head anymore. One of the nightmare gifts, as I would put it, they would have a chessboard with dolls. Barbie dolls, dressed as ballerinas standing on every other black square, spinning all together in one direction. And another just consisted of me looking at the street in the summertime through the eyes of somebody behind a wire mesh fence. The third would be a textured paint on the wall, a dark reddish-brown wall with specks of blue here and there. I would see it from afar, and again through somebody else's eyes or very close, like a macro lens. These things sound like they do not belong in a nightmare, but please believe me when I tell you that nothing else terrified me more than coming back to these dreams. The dreams where I got to look through somebody else's eyes were the worst for me. This is when I felt the most unexplainable raw fear, but not as the person who was watching. That person was nothing but curious and eager to see more of what they were looking at. The fear I felt was something that someone who is being watched would feel. Every night I'd go back to sleep. I'd see these same things over and over until I wake up screaming, over and over on repeat. My poor mother could no longer watch me suffer. So just like a normal Eastern European mother would, she decided to take me to babka. Here's where it's get kind of blurry. I don't remember if it was that same babka that helped my friend, but this woman was recommended to my mother by someone else, and sadly I don't remember much about my visit to this woman's house. I only remember that it was kind of a gloomy winter day and that she lived on the other side of her town. I cannot quite picture her house anymore, but I do remember her, and she was a woman in her 70s and had white hair and icy gray eyes, and she was missing a hand, and we had an interesting first encounter. She scared me shitless, and she told my mother that I, a child, had the eyes of an old soul who lived 1,000 lifetimes. But needless to say, she made a great first impression. What followed was a traditional ritual of egg cleansing. She sat me down on a chair in one of the rooms, started rolling an egg all over my head and face with her stump. Excuse me. What? Anyway, so this lady is rolling an egg all over her head with her stump, and I don't remember what the outcome of the ritual was, but I did learn from my mother later on in my life that the yolk should not have any black spikes in it when you crack the egg after the ritual. Or any egg, but okay. She never told me if I had any black in my egg then, but I hope I didn't. Black particles in a post-ritual egg means there is a curse or bad energy in the egg removed from the receiver of this procedure, or a very sick chicken. Anyway, needless to say, that ritual did not work. The nightmares were back, more intense than ever before. My mother was really concerned, and I believe she even considered taking me to a doctor. Yeah? But she decided to try something else as a last resort. So here's a little bit of a backstory. My mother could not get pregnant for years before she had me. And even when she did, she ended up miscarrying a few times. She had quite a few health problems, which resulted in her living with only one piece of her ovaries that her doctors kindly left her with, just because she didn't have children yet. And of course, everybody told her that getting pregnant is virtually impossible for her. But she never lost hope, and being quite desperate, she resorted to church, and one of the priests there gave her a belt with a prayer. Psalm 91 to be exact. For her to keep and wear when she does get pregnant, she would wear this psalm. Sometime later, she got pregnant with me, wore it throughout her pregnancy, and everything went well, and she had my sister afterwards as well, and she kept the belt, and I think she has it to this day. The last bit of this story is what I'll always remember with tears in my eyes, trying to compose myself, but this event is still so vivid in my memory. When I was having yet another one of my nightmares, I woke up screaming and begging my mother to come to my room. She walked up to me with this belt in her hands and sat next to my bed, and she told me to try my best to relax. And as I was laying there in my bed with my eyes closed, she read Psalm 91 from the belt over me. As she was reading the prayer, I fell asleep. She said that a single tear fell from my eye when she finished the prayer. I never had these nightmares again. To this very day, I can't find a satisfactory explanation of what happened. I have many questions. Was my childhood friend cursed? Does my experience have anything to do with hers? And is the fact that a prayer was what ultimately helped me get rid of something that plagued my life for an extended period of time a proof of the existence of God? Well, more than 20 years later, I still can't erase these painful memories because of how persistent they are. But I'm no longer certain I should, which is why I decided to share this story with you. Well, make of it what you will. Something climbed on top of me in my dorm room. It was while I was alone, and it wasn't human. I've had several supernatural experiences throughout my life. They started when I was a kid, and they followed me into adulthood. I've always wanted to share one of the scariest, most unforgettable things that have ever happened to me. And this is real. I'm not exaggerating or trying to scare anyone. My earliest memory of something strange was around the age of 6 or 7. I had a lot of insomnia as a kid, largely because my father was abusive and felt like I had to protect my mom. I was the oldest, and I often stayed up while my younger siblings slept. One night, I'm lying in bed wide awake. That's when I felt something grab my hand. My arm had been hanging over the edge of the mattress, and I felt something physically grip me in the dark. After that, I started sleeping with my mattress pushed against the wall to my back. People warned me about bugs, but honestly, I preferred that over ghosts. Later, my sister told me she once saw a shadow figure, a tall, man-like entity standing over me while I slept. She had gone to the bathroom at night and peeked into my room on her way back. She ran to her room, terrified. Years later, my mom told us that she also regularly saw a dark presence in that house. She never told us when we were kids because she didn't want to scare us. And I've always had sleep paralysis. As a kid, I would scream internally while being completely paralyzed. I could see the room, I could see people nearby, but no one could hear me. One time I'm on the couch, I'm stuck in sleep paralysis. I'm looking at my mom across the room trying to scream for her. She didn't hear me, and I told her about it, and being Southern, she just said, "A witch was riding your back," and to just pray. I eventually learned not to sleep on my back. It seemed to trigger it, but nothing could have prepared me for what happened my freshman year of college. I had moved into a dorm with a roommate. Her grandfather passed away just 3 days after we moved in. I had met him, and he was in our room helping her unpack. Not long after that, she told me she saw something non-human on my side of the room. She didn't give a lot of detail, but said the energy felt dark. And after that, she was rarely around, and eventually moved out before the semester ended. One night, I was alone in my room, in the dorm. Struggling to sleep like usual, I decided to, pleasure myself. It usually helped me fall asleep faster. Midway, though, I suddenly felt the warm, heavy weight of a person on top of me. I could feel hands on me, caressing me and groping me. And I was frozen. I couldn't move, I couldn't speak. It felt like sleep paralysis, but so much worse. I could feel this thing gripping my thighs and touching my chest, and I couldn't do anything, and eventually I mustered enough strength to grab what felt like a shoulder, broad and muscular, and then vanished. In an instant, the weight was gone. I jumped out of bed and searched the room. Nothing and no one. The door was locked, windows were shut, and I lived on the 6th floor. No one was in there but me. After that, I couldn't sleep in the dark anymore. I avoided that dorm like the plague and stayed at home as much as I could. When I told my doctor about it, he didn't even question the story. He told me it was spiritual and that no medicine could help me. He looked concerned and didn't prescribe anything. Some people say this was an incubus. Others say it was trauma or sleep paralysis or even my roommate's energy attracting something. All I know is it was real, and it was physical. I felt it. No amount of logic can explain it away. Has anybody else experienced something like this? Does anybody know what this could have been? Yikes. Still, don't know what happened to me that night. Sleep paralysis or something way darker. This happened to me when I was around 17, and at the time I was really involved in church and part of a youth group in my local Christian community. Like in many churches, they'd occasionally invite pastors or ministries from other places to hold special events. One time, they invited a ministry from another state for a weekend of quote-unquote miracles, healing, and deliverance. But what really stood out was this one guy they brought along. He had a testimony that, honestly, felt straight out of a horror movie. He claimed he had once been deeply involved in satanic practices, even getting close to becoming a kind of priest for a group like that. According to him, just before completing a ritual that involved a sacrifice, he had a powerful encounter with God and left that life behind. But the really disturbing part was what he said that came after. He talked about being tormented for years, waking up literally stuck to the wall with his chest scratched and bleeding. And how during exorcisms, demons would speak through other people and call him by his full name, begging him to come back. As wild as it sounds, he shared it all with this dead serious tone and this heavy stare that honestly made you feel like something was still with him. During the event, a lot of people were saying they got healed or delivered from stuff. The whole atmosphere was intense, and being near that guy felt strange. Like there was some sort of energy hanging around him that made you uncomfortable in a way you couldn't explain. Anyway, A couple of nights after the event, I'm in my room around 9 p.m., just lying in bed with the lights off, getting ready to sleep. Everything was normal until I heard something super clear in my right ear. The sound of pages being blown violently by the wind. And suddenly, that sound filled the entire room. And then I wasn't in my... Excuse me. That was weird. Then I wasn't in my room anymore. Found myself standing in what looked like a forest surrounded by lit candles arranged into a circle. I was in the middle, and then slowly these people started to appear, all wearing black robes with their faces covered. The last one to show up was holding a huge book, like an ancient and almost alive-looking book. He placed it into a stand and started reading it out loud in some language I couldn't understand, but it felt wrong, really wrong. I was frozen in fear, and all I could think to do was pray as hard as I could. I begged God to get me out of there. And then this strong wind started blowing, knocking over the candles one by one. The pages of the book began to tear out and catch fire in the air. The next thing I knew, I was back in my bed, but I wasn't in the same position I'd fallen asleep in, and I was completely paralyzed and couldn't move a muscle. Felt like something was still in the room with me. And in Mexico, where I'm from, we have a name for this, which I'm terrible at Spanish, but anyway, I'll go for it. Se te subió el muerto, which means the dead sat on you. It's what people call sleep paralysis because it feels like a heavy presence is sitting on your chest, keeping you from moving. That was the only time in my life I've ever experienced it, and it felt like something came back with me. Like whatever I saw wasn't just a dream. After maybe 15 seconds, which felt like forever, I suddenly felt this thing leave my body. I could finally move again. I was sweating and completely freaked out. I didn't sleep properly for days. And I know how insane this sounds, like something straight out of a movie or badly written creepypasta. But it is 100% the real deal. As ridiculous as it may sound, it actually happened to me. And to this day, I still don't have a solid explanation for it. The Devil's Triangle. This happened to me when I was younger. It is a true story. I was maybe officially in my double digits, but still around that age where the only scary stuff you know and believe, it's the cliched things like zombies and vampires and werewolves and the devil and things like that. Those are classic things people believe in, huh? I had and still have best friends who happen to be twins. We lived in New Jersey at the time, and I was maybe 15 minutes away from their house. The area I lived in was nothing but houses, but they lived in the middle of nowhere. Woods, and more woods for ages. And naturally, we loved this. I met them in 3rd grade, and we started hanging out around 4th grade. Well, from the start, they told me all about the paranormal stuff that they'd claimed happened around their house. They were the first people to get me into the spookier side of things. They introduced me to YouTubers whose videos still give me the chills now as an adult. Shout out to Mr. Nightmare, laughing my ass off. And from the start, they told me of a supposed Satanist cult in their area. Now, again, I wasn't a huge believer in ghosts or anything at that age, but it was interesting to hear about it from 2 kids who very clearly were believers. Anyways, there's a field pretty close to their house, and about halfway down that field is a quarry. There's a gravel road, like pit road is what we called it. It leads through the woods and down into the field, so workers and trucks can come and go to the quarry. Well, just in the woods, a short, maybe 5-minute walk from Pitt Road was a spot they called the Devil's Triangle. And they never explained it, so I had no idea what it looked like. But they did tell me about it all the time. I always pictured some ritualistic table with skulls and candles and whatnot, being a young kid. Well, we talked about it. We never went there, till a year or so of hanging out. So, sometime around 5th grade, they finally decided to take me there. So we made the short walk to the field, then along the tree line surrounding it, and eventually onto Putt Road. We avoided the passing trucks, as people, especially children, weren't allowed back there. And eventually, they pointed and told me we needed to step off the trail and into the woods to continue. The second, and I mean the exact second, my foot hit this grass and leaves off the trail, it hit me like the burning, spine-tingling sensation of being watched, of eyes burning to the back of your neck. It was also accompanied by this horrendous butterfly feeling in my stomach, like any second I would throw up. I kept quiet and I didn't want to chicken out. They'd think I was a wimp. So we carried on, eventually. I saw it. Absolutely fuck all. Nothing. Until we stepped closer. I can only describe it as a crater in the ground. A random 7 to 8 foot deep circle in the ground. Probably about 30 or 40 some odd feet in diameter. Not super great with measurements. But the odd thing is the fact that the center of the crater was raised, level with the ground around it, and on that center was an old fold-out table. I say old, but it could have only been a year old, but the weather has made it look so nasty and worn. It was almost snapped in 2 pieces, and that was it. The Devil's Triangle was more of a devil's donut. This is where they pointed out the triangle aspect. There were 3 trees, the only sign of life in a forest filled with it. 3 trees on the outer edge of the crater. They just so happened to form a triangle around the crater itself, and moving on from the descriptions, we stood at the edge of it, not really wanting to step in considering it was supposedly evil. But the youngest of the twins, C, decided that we should, so as we walked into the woods, they had this thing intensify 100-fold as we stepped down into the triangle. And then I remember nothing. Absolutely nothing. Ow. One of the twins, M, stayed close, seeing that I'd been getting paler the whole walk to the triangle. But he did explore just like C, and we separated, all staying in the triangle. Just not side by side or anything. After about 5 minutes, when M looked at me, he said I was looking around, but I was blank-faced. He apparently said, "You looked really bored, P." My response to him was, "M, come here." "I'm right here, dude." "No, I mean come here now." He said I didn't shout and I wasn't angry. It wasn't anything. But something made him come over to me, and the second he stood beside me, one of those 3 trees fell. A perfectly healthy, intact, living, quite large tree collapsed, exactly where he was standing not 3 seconds ago. C looked over, asked what happened, and M responded and explained the situation. C looked at me and asked, "Why did you call M over?" I knew. They asked me about 59 times what I knew meant before I suggested we leave. So we ran. After 5 minutes of running, they said we stopped to catch our breath, and that's where my memory kicks in. I remember stopping to breathe, but that's it. I don't remember going into the triangle. I don't remember calling M to me, and I don't remember the tree. I don't even remember leaving the triangle and running. I remember catching my breath, and then I was fine. Trying to play it off to act like I hadn't just lost crucial moments of our lives. I asked them to repeat what happened to make sure I remembered them correctly, and they did word for word, and they both swear the same things happened. And they still, to this day, don't know that I don't remember it, that I have no idea what made me say those things. And I don't know what to make of it. I don't know what to say if it was a demon because it saved my friend. But it did happen, and I can't remember a goddamn thing. And that story is one of 2 times I had. It's like some sort of connection with the paranormal. Knowing someone else and something else was there with us. Or apparently speaking through me. Naturally, I haven't told many people. It's because I think they'd assume I'm batshit crazy. So I figured I'd share through here. My great-grandmother opened a portal to hell and cursed all the women in my family. I feel like I'm exposing darkness every time I speak about it. My grandmother invited possibly the devil himself into her home and brought a curse onto all the females in her family after her. I've always wondered if this is the reason for all of the misfortune in my life, or why every home I've lived in something has followed. Let me start from the beginning of the story. All of what I'm about to tell are accounts of my mother and the daughters of my great-grandmother, which are my grandmother, my mom's mom, her sister, my great-auntie. For as long as my grandma and aunt could remember, my great-grandma had a crystal ball, a Ouija board, and a pendulum all on her den table. She was a Bruja, which is a witch in Spanish. She would hold seances, and pregnant women would come to her to determine the sex of their babies. Over 100 pregnant women came to her for her service, and out of those 100, she was never wrong. They all had what she said they would have, and she charged $2 for this. This was in 1967. My grandmother was about 14, and my great-auntie was 13. They were wild girls who liked to go out with the boys and skip school and kind of come home late after partying. Throughout the years, my great-aunt, who was the main target of my great-grandmother's mischief, experienced several strange phenomena linked to my great-grandmother, from a white veil coming down from the sky and almost suffocating her after my great-grandma found out she'd lost her virginity, to a black coffin appearing on my great-grandmother's porch. That's when my great-grandma got mad at my aunt for not answering the phone for her. There's so many other strange things, but those were very odd and pretty unexplainable. However, none of these small accounts would compare to the night when my great-grandmother went from doing a little bit of magic to full-on inviting darkness itself into her home. One summer night in 1967, my grandmother and great-aunt came home around 2 a.m. They were drunk and loudly giggling and stumbling into the home. When coming in, my great-grandmother was sitting in her den waiting for them, and she was furious. But they laughed and told her to just go back to bed and to get over it. Outraged and feeling like she had no other way of controlling her daughter, she fell to her knees and began praying out loud to the devil himself for him to teach her daughters a lesson and make them behave. They didn't take her seriously, mocking her as they stumbled to the bedroom they shared, began changing into their nightdresses, getting into their sides of the beds. Quickly falling asleep, 3 a.m. approached. About an hour went by. My great-aunt began hearing my great-grandmother's brother, who lived with them, coming down the hall, which was odd because his bedroom was on the other side of the house. There's no reason for him to be in the hallway. She knew it was him because he suffered from a stroke, and one of his legs dragged behind him. So she heard him coming like a footstep and a drag, heard this over and over until it was outside their open bedroom door. Laying on her side with her back to the door, she called out in Spanish, like, "What's wrong? Do you need something?" No response. As she tries to turn around and sit up, she realizes she can't move. The sense of pure evil filled the pitch-black room. Panicking now, she suffers for over 30 minutes paralyzed as she feels somebody standing right behind her, fully knowing this wasn't her Tio. It was something malicious. She began to feel her cover slowly pull off of her body, and her nightgown began to be pulled up, stopping at her shoulders. A quick slap to her back, and an immense burning pain. She jolted to life and is able to move again, bursting into tears as she jumps out of bed. My great aunt, now in hysterics, starts trying to wake my sleeping grandma next to her. She awakes and it instantly starts freaking out and uncontrollably crying as well. The whole time this was happening to my great aunt, my grandmother was having a dream that she died and went to hell. And in her dream, which was only about an hour, she spent years in hell suffering. They held each other tightly, but my great aunt's back was hurting her so bad. After telling her sister of her experience, she shows her back to my grandma, and on her back was a burn-like lesion in the shape of a goat hoof, with 3 distinct finger-like marks. It's as if they couldn't be more traumatized by the experiences they both had. The mark was all the validation that this was real. Calming down now, my great-grandmother all of a sudden is at the bedroom door, startling them with a loud, menacing laugh. She then spoke the craziest thing and said, "Oh, my poor girls, did something scare you?" And after that day, the house never felt the same. Even if you had all the windows open or all the lights on, it felt dark. Doors would slam, locks would flick back and forth. Kitchen drawers would open and silverware would fly out. And even late at night, the piano would play by itself. The house began to rot and fall apart, and it did stay in the family on until recently. My great aunt, who inherited the house after my great-grandmother passed away, fixed it up and sold it to somebody unknowing of all of this. My great aunt didn't want to own the house, much less live in it, knowing what was there in the event that took place. I mean, how can she forget? She has a hoof-shaped scar on her back to this very day. You see, it should have ended with my great aunt, my great-grandmother. But when she prayed to whatever it was that answered her, she asked for it to teach her daughter a lesson. That means every daughter in our family after her is included. We have all had pretty terrible relationships with our mothers, and unexplainable things happen to us, from bad luck to paranormal activity. So if you move to the center of New Mexico, be careful, because you might be moving into a home with an over 40-year-old curse and a portal. I think I'm being followed by a ghost or a spirit. Help. All caps. My mother died when I was 9, in a car accident caused by a drunk driver. Me and my older sister, Kay, moved in with my father, and my 2 younger sisters moved in with my stepfather. I want to start this by saying I truly don't believe it's my mother that's doing the haunting, and that this is all caused by my own stupidity. But now I don't know what to do. When I was a senior in high school, we moved into a tiny 3-bedroom house. I had a creepy basement with no outside entrance, but on the outside of the door was a chain lock right above the doorknob, which made no sense. Right off the basement door was the back porch, where you'd head through to get to my bedroom. But then you would walk through my bedroom to get into my sister's room. My cat, who was more obsessed with my sister than me, refused to go into my sister's room. She would hiss and freak out every time I tried to walk her toward the back of the house. Once, one of my friends brought over their dog, and I put my cat in my room for safekeeping. I went back in there 15 minutes later, and after they left, and the whole room was a mess from her running around, and there was piss and shit everywhere. She had never done anything like that before. There was another time when I was laying in my room and my sister was laying in hers, and the door between the rooms was slammed shut. She threw open the door and started yelling at me about shutting the room off. When she saw my face, she realized it wasn't me, and I slept on the couch and she slept at her boyfriend's house. Basically moved in with him after that. In a moment of divine teenage stupidity, my friends and I decided to use a Ouija board. We only used it for a moment or two. We opened the board and started and got freaked out because we felt like we were being watched. We closed it off and put it away. It wasn't even a week later that the basement door chain was ripped off and there was gouge marks on the door. A week after that, I went to my sister's room to grab something to take to her, and the room was covered in gnats. Couldn't find anything that would have caused it. Family issues led to me moving in with my stepfather and my little sisters right after that. It was only a 2-bedroom house, so I slept in the basement in a little nook, and my sister P slept on the other side. I would often hear the sounds of footsteps stomping overhead, even if I was the only one home. And I saw a shadowy figure standing in my dresser, and it would disappear after I turned the light on. And one night after a bonfire, my friend stayed the night, and I sat up in bed because somebody was standing at the entrance to my little nook. They were dark, and I couldn't make out any features. I watched them for a few moments, but they didn't do anything, so I shook her awake. She asked who they were and tried talking to them, but they didn't respond. So, getting freaked out, she turned on the light, and the moment she did, they were gone. We walked upstairs to find out it was almost 4 a.m., and that everyone was sleeping. Needless to say, we slept on the couch that night, and I slept on it pretty often after that. Not long after I graduated, moved into an apartment with my now husband B and became pregnant. You would hear doors shutting, which isn't super strange because we lived in an apartment, so obviously you can hear your neighbors. Sometimes I could hear whistling at the back of the apartment. Sometimes I would hear my daughter giggle over the baby monitor when she was learning to talk and talking to someone she called Nana. Once our burner turned on and burnt breakfast leftovers that had been sitting in a pan. And I know it wasn't us because we had breakfast at 7, and it was 11 a.m. by the time we realized something was burning. And it was turned all the way. We bought a new house around the time my daughter turned 3. Everything was fine for 2 years, but I recently just had a new baby, and things have been getting weird again. The first thing I noticed was my first day home alone with the baby. I'm sitting on the couch singing to her, and right above me I heard stomping like somebody was walking through my attic. Obviously, there's no one up there, so I brushed it off to sleep deprivation. But now my daughter's 4-month-old and sleeps way better through the night. So I know I'm not tired, and I often hear the sound of doors shutting and toys going off when I'm the only one home with the baby. My dog always runs to check out the noise, so I know it's not just me hearing things. I have stepped outside to have the door shut randomly behind me when the girls are napping, and we've had cups fall and break out of the cabinet in the middle of the night too. My husband works out of town a lot, so I'm alone at night with the girls. I often get the feeling that I'm being watched. And I sleep with a pocket knife next to my bed. Family was murdered the night I gave birth to my daughter, 4 houses down. So that's not too crazy in my opinion. I'd have way more than a pocket knife. But what drove me to post this last night, as I woke up from a dead sleep because I heard my baby crying, was followed by a soft hello and a shushing noise, to which my baby calmed. I relaxed for a second, thinking my husband was taking care of it. Then I felt him shift behind me. I've never bolted out of bed and grabbed that knife so quick in my life. Threw my door open and my dog was sitting outside of the baby's room watching the door. The baby was awake in her bedroom by herself. Her cheeks were still wet from tears, but her pacifier was in her mouth. She was looking around. And she's 4 months. She can't put a pacifier back into her mouth after crying. I checked the house and it was all clear. I didn't sleep the rest of the night and I spent it scrolling the internet to find out if anybody else has had this problem. And no, my husband doesn't believe anything's happening. He doesn't believe in this kind of stuff. He thinks there is an interference over the baby monitor and it still doesn't explain the pacifier or the stomping or the doors being shut. Or the pacifier being back in their mouth after crying, I would add. I just don't know what I should do. Whatever it is, it doesn't seem to know if it wants to burn my house down or nanny my kids. Or maybe it just wants us gone from the picture to have the girl to itself. I don't know what to do or what to think, and I'm almost 26 now, and this all started when I was 18. Any advice or help would be so amazing, and I'd be so grateful. Really don't know what to do. Ghost or coincidence? Help. This happened in the middle of June 2020. It was a very strange experience. I've yet to hear a reasonable explanation for what had happened this night. And for some background, I've never believed in anything paranormal. My girlfriend claims to have had a couple paranormal experiences, but they seem too cliché to be legitimate. I live in Utah and I'm not religious. However, a common hangout spot at night in Utah is the nearest church. My friend used to live in a neighborhood with a church in it, and we would hang out, eat food, and talk. Right next to the church was an underground tunnel. There was also a common trail people would walk. The road goes over the tunnel. The road above the tunnel is about 20 feet above the tunnel. The road, pretty much a bridge. So after we were done hanging out, it was driving, and, I cross over that bridge and I see a black and white cat fall off the bridge and into where the tunnel is. I only saw its butt. However, I knew it was a cat. It's not uncommon to see stray cats at night in this neighborhood. I see them all the time. However, I was very confused why the cat would jump off a 20-foot drop. And I love all animals that I've raised, and especially my stray kittens and baby birds. So I was contemplating pulling over and going to see if he's okay. I didn't at first because my brother had recently gotten a new cat named Sylvester after the Looney Tunes character only a couple of days ago. I knew if I found an injured cat, we would rescue it and want to keep it. I turned around anyways, and I parked next to the school by the tunnel to see if it was okay. The roads were barren. It was 1 a.m. in a quiet Utah religious neighborhood, so I wasn't nervous in any way, and I just wanted to see if the cat was okay. I park and I get out, and there's a fairly steep hill leading down into the tunnel. So I make my way down. I turn on my phone flashlight to see if I can see any sign of an animal, and I just couldn't see anything. But the tunnel was empty. Couldn't see the other side of the tunnel. Walk down the tunnel to the very end and don't see anything, and the tunnel's maybe only 30 feet long. Then it comes out into the other side of the road. I walk back extremely confused because a cat wouldn't just drop 20 feet down and be completely fine. Yeah, I've seen that. Now, this is the frightening part. As I'm walking back up the hill, I see an extremely bright light at the far end of the trail, and it's moving closer to me. I don't know what it was, but my first instinct was to run. But the light was getting closer, and I honestly wasn't scared because the neighborhood was primarily Mormon, right next to a school I used to go to. So I wait to see what it is, and as it gets closer, I hear bike wheels rolling and pedals turning. I didn't want to look weird, so I don't run. I just keep walking back to my car. And in my mind, I was trying to process why somebody would be riding their bike at 1 a.m. It was a woman, maybe 20, 21, and she was quite attractive, if I'm being honest. She was dressed in a floral print dress, what looked like it came directly out of the 60s, with no shoes and long hair that fell across her cheeks, and she said, "Hey," in sort of a friendly voice. I responded with, "Hey, what's up?" or something like that. Everybody in Utah is really friendly and talkative, so I didn't really think anything of it other than, well, why the hell was she riding her bike this late? She said she was going home and then replied with a question about what I'm doing. I said I was looking for a black and white cat I saw fall off the road because I got worried it got hurt. She responded with, "Oh no, I haven't seen a black and white cat around here. But I used to have a cat named Sylvester and he was so cool. He used to be able to open doors and stuff." My face felt like it got stung by a million bees and my heart dropped. Is this a fucking joke? Did she just say my new cat's name? I understand it's a common name for a black and white cat, but why did I just see one fall off a road and encounter a very strange-looking woman who also had a black and white cat named Sylvester? And that just happens to be my new cat's name. There's no way this is actually happening. I respond with, "Oh, wow, really, that's so funny," or something like that. I tell her to have a good night, and after telling her to keep an eye out for the cat, she responds with, "Of course I will," and just keeps walking back to my car. I was kind of scared at this point, actually, I get in my car and get on my phone to call my girlfriend. She doesn't answer, so I just give up and drive off. As I back out and drive to get into the road, the woman isn't in sight. Genuinely, she's nowhere to be found. She should be easily spotted with the bright lights on her bike, but she's not. The trail was left dark and empty. It's as if she was never there. The woman was riding on the sidewalk, and the trail splits off into two pathways. One goes into the tunnel, and one goes into the sidewalk that connects to the road. She was on the sidewalk. There's no way she could have gotten into the tunnel because, as I said, the hill down into the tunnel is fairly steep. There's no way she could have ridden or even walked down there with a bike. She was legitimately gone. Nowhere in sight, no lights, no bike, no sound, no nothing. So where did she go? So, can somebody give me an explanation? Was it just some girl genuinely going home, and did she also have a cat named Sylvester? And if so, how and why did she disappear? Also, why was she dressed like a 60s hippie? No shoes, floral dress, long ratty hair. I'm genuinely pretty stumped. I have no other option but to come here and ask for an explanation. Do you guys think this was a ghost or just a very odd and strange coincidence? Are all ghosts bad and scary, or was this just some weird sighting or encounter? I don't know what to think. I'm not lying, she was nowhere to be found. That's what's so strange to me. The same cat name was strange in the outfit, but the strangest part was she was gone in an instant. Once a skeptic stepped into a haunted asylum, what they captured still can't be explained. Paranormal M has the evidence. Subscribe to witness it. How is the baby? I've lived in the same small, rundown trailer park since birth, essentially. It was rampant with drugs and shady characters. The most popular drink and drug of choice at the time were heroin and beer. When I was 8, my mom married a man named Paul. Paul had been in a pretty bad car accident shortly before meeting my mom and was prescribed oxycodone for the pain. He quickly got hooked, so soon after the authorities began cracking down on overprescriptions for opioids, and Paul was no longer able to legally get his fix. He turned to the streets, and at $30 a pill, he had to find something else. Eventually just graduated to injecting heroin. Is that cheaper? Anyway, Paul had a friend named Luke, whom he met when he first started using heroin. Luke was a seasoned drug user and a drunk. Luke and Paul got along well, and since I grew up in this trailer park, Luke had been around just as long as I had. He knew me when I was a child, and he knew me as a teen. I'd pass by Luke often, especially when I went to check the mail. He'd be walking the opposite way, heading to a neighbor's house, and would always say, "Hey, sweetie." Luke could be drunk as a skunk and barely able to walk from being high, so he'd always straighten himself up just enough to slur out a "Hey, sweetie" when he saw me. Luke was around when I had my first child, a daughter at 16. I was still in high school, and "Hey, sweetie" eventually turned into "How's the baby?" Every time I saw him, whether or not I had my daughter with me. About a year after having my daughter, I went to school, and when I came home from the bus stop, I saw tons of police near our trailer. I was still a few yards away, so I kept approaching, trying to see what was going on. There was caution tape around the house, and the back door was hanging open. And as a teenager, I brazenly started up the 3 steps that led into the trailer. But a deputy stopped me and told me I couldn't go inside. "What do you mean I can't go inside? I live here," I said. The deputy responded, "I can't let you in. It's a crime scene." When Paul appeared, much to my dismay, and by this time Paul was a full-blown addict who had broken my mom down mentally, emotionally, and financially. And if Paul was here, my mom was at work as a preschool teacher, and my daughter was at that same school, so what was going on? Paul explained that around 10 a.m., Luke had come over to hang out. Paul was sitting in the recliner strumming his guitar, while Luke stood in the kitchen. The kitchen had a countertop that separated the living room from the kitchen, so Luke was out of Paul's direct line of sight. Paul said that Luke came over extremely intoxicated with a beer in hand, and after a few moments, Luke fell down, and Paul assumed that he had just passed out drunk. Luke was lying there for 2 to 3 hours, and Paul continued strumming his guitar, even singing a song about Buddy Luke passing out and puking. It wasn't until Paul had to use the restroom that he noticed Luke wasn't just passed out, he was blue. Paul immediately called 911. They instructed him to perform CPR, which he did, and he described it as the single most foul thing he'd ever attempted to do. Luke had died and vomited, and every time Paul tried mouth-to-mouth, vomit would come out. And after a while, Paul couldn't continue and just waited for emergency personnel. The call to 911 was made at 1:12 p.m. By the time I got home around 3:45, the body had been removed, but the scene was still treated as suspicious. Because of that, nobody was allowed inside. Eventually, the police let Paul back in, but it wasn't until after 6:30 p.m. that my mom came home. She was very angry, and my daughter and I were just waiting to go inside. Paul said he'd go in and clean up whatever mess was left behind. According to him, there's a lot to clean up, and about an hour later, he said that we could come in. The kitchen floor was so sticky you could hear your feet stick to the linoleum when you walked across it. Heroin addicts aren't exactly the best maids, so we lived in that trailer for at least another year, but I never walked across that floor barefoot, nor did I let my child walk across it either. No matter how much we cleaned, it would always feel sticky. About 6 months after Luke passed away in our kitchen, I was standing outside, leaning on the bed of the truck and talking to a friend. The trailer I was standing outside of happened to be the one Luke had lived in for many years before moving to a different one, where he was living at the time of his death. My friend now lived in that same trailer. We were just hanging out and talking when I heard a very clear, very familiar voice. "How's the baby?" Fate of Paul. Paul later confessed to me that when Luke passed away, he had taken Luke's used syringe out of his sock and used it to inject himself later that night. After leaving the trailer, we lived in a small rented house for about a year before my mom left Paul. Paul went back to the trailer park, dragged the mattress him and my mom shared into the overgrown, now wooded area of a destroyed playground. It's a playground that belongs to the church next door. He had a large tent, and that's where he lived, and he lived for 6 months after my mom left him. He shot up in his tent and nodded out with a lit cigarette, like I'd seen him so many times. Usually it was just wind up burning his leg and he'd wake up, but this time it caught the mattress on fire. He asphyxiated due to an overdose of heroin laced with fentanyl, and burned, only being found 3 days later by a friend who couldn't see the top of his tent anymore, as he put it. He was identified by dental records. Yucky. The table walked across the room. Anyhow, today I'm sitting outside with my grandparents, my mother and my sister. And we are a Catholic family here, at least my grandma is very religious. We were discussing old family stories, and my grandma started telling me stories about what the older generation used to talk about sitting together in a little alleyway in her village. She told me stories I already knew, like about Trud, a spirit of some kind that would press on your chest when you were sleeping, waking you up and paralyzing you and stopping you from breathing. The first time I heard this, I was very surprised. I thought religious people back then would see this as witchcraft or evil things or whatever. But I guess I was wrong. Anyhow, my sister and I swiftly agreed that Trud was just a spiritual explanation for sleep paralysis. Then she told me a story about how somebody dreamed about Trud biting them in the finger, telling her to get salt. Terrified, she bought salt the next day, and in the evening, an old lady knocked on her door asking for salt, with a bandage around the same finger she got bitten in her dream. Again, getting off track, there was also a story about a lady who got rid of warts with crosses and burning the string under a water pipe. Alrighty then. But here's the thing. After those stories, my mother smiled and told my grandma, "Tell them about Aunt Maus." And my grandpa started laughing, and my grandma, in her old-fashioned dramatic way, covered her face and laughed nervously. "Oh God, Jesus." I was immediately interested, like, what? My mother perked up and she looked at me and told me she could never forget it. She laughed at her mother's twisted face. She must have been around 10 or something when it happened. This specific story occurred in the 80s. My grandma started. Aunt Maus was a medium. I was damn shocked that we had a medium in the family. Like, beyond shocked. I never knew about Aunt Maus. She was an old lady already as the story took place, and she died maybe 2 or 3 years later in the mid-80s. They were at her house. My grandma, mother, grandfather, and some other relatives. Aunt Maus got a table, a small round wooden one with no nails. I was told that was very important. It could only be limed. I don't know why, but my mom didn't participate. She was just present, and they placed their hands on the table gently, all 5 fingers, not pressing, just touching lightly, making contact with the hand next to them to form a circle. My grandma and grandpa showed me. My grandpa had to laugh because my grandma's hands were shaking, even 40 years later. Then Aunt Maus started talking. I guess something about 2 thumps being yes and 3 being a no, or something like that. she started talking and asking questions. My grandma told me she had never felt anything like it because the table started vibrating as apparently the first spirit showed up. With the next question, the table really thumped. My grandmother was terrified, and again, no foot under the table, no hands. The spirit was the father of my grandpa who had passed. She'd talked to him, and at one point she said something along the lines of, "You'd love to dance, I know, the waltz. Would you like to dance?" My grandfather, grandma, and mom, not gullible, well, maybe grandma, not believing in spirits, told the same thing with complete honesty in their eyes. The damn table started to dance. It tipped side to side, walking around, or, well, danced around the room. I looked at my mother and she had a glow in her eyes. Childlike wonder, I guess. "Really?" My mom nodded, even in disbelief now. "I think I screamed," she laughed. Aunt Mouse then asked again, "You always wanted a daughter, a little girl, though you never had the chance to see her. Do you know she's here?" "Where is she?" My grandpa told that part of the story with real thought behind his eyes. The table walked over to the stairs where little Marie was sleeping in her room. It's like he couldn't believe it. "Yeah," my grandmother agreed. I have never, ever heard of a spirit being contacted this way, like never. And this story is insane to me. Why no nails, and why do you mean my own family saw something like this? We had a medium, and I have, thank God, never experienced something paranormal. I would shit my pants. But they would never lie about something like that. Apparently, Aunt Miles also did this during the Second World War, where there was always like a friendly spirit of a submarine captain. I'm offended I've only been told this story now. And now that I think of it, every spiritual experience that has been told to me has come from my grandfather's side. When his uncle died, he and his mother heard an immense loud knock in the night. Apparently, at the exact time he passed away, the medium, also grandfather's side, and my mother was sleeping in the bed of her grandmother, my grandpa's mother, feeling guilty that she hadn't seen her the day before she passed when she felt a tap on her back to move over and something laying down beside her. They had a close bond. So, am I going insane? Like, I know they wouldn't lie, and I am beyond certain. I mean, a Ouija board, I get how you could fake that, but table walking? I'm questioning everything. The lady in my kitchen, and that pounding noise every night. Without further ado, I suppose I should start, like, when I was young, I lived with my family. My parents and an older sister, in a trailer home on a plot of land behind my grandparents' house. Which was, no kidding, a large 2-story pink house. It was in Texas, in Galveston County to be more exact. Behind my parents' and grandparents' property was a family with their own business there, which was a large U-Haul rental place. The family that lived there was a wife, 2 daughters, and husband. I won't be naming any names except one, the husband. There was a man named Timothy Gribble. Now, Timmy here was a convicted murderer, strangled and raped 2 women, and he was given the death penalty and executed back in 2000. I lived in the trailer up until maybe 4th grade, then ended up moving to a pink house to house sit it, since my grandparents moved to a new home for retired folks. Now I'm mainly just trying to at least place the setting. Perhaps it'll help to bring some understanding as to what I experienced over the years on these properties. Even when I was a kid and moved into the pink house, or even visiting, I always felt off being there, like something just wasn't right. Nothing really happened, though, until I was in 6th or 7th grade. First, it was a weird thing with the front door, and it would just open on its own. At first, it would just open slowly and stay open. Easily explainable, right? A door unlocked, old house. Town sitting on a fault line, so the foundation wasn't exactly the best. It never really weirded me out, and what was weird was one night, around 8 or 9 p.m., I'm just watching TV in the living room. The door just opened and closed itself quickly twice. Didn't creep me out right away because I figured, oh, it's just my cousin, and he said he's coming by to pick up an inhaler for my mother. They both have asthma. He was known to be a little bit of a jokester toward me, so whatever, I'll just see if it was him. I looked outside and my driveway was empty. I asked my mother if he had just came in, and she said no. So I put it out of my mind and moved on. Fast forward further down the road, I laid down for bed and I started hearing a faint noise, like a hand faintly pounding on the wall or floor. From there, I would hear this every night. I disregarded it since nobody else could hear it, and said I was just imagining it. It bothered me for a while, and I just accepted that it won't go away and I'll just once again move on. Figured if there's something, it's just doing its thing, and as long as it left me alone, I'd leave it alone. Then the night I actually saw something I couldn't explain, and to this day my family swears I just imagined it. It was around 3 a.m. I'm in the living room playing a video game on the TV. And I want to say this was around when Nintendo 64 was around, because I kept remembering the game Killer Instinct Gold from that night. So I go to the kitchen to get a drink, and I look across the room, and there was a figure standing there, and I froze. My dining room and kitchen is a bit large, and I'm standing at the entrance next to the staircase, looking across the dining room past the bar into the kitchen. And the figure was a woman, and she was a slim build, wearing a long nightgown, and had no head. There wasn't a bloody stump where the neck was, just there was no head, and as I said, I froze. I wasn't truly scared, just unsure how to react. Just wasn't processing what it was that I was seeing. Turned around, went back to the living room, and just sat down confused. I kept thinking about it. I kept pondering. Did I really see that, and was that real? So I got up and went back in there, and she was still there, never moved. Just standing there. I went back in and out several times, and she didn't leave. And I finally said, "Okay, you stay there. I don't care what you do." And I'm going to my room and going to sleep. No response, not even a wave, and nothing. So I went to bed and laid there all night until 6 a.m., terrified, wondering what if she'd come up here into my room. Thankfully, that was the last I saw her. There were other experiences that happened in that house, and even in my old trailer home. A couple of weeks after that, we're doing some remodeling work in my room, so I wound up having to sleep a few nights in my parents' room on the floor. And as was every night, the faint pounding noise continued. Again, I would ignore it and just sleep, and that night the noise grew a little louder each time. It stayed faint, but grew slightly louder each time. I would ask the parents, "You hear that?" And they would say, "No, of course I didn't." As it continued, it finally stopped for a little while. It was oddly quiet, and I figured, okay, finally guess it got tired. After about 10 or 15 minutes, something slammed into my parents' closed doors to the room hard. It sounded like somebody just ran head first into it, and trust me, it was loud. I sat up and said, "Okay, I know damn well I was not the only one who heard that." The parents agreed. My father and I checked the whole house, even her attic, which is not a place you really want to go into since the house is so old. Nothing, and no one was there with us. The noise went back to its faint self that night after that. To this day, I think about this all the time. I have had other things happen, but these two events stick out all the time. I just still don't know what to think about them. I don't really know if this woman in the kitchen was a victim of that Gribble guy or someone else. I just don't know, and I wish I actually had some evidence to even prove it all happened. Either way it happened, I guess nothing else I could say there. Again, I have other things to share, which I will later on in a couple more threads. But what's everybody else's take on this? Some days I wish I did imagine it all. The Marasite. It lives in your body, feasting on your mind. The first time I noticed it at the time was at my mom's birthday. It was raining, the wind and water slapped against my window as the wind wipers clung on for dear life, desperately trying to erase the rain. I got out of the car, excitedly standing on the front doorstep with presents in hand. I gave the door 3 sharp raps when I was met with my mom's sleep-deprived face. Eye bags hung below her baby blue eyes, and her matted blonde grayish hair hung sorrowfully down her shoulders. "Hi, son, why are you here?" I cut her off with an excited yell. "Happy birthday, Mom." She stared at me in confusion, as if somebody had just told her that I wasn't her son. "What do you mean?" she exclaimed. A tinge of worry stained her words. "Isn't it your birthday?" I questioned, pretty perplexed. "No, don't tell me you forgot my birthday. Did you hit your head?" "No, it's your birthday today, isn't it?" I said. Annoyance flushed my brain. "No, it's not. Go home. It's pouring down. What are you, insane?" I accepted my losses. I walked back to my car. It was her birthday today. I was sure of it. I felt wrong, and something was definitely wrong. Deep inside my body, I chalked it up to a simple mistake, but deep down I knew something was wrong. The same night I sat down on my couch, I listened to the now gentle rain patter against the glass panes. I felt myself dozing off to sleep. I knew nothing. I couldn't walk or talk or even speak. I stumbled around in a daze, clueless of where I was or who I even was. I don't know anything, but I knew what I felt, and it was true fear. I clung on to anything I'd get my hands on. I didn't know how to use them. Dishes clattered to the floor. I slipped and fell, and I woke drenched in sweat. I clutched my heart as if it would burrow out of my chest. Stumbled up off the couch when I spotted something. It was me. It wasn't me, but it looked like me. Copied my movements, but it wasn't me. I watched my double. My mouth became intensely dry and the blood drained from my face. I raised a hand and it copied. I darted to my bedroom and slammed the door behind me, nearly knocking it off of its hinges. I hastily shut the deadlock. I breathed a sigh of relief. I lay in my bed completely still, too scared to move or make any sound. I tossed and turned for the rest of the night. The rest of the week went as normal, other than the dates and work I had oddly forgotten about. I'd arrived home from work one night. The golden sunlight poured through my windows when I noticed somebody pulling up in my driveway. I stared in confusion as I watched a person get out of the car. They looked familiar, but I couldn't place who it was that they were. I watched as they speedily walked up my garden path. I watched in horror as the woman pulled out a key and unlocked my front door. How did they have my house key? As the door unlocked, I hastily snatched a kitchen knife from my counter, stepped back as the intruder entered my house, my safe place. "Get away, who are you? Get out of my house," I frantically yelled. My voice quivered as fear engulfed my body. "Honey, calm down, it's me." They replied pretty calmly, too calmly. They spoke as if they knew me personally. I'd never met her in my life. No, I'm not your honey, go away," I yelled, fear stinging my throat. The woman stepped forward and I stepped back, and in disbelief. Primal instincts flooded my brain as my fight or flight responses came into action. I felt the knife plunge into her abdomen as shrieks of terror rose from the intruder. She kept screaming, "Oh my God, help me!" I listened as her voice grew fainter and gargled, and her breath became shallower. It was soon replaced with frantic wheezing as she violently convulsed. I stabbed and stabbed and stabbed. Blood splattered on my white shirt and my carpet, dyeing it bright red. She was completely still. My hand shook violently as I'd realized what I'd just done. Sprinted to my room, not looking back, and the metallic tang of blood covered the air. Just as I reached my room, I felt my legs give way. I tried to stand, but I couldn't, and it was as if I couldn't remember how to do it at all, really, and I dragged myself and my useless legs went to bed where I lay, processing what I'd just done. I stared at my wall when I noticed a small framed photograph. It was of me and the woman. She was in a beautiful white dress with thin cloth covering her face, and I was standing next to her in a black blazer. My attention quickly diverted as I listened to my horrified whisper quickly turn into murmurs. I couldn't speak, and I tried to call for help, but I couldn't remember my password. When I eventually logged on, I couldn't remember the emergency number. I dragged my body over to my laptop, desperately tried to log on. Frantically searched for answers as more of my memory fell slightly out of grasp. And that's where I learned about the marasite. It's a type of species that's ingested by the host, where it then feasts on the mind and memories. When you eventually thirst to death, it lays eggs which gnaw through your tissues and spread like wildfire. I'm using the last of my sanity to type this out before I forget how to spell, and soon all I know will be gone. Someone or anybody, please help them. What's wrong with me? That has to be a fiction story. If not, well, that was interesting. Ouija board gone wrong. When she was about 17, she and her friends started playing with the Ouija board, as many curious and reckless teenagers do. At first, they asked silly, trivial questions, and to their surprise, the board would respond with accurate answers. Then they moved on to asking about boys they liked and crushes and relationships. Typical teenage stuff. After a few nights, they started to ask deeper, more unsettling questions. They asked who or what they were talking to, and sometimes the board would say something like, "I'm a woman who lived in the 1850s. Other times, it claimed to be like a 13-year-old boy who died in the 70s. The answers were inconsistent, but oddly, it always felt like the same presence. Eventually, they asked why the entity kept changing, and the board spelled out, "I'm whoever I want to be. Today I can be an old man, tomorrow a child." At that point, they started to feel seriously uneasy, like they were no longer dealing with something innocent or random. It implied something powerful, maybe even evil. One night they asked, "How do you take people?" And the board answered, "By choking them." That's fun. Not. That was when fear really set in. They decided to stop playing, and sometime shortly after, my ex-wife came home one evening to find that her parents and or younger brother had gone out to a party. They wouldn't be home for a few hours, and she didn't want to be alone in her room where the Ouija board was. So she stayed in her parents' bedroom instead, waiting for them to return. She turned on all the lights in the house, and this was the early 90s, so no cell phones. She lay in the bed watching TV, trying to distract herself. And after a while, she noticed a hallway light turning off by itself that had never happened in her house before. She was terrified, but got up and turned it back on. As soon as she laid back down, it turned off again. Her mom kept a Bible in the nightstand, so she grabbed it and opened up a random page and began reading out loud. Suddenly, she felt overwhelmingly tired, so much so that she could barely keep her eyes open. She tried to fight it, and she turned the TV volume up and kept reading, but eventually dozed off. She woke up minutes later to find the Bible no longer in her hands, but beside her. She grabbed it again and kept reading. I always asked her why she didn't just run outside, but she said she was too scared to leave the room to run down that dark hallway. Eventually, she fell asleep again, only to wake up to a terrifying sensation. Something was grabbing her ankles. She felt it moving slowly up her legs and over her shins and her thighs and her waist until it reached her throat. Then it began choking her. The lights were still on, but there was nothing visible in front of her. She said she started kicking and gasping and struggling, and she remembered her mom also had a crucifix in the nightstand. She wrestled her way to the drawer and found it, clutched it to her chest, and started praying. "Please, God, help me. I swear I'll never play with that thing again." And then, whatever was choking her suddenly let go. She ran out of the house and waited by the curb until her parents came home. When she told them what happened, they dismissed it as a nightmare. Still, she was so shaken she refused to sleep alone and spent the night in her parents' bed. The next day, exhausted from lack of sleep, she tried to nap in her room around 2 or 3 in the afternoon. Not long after lying down, she felt something tugging at the foot of her blanket. She assumed it was her dog until it persisted. When she looked up, she saw what she can only describe as a boy around 8 to 10 years old, but no taller than 18 inches. He had a child's face, but his body was small, proportioned like an adult in miniature. He stood at the foot of her bed just staring. No smile, no expression. His dark hair was neatly combed to the side, and he wore a one-piece garment, almost like a toga. She was so shocked she couldn't scream. Then after a few seconds, the small figure walked into her closet. She bolted from the room and ran to her parents. Again, they didn't believe her. Her dad checked the closet and there was nothing. And that night, while trying to sleep, the closet door slowly opened, just a few inches. Nothing came out, but it moved. She ran to her parents' room again, and the next day before going to bed, she tied the closet door shut with a cable. That night, she heard the doors slowly tugging, then violently shaking, like something trapped inside. The following day, one of the girls that she had played the Ouija board with, she came over. She wanted to ask the board something about her boyfriend, suspecting that he was cheating. My ex told her, "No, something really bad happened. I don't want it here anymore. Please take it." But the friend begged, just one more time. Reluctantly, my ex agreed. They sat down, placed their hands on the planchette, and before they could even ask a question, the board began spelling out my ex's name. "Pamela, remember your promise to God. Don't break it, because next time I'll take you." And that was the last straw. She threw the board away. Years later, when I first met her, she still lived in that house, and she actually showed me the closet handles where she had tied the cables. You could see the wear and the scratch marks like something had been trying to force its way out. For years, she refused to watch horror movies or even hear the word Ouija. For a long time, we slept with the lamp on just in case. After she got rid of the board, nothing else ever happened, but the fear stayed with her. If you go to a resort in Santa Fe, New Mexico, you might meet a famous ghost. Here there are a few nameless ghosts with no backstory or origin, but after I posted my last story about my lovely town of Santa Fe, in the comments I had somebody bring up another place on my list, so I decided that it'd be the next story I'd tell you guys. This is a very sad, tragic story, and it also happens to be one of my personal favorites. La Posada is a very beautiful and very old resort and spa. They offer lots of services for the folks who might be a little bit heavier in the pockets. There's one, however, who stays here without paying a cent. I mean, she's the lady of the house after all. Abraham Staub was an ambitious young man from Germany. His brother Zadok and himself decided to come to Santa Fe, New Mexico to start a trading business. That was in 1854. And they were successful in their endeavors, accumulated a large fortune. About 10 years later, in 1865, Abraham returned to Germany for one thing. Julia Schuster was a young, beautiful, and refined German girl, and she was to be Abraham's bride. They were married in Germany. After celebrating their nuptials and getting some affairs in order, they traveled back to Santa Fe so Abraham could not only continue his business, but so they could start their new luxurious life. When arriving, Abraham showed his love for his young bride by building her a grand French Second Empire mansion beyond her wildest dreams. It was one of the biggest homes in Santa Fe at the time. They spent no time at all filling it with children and guests as Julia rapidly became a prominent socialite and a mother of 7. Their stature made them well respected, and this led Abraham to becoming the first president of the Chamber of Commerce. And if the story ended here, it would be a happily ever after story. However, the Staub's good fortune and happy life would shatter, although it might not have been as happy-go-lucky as it seemed. Behind the huge parties and well-respected image is rumored to be abuse and neglect. Some say Abraham wasn't a very good husband, like many of the men at the time. To them, a woman was property, and striking their wives wasn't something they hesitated to do. Not too long after, Julia had her 8th child. The infant died. Julia became extremely depressed, and the depression only worsened when she suffered from several miscarriages. It said her hair rapidly and prematurely turned white, and her mind was slipping fast. She apparently retired to her boudoir for the remainder of her short life and completely lost her mind. In 1896, at the age of 52, Julia couldn't take her suffering anymore and took her own life. Years later, in 1913, Abraham died as well. The Staub mansion continued to be filled with guests as they built around the mansion and turned the entire estate into what was and still is La Posada Resort. Booked to full capacity year-round as one of the most popular places to stay in town. Its history hasn't affected the flow of people staying there. I mean, Julia doesn't run guests off. However, it is said that she sometimes runs off employees. I know several people who have in fact worked at the La Posada, my father being one of them, and they've all told me the same story. When being hired in any position at the La Posada, your training manager gives you a rose. They proceed to take you up to the 2nd floor of the main house, the Staub mansion itself, to Julia's boudoir. There you are to leave the rose in her windowsill and introduce yourself to Julia. It's said if this is not done, she will make you quit in one way or another, taking the lack of introduction and gift as a sign of disrespect. Yeah, the manager can hire you, but Julia is the one who really decides if you stay. Of course, the help must show the lady of the house the utmost respect, and this hasn't changed since Julia was alive. My dad was hired as a server in the restaurant. This was many years ago. He had a couple of strange things happen when he worked there. One night, the bar was buzzing with the sound of patrons drinking and dining and being social. There was a man sitting at the bar who was acting belligerent. The bartender was a woman who worked there for some time, and I imagine Julia took a liking to her, maybe was even protective of her. The man was being very disrespectful to her bartender, when all of a sudden, His glass flew off the bar behind him. Many people witnessed the glass or something or another being thrown, all of them in shock. Another time, my dad was working the late shift. He was doing his side work and getting his area ready for tomorrow. The bar was empty as it was closing time, and when he saw her, she was standing at the stairs in her red dress. The red dress is what she usually was seen wearing. She was just standing there looking over the railing. As quickly as she appeared, she was gone. I'm sure to this day people hear her singing lullabies to her lost child, or see her walking the corridors of her beloved home. And perhaps she's still putting people who deserve it in their place. So if you come to Santa Fe and decide to stay at the resort and you get a message, be respectful. Keep eyes out for that red dress. Tucson Haunted House. Around 13 years ago, I lived in Tucson. I'd moved there for a relationship that ended up not working out for many, many reasons. When me and this person were first talking, they never mentioned they were living with their mom and grandma. So when I flew there to move in, it was definitely a surprise that there was family there too. Luckily, they welcomed me. The house was on the outskirts of Oro Valley, right up next to a mountain. The house was definitely built in the 70s and had a lot of interesting things about it. The layout of the house was weird and the front part was pretty normal, but the back of the house was strange. The room we stayed in was basically a room-sized closet with no windows. There was a room next to this room, also without windows but much larger. But this room was used for storage. You can get to the larger room from either this room or walking through the kitchen and around the sunroom like a circle. The sunroom was off to the side of the kitchen. It was the length of the entire house and had full windows that look out to the desert. So definitely it could be creepy at night. At first, I didn't understand why no one was really allowed to go into that room until I started noticing things. It wasn't a strict rule, but they just encouraged you to avoid going in there. I've experienced the paranormal my entire life, so I pick on these things quickly. Started with me going in that room to get to the laundry room. It was faster than walking all the way around. But every time I went in there, the temperature would very noticeably drop. You'd get this intense feeling if somebody was watching you from somewhere. A deep feeling of uneasiness. I later found out that the mom used to stay in that room when she was addicted to heroin. Her and a friend would use for days locked up in there. And I have a feeling the usage of drugs contributed to the negativity that was in this house. So it made sense to me why this room had such a bad energy. I've lived in haunted houses throughout my life, and this one was on the top 3 most memorable. Started going to a cosmology school and would use the sunroom to study in. I don't really know why, but this family had like 10 couches in the sunroom. One night I was there studying, and I'm curled up in one of the couches under a lamp when I see from the corner of my eye a ball of light. It flew from a corner. It came flying right into my face. I immediately threw my books across the room and ran into the bedroom where my partner was. That orb was so bright I had star-like vision, like if somebody shined a flashlight in my eyes. Another night we're laying in bed. All the lights are off and the only light in the room is coming from the little sort of light on the VCR. I'm just laying there waiting for my eyes to get heavy when I see it. Something blacker than black in a corner. Almost looks like smoke creeping up the wall. My eyes are locked on it when I notice something moving beside me. I turn and look, and the wall I'm next to has 3 more figures moving up like smoke up the wall. I start shaking my person like, dude, what the hell is that? And they sit up and point to another corner, and they're like, yeah, they come all the time. There's one over there too. Plops back down and rolls over. Dude, what? This is normal for you? As I turn to look back at the wall, I see one of the smokes melt down and lay next to me. I immediately get up and turn all the lights on. We're sleeping with the lights on tonight. Another night I wake up in this pitch black room. I can't move. I can open my eyes and move them, but I can't move my body. And there's also this weird light shrouding my entire body like a mist, and I can't breathe. I can't move. I start to panic. I can't even move a finger to touch my partner or try to wake them. It felt like an eternity, and I can feel myself like using all my energy to try to fight this, but all of a sudden, like a flip switched. My body sat straight up so fast, I let out this scream. It was like a scream that was like backwards. I was inhaling and screaming at the same time. Another night I wake up and I'm already just staring up at the ceiling. I have this strange feeling of just calm, like blissful. I start seeing figures walking above me. They're made of light, and it reminds me of the scene in Spirited Away in the Train with the Spirits. Couldn't make out any details, only silhouettes, but I could see some guy wearing a wide-brim hat carrying a briefcase. Some woman-shaped figure in dresses, and I couldn't take my eyes off of them. It was like I was in a trance, and as soon as they appeared, they were gone, and I slipped back into sleep. And the weirdest night for me was the night we went out drinking with some friends. I'm in my early 20s at this time, and drinking was like the go-to thing to do. We get super drunk and make it home at some point. I don't remember much. The grandma and I never really talked much, and her room was on the opposite side of the house of where my room is. She pretty much just stayed to herself and rarely came out unless it was to shower or to eat. So I wake up around 4, and I don't know where I am, and I know I'm on the floor, and I feel carpet. But nothing looks familiar, and it's pretty dark. The only light's coming in from a window, and I see that I'm at the foot of the bed, and I slowly stand up, and I see it's the grandma. She's sleeping in her bed. I slowly make my way to the door and quietly step out and make my way to my side of the house. When I crawl in bed, my person wakes up and is confused, saying 1 minute I was there and the next I wasn't, and that they would have felt me get out of the bed as the bed pushed against the wall. I was sleeping next to the wall, and I have to climb over them to get out, so I don't know how I ended up there. The story of the haunted museum in my hometown. In 2022, my friend and I developed an interest in ghosts. Our town and the surrounding area had 2 stories that stuck out when it came to ghosts. The first one that most people knew about was the Ghost Road. I'll not get too much into that story, although it is very interesting. But it was mostly just a tradition in our sort of town during Halloween to get people spooked out. The second story was a little bit less known, but if you were a child in school, you would have heard about it. Our town has a historical museum. It showcases our town's history. It's a very old building, and it's full of artifacts and items from our town over many years. In late elementary school, everybody would take a field trip, and they'd go and get ice cream after. While there, you would hear about the story of Abigail, the ghost. The story goes that Abigail was a 17-year-old girl who was stood up on a prom date and died of a broken heart. This was just a story that the museum curator would say to spook the kids, which it did. But it was also a story to go along with the strange things that would happen in the museum. The museum curator explained that a room on the second floor of the building, now called Abigail's room, would have the light on in the middle of the night with no one there. And the building is right across our town courthouse. The police would often call the museum curator and ask if anybody was in the building, fearing a break-in had happened. No one was ever in the building. I had some simple ghost equipment that I had bought online. Cheap EMF reader, a spirit box, and a twist-on flashlight. My friend had gotten a hold of me, explaining that he was interested in contacting the museum curator about doing a ghost investigation at the museum. My friend and a few other friends and I had a meeting with her. Without much convincing at all, she agreed to our coming late at night and doing our own investigation. A few days later, we started our investigation. We started by sitting at the large table together with the museum curator, coming up with a game plan. We started with the EMF reader in the spirit box in the kitchen area. We didn't get much, but we got some audio that was not very clear and could not be ruled out as supernatural. We moved through the house, and at the stairwell, we got some spikes in the EMF, and I don't see a spike from an EMF I bought off Amazon as concrete proof as being a supernatural thing. But it was definitely exciting. We moved to the second floor after going up an old spiral staircase. The first room was filled with old artifacts from the early 1900s. We moved through some rooms and got some voices on the spirit box and EMF spikes, but nothing too convincing. That was until we moved to the back room. The back room was small, filled with dresses and clothing. We decided to set the flashlight down, twist it barely on so with any touch it could turn on and off, but not so touchy that a footstep or a gust of air could mess with it. The first thing we asked was, if there's anything here with us, can you please turn on the flashlight? Instantly, the flashlight turned on and we were all in shock. Can you please turn off the flashlight for us? Immediately it turned off, and we would ask many questions, and this was several years ago and can't remember them. And every question would be met with the flashlight's reps nodding. There was no time during the flashlight experiment that it would turn on or off without question, or being asked a question. We spent around 30 minutes talking to it before moving to the basement. The basement felt extremely off. We didn't get much from the EMF or spirit box, but the flashlight worked extremely well. We would ask questions down there, asking if this was the same spirit, and it responded that it was not. This spirit did not answer every question like the one before. It was only asking a few questions with a yes. Or answering, I'm sure. These questions were, are you a different spirit? Or are you an evil spirit? And a question that ended up with us deciding to leave. Do you want to hurt us? After hearing that the spirit was not too fond of you, we ended up leaving that night. We had done a few more investigations there, not learning anything new. The last day we went, we sat down with the museum curator, explained to us that maybe we could make some money off of this. Maybe we could do something with it, maybe during Halloween, and after this discussion in the museum, our investigations never came back with anything. No flashlight turning on or off, and no EMF and no spirit box. Later, my friend would see the museum curator at the store and speak with her. She explained that the whole investigation at the museum changed how she thought about everything. This was one of the 2 houses that I'd investigated in my town. The other building I'd investigated was much more exciting. It scared me for a long time. It was previously an adult daycare building. Had been reported haunted through the years it was open. And I can assure you it was still haunted when we investigated it. If anybody'd like that story, I'll gladly tell that one as well. The ghost didn't just appear, it followed. Across states, across years. At Paranormal M, we trace the path of fear. Subscribe. Don't break the chain. What is the weirdest or most paranormal thing that has ever happened to you? According to some of my relatives, half joking, half serious, they say that my mom and one of my aunts once played with a Ouija board when they were kids, right at the entrance of our house, the one that connects the street to the patio. Since I can remember and became aware of my surroundings, I started to notice certain presences, if I can call them that. During my childhood, from around age 6 to 10, I shared a room with two of my siblings. There was always one rule that we agreed on: never look at the window. The room had a big window that stretched from the floor to the ceiling. It faced a small back room where we kept brooms, the gas tank, and the boiler. Kind of like a cleaning room. From that window, we would often see things. Our bunk bed was right next to it. We never turned to look at it on purpose. We had many nightmares as kids. Would often sleep in the same bed. When we did get brave and look, nothing would happen. As if what we thought we saw was just our imagination or tricks of the light. Sometimes, around 3 and 4 a.m., we'd hear light tapping on the window, like someone knocking at a door. Other times we'd hear whispers calling our names. It was honestly terrifying. We avoided looking at the window because we did see strange things. I remember seeing two little girls there. It wasn't just once. It happened several times. Always at night. They stood so close to the glass it felt like I could sense their breath. One wore a black dress and the other a red one. They looked like old, creepy dolls. Even now, remembering that gives me chills. Things got more intense over time. Louder noises at the window, knocks on the door, and even footsteps or heels on the roof. But our house is only one story, and the upstairs apartment was empty most of the time. By the time I was 9 or 10, I'd see shadows moving from the corner of my eye. Later, things started getting knocked over or moved. And once we came home from school, around 11 p.m., and my bedroom door suddenly slammed open like somebody had kicked it. That same night, the window was hit so hard it felt like it might break. Then the bed moved. Not slightly, but violently. Like somebody shoved it with full force. We were just 3 kids home alone, and I swear it was terrifying. Eventually everything stopped. No noises, no shadows, and it was like whatever was tormenting us had disappeared. Maybe because we weren't little kids anymore, but it wasn't really over. After 2 quiet years, weird things started again when a relative visited, and that day, they swore they saw a man dressed entirely in white, about 6 feet tall, wearing a white suit, a white hat, and with pale, colorless skin. They said he waved at them from the upstairs apartment, but we knew nobody was living there. Other guests later asked about the old man in white. They thought he was our grandfather. We didn't have a grandparent living with us, and apparently he would wave at them from above. Later on, the relative who stayed upstairs said he often heard little girls laughing. One time, he dreamt of a girl who tried to take him with her. He realized it wasn't his daughter and woke up sweating and freezing with the sensation that he was still holding something in his hand. After that, things stopped again. It was as if whatever was there just started to ignore us. But around age 15, I started hearing footsteps in the upstairs apartment again. The same noises behind the window returned, and then a new thing started. I began seeing a little boy. Sometimes we'd spot him in the patio watching us. Other times he'd just walk around, and eventually I moved into what used to be the storage room. Just a regular room where we kept stuff. That's because I needed my own space as a teenager. Since moving into that room, things have gotten even weirder. Sometimes I wake up and find the wardrobe doors open. My desk chair, which is right next to my bed, is always facing me, like it's watching me sleep. And sometimes somebody knocks on my door, and other times I hear a child laughing or crying. There are nights when everything is quiet, and others when it feels very active. And lately I'm scared to sleep with my back facing the chair, and every time I do, I feel something climb onto the bed or someone breathing on the back of my neck. So now my rule has changed. It's no longer don't look at the window. It's don't turn your back on the chair. The trees with holes that have no bottom in Devil's Grove, Santa Fe, New Mexico. My hometown of Santa Fe, New Mexico is extremely haunted. Being the oldest capital in the United States, lots of terrible things have happened on the ground that hundreds of thousands of tourists walk upon each year. The ground is soaked with the blood of the natives who lived here when the Spanish conquered the land. This is the first of many stories of my hometown I'm going to post. The oldest cemetery in the city has graves that go back to before the 1800s. People who are said to haunt certain buildings are buried there. It just so happens that the cemetery's address is 1134. 1134 spells hell if you flip it. Just a little fun fact. The front of the cemetery is gated, but the original iron gate doesn't run the perimeter. The back of the cemetery has no fence. Many here say that's because the graves go, farther past where the marked graves end. And directly behind the cemetery is a power transformer that's so big you can hear the hum from the front of the cemetery. You see where I'm going with this? Spirits feed off of electricity in order to manifest. A lot of people who live here don't even know that behind the cemetery is a little forest in the middle of town, successfully hidden by building homes and a huge academy around it. These woods are called Devil's Grove. The trees, however, are odd. Many of them have holes in the middle that go farther down to where the trunk meets the ground. There's no fencing or anything, but the wood is sort of hidden in plain sight. The people who live in the homes surrounding it do not venture there. I've tried finding the article on Google, but I had no luck, so I have to go to the library to look through archives. However, in the late 80s, a boy who lives in the area went missing. His mother said that he'd went to play in the arroyo, the river runoff. It ran through the wood and behind the homes. They searched and they found him in the wood. He was head first up to his waist in one of the tree holes. He was obviously dead already. See, the holes aren't big enough to fit your body into, even if you were a small boy. The tree had dug into his stomach and back, and there's no way he would have been able to get himself into the hole. It said the tree looked like it had swallowed him. So fast forward to 1991. My dad was in his late teens, and he was a gang member. He had a terrible home life and turned to the streets. He and his friends decided to rob a gas station up the street from the cemetery. It went bad and the cops were called. He ran, cut through the cemetery, and went to hide in the trees. Of course, he'd heard the stories of Devil's Grove, but my daddy was a superstitious man his whole life, so he didn't think anything as he laid down among the trees to hide from the cops. They came through and passed him going farther, eventually making their way out back to the street. When it went silent about an hour later, he got up to pee. He walked a couple of feet so he wouldn't be peeing by his bed for the night. And as he was peeing on one of the trees, he noticed it had a hole. Finishing, he looked around and picked up a handful of rocks. He held the rock up high as the hole and dropped it to the ground. Hitting the ground, it made a noticeable thud. So he dropped the first decent-sized rock down the hole. However, he never heard the rock hit the ground. He dropped another and another, but he never heard anything hit solid ground. Unnerved, he went back to his spot and lay back down. The later it got, the more the area came to life. He heard footsteps several times, along with leaves cracking and twigs snapping. But there's no one there. The cops had flashlights and talked amongst themselves with their radios blaring static earlier in the night. So he knew the lone footsteps were not them. He stayed in the woods almost all night until he finally started to get scared. Looking up from the ground at the trees surrounding him, he felt unsafe. Almost 15 years later, after I was already a kid, we moved into the neighborhood behind the trees. The arroyo ran right outside my bedroom window, so we're very close to these trees. And I tell you what, I was never allowed to go even close to it or the trees. I did eventually explore the trees and the cemetery as a teen, and I saw figures. I've heard many unexplainable noises, and the activity was definitely more intense near the transformer. Hopefully, I can go to search the archives to see if I can find the news articles of that boy. But anyways, that's the story of Devil's Grove. Can't wait to tell you guys more, because I have a lot of stories about just how haunted Santa Fe, New Mexico is. Strange activity in my home. Hi. I think my house has at least one ghost. It's very hard to tell though, because we are a family of ADHDers and have a bunch of pets. I'm writing this on my phone, so please forgive the formatting. For some background, I grew up in this house. My parents bought it from a family who bought it new in 1976. Only lived here for about 4 years. My parents rented it out to one family for about 4 years in the 90s before I bought it from them and moved my new little family back in. The neighborhood is built on an old limestone quarry. I've lived here for most of my life, except for a few years in my teens. As a child, I always felt watched, and I'd sit in my window at night and felt something in the backyard in the dark just watching. It wasn't scary, just present. There's also a central part of the house, between the hall and the garage and laundry room, that feels spooky. My sister corroborated the spooky feeling one time when she was visiting and told me about a time when she was doing laundry. She was overcome with the feeling of get out. In my previous marriage, we had a lot of my then-husband's family living here. At one time, there were 7 children under the age of 12. All of them were afraid of this area. Multiple adults have pointed out that it feels eerie there as well. Over the last couple of years, I've noticed more activity in the house. The notable things are, 1, phantom cat jumping onto the bed. I was working overnights at the time and would spend my off nights in a sleeping house. One night, I'm laying in bed with my now husband who was sleeping. I was browsing the internet when I felt a cat jump on the bed and walk between my husband and me, and then laid down. We put the pets up at night and keep them out of the room while we sleep. I thought maybe we missed putting one of them, so I shone my flashlight over to where I thought it was. Nothing was there. I felt around and still nothing. I hopped up and did a head count of pets, and everyone was accounted for. 2. Loud crashing of shelves to the ground with nothing out of place. For a couple of months, randomly, a loud crashing noise was coming from the office. And we have a bunch of shelves on the walls, and those shelves are full of crap. Collectibles and Legos and pictures and trinkets, you get the point. So hearing one of those shelves come crashing down and stuff breaking and flying across our tile floor was alarming. But when we'd go to check on it, nothing would be out of place, and this happened at least 5 times. I was not the only one to hear it, and I wasn't the only one to go check. I have a video from my security camera of the noise, and the camera was pointed at the puppy crate. 3. A hanging plant was torn from its place. I had some small succulents hanging in my window in the kitchen. One was a little guy in a swing hanging from twine. The twine was fairly substantial. It was in good condition that day when I checked the moisture level of the soil. I wish I had taken a picture of the twine after this happened, but I wasn't thinking of documenting anything yet. But as I was saying, in the early hours of the morning, the twine was pulled apart at all 3 supporting points, and my plant went tumbling. The most striking thing about this is that my dogs didn't bark, and if I set something down too hard in my nightstand in the night, my dogs will go off. But nothing here. It's like they were watching and the noise was expected. I have a recording of the noise, and the silence that follows, and I checked the video to see if there's a cat to blame, but no one seemed to be over there when it happened. 4. Sunglasses go missing, and they're later found in a reusable baggie in the sink. And this is a weird one that I can't figure out. I was alone at home and getting ready to leave for an appointment. I have to have my sunglasses to dry because daylight hurts my eyes, and as I was leaving, I opened my purse and checked for and saw my glasses and put my phone in my purse. Then I decided I should use the bathroom before I left. I set my purse down, went to the bathroom. Then I grabbed my purse and went to the door while digging for my glasses. Not in there. Stumped, I retraced my steps, and I couldn't find them. I searched for a few minutes, but had to go, and when I got home again, I searched again and found nothing. And like I said, I have ADHD, so I'll often lose something I'm holding, but can usually find it. I keep looking and getting rather frustrated. I eventually pull my husband in to help look. Nothing. I give up for the evening and I go do the dishes, and in the sink inside of a reusable sandwich bag are my glasses. And this weirds me out enough to review my security camera footage because did I put them in there? No, I saw on the tape where I put the bag in the sink the night before. I saw me searching for the glasses, and then when my husband and I were talking about where they could be, I saw the bag open by itself. Like the ghost was trying to help or something. Well, I don't know. It seems so strange. These are the most recent and, well, most my attention-grabbing of incidents. There's always something weird happening, but 99% of the time I can attribute it immediately to my ADHD or pad. Ghost in my room in San Francisco hotel. This happened 4 years ago, and to this day it still gives me the creeps because of how intense it was. I'm from Southern California, and had just got married and was moving to Northern California. Before I moved, my friend and I decided we'd take a trip to San Francisco and check out the Bay Area. Since I'd be calling that home soon, she had never been. She booked the room with 2 full beds, and she told me she got the room for a really good price, because it was during the week and the hotel was pretty old. We drove up to San Francisco in separate cars. Met at the hotel. It was a complete 180 from the pictures I saw online. Well, that's normal. It was a Victorian-era hotel, and the inside where the front desk was completely dark and ominous looking. No windows except for the glass front doors and mirrors everywhere. After checking in, we took the elevators to the 5th floor, and as soon as the elevator doors opened, we were surprised at how dead silent it was, given the fact that San Francisco is extremely noisy. Our room was the very last door on the left, very end of the hallway. The carpet was a deep red with gold triangles. Gold-framed mirrors covered the walls. Anywhere you turned your head, well, you're guaranteed to see your reflection. And as soon as we got to the door, she handed me the key card and quickly said, "You open it." I swiped the card and pushed the heavy door open, and it was pitch black, which was even creepier given the fact that it was 4 in the afternoon. I did the good old-fashioned put your hand against the wall and quickly look for a light switch before the monster in the room eats your hand. And as soon as I hit the switch, absolutely nothing happened. No light whatsoever. We looked at each other and I said, "You're going in there with me." We held hands and walked into the pitch-black room and felt for light switches and lamps. Finally, I found a lamp on the desk that worked. Well, she and I thought nothing of it. We figured it's an old building, so some of the light switches aren't going to work. A couple of hours later, after we settled in, she and I went to go grab food and decided to go back up to her room and eat since the drive was long and we were exhausted. I let her take the bathroom first, since she wanted to take a shower, and she asked me if it was okay for her to leave the bathroom door cracked open. It made her nervous closing it. As soon as she stepped into the shower, I heard the door close and I was looking at my phone, not paying attention. And all of a sudden I hear her yelling and I hear banging on the door. Hopped up out of the bed and quickly opened the door and asked her why she closed it. She said she didn't close it and that the lights in the bathroom shut off as soon as the door closed. We again explained it away. Heavy door and faulty lights. I had to sit in the bathroom and make sure the door stayed open just so she could finish her shower. Upside down smiley face. Once we were in bed and ready to go to sleep, we decided we'd leave the TV on, since that was the only good source of light in the room and it would help us sleep comfortably, hopefully. And I vividly remember having a dream of me walking through San Francisco, but it was clearly a different era. I want to say 60s or 70s. My dream was colorful and it kind of looked like a poster from a Beatles album. The people in the street looked colorful and happy, and I looked down at my body and I realized it's not my body. I'm in a man's body. Quickly, the colorful streets turned gray. All the people that were colorful and smiling now looked like they were being tortured and in pain. I remember being scared and running away from these people. And I could tell I was panicked and I was trying to get away from something, and suddenly I woke up and the room was just dark. I thought I was still dreaming for a second because I knew for a fact we left the TV on. My eyes adjusted to the dark and I could see my friend sleeping in a full-size bed next to mine. I turned onto my right side, which was the side the only window in our room was facing, and I tried to go back to sleep. And suddenly, the room went cold. So cold that I could feel it on my cheeks. Both cheeks. All 4 of them. Then I heard heavy footsteps coming from the front doorway toward her bed, and I don't know why, but my first instinct was to pretend I was sleeping, and I quickly shut my eyes and I stayed still. I heard the footsteps come toward my bed, which made me panic a little bit. My breathing started racing, and then suddenly, I felt a heavy weight on my left side, like sat right beside me, so heavy that my body moved back toward the weight. I was breathing heavy and started stroking my hair, and I didn't feel anything malicious from it, but I was terrified. I remember not being able to say anything for some reason. I couldn't speak and I couldn't even move, and finally, what felt like minutes, I found the strength to sit up and started yelling my friend's name, "Jessica, Jessica!" She woke up and quickly ran to the desk lamp and turned it on. Told her what happened, and we looked over at the room and checked the door to make sure it was still locked and ended up sleeping in the same bed for the rest of our stay. And after the vacation, I talked to my friend about what happened. He did some research, and turns out the hotel we stayed at was known for being haunted. My ghost story. I still get chills thinking about what happened during my senior year of high school. It all started with this rumor about our school theater being haunted. I know. Haunted theater, tale as old as time. But I swear, this is at least my experience. When I was going through the theater program, older students used to talk about a ghost circle. A circle drawn in chalk on the backstage wall. They said it was there to bind a ghost, and everyone was warned never to break it. No one ever explained exactly what would happen if you did, but even the skeptics wouldn't mess with it. The summer before my senior year, the school started remodeling the theater. They repainted the entire place, including the wall with the ghost circle, painted right over it as if it never existed. And that's when the strange things began. Almost immediately, weird stuff started happening. The janitor, usually very professional, suddenly refused to clean the theater at night, wouldn't go near the prop closet anymore. She seemed genuinely spooked, and the prop closet would make banging noises like pipes clanging. But the moment somebody opened the door, the noises stopped. Props would disappear or turn up in odd places. And there was often a shadowy figure on stage, which we tried to blame on the lighting. Never felt right. I got really curious after everything creepy started and did some research about the ghost story. Found out that a former student, deeply involved in the theater program, had died in a car accident years earlier, right before a show. Out of respect, I won't share more details about him, but knowing this added a whole new layer to the weirdness. The culmination of weirdness was during the senior show I was directing that December. Tech kept glitching and lights malfunctioned and sound cues failed. Things that worked perfectly for weeks in rehearsal started suddenly breaking. On closing night, the house lights refused to work, so I gathered up the cast and crew and we respectfully asked the ghost to stop interfering. The moment we did, the lights flicked on instantly, and I said, "Thank you," out loud, thinking it was polite. But looking back, that's probably when the ghost attached to me. After the show, my stage manager gave me a bouquet of flowers. I took them home, put them in a vase or a vase, whichever wording you guys fancy. I'm going with vase today. They put them in a vase on the kitchen table. I spent the rest of my night sat at the table talking with my aunt who was visiting. And after literal hours of chatting, 3 of the flowers suddenly slumped over at the same time. They didn't just bend, they looked like their stems had been cleanly cut, revealing the inside of the stems. I couldn't explain why or how it happened after they'd stood perfectly all evening. I didn't tell my aunt about the ghost then, even though it felt exactly like something we'd expect from the theater spirit. Weird things started happening at home. I slept in the finished basement, where my bed was in the corner, and the doorways only had curtains instead of doors. Sometimes I'd wake up to see the curtains swaying and thought it was just drafts. Then one night I felt my bed dip behind me as if somebody sat down, but when I turned around, no one was there. Later, my aunt stayed over again in another part of the basement, and one morning told me she thought the dog had jumped in bed with her. She felt something run up her body, but when she opened her eyes, the dog was, well, no dog was there. The dog had been locked upstairs all night. That's when I finally told her everything about the ghost. She suggested calmly communicating with him and asking him to leave me alone while I was sleeping. We kept it between us and didn't tell the rest of my family yet. Months later, one of my sisters had a friend sleep over. She and my sister shared a bed while my other sister slept on the ground next to them. The next morning, the friend said that the sister, who was supposed to be sleeping on the floor next to the bed, held her hand all night. She gushed about how sweet it was. But the sister denied this, saying she went back to her own bed early, didn't hold anyone's hand. The friend was so freaked out she never stayed over again. And eventually, I told my family about the ghost following me home, and they shared their own experiences. One sister heard a loud bang one night and found a bag had fallen off a shelf for no reason. Another kept hearing noises from her closet that stopped whenever she opened it. But luckily, nothing was ever out of place. That was just the beginning. There were more strange incidents over the next couple of years, like noises and movements. Little things that still make me shiver. But then, almost as suddenly as it began, it all stopped, and it's been years now. I have no idea why the ghost left or what made him move on, and my family and I almost joke about him now. Like he was just some weird, invisible member of the household. Since then, nothing unusual has happened, and life's gone back to normal. There were a few other incidents that came to mind for me writing this post. I'll have to ask my family to remember the majority of them. It's not the scariest by any means, but I swear to everybody I know, we had a ghost for at least a few years. Clown. When I was 6 years old, my mom took me to a circus. There at the entrance, we were greeted by the scariest being I've ever seen. And since that day, I've been very afraid of clowns, which became a trauma that I still can't get over. One time, December, home alone, my mother was out of town visiting Granny. My dad working until late. My brother, I believe, was at a friend's house, so I was alone, and I received a call from my best friend. She told me she was going to pick me up so we could go to the fair. Obviously, I asked my parents for permission. Since they've known my best friend since we were little, they said, the fair was not very far from my house, and I was very surprised that they let me walk there since they never really let me out alone. And to this day, I am prohibited from going out to the backyard without somebody being with me. The fair was located in an empty lot. It was installed every year there. We played a lot of games and winning stuffed animals or sweets, and we ate a lot of sweets. When we were taking a break, we met a clown. I froze for a moment, and he didn't speak. He just smiled and walked around the place while making gestures with his hands and weird faces. And to be honest, he seemed to act more like a mime than a clown. But it seemed that he was discreetly approaching us more and more. It was time to leave. My friend greeted him before leaving, and you could see my face of fear at the moment he looked me straight in the eye. But we still kept walking to get to my house early. Started talking about how weird was that, and that we started hearing a noise behind us. It was strong stepping. They both heard around, but there was nothing. So we kept walking for a couple of minutes, and my friend got scared and started saying she'll wait for her parents there. I told her to go to my house and call them just to be more safe. Obviously, I told them that because I also felt that something was not right, and I didn't want to be alone myself. We both knew that we were being followed, and that it was not good. But at the same time, we were relieved because we were at the entrance to my house. Started looking for my keys, of course, and I always have the habit of losing them, so it was going to take a while to find them. Didn't take me too much to find, but at the moment my friend whispered to me to turn back, and there was a clown watching at us, hidden in some trees of the neighbors. When the clown noticed we noticed him, he went out of the trees, started walking to us. My hands were shaking a lot, and my friend grabbed the key, and I dragged myself with her inside my house, locking everything with a key. The truth is that we feel a little relieved since, as my family cares a lot about security. The inside door had 3 padlocks, and the back door 4. So it's hard to get in, and before you ask how my friend opened 3 padlocks, the door was open, and I have 2 doors. The first one only has a key, and the second, which was open because I leave it like that, so they think there's people in the house or something like that. Immediately, I called my parents to tell them what had happened. My father said that he would leave work as soon as possible. but his work is 2 hours from my house. So when he said that we should go hide in his room, and he told me I know what to do if somebody gets in. Brief explanation. My father is very obsessive about security, and, well, I enrolled in self-defense courses and handling weapons, things like that. My father had a gun in his room, which could only be used if something very bad happened. So already in the room, I looked out the window, and there we could see the clown standing in the middle of the street watching my house, looking straight at the window, looking at us. It was like as if he was watching us or waiting for us. I rapidly closed the windows. We went hiding. My father arrived at a light speed, and when driving is a very kinda carefree. When driving is very carefree. C-A-F-R-E. Carefree, perhaps? Well, I skip red lights and everything. I think driving with my dad scares me more than a clown. But when my dad arrived, the clown wasn't there anymore. Or at least that's what we really think, since he could go back into hiding. I'm even terrified of the idea that maybe he was hiding in the trees all night watching us sleep. Mom arrived hours later, and my brother stayed at his friend's house for security. The next morning, my grandfather, being head of the ministry, took me to the police station to make a report of what had happened. Later, we went to the fair to solve things. But when my grandfather asked about the clown with the black and white makeup that carried a giant mallet in his hands, those at the fair could only answer that no clown with those characteristics worked there at the fair. As much as the officers searched the place, they could never find it. I'm grateful to have made it home before the clown approached us. We moved to a new house near my grandparents. People could say, but if you see dead people and paranormal things, why are you afraid of a simple clown? Let me tell you something. In this world, well, you should be afraid of the living people more than the dead. Sometimes. Visitation Dream. This story happened this past December, 2024. But to preface the story, my husband's grandparents had a very weird relationship. They'd been together since they were 18 and were married for 50 years. They were not very lovey-dovey. My husband's grandmother had been bedridden for about 2.5 years. They were in kidney failure. We had just found out recently that she was not a candidate for dialysis. She wasn't able to do anything for herself, and my husband's grandfather had been her caregiver during this time. We set her hospital bed up in the kitchen, and she was happy to just be home. Me and my husband had been staying with his grandparents and aunt and uncle. They all lived together on their couch for about 2 weeks, after moving from the other side of the duplex after a disagreement with his great aunt who lived on the other side. And his grandfather was in the process of clearing out the spare room upstairs for us. And one day he finally did, so we got all of our stuff in there, and he had made a nice pork roast dinner. He was in a great mood that night. We all had a glass of eggnog together and went to bed. The next morning, we all wake up, and my husband goes to work, and around 12:30 that afternoon I got a call from my mother-in-law. They were saying that she had found my husband's grandfather dead in the driveway. He had had a massive heart attack while going to take her dog on a walk. Damn. The only reason that my mother-in-law had found him was because the doors to her car were locked, which she never locks. She ended up locking her keys in the car, and he had given her a spare key, but she didn't know where he was. So we left work, and my husband and most of his family went to the hospital to go deal with all of that. I was at the house with his grandmother. When everybody arrived home, we told her that he was gone and cried together, and then some of us went outside just to get some air. A tree fell in the backyard. His grandmother shared a glass of champagne with us the night in memory of his grandfather. That night was the second night that we kind of swept in the spare room, which I will assume is slept. My husband woke up the next morning. He looks at me. He said that he'd be right back, so he went to his grandfather's room. Was looking for something. He comes back empty-handed. Tells me that in the middle of the night he had a dream, and his grandfather had come into our room while we were in there sleeping. Then woke him up and said, "Did you give Mima her Christmas present yet?" My husband was like, "No, we don't know where it is." And my husband's grandfather in the dream said, "Well, the hell are you waiting for? I'll show you where it is." So he goes in there and he sees the present, and it's in a blue box. It's a silver necklace with the words on the box, but fast forward to the next morning, my husband couldn't find it. He was like, "Oh, okay, maybe it was just a dream." So later that day, my mother-in-law and myself, my husband and his aunt that were all living in the same house, we're all sitting in the living room. My husband mentioned the dream he had, and his aunt says, "Wait a second," and goes upstairs. She comes downstairs with the blue box that my husband had seen in his dream and says, "Is this it?" Once we actually saw the words it said, we were in shock. It basically says something along the lines of, "To my wife, I didn't marry you because I could live with you. It's because I can't live without you." Which had a character for him. He's never the type of person to be romantic like that. He was a sailor and spent a lot of time in a sailboat. And he was a major stoner. His aunt said that she was cleaning up his grandfather's room looking for his phone and found it and brought it into her room so it didn't get lost. So the next day his grandmother ends up in the hospital with a severe infection. Wasn't doing great. We brought it to the hospital to give it to his grandmother, and when my husband was giving it to her and telling her about the dream, it felt like grandfather was in the room. I could visualize his grandfather standing behind my husband with his hand on his shoulder. After that, we went home, and his aunt called us and said that his grandmother had said that she wanted to go into hospice and be with her husband. So for the next week and a half, we visited her, and she never spoke again. She slipped into an almost comatose-like state. She ended up passing away on Christmas Day, right after her youngest grandchild, 11, opened a present that she had gotten him. The next day, my husband tells me that he had another dream. And in this dream, we were in the living room and his grandfather was there. But he looked younger, more put together, and he ran up and hugged his grandfather and told him that he missed him. After about a minute of him hugging him, he said that, "That's enough. I got things to do." So after that, his grandmother comes walking down the stairs in fancy clothes. They said bye to everyone and left. We lost his grandfather on December 11th, 2024. His grandmother, December 25th, 2024. Exactly 2 weeks to the date. June 13th, 2024. The visitor outside my door. Weird incident and confusing answers. This happened on June 13th, 2024. And for some context, I lived alone during my final semester of college in a small rented room. The structure had 4 floors. It was built onto a slope in a hilly region. The topmost floor, which was actually the entrance level, was where the landlord stayed. Below him lived his brother, and the remaining 2 floors were rented out to students. It was a simple space, a single room with an attached bathroom. The door was flimsy and the walls were chipped and peeling. It was concerning, but I didn't complain. I was almost done with college and figured I'd just stick it out. Around 11 p.m., I'm chatting with my friend online when a sudden loud bang scared the heck out of me. Quickly hurried to wear some trousers. It was hot, so I was only wearing a t-shirt. Don't judge me. I'm not. First thought, maybe it was one of the other tenants. Second thought is an intruder or burglar maybe. I was also about to open the door when I froze. My whole body was telling me to avoid it. The bangs were as if somebody was trying to break in. The same motion when you try to open a locked door. And after a while, the noise stopped and I thought, okay, whatever that was, it's gone. But then, around 11:45, it happened again. This time it was shorter and I grabbed a kitchen knife for protection, in case it was a burglar, and I stepped out. Nothing. No one. Just stillness and silence. I checked the whole floor and there was no one. Turns out the other tenants who shared my floor had gone home earlier. The only people in the building were the landlord, his family, and the guy that lived downstairs. I quickly walked inside and locked the door. Fuck this shit. I'm not gonna risk it. Fast forward to 4 a.m. The same loud bang woke me up. I was half asleep, but I recorded a video. And this time I got the courage to open the door, and behold, there was a dog outside, just sitting there. Not barking, not scratching, no sound. Just sat and stared at me. So I calmed down thinking, oh, it's just a dog. Decided to sleep. And that's when the dog started scratching on my door. Walked out again, led the dog to the top floor. Since the gate was locked, I decided to let it out. But then it hit me. This time it was the dog. I heard the distinct sound of dog-style breathing and the way it moved and whimpering to be let out or in. It only pushed on the door with its body, nothing like the previous ones, push and pull types. And the other bangs before that, nothing, with no footsteps and no scratching and nothing. 14th of June, 2024. Around 7 a.m. my gas cylinder starts leaking. So I got help from the guys that lived downstairs. While we were talking, I casually asked if they heard anything last night. And one of them told me, yeah, I thought it was that dog. It was like lying on the stairs in the morning. Later, I went to my friend's place. And I showed her. And I also showed her mom, actually, that video. My friend and her mom, both of them were terrified. She told me, you should talk to somebody. This isn't normal. I went to a temple first, but it was closed, and then a mosque, and no Malvi there, and is that how you say that? Finally, found another mosque, told the Malvi what happened, asked my full name and my parents' names. And then he told me that wasn't a dog, it wasn't human either. It was something that didn't belong to this world trying to play around. Beware. The people around you aren't as good as they seem. They sent this. Since you didn't let it in, you'll be fine. Take this and put this under your bed. You'll be fine, don't be scared. Later, while I was laughing about it with the guys from my building, I noticed something weird. The wooden door with the Indian-style lock had small scratches under it. Wasn't there when I went to college yesterday. I don't know of any dog that would like to scratch under the lock, and I'm not sure it can even do it. It was kind of deep, and I also forgot the dog's face. It's all blurry in my mind. I could blame it on stress or whatever, but I'm not sure. This whole ordeal scared me to death, and I couldn't sleep the following day. When I made sure I was safe, only then could I sleep peacefully. The little boy in my old house. When I left the military and secured a new job, I had to move from Norfolk, Virginia, much closer to Washington, D.C. I lived there alone for a year, until my wife had finished her military service and was able to move her and the kids out to where I was living. When the time came, we settled on renting a small 3-bedroom townhouse. We weren't expecting to be there long, as my goal was to leave Virginia and get a job somewhere else. And as always with life, nothing stays as planned. We ended up living in that house for 7 years until we settled on just buying a home. Those 7 years were filled with some strange occurrences in this house. It all started with a discussion my oldest son would have with his mother about his room at night. He had the second largest bedroom, and at the time he was 4 and our daughter was 3. Our son would go on to tell us how a little boy would come to him in his room at night and talk to him. He said he would talk about how he had to hide from the bad man because he would kill him if he found him. We were confused, but figured maybe he was just having some weird dreams. And this went on for a couple of years, though until he started to get closer to 12 when he ended up having to move rooms. We decided because our youngest daughter is getting older, she needed a bigger room. So the wife and I moved our room into the basement, moved her son into an old room, and moved our daughter to his old room. Then it started again, except with her daughter. She started to tell us how she would see this boy, and unlike my son, it was scaring her. She would often sleep on the couch in the living room, and this is where her odd habit of needing to sleep with lights and TV on started as well. And this isn't where it ended, though. There was an occasion where I was taking a nap on the couch in the living room, and the wife laying opposite of me on the couch was just sitting and reading a book. That's when she saw something. She looks up with her skin pale and asks if I saw what she saw. I didn't, and I asked what did she see. She said she had seen what looked like a very short person walk by the couch right behind where I was laying. Whatever or whoever it was, they were gone. When I turned around at least, and, well, she even saw this thing disappear right in front of her. Needless to say, this terrified her a little, and my wife has always been a bit more sensitive to paranormal things, so she always did see more than I ever did. On another day, while I was at work, the kids were at school. She told me she was laying on the couch, could see right up the stairs to the first landing, and a little boy in very old clothing was actually sitting on the stairs. She explained that she had asked the boy what his name was, and how old he was, and even invited him to sit on the couch with her, and if he was lonely. She said there was not a single answer, and the boy just stayed where he was. Now, I never witnessed or really saw anything happen, but I have had my own experiences as well with this boy. Back before the rooms were moved around, there were many times when the wife and kids would go see her mother, and I'd be home alone for weeks at a time. No matter what I did, you always felt like somebody was sitting with you or watching you. I had a problem with having to sleep in the dark in the home when everyone was gone. I used to sleep in her bedroom when it was upstairs, but I couldn't anymore, as every time I did, there just always seemed to be somebody in the room with me or standing in the hallway. Now, shortly before we ended up moving, there was a series of the same incident that got me to the point where I could never even sleep in the upstairs room anymore, ever. My wife and I don't sleep in the same rooms. It's due to our habits. She needs lights and a TV on, and I need darkness and silence. So we just sleep in other rooms. Well, I opted to just stay on the couch every night. But for a few nights, I had to sleep in my son's room because we had to get rid of our couch, wait for a new one to arrive. My son had a trundle bed, so I slept on it for a few nights. And every night I slept on this thing, I'd be falling asleep, and then I would just feel like someone or something would lay down right next to me. I wouldn't see an indentation, but as soon as I would look, there'd be no one there. At first, I thought, well, maybe it's one of the cats we owned, but they were never in the room with us up there. To be honest, there was really never anyone up there in general. This would happen every night, and when I brought it up one day, my son, who is now 11, told me, "Yeah, it happens all the time. I used to be afraid, but now I'm used to it." I did research on the house. However, there was no listed history of a boy living there, or ever dying on the property. The only history of the area was that it used to be mostly trees where we lived many years ago. The area was also where a Civil War battle happened before everything else. Still no mention of the deaths of young children anywhere. To this day, in an odd way, I feel horrible about moving out of that house, because being a parent has made me feel as if we left a child there to be lonely. And perhaps that's all it was. This child spirit was just happy there were people there. Now he didn't have to feel lonely anymore. Who was this little boy? It's been 15 years. I still see figures and struggle to fall asleep. Ever since I was young, I would see figures and shadows and ghosts and quote-unquote demons. I know it sounds weird or made up, but I think it's important to note that I lived in a haunted house for 9 years, from age 5 to 14, and had my first paranormal experience around 8, or at least that I can remember. Also, I never knew it was a haunted house until recently, while talking to my parents. But apparently, all of our next-door neighbors knew it was haunted. But basically, regardless of whether my eyes are closed or I'm half asleep or fully energized, or if it's midday or midnight, I keep seeing visions of faces and creepy monsters looking like they're trying to, pounce me or get ready to attack me. Even in my dreams, there's always paranormal activity at some point in time. There is a specific person or entity that keeps haunting me. And I don't know who they are, and I refuse to research who they are because I'm genuinely scared. The closest entities I can describe that look like it is, well, without looking up images, is La Llorona and the nun from The Conjuring. Another important note is that I had seen that entity without ever watching those movies, and prior to knowing it even existed. I first saw this entity when I was 8 or 10 years old, and in my dream, when I was 10 years old in my dream, and in the dream. I was in one of the rooms in the haunted house, and it was cornered in a corner and started levitating while staring at me. The next thing I know, we switched places, and it stood where I stood, and where I'm levitating where it levitated. My dreams are realistically haunting and graphic. Has lots of gore, etc. The only thing that keeps me safe or makes me feel safe is singing hymns in my dreams, but it's getting harder and harder. I tried talking to my parents, but they're no help, and I've been researching for any sleep experts or anyone in my area who can help me. They only offer medicine and such, and I've tried meds before for similar reasons, but it's only made things worse. And I'm at my wit's end. I've already tried a lot of things. Oh, and I also live 3 houses away from a haunted house, but I'm also very deeply traumatized and have depression, if that's important in any way. Haunted house lore used to be it used to be a morgue or a funeral home for the cemetery up the road in the 1800s or early 1900s. That was until it was renovated into a rental home. And the room we slept in, where they repaired the bodies, and a lady also supposedly killed herself just outside of her room many years ago. I couldn't find any official documents or information on the house on Google, but many neighbors who have never talked to each other have said the same things about seeing figures and watching them, even when they knew there was no one home, and even described them to have afros and be very tall. There are some tall members of my family, but absolutely none of them or anyone we have invited have an afro or match their description. And there were 11 of us living in the house, excluding the neighbors. And it was very big with a weird layout. The garage was the size of 2 classrooms. The garage was also filled to the brim with junk. When we cleaned it out, we found a bunch of toilet seats. Very old tools we've never seen before, like 1890s. some random bed frames and chairs and cabinets with medical compartments. The backyard was arguably the area that scared me the most. Whenever I was in the kitchen at night, where we could see clearly into the backyard, I swear there was a woman in white watching me. Could never shake the feeling even when I got older. We also had downstairs neighbors, and they had a tiny section of the house themselves. They would last no longer than 2 years because they kept hearing whispers and their doors kept slamming. And we've had 4 or 5 neighbors move in and then move out constantly. I think it was due to the same thing. They initially assumed the whispers were us because it was in Fijian and we're not Fijian. Until they heard our language and realized there was literally no one else who spoke that language in the neighborhood. Our old landlord also confirmed with one of my aunts that the house was indeed haunted when he moved out. What the fuck would you tell us that at the end, bro? We were also the longest ever tenants in the house. Other people have lasted 1 year at most, confirmed by neighbors and the landlord. The house is now fully renovated though, so best of luck to whoever you are. My Belize haunting. I never had a story to contribute, but that changed in May of 2019. My husband and I love to travel. So when I graduated from my ultrasound program in March, we decided to celebrate by taking a trip. 3 of my close friends had also graduated at the same time, so they joined us in our travel plans. We decided to spend a week in Belize. We were so excited. We wanted to see as much of Belize as we could, so we stayed in 3 different areas. The place we stayed was in a town called Placencia. We got a room with these beautiful sort of cabanas right on the beach. We stayed there for a total of 3 nights. The first night was uneventful. The second night, unfortunately, didn't go as smoothly. After a super fun day of beach activities, we decided to head back to the room to get some much-needed rest. However, when we got back to the room, it seemed that the atmosphere had changed a bit, and I felt immediately uncomfortable, but pushed that out of my mind since I was so exhausted. My husband and I were sleeping in the living room, adjacent to the kitchen. Down the hall from the kitchen was a room to the right where 2 of my friends, Ashley and Brianna, they were sleeping, and a room to the left where my friend Selena was sleeping. At the end of the hall was the bathroom. I woke up the second night around 2:30 a.m. to a very loud noise in the kitchen. It sounded as if somebody was banging pots and pans around and clanging the silverware. My husband was sleeping soundly next to me, so I thought it was one of my friends making a midnight snack. Was angry that they were being so loud. There's a little divider between my side of the bed and the kitchen, so I had to lean over to see who was making the noise. I was about to say something to them, but I didn't see anybody there and the noises stopped. I then heard footsteps walking around the hallway and the kitchen very loudly. This went on for an hour, and then it stopped and I was able to fall back asleep. I woke up the next morning, a little bit nervous and a little bit annoyed, wanted to get to the bottom of it. So I asked my friend Ashley if it was her. She freaked out and said she was about to ask me the same thing. She said that she woke up at 2:30 a.m. and heard the exact same things, and she even thought she heard the footsteps pacing around her bed for a while. Brianna had somehow managed to sleep through it, so she crawled into bed next to her and fell back asleep. She told me that she has a dream where she saw a man standing before her, wet and dripping, and she knew that he had drowned. At this point, we were hoping that Selena would say it was her, so we went to ask her about it. Unfortunately, she had woken up at the same time and heard the noises, and the steps went into her room and around her bed. She also said that at one point, they seemed to stop at the side of her bed, She felt as if somebody was watching her. We were all freaking out but decided to finish our stay at the hotel as we only had one night left. The next night I was a little uneasy going to bed but managed to fall asleep anyways. I was woken up around 3 to a loud crash in the kitchen. It sounded like the fridge had fallen over, but when I looked, nothing was out of place, and I was terrified and kept trying to wake my husband. He's a very heavy sleeper, didn't even move, and I was on the verge of tears, but somehow managed to fall back asleep, and as soon as I did, I dreamed that this man was trying to get into our cabana. We had to hold the door shut. Peeked through the window and saw his face, and it was extremely detailed and realistic. He was a white, bald man with a blonde mustache and looked angry. Eventually, he shoved his way through the door and then shoved my chest. And as soon as he, touched me in my dream, I woke up. I felt the sensation of hands in the place that he shoved. Quickly went away. I was awake for another half hour, too terrified to move, but luckily, the sun started coming up and I felt safer. Everyone woke up and didn't have anything to report, so we packed up and hightailed it out of that cabana to the airport. Happy to be going home. We couldn't research anything because the Wi-Fi was awful, so we had to wait until we got home from our trip. As soon as we landed and we started doing research, came across this article about a man who'd been drinking at the bar next to our resort, went out for a swim and ended up drowning, just like the guy in Ashley's dream. They pulled his body up into the beach in front of our resort. The article featured a picture of the man who had drowned. He was a white male with a blonde mustache, like the guy from my dream. We all freaked out, but we knew it was him who was banging around our hotel at night. I emailed the manager, but she defied everything. Maybe defied. Never encountered anything like that, and I can definitely say they say children can see things we can't. We found a place where they all saw the same thing. Paranormal M investigated. Subscribe to hear what they saw and what's still there. My experience in a haunted apartment. So I've lived in Chicago for 6 years now, and my first apartment here was definitely haunted. And I've been a firm believer in the paranormal for years, ever since I was a kid. I found books in my local library about ghosts in the nonfiction section, which of course I believed to be the common real knowledge back then. I always wondered what it would be like to live in an actual haunted house. Well, I know now, and when my roommate and I first moved into this apartment, we were blown away by how cheap the rent was, and how large and accommodating the unit was. The owner of the apartment was a little old lady who we're going to call Janet. Couldn't realistically live there anymore because it was a 3-story walk-up unit and her old age was starting to get to her. She had saved up enough to get a retirement condo by the lake. Didn't want to give up her old apartment entirely, so she decided to rent it out. Nothing crazy happened at first. It was slowly over time that my roommate and I started to notice more and more bizarre things. Like most experiences people have in similar situations, it started out as unexplainable bumps and thuds. This was an older building that had radiator heating, so most of the noises you could attribute to that. But sometimes things would happen. You would hear what sounded like footsteps walking down the hallway, only for no one to appear when they should have. The sound of somebody scratching something seemed to occur around you at random times. There was once I was in my room and probably browsing Reddit. I heard a scratching sound coming from directly underneath a discarded plastic bag near my wastebasket. We've had mice get into the apartment before and die, so I figured it was a mouse or something. Then I threw a pen next to the bag to spook whatever it was from underneath it. The scratching continued to happen uninterrupted, and I finally just sort of stood up and picked the bag up. There was absolutely nothing underneath. The scratching bag never made a noise again. Sometimes, when you were lying down trying to sleep, there was a sudden feeling that somebody had just entered the room. even with the door closed. Hard to explain, but it was a different type of energy, and also feel that same energy dissipate as if whatever it was that came in left. My roommate once claimed to actually see a pair of floating eyes as he walked down the hallway late one night. Also, while he was sick once, he swore he saw a woman standing in the kitchen from down the hallway. When he looked again, she was just gone. Two of the most insane occurrences, they were when they had witnesses. Otherwise, I feel like it would just be me doubting my own sanity. But one was when a friend of mine who was visiting, and I was sitting on the couch in the living room. I'd just finished a cup of yogurt, and I'd put down the spoon still resting in it, and it sat undisturbed for a couple of minutes. Then we both saw it completely do a 360 spin on its axis, as if it tilted itself. Like it went back and then spun and then sat right back down again. My friend and I sat speechless for a second before he said, "Did you just see that?" The other instance was when the same friend was staying over on an inflatable mattress in our dining room. And for context, our apartment was basically like the shape of a dumbbell. At a living room, and then your right was the hallway. There was my roommate's room on your first left and the bathroom door, which also had a connecting door to my roommate's room. And on your next left, and then finally my room on your final left. The hallway opened up into a small dining room, which fed directly into the kitchen. And this night in particular, we'd all been drinking and smoking and what have you. We went to bed and a massive thunderstorm passed through. The sound of thunder woke me up at 3:30. That and the sound of my roommate puking in the bathroom. He had some egg rolls apparently. And as I'm laying there listening to the sound of him vomiting in thunderstorm, I hear my friend who's in the dining get up and walk down the hallway and stop directly in front of the bathroom door, and I thought to myself, well, that's weird. He's getting up to check on, well, we'll call him John. He knew John at college, and, well, he should know that he can take care of himself. But there was no knock on the bathroom door. No anything, and I don't think much of it, and I fell back asleep. When the morning came, I sat in the living room with my roommate and mentioned how our guest had gotten up to check in on him. "I heard that too," my roommate said. Wondered why he was just standing outside the bathroom door. Our friend eventually woke up and joined us, but when we asked why he did that, he just stared at us and said, "I heard that too, but I thought it was you." Sneaky Snorlax getting up to check on John. And from his perspective, I can see how he thought it was somebody else because the steps were walking away from where he was in the dining room. Weird reoccurring experiences at my friend's house. Every day for the past 4 days, my friend has started experiencing some unusual things at around 0000, or 12 a.m. as us Americans say. On the first day, she heard strange growling noises from her gate. When she checked, she didn't see anything there, and on day 2 she went downstairs and tried to open her kitchen door. But she was struggling to open it because it felt like something was physically pushing back on it. She went back upstairs, and in 5 minutes she heard a loud bang downstairs. She went to check it out while on FaceTime with her boyfriend. She tried to open the door, but it somehow jammed, and when she flipped the camera to show her boyfriend that she couldn't open the door, it suddenly unjammed. I don't know if this is related, but she was on mute the whole time until she flipped her camera around, but doesn't remember ever putting herself on mute. It might have just been an accident. On day 3, she had another friend sleep over, and when they were heading downstairs to investigate, they both heard a dragging noise near the stairs but couldn't identify it. They got bored and decided to download a Ouija board iPad game just for jokes. but then got pretty freaked out and stopped paying attention for a second. Suddenly the iPad switched apps and refreshed itself so they couldn't say goodbye. But we're not really looking into that much, since it was just a silly iPad game. Maybe it was a bad idea, but unfortunately we can't and do not know how to undo it. Today, on the fourth night, my friend's TV randomly turned off. It's not like she wasn't using it for a while. She used the remote 5 minutes before, so it could have turned off automatically. She went downstairs for a bit again since she was starting to get even more suspicious. And before she reached for the handle, it made a creaking noise. She got freaked out and called me, and the other friend that after a few minutes we all heard a short howling noise from the phone. It was highly unlikely that it came from their surroundings, since they both claimed they heard it come directly from the phone, and they live in a pretty urban area, so most likely it wasn't some wild animal. But I'm not sure. I thought maybe it came from me, since I'm staying at a more rural area with forests nearby. But I asked my entire family, like 5 of them, if they heard anything. They all said no, and I'm also pretty certain I heard it come from the phone, so we're all pretty lost. I have to emphasize again that this all happened very close to 12 a.m. each night. So could we get some advice on what to do? Like, how could we be certain that this is paranormal? We never experienced anything like this before. Maybe we're just being a bit dramatic, but even my old-fashioned and non-believing family all thought this was weird, so thank you for listening. Also, her dog started barking like mad at one point, for seemingly no reason. And one of her cats stared off at the door and wasn't responding when called out for. She also gets wafts of some bad smells from time to time. Not sure what days this happened on, but it's worth noting. So day 5, the dog was barking like crazy today, wanting to get out and scratching on the door. So my friend let him out, and he kept on looking and walking up at the gate, and when my friend checked it out, there was nothing there again. Later, her 2 cats arrived, and all the animals started going frantic, wanting to be let in. Also, am I going crazy? When she was on FaceTime, I was looking really closely at her surroundings, particularly at her window, and I sort of saw a face. But it was super pixelated, so I might just be seeing things out of fear. But I did see it the whole time, slightly moving. And this might be a total reach though, and I have a picture, but I'm not really sure how to upload it. Well, any more help would be appreciated. In day 6, in case anybody was wondering, her bathroom door slammed shut randomly, and it wasn't a draft. It's been a while since I updated, since she started going to bed early and using earplugs, so she hasn't been looking out for paranormal activity. It got too freaky, but if anybody else can share any more advice or insight, it would help a ton. Another update. Okay, day 7. My friend's cover of the fan fell off as she was picking it up, and the fan fell on her, nearly sliced her finger off. Her dog was also barking again, but she didn't go down and check it out since she didn't want to really think too much into it anymore. And this is still happening at 12 every night. My second haunted building investigation. The adult foster care backstory. I had a close friend at the time, whose mom used to have a few houses owned for her adult foster care business. They would take care of the adults, but couldn't take care of themselves on their own. One of their buildings was a building right in my town. I'd explained to my friend and her mom that I've gotten into ghost investigations. I told them about the story of my investigation at the town's museum. After telling them about my investigation, they told me some stories of their own at one of their adult foster care homes. It was now empty due to them not continuing the business. The adult foster care home that they were talking about had around 7 bedrooms and a living area and a kitchen. massive basement. There were 5 bedrooms that were used for residents that needed to be taken care of. 1 bedroom that was more of an office to keep track of records, and an attendance room where the staff would stay the night. Residents who lived there often spent their last moments of life there, became very close to some of the staff. While staying in this home, the staff had some stories of their own. One of the most common occurrences was the sounds of steps in the hall, and when I say steps, I mean full sprinting down the hall. The staff would often be woken by the sounds of running, and at first, they assumed one of the residents was up from bed making the noise. Although it was strange that any of the residents would be running, staff would check all bedrooms and find all residents asleep. And this is when they started to be concerned. Most nights would have this heavy sprinting down the long hall that was kind of sandwiched between residents' rooms, which would again be followed up by bed checks that didn't give the slightest hint of a resident being out of bed. This is when the staff would throw around the word ghost. My friend, who would often be around at this house, had some other stories as well. There was always a fear of walking down the steps to the basement. And that being said, who is not afraid of walking down a creepy, unfinished basement? But she always had a strange feeling going down those steps. And any time she had to, she was sure to take out her phone, then go to her camera and make sure she could see behind her. I'm sure the story from another staff member about the sounds of a child crying from the basement didn't help. A staff member ended up having to call their shift early, after in the middle of the day hearing a child squeaking and crying from the basement. From the sounds of running in the halls, to the constant feeling of being watched, to children's screams coming from the basement, the staff had every reason to throw around the word ghost. After hearing all these stories, I needed to check it out myself. My friend's mom was selling the house and had it all completely cleared out, which left the perfect opportunity to investigate the place. I contacted my friend Logan. They'd been with me during the investigation of the museum. We set up a day to visit the home at night. We truly did not know how crazy this investigation would get. And from our flashlight method working, the spirit box spouting out new conversations and actual physical noise, it absolutely blew our last investigation out of the water. I appreciate the few people who read my last post. It was very nice seeing an interest in my story. I want to give some background on why we felt the need to do an investigation on this house before I wrote about the actual investigation. I ended up with 2 investigations at this home. One with my friend Logan and a few other friends who joined the last investigation, and another with my friend and her mom who owned the home. Both investigations gave incredible results. So incredible that I actually have not done an investigation in over a year now because of it. I'm very excited to tell the story of contacting residents who used to actually live there who passed, and even tell about one entity that gave me literal chills. I would like to say, if anybody has any doubts, I welcome any of them. I'll do my absolute best to show proof for my stories. In my last post, I linked a news article that my town published about the experience to show that it actually did happen. For the next story, I have some video evidence to go with it. I'll not be able to show too much of the videos out of respect for the other people in them, but I will do my best to show all the evidence that I have. Thank you very much for taking the time to read my post. You're welcome. And if you want to message me about anything, feel absolutely free. I had somebody contact me on my last post about using my story for their YouTube channel. If anybody else would like to do something similar, you absolutely have my permission to. If you could just go ahead and let me know beforehand and send me a link to whatever, that'd be awesome. I love being able to share my stories, and I'm also open to any interviews and questioning. Batty Blocking Hag. A Around 9 months ago, I'd just gone through a terrible breakup. It was my first major relationship and it lasted 2 years, so I was not really in a great place mentally, and she had dumped me and I tried to fill that hole inside me with another person. Getting to the point, I was hooking up with this girl I'd recently met. Let's call her Anna. I had gone over to her house and we were making out in her bed, and it was about 11 p.m. The room's light was off and the only illumination was from her bedside digital clock, which did light up the room, just enough to see the blurry gray outline of objects in her room. I was locked in the moment and I was on top of her when I feel this weird nagging sensation like we were being watched. I ignore it and I know that the room is locked and the only person inside of it is us. But as we continue, I couldn't shake that feeling. Deciding to put my mind to ease, I glance up to give a quick survey of the room. I don't know what I expected to see, but to my left, about a foot away, standing at the edge of the bed, staring intently, is this figure, which in my quick absent-minded glance in this dark room caught me totally off guard. And from what I made out, looked like an old hunched hag, probably between the ages of 70 and 80, standing at the side of the bed, and she had dark, oily, stringy, hanging hair, dirty, grimy skin with a huge smile stretched onto her face, and inhumanly long, twisted, spindly fingers. They were clutching the edge of the bed. I pull away from Anna, startled and thinking, holy shit, what the fuck is that? She's looking up at me, wondering what's wrong, and I look around the room once more, and the old lady is gone. Anna's asking me, like, if everything's all right, and steel myself and decide it must have been a trick of the light, telling her that it's all fine. The night goes on, and at some point a little later, Anna gets up and tries to turn the light on. The light turns on for a second, then flickers a bit before blowing, plunging the room into darkness. Now, I'm not a small guy. I'm 6'1", 210, but the weird occurrences were starting to get to me a little bit. Especially when I hear Anna muttered, "That's weird, I literally just replaced those lights." It was getting late, so I slept over without incident, left the next morning. Now, all of this had left my head in the day, and I'd shaken off any of the residual fear left from the night before, falling asleep in my own bed without a problem, until I wake up in the middle of the night. Same sensation. Something's watching me. I try and move and realize my body is paralyzed, and I'm freaking out thinking, holy shit, is this sleep paralysis? Trying to figure out why I'd woken up at 2 a.m. undisturbed. I'd fallen asleep on my back, so I was positioned staring at the ceiling. I couldn't turn my head to look. I could feel something on the side of my bed watching me. I've never felt fear like that in my adult life, and I can feel my heart beating and adrenaline surging through my body. I slowly inch my eyes toward the side of the bed, and my worst fears are confirmed. The same hag from Anna's house is standing less than a foot away from me. Her hands are outstretched and her wide grinning mouth inches from my face. Her dark eyes are absorbing into my soul, although she is shrouded in darkness. And we stay like this, me frozen and her standing over me, smiling for hours, until light entered my room and I can move again. The next day I take this as a sign, and I decide that something is attached to Anna or her room and has followed me home, and it clearly does not want me near her. So I cut my losses, cut ties with Anna. And for context, I've never had sleep paralysis before, not once in my life. I haven't even had nightmares for years, and I haven't had a sleep paralysis experience since. My biggest drive behind this being a supernatural event is because of the timing and the place of the haunting. Mid makes out, I should not be subconsciously thinking about ghost grandmas watching me, especially when there's not been anything to trigger such a thought. I'd felt safe and happy in Anna's room before the incident. Second, her light bulb blowing was a cherry on the cake. Third is its strange timing for my first ever sleep paralysis experience to happen, especially with the demon manifesting as the same hag bitch that I'd seen the night before. Fourth, as soon as I got ties, everything weird stopped. Have not seen the hag since. The facility in the woods. I work in a wildlife rehabilitation center in the middle of the forest, atop a hill. About 20 minutes away from the nearest streetlight, and it's a beautiful property during the day, but at night you can hardly see your hand in front of your face, unless the moon is high enough over the trees to shed a little bit of light in the area. And for privacy's sake, I'll be giving the name or location of the facility. I started working here last year, usually being put in the closing shift, which is 11 a.m. to 9 p.m. But we were typically on the property till the wee hours of the morning, since the sheer number of animals in our care prevented us from going home before everything was complete. The facility itself is deeply haunted. I've known this since a couple of weeks into my employment. One of the routes for the Trail of Tears actually went right through what is now the property. But more on this later. These are some of the stories I've collected while working here. One night, as we were wrapping up downstairs and getting ready to shut down for the evening, the doorbell rang. Must have been around 10 p.m. by then. We close admissions by 5 usually. All of our admissions are by appointment only. But on occasion, we'll get a walk-in. And with a sigh, my coworker goes upstairs to greet the person, take the animal down for a quick examination. After a few minutes, she comes back down empty. She's looking a bit unsettled as well. And upon being asked what the problem was, she answered, "There is no one at the door, and there's no other car in the lot." And this has happened at least 2 other times. I've always been a little sensitive to the paranormal, but I'm pretty skeptical by nature. I want to first rule out any other possible scenario before jumping to the conclusion of something otherworldly. So I chalked these situations up to an electrical error. The building took on a whole new energy at night. Rooms of the facility that were well lit and, well, normal during the day. They felt more ominous at night. I never wanted to be alone inside by myself at 8:30, or at least after then. But after 8:30, things get weird. Mostly it's just the feeling that I'm being watched or thinking I see something out of the corner of my eye. It's all very unsettling. As one of her interns was leaving one night, she said she heard somebody calling for her from the parking lot. "Psst, hey, over here." There was no one there. One night, my coworkers went outside to finish up animal care in some of the outside enclosures, the ones that hadn't been done during the day, and I was left alone inside to finish preparing diets for some of the raccoon babies we had inside. What do raccoon babies eat? Other than milk. You have me mystified. We had a microwave above the counter, and I'd long since gotten used to seeing my silhouette in the reflective sheen on the door. I reached up to retrieve the bowl I'd put in the microwave and shut the door once I was done, only to see the reflection of a silhouette behind mine. I whipped around so fast I nearly dropped the bowl. No one was standing behind me. When I looked back into the reflection, the silhouette wasn't there anymore. And as I said previously, the Trail of Tears ran through the property, and at least 2 of my coworkers have made separate comments about seeing a woman in, buckskin, either walking through the hallway or standing in the laundry room. She was always moving out of sight before anybody could try to say something to her. We have a separate little building on the property that's now a storage unit. had once housed interns that would stay on site overnight, but it's kind of been a long time since it's been used for that purpose. I've always gotten a weird feeling whenever I'm near it, and I've never been inside. I hope I'll never have to. Anytime I walk past it, I feel incredibly unsettled, like there's something standing behind me or watching me. And several months ago, I was informed we were no longer having interns living in the building, because late one night a man walked in and stood in the doorway, staring at the interns while they were trying to sleep. And since then, we've installed trail cams and security cameras all over the property. And there's a million stories I can tell about this place. Maybe one day I will, but so far, they're the only truly paranormal feeling ones that I've really having to tell. I'll be sure to make any updates in the future if anything else happens to occur. The abandoned hospital. I'm 21. When the events that I will tell you here happened, it was when I was 15 or 16. I was fascinated by abandoned buildings at that time. And the first one that I found close to my house was an abandoned hospital. This hospital was firstly built in the early 1900s as a sanatorium. Then it was bought in the late 1980s by the regional hospital to become a palliative care center. My first visit was the one that started all the curiosity that I had about this place. In the beginning of the summer, I came to this 3-floor hospital. Our first goal was to take pictures of this beautiful decayed place. Everything was fine until we arrived to the 3rd floor. My friend suddenly started to panic and being a bit aggressive, yelling to me to let me out. I first thought that he was doing a joke, but he looked really scared of something. Since I didn't want to leave, I accompanied my friend outside, came back inside alone to take pictures of the empty corridors of the 3rd floor. The weird thing is that when I asked him about this a few minutes later, he didn't remember being aggressive or scared. He just remembered that we went out together. I didn't have any particular feeling about the place during this visit. I was just excited because it was my first time in an abandoned building. Not scared, just excited. My second visit was with another friend, and I didn't tell her about what had happened during my last visit. Like the last time, things started to become weird when we arrived to the 3rd floor. I started to feel a bit bad, like if something prevented me to breathe correctly. My friend told me a few minutes later that she was having the same weird feeling. He felt scared and didn't want to continue with this oppression sensation, so we left. The 3rd time, I went to the hospital with a camcorder. I've probably done the worst thing ever to this day. Before our second visit, we watched some paranormal videos on YouTube and wanted to get some answers to our feeling. Okay, 3rd floor. And during the whole visit, we asked some questions to the supposed entities that lived in the hospital. We got what we interpreted as an answer in the basement. And since our last visit, things were moved and destroyed, and probably by vandals. So I asked, "Did you move anything here?" On the video, I could clearly hear it's not us. And the other voice that I recorded was in the church part of the sanatorium. It happened just at the moment we were leaving it, a voice whispering, "It's the death." The last thing we did this day was to go to one room at the 3rd floor and ask multiple questions, waiting for answers while recording everything with a voice recorder, trying to get EVPs. After a few minutes, we saw a shadow moving really fast. We heard what sounded like heavy steps running on broken glass just behind us. It was in a dead end in this corridor, and I immediately ran in the direction of the noise. Me and my friend looked everywhere in the hospital, but no one was here. We ran out and left the area, promising that we'll try not to get any contact with these entities. The following night I had sleep paralysis. I don't even experience that often. It was with this black silhouette, and it was staring at me in front of my bed. This might have been a coincidence, but it was quite weird that it happened just after the scary episode. After all those experiences, I returned to the hospital alone sometime again. Some days I didn't have any bad feelings in any part of the hospital, and I was able to capture every picture that I wanted. Some others, I had the feeling that I was not welcome and was oppressed and didn't have the courage to take the pictures I initially had planned. And as I told you, I was 15 or 16 when all of this happened, so now the building's sold and under security. And if I had the same experience today, my judgment about the events would probably be different. My theory is the following. The voices heard in the recordings were probably interpreted because we wanted to have answers. My friend's behavior in the third floor could just be a strong panic. The bad feeling that I had on this floor might be because of the memories of my friend's reaction. My friend having the same feeling as I is weirder. First thought about something in the air like asbestos, dust, or cracked paint that was causing this. But this theory doesn't work as it's happening, well, rather, not happening every time I go there. The deck that wouldn't burn. This happened when I was like 18, so like 6 years ago. Back then, I'm hanging out with 3 girls almost every day. Let's call them Maddie, 19, Clara, 18, and my best friend Emma, who's 20. The 4 of us were inseparable, always at each other's houses, and at that point in my life, we were just bored teenagers looking for anything exciting to do. Emma had just moved into this old house on the edge of town in Duluth. It's one of those creaky places with an attic full of junk left behind by whoever lived there before. And while she's poking around up there, she found this strange little book written in Polish. And her family's Polish, so she was able to translate parts of it. It wasn't like a normal tarot guide, it was more like instructions for some old divination ritual using playing cards. The rules were super specific. The cards had to be wrapped in cloth and only touched by the quote-unquote reader and the person asking the question. You could only do 1 reading per person per day, or else the answers would be wrong. If you wanted to get rid of the deck, you had to burn it. Nothing else would work. The book also said something cryptic like, "If you take, you must also give." None of us took that seriously at first. So, of course, Emma made her own deck, wrapped it in a scarf, and started doing readings. At first, it was dumb teenage stuff like, does Jason still like me, or will I pass my math test? But the creepy part was that the answers always seemed to come true. She read for me once about whether I'd get a job I applied for at Target. The card said yes, and a week later I actually got it. And after a couple of times, though, I started to hate the way it made me feel. I'd leave her house with this knot in my stomach, like something was following me home. I stopped letting her read for me, and the feeling eventually went away. But the others kept going. A month or so later, Emma showed up at Clara's house completely freaked out. She wore this little silver cross necklace that she'd had since childhood, and she said it literally burned her skin. She showed us the red marks, one across her collarbone, and little welts on her fingers where she'd grabbed it. I touched the necklace myself, and it was just normal, cold metal, nothing. That night, she decided to burn her deck in Clara's backyard fire pit. We all stood around and watched it curl up and blacken. What should have been the end of it, right? Well, wrong, because by then, both Maddie and Clara had already made their own decks. Clara's incident happened not long after. She called me at like 2 a.m. sobbing, and she said she'd gotten up for water and saw something standing outside her kitchen window. Not a person exactly, but this tall shadow with glowing red eyes. She flipped on every light in the house, but it was gone, and the next day she was so shaken she burned her deck too. Then came Maddie. Maddie didn't believe in God at all. She was the type to say everything paranormal was just in your head. For weeks she kept doing readings and laughing about how scared Clara and Emma had been. Then one night she called me whispering into the phone, begging me to come over. When I got there, she told me the wildest story I've ever heard from her mouth. She woke up around 3 and saw this little glowing thing hovering at the end of her bed. She described it like a cross between a fairy and some cartoonish unicorn, almost too cute, like something out of a kid's show. Buzzed around her room and she felt this insane urge to follow it. She said it led her to the door and then out toward the playground across from her apartment. When she stepped onto the playground, the fairy thing perched on top of the slide structure and just waited. We usually just call that a slide. She swore that she suddenly knew it was trying to get her to climb up so it could push her off, and that's when she snapped out of it, ran home, and tossed her deck straight into the trash. Except the next morning, the cards were back in her drawer, perfectly stacked, wrapped in the scarf like she'd never touched them. That's when she finally burned them. After that, none of us ever touched cards again. Not tarot, not playing cards, nothing. Looking back, I don't know what to make of it. Was it demons or her own guilt making us see things? Something tied to that weird old book Emma found. All I know is every single one of us had a different kind of encounter, and it always started with those cards. To this day, I won't let a deck of tarot cards in my house. Doesn't matter if it's just for fun. I don't want to take that chance. Anyone else ever heard of cards that come back after you try to get rid of them? Because that part still makes my stomach drop whenever I think about it. The house that won't stay quiet. So, my folks have lived in the same house in Des Moines for about 20 years now. It's this old, creaky 2-story place with a big attic that nobody ever really uses, and a basement that I swear was designed just to scare children. The house itself was built maybe somewhere around 1910, and before my parents bought it, this older couple lived there forever. They passed, and their kids sold it, and now, well, we're here. I grew up in that house. Weird stuff has always kind of been part of the background noise. Nothing violent, nothing straight-up horror movie, but enough that it never really felt normal. When I was a kid, I'd hear footsteps upstairs when everyone was in the kitchen, or the old doorbell would ring and no one would be at the door. My mom was spooked at first, but my dad always waved it off, saying old houses just settle. I wanted to believe that too, but deep down I never bought it. The strange part is, things always pretty much happened when I was alone. If I stayed up late watching TV, I'd hear soft steps in the hallway. If my parents left me home during errands, I'd lose things, keys and headphones and whatever. They'd reappear hours later in the same spot I swore I'd looked 5 times. And even when I moved out for college, nothing ever seemed to happen to them while I was gone. But now I've been back for a while, and sure enough, it's picking up again. A few weeks ago, I'm washing my face in the middle of the bathroom. The door's right next to the sink, and out of the corner of my eye, I saw it swing open. Thought it was my dog nosing her way in, so I pushed the door wider. No dog. Walked into the hallway, and the place was dead quiet. Checked my room, and there she was, passed out on my bed, dead to the world. No fans on, no windows open, cats outside. Nothing should have moved that door. Another time, I walked into the living room. There was this mist, like actual haze in the middle of the room. My first thought was, holy crap, something's on fire. Tore through the house, checked the outlets, the stove, and every candle. Even mirrors in case sunlight was hitting them. Nothing, no smell of smoke, no heat, and the mist just kind of hung there for a few minutes. Then poof, gone. I had my dad, who's an electrician, check later for anything burnt out or malfunctioning. He didn't find a thing. But the dogs, man, the dogs would really freak me out. One night when my sister was visiting, she brought her husky mix. I was home alone with him while my dog was outside, and I was in my room scrolling on my phone when her dog bolts in and loses it, hackles up, teeth bared, growling at the corner of my room. First, I thought he was coming at me and actually slid off the bed in case he lunged. But then I realized he wasn't looking at me. He was locked on that corner, the one by the dresser. Tried to calm him down, but he barked and growled at it for a good minute straight before finally stopping. There was nothing there. I tore the room apart looking for a bug, a mouse, or anything, but nada. Then a similar thing happened with my dog. I was out on the terrace one evening, just writing and listening to music, and suddenly I froze just right in front of me. Or she froze. Then she started barking her head off, snarling, ears up, the works, and I thought she was barking at me. I was about to be like, what the hell's your problem? Then I noticed her eyes weren't on me at all. She was focused right above me, toward the little cutout in the ceiling where the attic router sits. So I did the dumb thing. I grabbed a flashlight and went up there. Searched every dusty box, every corner. Nothing. Finally, I brought my dog up with me, thinking maybe she'd sniff out a raccoon or a bat. She trotted around calm until she hit back left corner. Then she froze and stared, ears up, tail stiff, wouldn't move. I shined the light all over, bare walls and insulation and nothing else. But she wouldn't stop looking at that spot. It's happened more than once now. Still can't explain it. I keep telling myself old houses just do weird things. Drafts and pipes and dogs picking up sounds outside that I can't hear. But when the mist appears in a room with no fire, when doors open without a breeze, when a dog that never barks suddenly acts like something invisible is standing in the room with you, how do you write that off? Sometimes I wonder if that old couple never really left, or if something else was already here before them, and we're just the latest family putting up with it. Would love to know, anybody else have pets that go ballistic at a corner or a doorway, like they're seeing something you can't, because honestly, that's the part that sticks with me the most. My eyes can play tricks, sure, but my dog, well, she doesn't lie. After 2 decades from my own memory, I finally wrote down my experience. It's been over 20 years. Sometimes I wonder if I made it all up. Like maybe my mind filled in the gaps over time, reshaped the past into something stranger. But then I talked to my mother and she remembers too. So I know what happened, I just don't know why. And this is a true story about becoming closer to somebody after they were gone. Andy was the cousin of my high school boyfriend. I just moved to a neighboring state and we were dating long distance. I met Andy through that boyfriend, but we didn't spend much time together. We were probably closer to acquaintances more so than friends. I don't remember everything now, but I do remember him being an incredible breakdancer. And I remember how sweet he was to his younger sister, the kind of deep older brother love that can't be expressed with words. He passed away at 19. He had gone swimming in a river and was swept away. They found his body 2 hours later downstream. And I wasn't there, I heard about it from afar, but I couldn't stop thinking about his sister. His death was a shock, but what happened next shook me even more. A little over a month after he passed, I received a phone call from an unknown number. It was just after 3 a.m. When I picked up, all I could hear was static and beeping and a strange cycling of radio channels, snippets of music, voices in other languages. Then I heard a voice I knew. "Hello, who is this? It's me, Andy." Completely shaken, I hung up and I sat there confused, a little bit angry. Didn't even have Andy's number when he was alive. We had a few mutual friends, but not many. Couldn't think of a single person who would prank me like that, especially at that hour, especially on a school night. But the calls didn't stop. Every night after, always around 3 a.m., always with static, and always starting with Andy's voice. As strange as it sounds, I started to adjust. And eventually, I stopped hanging up and I stopped panicking. Our conversations became longer. Eventually, I started to question my sanity. I changed my number and the calls kept coming. So I told my mother. Being Japanese, she didn't even blink. The presence of spirits didn't shock her, but I needed more than belief. I needed to make sure I wasn't imagining things. When the next call came, I handed her the phone. She took it calmly and spoke to Andy, and from then on, whenever she was awake, she'd sometimes take the calls too. She even tried to help him transition, bringing in physics, shamans, and psychics. Anything to urge him to move on. But Andy didn't seem lost, and in our conversations he never talked about being stuck. He never even acknowledged that he had died. He talked about traveling, about visiting family in countries and how beautiful they were. And in those 2 years of strange nightly calls, I came to know him in a way I'd never had when he was alive. I learned that Andy was curious. He had a sense of humor. He liked to play the occasional prank, and he was a great listener, thoughtful and deeply caring. Sometimes a little stubborn. The strange truth is I spent more time with him after he passed than I ever did while he was alive. Toward the end of those 2 years, the static became heavier. Andy's voice got harder to hear, and our calls grew shorter. And then one day they stopped. I like to think that was him transitioning, or I guess maybe not. Maybe he's still traveling. It took me over 2 decades to write this, and for years I kept it to myself, only sharing it with a few close friends, and I did struggle with deep imposter syndrome. But if Andy's family ever finds this, I want them to know Andy's spirit lived on, and he visited and he traveled. I can't explain any of it, and I still don't know why it happened, but this is what I remember. Rest in peace, Andy Panyanovath. June 28th, 2006. Sometimes it's not the house that's haunted, it's the land, and sometimes it's you. At Paranormal M, we explore the spaces where fear lives. Subscribe, and don't go in alone. Otherworldly experience. I've been hanging around with somebody on the internet who seems to attract supernatural things, or just happens to live at the very spot where supernatural stuff happens a lot. He's a pretty honest dude and very predictable and dense too. It's fun to have him around. So skipping to the topic. One time, we're having a very serious talk on Discord about how he wants to separate himself from our group in Discord since he doesn't want to be attached with the people there. Only be left alone like how internet friends are usually. I told him that we eventually value him as much as since we've been together for a long time with the other guys on Discord. Want to make things work out with our friendship. We live far from each other, which is why we had these thoughts. He was contemplating it and sharing his thoughts that he'll do his best at least. But strangely, while he was speaking, I heard a child giggle very close as if it was speaking through the mic. I didn't mind it at first, but the second time around he was still talking and I had to cut him off. It got him confused, slightly pissed because he was also getting emotional with the speech. I had to apologize and I asked him if there was a kid nearby. He told me that his room was small and that he was sure that his doors were locked. I told him that I heard a kid's voice giggling at his mic, and it was twice. He thought I was teasing him, but I was very serious, and, well, that scared the both of us. The emotional atmosphere got destroyed, and we both decided to stop there to calm ourselves and forget about the incident. But we didn't end the call. We still wanted to talk more, especially about the thing that I heard because I knew that somebody was going on and, well, he'll tell me after things calm down. He decided to rest for a bit since he's having a night shift. Did some errands for my parents. Well, I did some errands for my parents. Not him. A half hour passed and I came back and the call didn't disconnect. I put my headphones back and decided to scroll through some feeds and chats on Twitter since I didn't want to wake the guy up. And while scrolling, I heard a soft whisper onto the mic. It was a woman's voice this time, and it was calling my friend's actual name. And my friend has two names since he's half Japanese and half Malaysian. We'd usually use his Japanese name if we want to call him out, but we never tried calling him using his Muslim name since Malaysia is a Muslim country. Oh yeah, it is. Since we thought that we were not close enough yet to call him his Muslim name, we first thought that it was either his sister or his mother. So I really wasn't bothered by it. The woman called his name twice, and I just remained silent on the other side of the call. Thought he was trying to wake him up for dinner, but he didn't respond. And what's weird is that I didn't hear any door open. It was completely silent when the woman came in. His mic was sensitive enough to catch up any small noise in the small room. And the whisper was awfully loud, which means, well, it was close to the mic. A few minutes had passed after the whisper, and I decided to call him on his Discord name because I'm used to calling him that. I heard shuffling in the background, which means he had his headset on and woke up, and I told him that somebody was trying to wake him up in a soft voice. I assumed that it was either his mom or his sister. He, once again, well, he assumed that it was either, like, the room being locked, and anybody who wants to wake him up, they have to knock on the door aggressively. Of course, I already knew somehow and expected that it was the same thing that happened earlier that day. He soon told me about why things like that happened a lot, because according to the shaman that came to visit their home from Indonesia, they said that their home is a portal to the other world, and it gives off a very high energy caused by spirits or what they call jinns. Made sense to him, and he said because there's a lot more intense experience he had when he was young, and his whole family knows that as well. Something like this is very common for them nowadays, but that doesn't mean they keep adapting to it. Some of the family, including him, got a whiff of high energy, especially him, which is why things like that happen often around him. Knowing all of the experiences I have with him so far is very interesting and creepy, but I still think it's pretty neat hanging around with him, knowing all these. He's still fun to be with, and I'm sure he's been keeping that side of him from others to avoid scaring them. But I'm glad he's comfortable around me and a few other friends he trusts. My time in the Caribbean. So this happened when I was around 8 to 10 years old, visiting my grandma's house in Trinidad. And it was me, my grandma, a couple of uncles, and my sister all staying there. The house already had a reputation. Everybody always talked about seeing or hearing ghosts there. But I just brushed it off as family superstition. Caribbean people always talking about spirits and duppies? And I thought it was just old folks being dramatic. But anyway, one night I'm sleeping in the guest room while my sister's with my aunt, and I start hearing this soft crying voice like a young girl sobbing. I couldn't make out what she was saying, but it was definitely a child's voice, and younger than anyone in the house. I was the youngest, so it made no sense. It freaked me out immediately. Now, the guest room was right across from the stairs, and to get to my grandma's room, I had to run up the stairwell. So what do? I wrap myself up like a burrito in my blanket. I make a run for it. Not looking at anything, just my feet hitting the floor. I bust into my grandma's room, turn on the light, and slam the door, and she wakes up instantly, like she knew something was off. Before I could even say anything, we both hear the crying too. She just pulls me in and holds me, tells me it's okay and that she knows how to help her, the spirit. Caribbean grandmas are scary calm when it comes to this voodoo stuff, man. Then she gets up and I literally beg her not to leave, and I didn't care that the lights were on. I didn't want her to just be out there alone. But she closes the door behind her and goes anyway. I'm in bed, still wrapped in the blanket. Can't even look around the room. Every little creak makes me feel like I'm about to die. Then I hear her voice, my grandma. She says she's back and everything's okay, and I feel somebody sit on the edge of the bed. But there's no sound of the mattress creaking, which is a red flag. I ask her to put her hands on the mattress so I can see them before I come out, and she does. I slowly lift the blanket, check everything in her hands and arms and nightgown. All normal, till I get to her neck. Her skin is pitch black, like unnatural shadow black, and I lose it. Blanket goes back over my head and I'm silently sobbing, full on snot faucet mode. Eventually, the weight on the bed lifts and now the mattress creaks. When my real grandma finally comes back, I hear the door open this time, green flag. She says, "Mama, I'm back." I still don't trust it fully, so I ask her to put her hands down too. She sits next to me, springs creak again, which is a green flag, and number 2, and pulls me in for a hug through the blanket, and I can feel it's really her. I rip the blanket off. She calms me down and tells me that she helped the little girl find the light. I tell her about the fake version of her that came back while she was gone, and she hugs me tighter. She tells me to feel her chest. Her soft skin and steady heartbeat honestly grounded me again. Then she picks me up, and Caribbean grandmas are strong. Tells me she needs to get some things from downstairs, and this time she's bringing me with her. I'm terrified, but I hold on to her tight and her heartbeat keeps me calm. And here's the creepy part. She doesn't turn on a single light going down the stairs or back up. Could have, just didn't. And her heartbeat stayed completely steady, like she wasn't scared at all. Back in her room, she sits me down and starts placing all these spiritual items around, like stone statues and paper with writing and cups with sand or something. I keep begging her to close the door because I can't stop looking at the pitch black hallway, but she tells me, "Doors don't keep spirits out, your mind does," and says she'll be making sure nothing gets in. She tucks me in and turns off the lights. I panicked, but she kept her hand on my head, covering my eyes gently like she always does when she sings me to sleep. I eventually pass out. Next morning I wake up to sunlight and voices in the house, and my uncles are talking low in the kitchen. I go out, and my grandma's just sitting at the table like always. I've been too scared to ask her what really happened that night. We don't talk about ghosts, unless she brings it up. But yeah, that's my Caribbean ghost story. My dead aunt found me and said goodbye. My aunt on my dad's side had heart issues that led to a pacemaker being inserted into her heart at a young age. She died 2 years ago after having complications with her pacemaker that resulted in ultimate failure. Backstory. My fiancé and I normally visit his parents about 1 to 2 times a week for dinner. His sister still lives at home and has a dog named Zoe. My fiancé's family is full Chinese and fully follow Chinese traditions and beliefs. My fiancé and I went to go visit his parents for our weekly dinner. And their home is rather small, so you can see the full kitchen from the TV and living room area. They have a dining room table in between there. We go through our normal spiel where his mom finishes making the dinner, serves us, sits around for a bit before I get up to clear the table and wash the dishes. As I was rounding up the dishes, his sister's dog, Zoe, comes into the dining area and lays down near the dining area and is watching me wagging her tail. I'm talking to her and saying normal cute dog things when rounding up these dishes, and I walk over to the kitchen sink and start putting the dishes in the sink. As soon as I turn on the water, the back of my neck felt a cold presence, which is weird because they're Chinese, so they don't run the AC, and it was in the middle of the summer. I hear that. I froze for a second, let it go, and then started fiddling with the dishes. Finally, my hair stood up on the back of my neck. It didn't feel right, but I wasn't scared. I turned around to look what was behind me, and, well, it was nothing. I can clearly see into their formal living room, and nothing looked out of the ordinary. Then all of a sudden, Zoe was no longer happy to see me. She shot up and started growling at me and started backing up, which she's never ever done toward me or in general. Been together for 5 years. She was showing teeth and her tail in between her legs. My fiancé and his parents, sitting in the living room and TV area, can fully see me and Zoe, looked at us and kind of stared at each other. Then his dad jokingly said to Zoe, "Zoe, what's wrong? Is Grandma here? Do you see Grandma?" Then gets up to try to calm her down. Still very defensive and won't stop looking at me. But then it dawned on me that she was looking past me. I suddenly felt sick. Told my fiancé that I wanted to go home and felt tired. His mom agreed and tried to leave the dishes so she could kind of do them later. As we're packing up, Zoe kept staring at me. She wasn't as defensive, but she kept her distance and did her small barks. On the ride home, I still felt sick and very, very uncomfortable. My fiancé asked me if I'm okay, and I shrugged it off, saying I just needed to lay down. Maybe something I ate for lunch isn't sitting right. We pull up to our apartment and proceed inside. We also have a dog at home, Max, a 7-year-old Maltese boy. Normally, Max is happy to see us and, well, all over me. But as soon as he greeted us at the door, he ran away from me, and as I got closer, he freaked out and started barking aggressively with me, began sort of backing up away from me. And at this point, my fiancé's freaked the hell out and looks at me and says, "The fuck is going on?" Told him I didn't know, but something isn't right. Within 10 minutes, Max was fine and almost as if nothing ever happened. He was on my lap giving me kisses and following me everywhere. Within an hour of that, I got a call from my dad saying my aunt had passed away. They found her in the room after she had taken a nap. She never woke up. She told me she had passed away about 2 hours ago. I looked at my fiancé and started bawling. He even was freaked out because we both firmly believed that she had found me to say her last goodbye. He told his parents, but they don't believe she could have gotten into their home without their permission. She's never met them, and something else about the Buddhism culture. But they still believe it was a freak occurrence or one of their family members. Either way, I've never felt truly scared, just uncomfortable, so I believe she said goodbye to me. I got too many opinions about Buddhism. And I don't mean that in a shallow way. To preface this, while I do believe in ghosts, I am somewhat of a skeptic, unless I've seen something concrete or have proof. I've seen what I believe to be a total of 3 different ghosts, but they were apparitions that disappeared quickly. Nothing like this. I've recently moved into an apartment, and I think a ghost is finding things for me. Either that, or the objects went temporarily invisible. It started with the base to my iPhone charger. It was disappearing into thin air one night. I always keep it in the same spot. My roommate swore up and down that she hadn't touched it. It really stressed me out because I had to go to work the next day. And, well, I need a nap to clock in and out. That's annoying. I was very upset and eventually went to sleep. The next morning when I checked, it was exactly where I left it. One could explain this away as my roommate finding it and putting it there. And that's what I thought happened. The next time the mic to my headset went missing, it does detach from the headset in broad daylight. It was in its designated spot a few minutes ago, and I was completely alone in my locked apartment aside from my small bird, who's too small to lift either of these objects. Doesn't really like to leave his cage. I looked everywhere around the couch, talking to my bird the whole time. I bent down to look under it, and when I stood back up, my mic was sitting right where it was supposed to be, like it had been there all along. It was at this point I began to suspect something. I began to suspect something paranormal. I verbally thanked whoever or whatever it was. Then kind of had a short, obviously one-sided conversation. I'm used to talking to myself or my bird a lot, so talking to the air wasn't that weird to me. I got an almost warm shiver up my spine in response. It was comforting and felt safe, and I'm not exactly sure how to describe it. This is what made me think that they were benevolent with a possible mischievous streak. I got the feeling that they just liked being acknowledged. Yeah, I'm comfortably unaware of, well, rather aware of how crazy I sound. But there's more. Every time something went missing from its spot, and my roommate wasn't home because I don't want her to think I'm crazy, I talked to my ghost and politely asked for their help to find it. I would inevitably find it where it was supposed to be, maybe a few minutes later. I'd get that warm feeling again when I thanked them, and this went on for a short while. One day while I was alone, I was listening to a story where a woman described having a friendly ghost in her family home. She said it did a lot of things that my ghost didn't do, but then she said that it would find lost items for them within a few hours. And that's when it really hit me. I paused the video and I asked, "That's what you are, aren't you?" I get a really strong, warm, shivery feeling in response. Seemed happy, so I took that as a yes. Well, maybe I am crazy. Maybe it's confirmation bias. Still not quite sure what to think. Then last night, when my roommate was asleep, my charger base went missing again. I asked the ghost if they took it, or if they knew where it was. But I got an uncertain, indignant sort of shivery feeling. I thought maybe they were just being stubborn, but then I remembered I'd actually left it somewhere other than usual, and sure enough it was there, and I said, "That's what you were trying to tell me, wasn't it?" I got warmth and contentment and satisfaction in response. My items still go missing from their spots, especially when I'm alone. I still find them there after I ask for their return or help finding them. Still not certain if the ghost is taking them, or if I may be putting them in other spots I forgot about. What really matters to me, though, is that they're found, which they always are, and I'm not sure if the same thing happens to my roommate. I don't want to ask because I'm unsure of her stance on the paranormal. Always assume it's a normal stance. Looking for people who've had similar experiences. So I've been obsessed with the paranormal since I was about 9 years old, because of a traumatizing and very oppressive presence in my childhood home that left me with a broken understanding of our world as a whole. And I have to stress the story I'm going to retell here was not sleep paralysis, nor was it a nightmare or, well, a night terror. Never had SP or NTs, nor have I had any kind of psychotic breaks in my life. And I'm not schizophrenic, or any of the sorts of normal excuses that one might generally see entities like the one I'm describing here. Anyways, Here's a copy and pasted version of my experience. I was about 9-ish, and my mom used to let me sleep in her room from time to time, because I was a mama's boy, and nobody liked their own rooms in that house, for whatever reason. Sleeping anywhere but in a room felt like I was doing something wrong, like there was an unknown, unspoken rule I was breaking. So here I am about 9 or 10 p.m. I'm sent upstairs and I'm told to get ready for bed. So I'm sitting on the top of the sheets, moving them and trying to get it all settled and, made, so I could lay under them, and the lights off in the bedroom, but the bathroom that also works as the entrance to the bedroom has its lights on. It was never really dark in the room to the point of poor visibility. As I was pulling the blanket and flopping over onto my butt, about to lay back against, everything went completely still and silent. No electrical hum from the bathroom light. No birds outside. No talking from downstairs, and nothing. No sound at all. As I became aware of this, I looked at the bathroom. A black mass, vaguely in the shape of a human, but a little bit distorted, covered in a mist thick enough to not show any feet or anything below the waist, began gliding. Not walking, but essentially hovering at ground level into the room. I would say 5 feet or taller. My vantage point was about equal to where this thing's waist would be, and as it strolls in, it moves slowly with intent. But I felt as if it never broke its focus from my own gaze, as if we were staring at each other eye to eye, and as it moved through the room. In the corner of the bedroom was a lazy boy chair that faced the bed. The smoky black being floated through the chair and into the corner and stopped for a moment. Maybe a few seconds, then moved forward through the chair again and slightly closer to me. Still several feet away, but close enough that my mind told me to hide. So under the blankets I go, with just my head poking out enough that I still had this undisturbed view of the intruder. I knew hiding was pointless, but I had no idea what to do. I was petrified in terror at this point, stuck in disbelief that this was really happening. What felt like forever passed with our gazes locked. Although it had no eyes that I could make out, it was essentially a silhouette, and I knew it saw me. Then it spoke, and when it spoke, it wasn't as though I was hearing a voice from across the room. It was as if I was hearing it inside my ears. Like if somebody were to talk directly into your ear, but there was no pressure or air or any feeling that somebody was beside me. So it was almost felt like what you'd imagine telepathic power would work like if you've ever seen movies or somebody who has that ability. Anyway, what it said was completely unknown to me. It was what sounded like a different language and a different, pitches all at once. Like if a group of people were sort of reciting the same phrase. Spoke for a few seconds, saying whatever it said, and began gliding back toward the bathroom door. And as it left, all other noise resumed, and I was alone again, and I could feel that it had gone. I didn't move a muscle. I stayed there crying myself to sleep over the next several hours of being alone in that room. When I woke up the next day, I had no idea on how to explain what I just went through. Looking for help, explaining my experiences. When I was in high school, I began to go out for walks frequently when I couldn't sleep. They helped tire me out and get thoughts out of my head. One night, I'm walking with my friend, who I will refer to as M. M shared my little pastime for similar reasons, because her home wasn't very inviting for her. On this night, we wandered around for a while until she wanted to go home. Since we're in the middle of a conversation, I decided to walk with her at least to the expressway so we could finish up the conversation. When we neared the area, however, she stopped and stared to the left into a patch of trees behind a parking lot. When questioned, She told me she saw somebody step toward us from the trees, but they disappeared when she did a double take. Being a teenager full of bravado, I drew a knife from my belt and walked out to investigate. I found out that the trees hit a sharp decline in the land. I didn't see anything besides a creek, so I went back to Em and asked her exactly what she saw. Apparently, she saw what looked like a hooded figure step out of the trees toward us. That simply wasn't possible with the dip in the landscape. She said it stepped straight out. And while she was explaining, I saw movement in the tops of the trees. Saw some unshapen blob floating in the air. Kind of looked like active camo from the Halo games. When I noticed it, it shot out over the expressway and disappeared, and when a man walked by and startled her, we laughed it off and we went our separate ways. Though I'd never really heard of shadow people before, but I swear to the gods I started seeing them when I was out on walks. Figure here, another there. One was even walking toward me from the front at one point before it disappeared into thin air. Never bothered me much, just was off-putting. The experience that stopped these walks, however, was the scariest thing I've ever experienced. I'd gone to the gas station nearby to get some snacks and a drink. While I was walking down a side street to get mine, felt my headphones get tugged off one side, snapped back into my head. Expected to see Em standing there, but I wasn't so lucky. Instead, I saw a face. I don't know if there is a body, though, because I didn't have enough time to look. It had greenish, mottled skin that looked soaking wet and rotting. Its hair was also soaking wet, matted and tangled. It had no eyes, just two black shadows, and its nose looked like it was rotted away down to the bone. The part that freaked me out the most was the mouth. It was hanging agape and dirty, and it had way too many teeth to be a normal human mouth. I hightailed it home and refused to go out that night again. I did some light research and I found no records of it drowning at the time. So for the life of me, I can't explain it. At some point later, I don't remember exactly how long, but I heard a growl in my room before an electrical buzzing noise that resulted in a light bulb exploding. That night's hard to remember past that point. My ex guided me through some rituals per her faith. The final experience I had was recent, about a year ago. I'd returned from a visit to my girlfriend at the time and decided to go for a walk to clear my head of the negativity. While walking, I felt like I was being stalked, and at one point I noticed a white mass of energy dart across a lawn to my right. And as strange as it sounds, I don't think I saw it so much as I felt it was there. I could see it, but I also couldn't, and I suppose I just don't have the knowledge to describe it. I hurried around a bend in the street and began to text my ex before my phone shut off and wouldn't turn back on. This turned into a sprint. As I got home, I tried my phone again. Turned it back on, no problem. And I'm moving out of the area anyways, but this was the last straw, and I don't think nightly walks are ever going to happen again. With all of this said, can anybody help me understand what in the hell was happening to me? I had only one experience in my home. The rest were all in the surrounding neighborhoods and plazas. Sweet dreams. It wasn't my grandmother. I live in a small one-story home, in the country surrounded by acres of pasture and woodland. Although we have neighbors, we aren't close with them, and we hardly have visitors of any kind. To say I haven't experienced anything odd or interesting during my time living here would be a lie. I could write a book with the amount of stories I have involving bizarre creatures I've seen roaming the grassy fields around the pond behind our house late at night. And I've been sensitive to the paranormal ever since I was a baby. The experiences run in my family on my mother's side. And with this being said, I scare easily, and I'm a huge baby when it comes to anything out of the ordinary. So I've had to teach myself how to turn it on and off, so to speak. This particular story, however, takes place long before I learned how to do it. Around 10 years ago, my grandmother who lived with us passed away. It's very close to her, so I took the hit hard. And around this time, the paranormal activity in my household began to ramp up. Toys would turn on and off without anybody or anything near them, and we'd occasionally feel something tap on our shoulders. My brother, who moved into our old room a few months later, even distinctly remembers a warm breath on the back of his neck when he was alone in the house. We were all rather calm about it. We believed it was my grandmother hanging around just to help ease us into the transition of life without her. Never felt scared or in danger. That is until one night. And I'm a very light sleeper. I inherited that from my mom as well. The slightest sound of the air conditioner turning on at night was pretty much always going to make me wide awake. This time, however, I awoke to the sound of the floor creaking outside of my room. The way the house is laid out, my room, my aunt's room, and my brother's, formerly grandmother's room, they're all at the far end of the house. One has to walk the entirety of the house from my room through the dining room and the kitchen and the living room to get to my parents' bedroom at the opposite end of the house. I looked at the clock and I realized it was a little bit past midnight. No one would be awake at this time. The creaking wasn't uncommon, but we had a few weak spots in the dining room and kitchen that would creak occasionally, even if no one was stepping there. And just as I was about to fall asleep again, I heard a second creak further into the dining room. Again odd, but not entirely unbelievable. It wasn't until the third creak came just outside the kitchen that I realized it sounded like very slow sort of footsteps, deliberately stepping on every weak place on the floor. I sat up to listen closer, and as I did so, I heard 3 more very distinct creaks coming back to the door in my room. They stopped directly outside of my door, and then began to pace back in the direction of the kitchen once again. I listened to this repetition for 15 minutes or so, memorizing each of the steps until I was able to predict when and where the next one would sound. It was so bizarre, but even my little 10-year-old brain tried to reason that it was just the house settling, or maybe an issue with the air conditioning or something like that. But I said earlier, I scared easily, especially in the dark of the night. So I quietly slid out of the bed, and I was planning to make a run for my parents' room. The only problem was that I had to run through the kitchen in order to get there. The creaking was currently coming from. I nerves and opened my bedroom door and quietly stepped onto the rest of the house. The lights were off, but there was no one in the dining room, and just as I was about to start my wild run to my parents' room, I realized the next predicted step didn't come. Instead, I became aware of a much more terrifying sound. Running. Something was running at me from the kitchen, through the dining room, and there was no one there, but I could hear it so distinctly. I panicked, ran back into my room, and the footsteps were right behind me. Jumped into the bed, covered myself with a blanket, and the fast footsteps came all the way into my room and right to my bedside where they stopped. Then they stopped, and I didn't hear them again the rest of the night, or the following night. And in fact, to this day, it's the only night anything in my house ever made that kind of sound. I still have no explanation for it, and all I know is whatever chased me through the home that night wasn't the spirit of my kind grandmother. Star falling into my room. Please help me understand. When I was a little girl, maybe 7 or 8, I had this thing happen to me that I think about all the time now. I completely forgot it for years, like really forgot. Till recently, it just came out of me while I was talking, and now I can't stop talking about it. It was real, and I know it happened. I was in bed with a tooth underneath my pillow, waiting for the tooth fairy. I always sleep in my stomach, but this time I'd flipped onto my back because I was waiting for my dad to come and tuck me in. I remember being really excited. I was not sleepy. I was wide awake watching the sliver of sky I could see from my window. Just a little strip between the storm blinds and the neighbor's house. Not a big view, just enough to see a single star. I was staring at that star, and then it started to fall. It began small, like it was way up in the sky, but it got bigger as it came closer, like a glowing orb. Not perfectly round, more like a pulsing, glowing, spiky or round shape that stretched larger as it got closer. And as it got bigger and came toward me, I heard this buzzing sound. Not loud, but definitely there, like a hum. Like something electrical but soft and, well, very soft. The sound's not the important thing here. The sound was like almost to cover the sound of anything else in my reality as the light was getting closer. I was completely frozen. I couldn't move, not even blink. But I wasn't scared, I was just stuck, watching this happen. The star got bigger and bigger until it was huge, and it came through my window. It didn't break anything, it just entered, like it phased into the room. The light completely took over my vision, and I couldn't see my bed, the walls, or anything. Just pure white light, total whiteout. It's like it entered me. Then suddenly I gasped and I sat up like my whole body jolted upright. And time had passed because the dollar was under my pillow and the tooth was gone. My dad wasn't in the bathroom anymore like he had been when I first lay down. I'd seen the light under the door and heard him washing his hands, but now it was quiet and it was done and I'd missed it. But to me, it felt like no time had passed at all, like the whole thing was maybe an instant. I grabbed the dollar and I ran to wake up my dad, telling him I saw the tooth fairy, because that's what I thought it was at the time. That was how my little kid brain tried to make sense of it, but he said, okay, and brushed it off. But I know I wasn't asleep. I was awake and excited and watching. This wasn't a dream, it really happened. The only other time I've seen something shaped like that, this featureless glowing being or presence, was when I was 16. I had this dream where I floated into a different place. It was like sky above the sky below. I was just drifting inside of it, very surreal and dualistic. There was this massive wall of light, and from inside it something started walking toward me. It didn't have a face or arms or features, but I knew it was a being. And it just pushed me back and said, not yet. And that was all. Then I was suddenly back in my body again. The shape of that thing, the way it moved forward and how I just couldn't resist it. That's exactly what this light star thing felt like as I entered my room. Not threatening, just undeniable, like it was coming no matter what. I don't know what it was. I don't know why it happened to me. Didn't even remember it happened until very recently. I guess I tucked it away. Told maybe one or two people, but it came back online about a year ago, and I'm so curious to understand what it meant for me as I'm learning to understand myself. So I just want to know, has anybody ever had something like this happen to them? A star falling from the sky, getting bigger and entering your room, filling it with light and then just being gone. No vision, no message, just that. Not astral projection, not sleep paralysis. I'm talking about a star falling into your room at night. Only the sticky green ones on the ceiling, for me. Personally, everything feels sort of strange these days, and everything just feels off to me. I feel like people don't really know why they're doing things anymore. I agree. I just watched a video of a popular rock band playing their music, and there doesn't seem to be as much zest to it as in previous years. Almost as if the reasons they made their music or what rose them to fame are just no longer relevant anymore. A lot of the adults I know in their 60s just fervently defended the government and status quo during the pandemic. However, when the truth has come out, there is a lot of people being disingenuous, to put it one way. And a few scandals coming out about members of the government breaking the lockdown rules in the UK at least. One was caught on camera having an affair while telling the country to social distance, and the party was held with no social distancing whatsoever. However, now they just sort of look lost, like a bunch of children wandering around the playground looking at their feet. No fever, zealousness for life. Just depression and disappointment and confusion. Then there are many people fervently clinging on to the past and their beliefs and desires, desperately clinging on to cultures or cultural icons from 20 years ago that are long since irrelevant. Not always true. People just doing drugs and drinking alcohol to numb themselves from the reality of whatever is really going on. All the bizarre political events occurring, not commenting, just stating. Whatever the F is going on in the USA, it feels like a million miles away. The USA never felt so culturally different to the UK as it does now. I have very, very little understanding or idea why things are happening in the USA in the way that they are currently. Then there's all of this spirituality. I've heard loads of stuff about bloody planets aligning and energetic frequencies changing and transitioning from 3D into 4D. Additionally, for me, I would likely be dead within a few months if I hadn't found Alcoholics Anonymous and spirituality when I did. I was going down a route of isolated alcohol and drug addiction until I found these services. Yet it feels like I'm living a life in a bubble now. Like, there are those that get it and those that don't, and those that see the weird changes in society, and those just going through the motion, hoping for the best. As I said, I would likely be dead by now if it wasn't for AA and such, and feels like my family at least don't give an F. None of them did anything when I was clearly sinking lower and lower. They just sort of sat around hoping for the problems to go away and solve themselves. Not all of them, but a fair few. I've spoken to some of them recently, having been going to AA meetings for a few weeks, and they sort of were just like, nice, good for you. Then swiftly moving on, thank fuck you're not gonna die anymore. Is this just what used to happen when these people know problems just solving themselves, like a great bunch of adults that abandon their children to fend for themselves after dumping years of abuse and trauma onto them? There's a fair few people who seem to have stepped up to the plate and are trying to be grown-ups. I continue on with whatever new society is emerging. I know of many community figures and nurses and doctors and such who've stood up and tried to address the issues that I've been having. Perhaps we're just at a pivotal point in the history, or at least near history, where the UK at least is divided into those who stepped up and those who cowardly clung to the past. I have all kinds of comments. But an overarching comment is, yeah, the medical system in most of the world is pretty horrible. I can say that cleanly. The Oz effect experience. That silence feeling, being watched. Yeah, I'd recommend you to listen to it. Last summer I had this feeling. In the middle of the woods in a spot in the Caribou goldfields. Caribou, maybe. Where a triple murder and robbery took place in the 1860s. I was on the Old North Trail in an area called Murderer's Gulch, on a secondary road into an abandoned mine. This place is deep in grizzly bear country, in thick forest. It was a hot, sunny summer day. No people live within miles of this place. One can Google for the story of the murders and robbery. My girlfriend and I wanted to check the area out after hearing the story. The main roads washed out, so we took the Old North Trail. That's where the robbery took place over a century ago, which is now an old deactivated logging road down to the opposite side of the main road past the washout. That leads into the abandoned mine. The main road had been totally washed out at Murderer's Creek several years earlier. The secondary road we took was not great, which had small washouts and was very overgrown. We spent 2 days clearing and fixing the road, and on the second day, we decided to walk the rest of the road to get a sense of whether it was worth continuing trying to fix said road to get down to the abandoned mine in my truck. But anyway, before we went down on foot, my girlfriend wandered down the road a bit and came running back as I was digging away past a small washout in the road. She asked me if I heard that sound, in quotes. I had not heard anything as I was shoveling, just filling the small washout to a point to get my truck further down said road. We walked down to the abandoned mine to see how much work was ahead of us. I had my 45-70 lever-action guide gun with me, since we were in bear country. It was a steep grade with a cliff down to the mine site, hundreds of feet below and thick forest on the other side of the road. Basically, it's a bottleneck the whole way down for about 1.5 miles. We got down and looked around the abandoned mine for about an hour, before heading back up the steep road to my truck, and on the way back I had an off vibe. I stopped before the V onto the bypass road that we came down. I felt something was off, like we were being watched. A big danger feeling where my hair stood up. My girlfriend asked if everything was okay, and I said, yeah, not wanting to freak her out. But I stood still listening, and I could tell she felt it too. And that's when I noticed it was silent. No sounds, no birds chirping, just silence. Then a squirrel lost its shit, chirping the danger sounds that they do. Then we heard 3 very loud knocks up the road back to the truck coming from the woods. Loud and spaced about a second apart between each knock. It was like somebody smashing a big rock on a tree not far behind the tree line. This being up the way that we had to go to get back to my truck. We kept walking toward it. There was no choice if we were to get out of there. It was hot and steep, and there was no way we could run due to the grade of the hill. Then we heard something. It was following us off to the left in the forest. Then 5 loud knocks 200 meters up the road from the last knocks. We were in the bottleneck, steep cliff to the mine on the right, close knocks to the forest on the left. I looked at my girlfriend and said, we have to get the fuck out of here. We pushed up the steep road, me keeping an eye on the forest, ready to shoot whatever it was that was following us. It was the scariest walk of my life, but we got to the truck and got out of there. The sound my girlfriend heard prior to heading down turned out to be the same knocking sound we heard in the walk back up. She turned, not slowly, not unnaturally. Well, not naturally. She spun around in one smooth, unnatural motion like a puppet on a string, and her face locked onto ours. Her eyes were shadowed but fixed, her expression blank, yet somehow furious. Her skin was pale and too pale, stretched too tightly across her cheekbones and pointed chin. The second she looked at us, the world seemed to drop. A coldness slammed into my chest, sudden and bone deep. My skin prickled and every hair standing on end. My stomach lurched like I was falling, but I hadn't moved and I couldn't move. It felt like time stopped, but only for a second. Then everything in us screamed, not out loud, not even in words, just run. That wild animal panic that lives deep in your gut. The kind you can't reason with, the kind that keeps you alive. We bolted. No warning, no signal, just instinct. Legs pumping, breath catching in our throats, the echo of our footsteps, loud in the stillness. Down into the tunnel walkway we went, the lights overhead flickering dimly like they might die at any second. The air was thicker down there, like breathing through wet cloth. Our footsteps slapped against the concrete, and we didn't speak, and there was nothing even to say. Halfway through, we slowed just enough to glance behind us, and she was there, still following. Closer. Too close. And she wasn't running. She was walking that same slow, deliberate walk. But somehow she was nearly right behind us. Her arms hung loose by her sides, her shoulders stiff, and her head tilted slightly, like she was studying us. Like she didn't really need to run to catch us. Her movements were silent, not a sound was made. It made no sense. She made the tunnel feel longer than it was. We ran harder. Our lungs burned and my legs felt like jelly. The exit was just ahead, the stairs leading back up to the street. We scrambled up them two at a time, nearly tripping, hearts thudding like drums in her ears, and I turned and she was there on the steps, still walking, still gaining. I didn't understand it. Like how? We were running flat out and she had moved faster than a crawl. But there she was, her face still calm, still blank, eyes locked onto us like we were already caught. We hit the street and kept going, sprinting down the sidewalk, past shops and shuttered houses. The lights above us blurred and our feet thundered on the pavement. I looked back again. She was still there, not running, not stopping, still walking, and somehow closer. We didn't stop until we saw them. Two men standing near a crossing, smoking, talking softly under the weak glow of the street lamp. We made a beeline straight for them. Our fear was plain in our faces, and they looked confused and, well, startled even. And when I turned back, she was gone and vanished. Not behind a corner, not retreating, just gone. We wanted to chalk it up to her being somebody that was high or something, but that couldn't explain the fact that she had just vanished. She got too high. But I swear it didn't feel like she'd left. It felt like she'd just stepped out of sight, like she was still nearby and watching, just out of reach, waiting. And even now, when I pass that street, or see a cat staring from a window, I get that same cold twist in my stomach, that pressure in the air, that feeling that something unnatural is near, that if I turn too slowly or blink too long, she'll be there, still walking, still catching up. The car that wasn't there. This happened about 4 months ago, and I still can't make sense of it. I live down in Galveston, Texas with my boyfriend. If you've ever been here, you know how dangerous the roads can get late at night, especially along Seawall Boulevard. It's just one of those stretches where accidents happen way too often for how small the town is. And I grew up here, so I'm kind of used to hearing sirens and seeing wrecks, but this was different. Both of us worked late shifts. He bartends on the Strand, and I waitress at a seafood spot near the pier. That night, I'd finished a little bit early, walked over to wait for him outside the bar. We were both sober, and he hadn't had a drink, and I never drink while working because I have to drive anyway. He offered to drive us home since I look like a zombie from running around all night. We decided to take the quote-unquote long way, meaning along the seawall, just because it's quieter that time of night and you can sometimes hear the waves if you roll the windows down. It was close to 2 a.m. and basically no traffic. Just us and the occasional set of headlights in the distance. After a while, we caught up behind this little white car. It looked like a Corolla or maybe an older Civic. We weren't tailgating, just following at a steady pace, maybe 30 or 40 feet behind. It was going a little slower than us, but not crawling, and we kept, talking about dumb stuff, like what to eat tomorrow, and some drama with his coworkers, the usual. Nothing spooky in our minds. Then up ahead, we saw the lights, red and blue flashing, filling the whole road. looked like a cruiser parked sideways across both lanes blocking the traffic. At first I thought, okay, maybe it's road work or maybe a DUI checkpoint or something. But then I saw the yellow tape. The car in front of us slowed down as it approached, and then this is what gets me. It looked like it just veered slightly and went around the cop car, like it had space to pass on the right shoulder. I remember thinking, oh, okay, we'll just follow them though. Except there wasn't any space. As soon as we get close enough, my boyfriend had to slam on the brakes hard. The cruiser was completely blocking both lanes bumper to bumper. And beyond it, maybe 20 yards up, was a wrecked SUV flipped on its side. Cops and EMTs were milling around, and I swear I could hear the scrape of a shovel on asphalt as they picked up broken glass. The whole road was sealed off, end to end. Absolutely no way any car, not even a motorcycle, could have squeezed through. We both just sat there for a second in total shock, like, where the hell did that white car go? My boyfriend said out loud, that doesn't make any sense, and just kept saying, but we saw it, we both saw it. Because we did, and for minutes its taillights had shaped the way it slowed at the lights. There was no side street, no turn-off, no hidden driveway, just the ocean on one side and a row of empty shops on the other. The only option was behind the cop car, which was blocked, or in front of it where the accident was, and yet it was gone. We had to back up, do this awkward reverse turn, and go all the way around the block. The whole time, neither of us said much, but the hair on my arms was standing straight up. Later when we got home, we both sat in the car for a bit before going inside, and finally I asked him, do you think we saw a ghost car? He just kind of shrugged, but he looked pale. He's not the type to believe in paranormal stuff, but he admitted there is no logical explanation for what we saw. Honestly, the scariest part wasn't even the car disappearing. It was the thought that if he hadn't slammed the brakes when he did, if we'd just assumed we could go around like that car apparently did, we might have plowed straight into the wreck. Still don't know what to make of it. Maybe it was a trick of the lights. Maybe we were both tired and our brains filled in the car that wasn't there. Doesn't explain why we both saw it, clear as day. Headlights, taillights, the whole shape of it for minutes before it disappeared. Has anybody else ever seen something like that? A phantom car? Maybe connected to a crash, because it's one thing to hear about ghost hitchhikers. But this was, well, I don't even know. Felt like we were watching a replay of something that already happened. Kind of feel you on that. You've heard stories about that road. How cars vanish and how people disappear. We went there, and what we found at Paranormal M still haunts us. Subscribe to see why. Wendigo of the North. Wendigo of the North, a popular mythological cannibalistic monster in the spiritual tradition of the North American Algonquin-speaking tribes. According to many people, it is a malevolent spirit that possesses humans and increases their desire to feed on human meat to such an extent that it's the only thing they can really think of. They walk like zombies. Many believe this is all just a mental disorder which they call the Wendigo psychosis. Wendigo psychosis. Wendigo psychosis can be seen as a culture-bound syndrome in which individuals may believe they're possessed by the Wendigo, a cannibalistic creature featured in Algonquin tribal folklore. This creature is sometimes also referred to as the Wendigo or Witico. Prevalence rates of Wendigo psychosis aren't clear, but some sources report that there may have been as many as 70 cases in the 60s. It's not known for sure whether Wendigo psychosis should be considered a mental illness or the result of a certain cultural belief and behavior. History of the Wendigo. The oral stories of the Wendigo have been passed down for a very long way before the Europeans arrived in Northern America. But the first written mention of the Wendigo of the North dates back to around 1636. That's a report by Paul Le... I'm not good at French. Paul Lejeune, a French Jesuit missionary living among the Algonquin people in what is now Quebec. Lejeune described a woman who warns of an Achen that had eaten some tribal members nearby, and that would, quote-unquote, eat a great many of them if we were not called elsewhere. A few instances of murder and cannibalism in North America were blamed on the Wendigo. These included a case in Alberta, Canada in 1879, where a Cree hunter and trapper named Swift Runner claimed a Wendigo spirit had entered his dream, told him to eat his family. He was tried for murder, found guilty, and hanged for his crime later that year. And another case occurred in 1907 among the Sandy Lake First Nation community in northern Ontario. The tribal shaman, Jack Fiddler, and his brother Joseph Fiddler were charged with the murder of Joseph's daughter-in-law, whom they'd strangled to prevent her from becoming possessed by a Wendigo. After the brothers' arrest, Jack Fiddler escaped. He escaped the police and just strangled himself, and Joseph Fiddler died from tuberculosis in prison in 1909. By the early 20th century, the term Wendigo psychosis was being used by psychologists and missionaries to describe a culture-bound syndrome among Native and First Nations people. People whose symptoms included delusions of becoming possessed by an evil spirit, depression, violence, a compulsion for human flesh, and in some cases cannibalism. The syndrome was also diagnosed retroactively in historical cases of cannibalism in North America. However, the existence of the syndrome is disputed by some scientists. Below is a map where the tribes that have Wendigo in their culture believe the Wendigo stays. I want to see this map. Some descriptions of the Wendigo seem to suggest that it could have the ability to shapeshift, which seems to be similar to a skinwalker of the Navajo. According to the Navajo tribes, that's like a witch. It has the ability to take form of the last person or animal they killed. In other words, they wear the skin of their prey. They weren't dreams. I've had what I consider to be paranormal experiences off and on my whole life, and a lot of these stories I've shared with many people offline. I might share those later here, but they'll definitely out me to people who know me in real life. In the States, you have Girl Scouts. In Canada, we have Girl Guides. Age groups are 5 to 6 Sparks and 7 to 8 Brownies, and 9 to 11 are Guides. Well, when I was a Spark in the 90s, I remember we would sell cookies and chocolates to raise money for different things, crafts and trips and stuff. During one such campaign, I have this vivid memory of my mom and I going door to door in our little town selling cookies. And I grew up in a really small town. We were set in from the woods a little, and a lot of the properties were heavily treed. We were a couple of streets away from home when I noticed a path between two houses that seemed to lead to a small house I'd never noticed before. The cedars and bushes around it sort of concealed the structure, so I could see a chimney with smoke coming out. I asked my mom if we could go to that house. She kind of looked at me funny and said that there wasn't a house there. Eventually, I convinced her to let me walk down the little path and see if anyone was there. If I wasn't 100% sure that I was awake, I'd think I was dreaming. Mostly because my mom let me go down that path alone. But truthfully, as a child, it probably seemed way longer than it actually was. Probably like 10 feet. I pushed past the bushes and saw a very crudely built structure that was built with green metal and tinted glass. It was bigger than a shed, but definitely smaller than her house. And as I'd seen at the road, there was a little chimney sticking out of the top of the structure. I made my way up to the rectangle of metal that I assumed was the front door, and as I approached, I could hear the sound of metallic whirring inside, like some sort of machinery was running. The air around the house smelled weird, like an organic smell that was wrong. I don't know how to describe it, and I've only smelled it maybe one other time in my life. Reached up and I knocked on the door and listened as the knock seemed to echo around the inside of the house. After a moment, I heard something inside the house knock back. Something in my little girl brain said, "Get the fuck out." I ran down back the road where my mom was waiting. I didn't know what I'd just seen, and I just told her she was right and there was no house there. Moved on to the next property. When my brother and I were little, sometimes we'd get sick enough to run a fever and we'd hallucinate, or have really vivid dreams, and sometimes acting them out in our sleep. I remember one time I was dreaming that I was playing basketball, and I woke myself up sitting up with my hands in the air as if I'd just thrown the ball. One night, feverish, trying to sleep, but it had gotten to the time of night when my parents had gone to bed. The lights were off and the house was painfully silent. I started to hear a man singing. I was suddenly calmed and felt like everything was going to be fine, but there was a subtle feeling of unease underneath it all. The man singing seemed to get clearer in my mind, and I realized I was sitting cross-legged on the floor in a circle with other children, and the man sat straight across from me. He was singing and strumming an acoustic guitar, and I could smell that weird smell again. Organic and wrong. There were candles in a circle around us, and from there I finally faded off to sleep, but I was so creeped out the next morning when I remembered it. I don't know why, other than the smell, but these two memories seem to be linked. And as I grew up, I seemed to misplace which roads the weird little house was, and never saw it on the path again. The man didn't remind me of anybody I've known or met, and it would be really easy to just say that these were only dreams, nothing more. But I don't know. They didn't feel like dreams. And if you're still hearing my voice, well, this too is not a dream. And if they leak in there, hope they're sweet ones. See ya. Trapped in the loop. I've been debating posting this. I don't want to sound like I've completely lost it, but reading some of the stuff here made me feel a little bit less alone. For me, it started about 4 years ago when I was living in a crappy rental near the river in Eugene, Oregon. First time it happened, I thought it was just a nightmare, but it turned into this thing that keeps coming back. It was one of those false awakenings, I guess you'd call it. I woke up in my own bed in my exact room, everything in the right place. The blanket bunched at my feet, the string of LED lights on the wall, the faint hum from the fridge down the hall. Everything was normal. My girlfriend at the time was sleeping beside me. I asked her, "Am I awake?" She said, "Yeah," and I believed her. But then it looped. I woke up again, same setting, same question. "Am I awake?" But this time her tone was off. She looked like her, but her energy was wrong and dark and cold, and she snapped at me. Third time I woke again, same room, same scene. But now she wasn't even pretending to be her anymore. She lunged at me. The face was hers, but it wasn't her. It felt like something was inside her skin. I jolted awake for real and crying with my heart racing. I've had bad dreams before, but this was something else entirely. Happened again a year later. I realized mid-dream that I was dreaming, so I stopped doing what the quote-unquote people around me wanted. Like they were trying to funnel me into this script. Go here, say this, don't wander off. But I ignored it, and that's when they turned on me. I kept looping awake, one fake morning after another fake morning, and each time the characters in the dream got more hostile. The last one was my ex. Somebody I hadn't seen in years. They showed up and tried to corner me, and I yelled at him, and "You can't hurt me, this is a dream." And his voice, God, it still makes me shiver. It dropped into this guttural growl. "If If you don't want to play the game, then get out. And that's when I snapped awake gasping. A few months ago, it escalated further. My mom shut up in my room, but she lives 5 hours away in Portland, so I knew it wasn't really her. The energy rolling off of her was evil, not scary like Boo, but the suffocating, malevolent heaviness. I panicked and I prayed out loud in the name of Jesus, protect me and banish this. Then each time I woke up, it reset with different family members showing up, like my brother and my cousins, but none of them were them. My brother even looked at me blankly when I asked if he knew that we were in a dream. I asked if he believed in God, and he turned back and in this horrible, distorted voice said, "No." The last week has been hell. The loops won't stop. 4 or 5, sometimes more in one night. I'll notice little things are off, like too many necklaces around my neck or my cat sitting on the bed when he's actually staying with my dad across town. I'll hear someone trying to break in through the front door and hear the knob rattle. Footsteps on the porch. Once it was knocking sharp, like real enough that I actually woke up and went to check the door. No one was there. The worst part, I don't know where the dream ends and reality begins. Sometimes I wake up and I'm afraid to even move because I don't trust it's real. I'll sit there staring at the door waiting to see it shift again. I don't know what this is. Sleep paralysis or demons. Just my brain frying itself from stress. All I know is every time it happens, I come out of it feeling like I've been toyed with. It's wearing me down. So I'm dealing with repeated false awakening loops, especially the ones where people in the dream seem to be aware of you, like they're mad you're not playing along. That's what scares me the most. These things don't feel like dreams, they feel like something else trying to keep me trapped. I get that in real life a little bit. My story. Long story, but short, is God is real. Okay, so 2020 November. I was 14. Long story short, my brain went wonky, and I developed OCD. Didn't know what it was at the time. I thought I was just going mental. This was also COVID times. And on my phone, I kept seeing stuff about spiritual awakenings and 11/11 and all that jazz. I thought of all of this was happening because I was having one. When you read the rest, it won't make sense why I thought like this. I've seen ghosts since I was little and into my early teens. Seeing somebody stand at the end of my bed wasn't out of the norm for me. So when I did awake to see something, I just went back to sleep. Anyway, I started getting bruises on my legs and handprints and finger marks. They would be brown straight away and disappear as soon as they came, sometimes overnight. My parents saw these things happen over a period of time, kept their eye on it. And every morning I could guarantee to have a new one. I saw orbs and caught them on camera regularly. They would respond to me if I asked them a question, such as go past the camera if you're a boy. I would see shadow figures and they were so black it was hard to comprehend. No faces, no clothes, just tall, black and the outline of a body. I was called him the Oval Man, as the head was oval. Logical. Sleep paralysis with these shadow figures too. I would be dreaming and run out to my room and then be sucked straight back into bed by these figures. No matter how far I ran, which wasn't far, I'd be sucked back into bed, and all of this, plus losing my mind over OCD, was constant. I saw one of the figures loading a blue and purple light. No idea. I have a photo on my phone of one of these figures, but every time I show it, something gets broken or thrown across the floor. And one night, I heard long fingernails or claws drag down my bed frame, and then 3 knocks. I recently found out this is mocking the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. One day in the daytime, I saw a black claw with black scales. It was awful. It made me feel sick. It was so real that the minute I saw it, it moved and went yuck. Right. Because of everything happening in my personal life, I developed depression through all of this. Hashtag or number sign of years old as me can't get a break. So I was very low and couldn't be left in a room alone as I thought about doing something silly. Went to the doctor with Dad as he was concerned about blood clotting, otherwise known as the bruises. Had blood tests and some geezer felt my tummy, and everything came back normal. Dad was really getting concerned now. Luckily for me, my parents are Christian and have had experiences with ghosts before, so they believe me. And this all kept happening over months and months. My father got in contact with a priest called Father Joe. He was chill and kept dismissing my stories, and that annoyed me. Anyway, we all said amen, and now being 14, experiencing all of this, you're a bit like this is pointless, and he said a 5-second prayer. Turns out this Father Joe was an exorcist, and he only dismissed my stories because he didn't want to scare me. And when I tell you I never had it since, it all stopped it overnight, basically. The power of Christ's unmatched, and I love that guy. My family's house is cursed. My grandpa used to say our family was once full of celebration and weddings and festivals. People coming from all over the place all the time. It was a happy place. Then one day when he was a kid, they found this creepy-ass doll on the rooftop. Some sort of voodoo or black magic thing. And ever since that day, nothing has ever been normal in our lives. Fast forward 2 years later, and my biological grandma burned herself alive in the house. Right there in what used to be the kitchen, now the dining room. Nobody talks about it much, but we all know that that was the start of something dark. Later, a baby was born in the family. The priest said the kid was born under some bad nakshatra, or planetary condition. He warned that somebody close, either the kid's uncle or father, might die unless rituals were performed. Well, we did those rituals. Still, not long after that, my uncle, my mom's brother, died and he was young. Just married less than a year in his 30s. He was the only male offspring, and he was the child of my current grandma. And there's a total of 4 of them. The rest were the 3 that are the offspring of my deceased grandma, and they say that the deceased grandma killed herself because she didn't have a male child, which is pretty sad. They say she killed herself by burning herself with kerosene, and all of this was what I found in the attic, and overheard late-night conversations between the family. After that, it was like a curse exploded across the family. My grandparents separated after 40 years. The family renting the floor above us, well, 2 died and one of them hanged himself. My aunt, the kid's mom, tried to hang herself twice, and I personally stopped her both times. Even my dog dies randomly. I moved in there for a while for college and fell into deep depression, having the worst nightmares daily, and it took me more than 2 fucking years to get back on my feet. And that's not even the freakiest part. What I experienced as a kid. When I was young, I'd hear somebody whisper my name at night, like actually calling me, even when the house was dead silent. One time I woke up under the dining room table and no memory of how I got there. Guess where my grandma burned herself? Right there under the same spot. I got to know all of this when I found an old personal trunk of my grandpa that had photos of my real granny. Until that, I thought my step-grandma is my real granny, and I was flabbergasted, to be honest, and on God, I have experienced somebody whisper into my ear when I tried to sleep alone multiple times. Chills went from my ears to my toes. When I wake up like that, there's not a single person in the house. Everybody was outside in the garden. It wasn't just me either. During their childbirths, years apart, both my mom and aunt saw the exact same terrifying thing, because I overheard their conversation. A woman with long black braided hair and sharp black nails lying next to them while they were frozen and couldn't move. They described it the same way, and both swear it wasn't a dream. They couldn't even scream. That one photo. There is a photo of my biological grandma in that house, and I swear to God you can't ignore it. Feels like she's staring right into you no matter where you walk. It's not even a creepy photo on purpose, just her face, but there's something wrong about it, and everybody avoids looking at it. My household ghost talked to my niece and daughter. I, a 25-year-old male, moved into a new house in November. I'm renting, so I have a 12-month lease. And honestly, I love the house, but there's definitely something paranormal here. It started with small things, like lights flickering and my bedroom light turning off when it wasn't even touched. I chalked it up to electrical problems. Then, about a month into us living here, my 27-year-old girlfriend started saying she felt like something was watching her, and the house was creepy when she was alone. Allegedly. Excuse me. A few weeks after that, we started randomly hearing footsteps on our ceiling, like someone was upstairs. We would also regularly hear a singular knock on her front door every now and then, as when nobody was there. And also that light that would turn off in our room started turning off whenever we were getting dressed. Our cat started meowing at the ceiling in the laundry room every day, which is between our living room and the garage, and it also shares a wall with our bedroom. In January, I'm home alone with my two kids, S, a 10-year-old male, and E, a 6-year-old female. Back this up. Your son is 10 years old and you are 25. Alrighty then. Moving on. We were on the couch, which is on the opposite wall of our TV, and the TV was off. My son was telling my daughter and I a joke when suddenly, in the middle of it, the TV remote moved on the TV stand. It knocked over a Harry Potter wand to the ground. Our cats were asleep on the couch with us. It was unexplainable and freaked me out. The worst event was in March, during spring break. I had my niece, R, a 6-year-old female, over spending the night. And her and my daughter E were in the garage, which we've converted to a playroom. They were playing games. I was on the couch inside the living room. My girlfriend was outside smoking. My son was at his grandma's house. Suddenly I heard my daughter yell, "Yeah?" I didn't respond because I didn't say anything to her, so I thought she was talking to R. Then my daughter and niece both ran into the room and asked what I needed because they heard somebody call to them. My niece said it sounded like my mom. From her perspective, you know. I told them I didn't say anything. Nobody said anything. And they both explained to me that they definitely heard someone say both of their names, and to tell them to come here. They said it sounded like a whisper, but they were convinced it was my sister's voice, R's mom. I immediately called my sister and explained this to her because I was shocked, and these two little girls were both so sure of what they heard and were so scared that they wouldn't go back into the garage. or even go to get their shoes and toys. This is not the first time these girls have talked to the paranormal, unfortunately. My sister and I moved very close to each other in 2021, and I moved into my house first. The girls were 2 at the time, and my daughter didn't speak for the first 3 years of her life. But I caught her on the baby monitor talking to her ceiling in babble talk almost nightly. My niece spoke perfect words, and when they moved into their house, I watched my niece at my house while they moved their things in. A few days later, my niece told my sister and I that the demon that lives in my house came with her home to her new house. She explained that he got into the car with her and came home with her. This whole thing freaks me out. My sister used to see me as a shadow at night. I found an old text I wrote years ago, right after one of the strangest episodes of my childhood. I recently reread it and felt the need to give that story new form, to organize it better and revisit it more clearly. Well, that fear that in a way still lives inside me. What you're about to hear is more mature of a rewrite, but the fear, that stays the same. During our childhood, my sister Alice and I were very close. We slept in the same room and laughed together and shared toys and fears. That lasted until I was about 6 or 7 and got my own room. It was like a defining moment because along with the sense of freedom and independence came something strange. I remember exactly the first time something felt off. Alice said to me, as casually as could be, "Lucas, why do you keep watching me at night and never say anything?" "What? I never did that, Alice." "Stop lying. Seriously, stop standing at the door staring at me." I thought it was some kind of a joke, a childish attempt to scare me. She never brought it up again, but a few nights later I started waking up to her screaming, "Get out, Lucas, leave me alone." And I'd been asleep, always asleep. At first, I tried not to give it too much importance. Kids have wild imaginations, I thought. But over time, it started getting to me. Why was she seeing me standing at the door? What did that even mean? Recently, now that we're older, she told me everything. Her eyes were full of tears as if she were reliving every moment. She said that for about a whole year, she saw me standing there every single night, silent and shadowy, just watching. It was me, but at the same time, it wasn't. She swore it was real. She said my body looked like it was covered in a dense shadow, as if the hallway light refused to touch me. I never responded and I never moved. I just stood there, a human silhouette with my face. The last appearance was the worst. "Get away, Lucas." "Nothing." "Seriously, stop it." Silence. "Get out." And the figure started walking towards her. She screamed for help and my dad rushed into the room and she was begging, "Dad, get Lucas out of here. He tried to attack me." And then came the sentences that chilled me to the bone. "Alice, Lucas is asleep with me." After that, the figure never appeared again. But Alice was never the same. She started sleeping with the light on, or in our parents' room. She said she developed a technique to turn the light off with her eyes closed, just so she wouldn't have to see me standing there. Even now, years later, she still says a prayer every night. And mind you, we're agnostic. But she doesn't sleep without praying, whether it's for caution or fear or trauma. And me, well, I still wonder what that was. I never saw anything. I never felt anything. But knowing that someone or something used my face to terrify my sister, it leaves me with an unease I carry to this day. Was something trying to pretend to be me, or did something inside me leave at night without my knowing? I don't have any answers, just chills. Some call it a doppelganger. Others talk about skinwalkers. Maybe it's just a child's imagination, but if so, why am I still afraid to look in the mirror at night? I just hope it was her imagination playing tricks on her. The red eye in the hallway. This all started earlier this year, right after we lost our dog Max. He was only 7, and it came out of nowhere. Some kind of tumor that didn't get caught until it was too late. I grew up with him, so it hit me hard, and after we had put him down, I swear things in the house felt different, heavier somehow. At first, I chalked it up to grief, but then things started happening. The first time was just a few days after. It was around 1 in the morning, and I was sitting in the living room half asleep watching some dumb show on Netflix. Our living room opens to the dining room, and beyond that is the sliding door to the backyard. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw something small dart from the edge of the couch to the dining room. A shadow low to the ground, just like Max when he used to sneak around looking for scraps. My heart jumped, and I actually got up saying his name out loud like an idiot, expecting him to come bounding back in. But when I stepped into the dining room, there was nothing, no noise, no movement, and it hit me. None of our other dogs were that small, and none of them were inside with me anyway. I wanted to believe it was just my brain filling in the blanks, but deep down I knew it was Max just saying hi. That should have been comforting, but it wasn't, because after that, things started getting darker. The second time it happened, it wasn't Max. It was a weekday morning, 9:30 or so. Just rolled out of bed, and my room's at the end of the hall, and across from me is the closet that we never really use except to cram coats into. I shut my door behind me and looked toward the stairs, and that's when I saw it, or, well, when I blinked I saw it. There was a head peeking out from the edge of the closet door, not tilted or crouched, just vertical, straight up and down like it was standing there staring at me. I had no face, no features at all, just pitch black like a shadow that wasn't attached to anything. And the height threw me off. Wasn't tall enough to be an adult height, maybe 3-4 feet off the ground. I froze, I blinked again, and it was gone. The rest of the day, I felt like my nerves were on fire. Kept checking over my shoulder, certain something was there. You know that awful feeling you get when you know someone's staring at you even though no one is? Well, that was me all damn day. Then came the third time. I hate typing this out because it's been stuck in my head ever since. This was maybe a month ago, middle of the day. Just me being at home again. I'd already been up for a bit, made breakfast, showered, scrolled on my phone, pretty normal. As like most of these other people. I'd left the light on above the basement stairs because it's dark down there and I always worry about tripping over one of the dogs. So I'm coming back through the kitchen toward the basement, and I stopped dead in my tracks. At the top of the basement stairs, way up by the threshold, maybe 8 feet off the ground, something's leaning out. The same head as before, only this time it wasn't short, it was impossibly tall, stretched upwards, still perfectly vertical. And this time it had a feature. Right at the center of its face, a single giant human eye. No other facial details, no nose, no mouth, just one huge eye staring straight at me. The iris was red like blood, and it locked on me in a split second before I blinked. When I opened my eyes again, it was gone. But the image stuck. I keep seeing it when I close my eyes at night, and sometimes I dream about it. This thing standing around corners, waiting, its single red eye watching me without blinking. And lately I've been getting that same feeling all over again. The one where you're being watched. Not just once or twice, but almost every night, and if I'm sitting alone or walking to the bathroom, I'll stop and feel it. That heat on the back of your neck when something's there. I don't know what it wants, and I don't know if it's connected to Max or if losing him somehow opened a door to something else. All I know is it hasn't shown up again, yet. I'm terrified to know what happens if it does. Has anyone else seen something with a single red eye like that? Because I feel like next time, it won't just vanish when I blink. The thing wearing my dog's eyes. This happened just last night. I don't even know how to explain it, but I can't stop replaying it in my own head. I live in a small town in northern Sweden, right on the edge of the woods. Our house backs up directly into the forest, and growing up I always loved it. I'd spend hours out there in the summer, and even in the winter when it was dark early. I never felt uneasy, but lately though, something about it has been different. The woods don't feel the same, they feel heavy. Anyway, last night I went outside around 11 to smoke. My dog, Rex, followed me like he always does. Nothing unusual there. He sniffed around a bit while I stood in the back step. When I called him back, though, he didn't come. Normally, he listens right away, but this time he just bolted toward the tree line. I didn't want to go chasing him into the dark, so I just whistled, and that usually works better than yelling his name anyway. The whistle, it echoed in the stillness, made me feel weirdly exposed, like something else might hear it too. But sure enough, a minute later, Rex came tearing back out of the woods. He ran straight past me into the house like he was spooked. Didn't think too much about it until this morning. My dad told me Rex is acting strange, trying to pick a fight with another dog in the trail. And he's never been aggressive. Later refusing to get into the lake even though swimming is his favorite thing in the world. Dad said he just stood at the shore and was whining. And then I noticed something else. When I woke up, Rex was lying in front of my bedroom door. He never does that. He usually sleeps in the living room by the radiator. Tonight, that's when it got real bad. I was in bed and I was scrolling my phone and I heard scratching and ruffling at my door. It wasn't loud, more like insistent, like something trying to get in. I assumed it was Rex wanting to sleep in my room, but it set me on edge. A few minutes later, I got up to use the bathroom. The hall light was off, and when I opened the door, Rex was just standing there. He was perfectly still and staring at me. And his eyes, I can't even describe it properly. Normally his eyes are soft, brown, and warm, but in that moment, they looked wrong. Too wide, too much white showing. Like he wasn't blinking. I froze, just staring back at him. We held eye contact for what felt like forever, and then, so slowly it gave me chills. He lowered himself into a sitting position, still staring. And something in me snapped. I rushed back to my room and slammed the door shut. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely lock it. Been trying to convince myself it was just me freaking out over nothing. Maybe his eyes just looked strange because of the hallway light. Maybe I was overtired. But the way he sat down, so deliberate, like a person mimicking what a dog should do, it felt off. And the forest. That's the part that bothers me most. I used to love it. And now even thinking about walking into those trees makes my chest feel tight. I don't know if something followed Rex back out of the woods last night, or if I'm just losing it. But I swear, when I looked into his eyes in that hallway, it didn't feel like I was looking at my dog anymore. Has anyone else experienced something like this, where an animal you know inside and outside suddenly feels not right? Like something else is looking back at you through their eyes? Yeah, kinda. Advice needed. Skeptic to non-skeptic. My partner and I got our first apartment together in May. It was an emergency move, but I adore our place. All of our furniture is secondhand and some antique. I collect oddities, so I brought my own smaller antiques and bones, skulls, and insects. Ethically sourced. I also brought things I'd inherited from my neighbor after she had passed. My first experience was when I was home alone in bed. The entire weight of my bed shifted like somebody sat down on it. No biggie, I'll sit in the living room. Creaks from upstairs into the rooms, maybe the AC or maybe the freezer being noisy. Well, one night around 3 or 4 a.m., I could hear cups sliding on the counters, a plastic one falling on the floor, and cups getting picked up and plopped back down. Plop. I hadn't said anything before because, well, it felt minor and my partner doesn't believe in the paranormal. So of course he found it silly when I told him the next morning. We have a 2-story apartment, even though it's just the 2 of us. While I used our master bathroom, my partner used the one upstairs. He came down after and accused me of pranking him. I was still doing my business in the bathroom, and he said somebody whispered into his ear, but incoherently. It freaked him out, but he was still skeptical. Meanwhile, I was and am staying home alone 11 hours a day, 5 days a week to take college classes, while my job's on summer break. The experiences became less subtle, and my drink sliding away from me, my garbage bin getting knocked over, etc. But nothing to make me afraid. Nothing bad had happened, just creepy and mildly inconveniencing at times. A little over a week ago, we were able to bring my cat to live here, and he's an ESA. ESA. He's very clingy, but very energetic. I hung up some toys with bells on them, and he gets the zoomies at night. My partner woke up from the bells and opened his eyes to darkness, but also a figure darker than the surrounding darkness. It began to creep closer to him, so he turned on his flashlight. And of course, no one there. Checked out the living room, but my cat wasn't there with his toys. My partner thought he'd bolted, but to his surprise, he came back to the room to see the cat was snuggling up, dead asleep, sprawled out on the back underneath the blanket with me. Seeing my partner's lack of skepticism made me anxious. Some information. We have dual-function CO detectors. They very much work, and I have my partner regularly check the apartment for intruders. My breath is now... my voice is gone. And we have a camera. I always leave a lamp on at night for bathroom trips. I don't know how it turned off that night. We don't partake in drugs, only if I take prescribed medications for chronic illnesses. And I have saged my apartment twice. We can't leave, so what can I do? And if you're a skeptic, how do I put myself at ease? If you're a believer, how can I protect my space? Or can we peacefully coexist? I don't even know if I'm asking the right questions. My knowledge for the paranormal is pretty much service level. My imaginary friend might not be so imaginary. When I was about 11, I was sleeping in my room when I suddenly woke up by my sister crying and asking to sleep with me for the night. I asked her what was wrong, and she told me that when she was in her room trying to fall asleep, that she felt something on her leg. She told me that when she looked, there was a small pale white hand reaching over the side of the bed, grabbing onto her ankle. This is when she decided to get the heck out of there and run to my room. Seeing my sister like this didn't scare me, but made me feel like I needed to protect her. So as she fell asleep, I kept watch as long as I could before falling asleep myself. When I thought of scary things at the time, I thought of monsters under the bed or in the closet. Since my bed was against the wall and I was tightly pressed against it, I decided to stare at the closet for as long as I could before falling asleep. When I woke up, my sister was still asleep beside me, but I was shocked to discover my closet door wide open. And one thing you need to know was that my closet door and the door to my room were located directly beside each other, one on one wall to the left, and the other was located in the wall toward the feet of my bed. This design made it so if my room door is wide open, I can't open my closet and vice versa. So discovering my closet door completely open the next morning was a shock, because the only way it could have been open was by somebody inside the room, and you would not be able to leave the room after doing so. I decided it must have been my sister, but when she woke up, I asked her and she told me she never left the bed. This is where my imaginary friend comes in. When I was about 9, I started to talk to my new friend. When I would play with my new friend, I, for some reason, decided he lived in my closet, and that's where I would play with him. When my family asked me for his name, I told them that he wouldn't tell me. I used to talk to him a lot before and after school, and pretty much every time I was in my room. And this continued till it was my 11th birthday, and I decided an imaginary friend was stupid, and my friends at school picked on me for it. So I told him I couldn't be his friend anymore. 2 weeks after this is when my sister came rushing into my room. Years later, I was about 17, and I was out to lunch with my mom and dad, and I asked my mom if she ever had a spooky encounter with a ghost or something. The thought came into my head because I was up watching scary movies with my friends. She told me that as a nurse, she's seen many creepy or crazy things while working. But she said she also had experienced stuff at home. She told me that when I was younger, she would hear what sounded like small feet running through the hall outside her rooms. She would assume that it was me getting up to use the washroom, but when she would go to check on me, I'd be dead asleep with the safety gate locked on the side of my bed. I moved a lot in my sleep and would sometimes fall out of bed. Me too. She told me that this would happen almost every night for a couple of years, and I told her that I thought that was crazy because I was afraid of the dark and I hated going to the hall at night. She also told me that something else that shocked me and, well, sent shivers up my spine. My house used to be an apartment building, and at some point a family lived on the top floor where our bedrooms are now. And a young boy had died there, in my room, in my closet. I just felt like I had to tell somebody the story. I'd love to hear about someone else's similar stories if they have any. Am I overthinking, or is there a spirit in my house? So I've had a few weird things that has happened to me over the past few years. My house was remodeled before we moved in. I don't know much about the history. We moved in when I was in 3rd grade. I'm 18, almost 19 now. My brother passed away in 2013. I don't know if it's him, but I never noticed anything happening before that, well, but I was a child at the time. He didn't pass away in the house, but we have all of his belongings and his ashes in the house, if that means anything. Anyways, I've had a canvas fall off of my dresser with my boyfriend around. We're just sitting there and didn't dump the dresser at all. It's never fallen before or after that. My boyfriend instantly said my house was haunted after it fell, which made me pretty uneasy. I was out of town. My dad said that he walked into my room, and my Alexa was playing music. Which is weird because I don't have the app on my phone, and I've never used it to play music. My Alexa also will sometimes randomly switch to day mode in the middle of the night sometimes. Could be a programming error, though. My mom and I heard whistling in the house. This was when no one else was home. None of the windows were open, but I think we might have just been paranoid, but it really freaked us out. I was home alone and thought I saw a tall, dark figure in the corner of my eye. I legitimately thought it was someone standing there. I might have just been seeing stuff. And this one is the weirdest one. I used to wear 2 rings all the time. Took them off and set them on my dresser. I left to go take a shower for maybe 20 minutes. I walked back in, and they were gone. I took everything out of my drawers and looked through everything one by one. I even moved my dresser away from the wall, and there was nothing. Then a month ago, my mom was cleaning off a shelf that had animal fur on it. She felt something buried in the fur. It was one of my rings. But I lost those rings years ago, and that shelf has only been up for a few months. Never had that shelf nor the animal fur in my room. I asked my mom to be real with me. Tell me if she took my rings. She said no and was genuinely freaked out about it. I looked through my dresser again and I can't find my other ring. And this one happened a few days ago. I was cleaning my room and I had a spinning holder for my makeup brushes. And at the corner of my eye, it was spinning slowly. I froze and was instantly freaked out. And the spinner sticks, so it's kind of hard to spin it. I was testing it out after I saw it. Takes a bit of effort to move it. Couldn't have just touched it without realizing it, but I don't think I did. Before I had this bedroom, it used to be an office room. We had a bookcase in it with lots of books. My mom said that same book would always fall off the bookcase and always face up. Never saw this happen, but it happened while she was standing in the room. I don't feel any negative energy, but I also don't think it's my brother if it is a spirit. And if it is a spirit, how do I find out who it is and what they want? And why are most of my occurrences with me and in my room? The backpack on the stairs. This happened when I was about 17. I was living in a small town. I was dating this guy who we're going to call Luke, and he was always into weird old folklore. He wasn't Wiccan or anything, but he had all these secondhand books about Appalachian magic and charms against spirits. Honestly, I thought it was just quirky until this. So one Friday after school, Luke and I walked back toward my place. There's this tiny church graveyard that you have to pass, and he suddenly gets all excited like, "Oh, I gotta show you something." I should have said no, but when you're 17 and trying to be cool, you just go along with dumb stuff. He led me to this sunken grave, like real old. Just a rusted plate in the dirt, no headstone. He said the name out loud like it meant something, but I can't even remember it now. It was a woman, and that's all I remember. He pulls out this ratty canvas bag, this chipped glass jar, and a little brass bell, and one of those thick, cracked leather books that smell like mildew. He sits down right there and starts reading words I swear weren't English. I just stood there shifting my feet, watching clouds roll in. The air going cold all of a sudden. Then, no lie, a bunch of blackbirds and starlings maybe just swooped down and started circling over us, like 50 of them. I felt sick to my stomach. I told him I was going to wait by the road, and he barely nodded and just kept chanting. Anyway, later he comes out grinning like nothing happened, shoved his bag into my hands. We head to my house, and my folks worked evenings, so the place was empty. We're in my room and his bag tossed by the dresser, and we're just fooling around like teenagers do. I just about managed to forget the graveyard thing when bam, a massive shadow slides across my wall. It wasn't shaped right though, too tall, too bulky, like a person, but not. I froze and Luke whispers, "Do you hear it?" I didn't, but then he presses his palms to my ears and suddenly there's a voice in my head. Not with sound, but with thoughts. clear as day, though. It said we didn't know what love was, that we were messing with things that we couldn't handle. And then it tells this whole story about killing someone in the same house years before we ever lived there. I swear my chest was going to explode. My heart was racing so hard. And then, like some cliche horror movie, my dad knocked on my door asking if we wanted pizza. The shadow just broke apart and it was gone. Luke and I didn't even look at each other. We just sat there like two scared little kids. Later, when Luke got ready to leave, we couldn't find his bag. Nowhere, not under the bed, not in the closet. We gave up and figured it would turn up. We walk out to the stairwell of our old creaky duplex, and there it is. His bag dumped out on the second floor landing, like scattered down the steps. The bell, the book, the jar just spread out like somebody had thrown it. But we'd never left my room. We scooped it all up in silence. He wouldn't even make any sort of eye contact with me. Well, didn't last much longer after that night. I still live in that town, and sometimes when I walk past that old graveyard, I get this heavy feeling in my chest. Like maybe it's watching me. Or maybe it's nothing. I don't know. They knew my name. He and my mother were very close growing up, had a strong bond. They connected in a way my mother didn't with any of her other siblings. So when he passed away, my mother took it extremely hard. I was still a baby at the time, so I regrettably don't have any memories of the remarkable man my mother tells me about. And even to this day, she can hardly talk about him without tearing up. When we do get to talk about him, though, the subject of the paranormal almost always comes up. You see, when I was a small child, I always looked forward to spending my days at Grandma's house. I always loved playing with my toys on the kitchen floor and watching Disney VHS tapes. I know, in the living room. I always hated nap time, though. The house was a small, older two-story home in a hilltop area of a relatively well-known city. And my grandmother, well, she lived in it for the majority of her life. When it was nap time, I'd be placed in my crib in a quiet bedroom on the second floor. I was never comfortable in that room. I always attribute it to my rebellious child brain associating it with the dreaded nap time. But looking back at it now, I believe something else was to blame. Sometimes while napping, in quotes, in my crib, I'd like to sit there and watch the bars move as I recount to my mom years later, but all of a sudden the sturdy bars keeping me from escaping my little prison would sort of liquefy and wave back and forth underneath the railing. I'd reach out to them, and they'd be completely intact once again. And along with that, I'd occasionally hear my name called in a sing-songy male voice. It never scared me, and it didn't feel threatening or dangerous. And in truth, it sounded more like a voice in the back of my head than something out loud. And as a kid, I thought it was normal. I figured everybody occasionally heard a voice different from their own internal thoughts and brushed it off. No, not really. As I grew older, a second voice developed. Still male, still polite and friendly, but distinctly different from the other voice. Sometimes they talked together, but would always be the same two-toned word. Ellie. Again, I never gave it much thought, and as I got older, I no longer needed the crib, no longer got to watch the bars swim in the air beside me. But instead, I got to bring my toys upstairs with me when my grandmother needed a break. Still, the voices would continue. After we moved from the city and into the countryside, I stopped hearing the voices altogether. It faded into the back of my mind as an odd memory. But it wasn't until rather recently that the thoughts resurfaced, and I brought it up to my mom in the car during one of our discussions of the paranormal. It's kind of weird, right? And looking back, it only happened in that one room of Grandma's house. I told her, expecting her to quickly agree and move on, and instead, she got that somewhat sad look in her eye as she focused on the road. Well, that was Uncle M's room when he still lived with your grandma. That was her response. She quickly followed up with, and that was the room your grandfather died in. I was stunned, to say the least. For a few years of my childhood, I heard two very distinct male voices in that room. And only in my early 20s did I figure out exactly why. Some spirits are restless, others are angry, and some just want to be heard. The Paranormal M, we give them a voice. Subscribe and listen closely. Band with 4 others. And this incident happened to our bass player in his home, which is also where we would gather for practice. However, in a way it involved all of us. And again, this is his telling of the incident. This was in South Texas in December. It happened sometime late at night, according to him. Started at 11, maybe 12. He woke up randomly and just felt compelled to look out of his window. He was sleeping on the living room couch that night. When he looked, he saw a shadowy figure crossing his yard. He said it looked like it was moving quite erratically. His example was like how the doctor moved around in the remake of House on Haunted Hill. Thinking he was just tired and half awake, he thought nothing of it and assumed it was just one of his neighbors. They were known to do that often, and he went back to sleep. His neighbor did that often, huh? Shortly after that, he woke up with this feeling like somebody was holding him down and making it hard for him to breathe. Which sure sounds like sleep paralysis, except, well, he claimed the whole time he could hear chanting and whispering around him, and no one was in the room with him. It eventually stopped abruptly after a minute or two. He sat up confused and terrified and got a drink of water and tried to go back to sleep, which happened eventually. And shortly after that, it all happened again, same feeling, same chanting and whispering. He always said he never knew and could understand exactly what was being chanted and whispered. Regardless, this episode ended and he once again was scared and confused, and he chalked this up to maybe he had a bad dream and managed to go back to sleep. Then it all happened once more. He woke up like something was holding him down, making it hard to breathe. The chanting and whispering all around him again. Though this time, something new happened. He said he looked over next to him on the couch, and standing in front of the Christmas tree was a short, about 4-foot-tall, shadowy figure that appeared to be cackling at him. It wasn't making any other noise. This went on for what he said felt like forever this time, and when it stopped, he said forget sleeping, went to his bedroom and played his bass guitar the rest of the night. Good man. Also, for the remainder of the night, coming from the direction of his sister's room, he would hear 2 knocks every couple of minutes. He didn't go back to sleep until the next night due to this. When the band and I gathered the next day for practice, he told us what happened, and of course we all laughed and said, "Yeah, right, you're full of shit." Then he showed us that in his yard he found what looked like footsteps. They were tracked through his yard all the way to his front door. And the steps were just that, footsteps, made from shoes, but no defining features to them. No imprint on the bottom of a shoe, just plain. Then when we sort of told around what time this started happening, that it was about 3 a.m. when the last attack happened. We all froze because of what we realized we were doing that night. Our singer woke up randomly and was praying. Our lead guitarist woke up and just couldn't go back to sleep, feeling like something was wrong and off, and I, for no reason, just woke up and turned on my lamp and started reading the Bible. We all realized that all of us at the same time he was experiencing the incident had gotten up at 3 a.m. and either prayed, read a Bible, or felt a sense of dread. Strange metal band. And our drummer wasn't there at the time. He never said if he did anything that night as well, but the story had spooked him. To this day, I truly believe I met and interacted with a ghost cat, cuddles, purrs, and all. This happened to me back when I was in high school. And for extra context, our home was built in the late 1860s. Quite a few people have lived in that house before we moved in. But one night I got myself prepared to go to bed as usual, and before I do, I check that there's no cats in my room. I prefer sleeping with my bedroom door closed. I don't like to be woken up in the middle of the night by one of our cats wanting to get out. I have a hard time going back to sleep a second time. Once I had confirmation that all of our cats were, well, anywhere else but my room, that I kept shut the whole time as I checked and confirmed all cats were outside my room. I shut my door, turned off my lights, and went to bed. At the time, there was a little blue light from an electronic device that I had in my room. It would create some light in the room, bright enough to get an idea of your surroundings, but not bright enough to clearly see details or patterns on furniture and surfaces, nor bright enough to disrupt or prevent sleep. At some point, as I'm settled in, I feel and see a cat jump to my bed. I couldn't see which cat it was exactly, as the room was dark enough that the bed and the cat looked like black silhouettes. But from the cat's shape and size, I believe it was one of our older male cats. Though this cat looked a bit slimmer than our cats, looking back. I was already completely settled in bed to the point where I knew that if I got up again, my comfort state would be disrupted. So it'd be more annoying to get settled in the second time. So I figured what the hay and stayed in the bed as the cat came up to my face and arms and got all purry and cuddly. The cat was brushing his face against mine, purring and everything as I stroked him. At some point, as our cats tend to do, he started nuzzling his head into beneath my covers so he could sleep under them next to me. So I lift my covers enough for him to crawl in and get settled, which he does, but as he crawls in and settles next to my waist, I see the lump in the covers where his body is disappear, and I feel him literally vanish beside me, like a physical body just turning into air. And this confuses the heck out of me, because I know for a fact he didn't crawl out of the covers from the other end of the bed, as I would have felt him do so. And I would have heard him land his paws onto the ground as he got down. Plus, I was settled into bed myself. Yeah, but I was still wide awake when the cat came onto my bed and interacted with me. So I know I wasn't in any sort of a sleep state, where I could have hallucinated the cat. He was as real as any one of our cats. Sort of confusion and maybe curiosity, and a need for explanation, closure. I get up, turn on my bedroom lights. I search in and under the bed as well as everywhere else in the room where a cat could hide. Same places I looked before, turning off my lights for bed, and same as they were when I looked before, completely empty and cat-free. So I get out of my room, close the door behind me, and look to find where the other cats are. They're all settled in areas of the house except my room. To this day, I truly believe that I was visited by or interacted with a ghost cat who used to or still does reside in the house we live in. Whatever the real explanation behind this is, I haven't had an interaction like that again since. But it's an experience that fascinates me, if anything. I mean, imagine being visited by the ghost of a sweet former house pet who comes to purr and cuddle with you like any other house cat. Shadow figure manifested. I live in an old compound house in South India, in Chennai. I moved in 6 months ago. Approximately 3-year-old female cat was abandoned by the neighbor. He took it in after it became too thin, was remaining here, and was kind of out in our property. Well, to our surprise, it was spayed and litter trained. It's been 3 months since we adopted the cat. She's very calm and quiet and doesn't even disturb anyone. But sometimes she'd wake me to go into the lawn in the middle of the night, and I'd open the door and wait for her, and I've had the feeling of being watched several times in the middle of the night when I'm with the cat. And that's either if I'm in the lawn or the backyard garden. There's an old lady who lives alone across the street. She's a tantric, an ancient Indian diverse method of occult and spiritual practices of Hinduism and Buddhism. Every single day she stands in front of her house gate and screams and yells at something. Actually, no one. She yells to leave or to get lost. A few people in the neighborhood said she lost her mind years back after her husband passed away. I didn't take her seriously until I would see something move in the corner of my eye and hear footsteps in the garden. I started restricting the cat to not go in the middle of the night. Now, coming to my, actual experience. And it was raining for 2 days. And the cat didn't step out. I already have a litter box inside the home. When the downpour stopped, she woke up at 1:50 a.m. I opened the door for her and stood in the lawn. She went to the backyard, and I heard her make a strange noise and casually walked toward her. And as soon as I made a left turn from the house toward the backyard, I saw a dark spot at the end of the compound wall. The dark spot became a human-shaped figure in less than a second, and it was huge, covering the wall from top to bottom. The height of the wall is 11 feet, and the sky was clear after it rained, and the moon was bright that day. And I stood there like 20 seconds until the cat ran back, past me and into the home, and I ran back inside. Now, I was contemplating what it was for 2 days, since I knew what I saw and it wasn't my imagination or some kind of an illusion. My dad came up to me last night and said he heard a loud bang in the backyard around 2:30 a.m. Went out to see what it was. When he turned on the backyard light, he saw a dark figure disappear around the same spot I saw it. Told him to brush it off and it's just an illusion. And I've been outside many times in the middle of the night. It's always peaceful outside. There's never anything to worry about. I don't want my parents to panic or live in fear. And I don't know what should I do, since sometimes I go out of town for work, and that lady who practiced some rituals every day made a lot of noise screaming outside. No one does anything in the neighborhood. Many times people called the police on her in the past, and the police determined that she's an old mentally unstable lady. Stopped responding. I have cameras in the front of the house and planning to add additional CCTVs that'll cover the backyard and the whole compound. Now, should I call in a priest and cleanse the house spiritually? I met my doppelganger. I saw him before he saw me. This was several years ago. Statistically, at any given point, there are 2 to 3 people that look exactly like me and you. I don't know if my story will be classified as paranormal, but it happened, and it's pretty fucking weird. So I'll just tell it as it happened. Back in 2014, when I was younger, and malls were still a thing, I found myself at the mall. It was in the middle of the day, and I was at Macy's with my then girlfriend. Nothing unusual at the time. We were on the 3rd floor and just got on the escalator going down. The part that I always remember about this specific flight of escalators were the walls. They were completely mirrored and provided an almost funhouse effect where you're riding the escalators, which was cool. Keep in mind that next to the escalator we were riding, there's another one. This one going up to the 3rd floor where I was leaving. Riding the escalator down, and near my girlfriend, I was enjoying the infinite reflections within the mirrors dancing all around me. In the mirror, I found what I believed to be my own reflection. only I felt this reflected image of mine was somehow not me. Keep in mind, the escalator's going down, so trying to find the source of my not-quite-me reflection, I naturally look downward, coming toward me. And I see somebody who looks exactly like me. His eyes are looking straight ahead, so he didn't see me yet. I stood in amazement as I rode down. He's riding up toward me. He's with a girl that also looked similar to mine. Time slowed down as I made a mental image of what I was seeing, and I knew I was meeting my doppelganger, and that this must be an important moment. I should probably pay attention because I wanted to remember every possible detail. The face, the nose, the hair, and hairstyle. Exactly the same as me. He had my physical build too, and he looked exactly the same height and weight and skin tone and muscle tone as me. What really blew my mind was his clothing. I believe my jaw dropped. I've been told by my friends that I have a very specific style, although I've never really understood what that meant. It's probably because I'm a retired skater and punk rock type of guy and don't really follow pop trends and shit. Anyway, the point is, my doppelganger was wearing clothes I actually owned and wore at the time. When I made this connection, I was overwhelmed with every kind of emotion all at once. He was going toward me, and I was going towards him. And as our motorized stairs carried us further, he noticed me and we made eye contact. When he saw me, his jaw dropped. We drew closer and our eyes locked when we passed by each other like two ships in the night. I wasn't scared because his reaction was completely genuine, and he had the same stupid look of bewilderment I wore. We didn't say a word, but I could tell he was pretty fucking surprised to see me. At least my doppelganger seemed pretty chill and not threatening. We turned our heads as far as we could and then got off our respective floors. Immediately after I got off, I said to my girlfriend, "Did you see that guy?" Her face was white as, well, she said she didn't want to talk about it. I would have used everything in my power to stop that escalator because I'm a different looking guy, and if I saw a guy that looked like me, I'd be like, "Stop the press." I'm hanging out with this guy. He looks cool. Possible mimic. I think that I have a mimic problem. I've always been prone to witness and experience paranormal activity all of my life. So I'm not easily scared or impressed. Backstory. My boyfriend, 32, and I, 33. He bought a house in the countryside almost 2 years ago. It's a huge house that has an apartment above the garage and an in-suite in the basement. I rent the apartment and my mom lives downstairs. The seller almost got arrested after the sale and flew the country. Well, that takes a lot of lift. The family that rented the whole house lost everything and got evicted before the sale. My mother and I get sicker every year since moving in, have the same problems. Herniated disc on the same area on our back and chronic pain that put us almost out every day. Nerves problem in the same leg and so forth. My boyfriend got anger issues big time. Now everybody take antidepressant. Also, every tenant who lived above my garage moved out in a way worse state than when they signed the lease. The first one got drug problem and got all messed up. Broken bones and all by ambulance. Broken bones given to you by an ambulance? Well, that's counterintuitive. Never came back. The second was a couple and the guy got violent. I just had news, and since they moved out, he sees a therapist and they've never been happier. Well, that's good. The latest became a friend and she moved out yesterday. It's not a real apartment, it's just 2 rooms with a private entry and complete bathroom. Close enough. Usually, tenants take the room that's right above the garage as their bedroom because of the toilet that is annexed to it. Fancy. Well, my friend took the one that is more on the backyard side. She's scared of the other one as she heard things and just didn't felt right. But once she went to this room to open the closet and fell just pure rage. It ended up with the police, and if it wasn't for me, she would have ended up in the psych ward and the baby taken by CPS. She almost beat up her boyfriend! ! Why a mimic? Last week I was in the chicken coop that's in the garage. I heard my mom calling me and my boyfriend's names. It was as if she was right beside me. She was on the other side of the backyard in the garden. She was confused when I asked her what she wanted because she never called me. I already did do cleansing in the entire house. Every spell jars I make don't work and just broke or get moldy. I practice witchcraft and I've been for many years. I think whatever haunts my house has been there long before me. I think it eats the people, howling of Hill House style, that we are less touched by it when there are tenants renting the rooms above the garage. Want to get rid of it. I tried speaking to it and it didn't do anything. I have a new tenant and this one is an old boomer that had a rough life. I think he's going to cause many issues. Or the opposite. Might be the opposite. The 12th floor. This was about 2 summers ago. My sister surprised me with a trip to Chicago for her birthday, or for my birthday. She got us tickets to see Hamilton at the CIBC Theater, and I was over the moon about it. Never been to Chicago before, so I was excited to play tourist for a couple of days. The night before we left, I got curious and Googled the hotel we were staying at. The Congress Plaza, right off of Michigan Avenue. Anybody who's from Chicago probably already knows where this is going. That place is on every single most haunted hotel in Illinois list. Didn't even have to dig far. One of the first articles I saw mentioned a woman pushing her kids out of a 12th floor window in the 1930s, then jumping herself. Oh, okay. Anyway, I joked about it to my sister, and she rolled her eyes and said she'd hoped they didn't put us on the 12th floor, but guess where our floor was? Yep, the 12th. The front desk lady even said it was the only floor left with a double room available, so we didn't have much of a choice. My sister groaned, but honestly, I was kind of thrilled. I've always been into paranormal stuff, even if I've never really had a in-your-face experience. We checked in and dragged our suitcase up, and the room itself looked normal enough. A little bit dated, but most old hotels are, and my sister passed out for a nap right away. I just laid in my bed scrolling on my phone, and that's when I first noticed the tapping. It was soft, like somebody tapping a fingernail against the wall every couple of minutes. At first, I thought maybe it was pipes or something mechanical. But it kept happening, not rhythmic, not steady, just every so often, right as I was starting to ignore it. My sister woke up from her nap and heard it too, and we kind of laughed about it. But neither of us could figure out where it was coming from. We left for the show, had an amazing time, came back late. My sister crashed immediately, but I wasn't tired yet, so I laid in bed with the lights off, scrolling TikTok. Then I saw it. Turned my head, and standing over my sister's bed was this tall, dark figure. First, I thought maybe it was the curtain playing tricks on me. But no, the curtains were on the other side of the room, nowhere near her bed. And it was a man. I couldn't make out any features, just this solid, shadowy shape. He didn't move, he didn't lean down, just stood there watching. My stomach dropped, but I didn't say a word. I just turned my back to my phone, pretending not to notice. Every so often, I'd flick my eyes back toward my sister, and still there. eventually I must have fallen asleep. Next thing I knew was morning. The figure was gone, and over breakfast I decided to tell my sister. I expected her to laugh at me, but instead she said something that made me go cold. She told me she'd woken up during the night because she felt her blankets being tugged like somebody was trying to pull them off of her. At first she thought it was me messing with her, but when she peeked, I was out cold in my side of the room. She's not a paranormal believer at all, but she admitted it creeped her out. We only stayed one more night and nothing else major happened. Just more of that random tapping and scratching sounds. But I'll never forget the sight of that dark figure standing perfectly still by her bed. So yeah, if you're planning on staying at the Congress, maybe don't ask for the 12th floor. Anyone else stayed there and had something weird happen? Curious if it's just us or if that floor really isn't as active as people say it is. I have experienced someone getting possessed. Earlier today, I was at my grandma's house. That's when she brought this up, and it made me think about it a lot. So for background, I grew up very Catholic. I'd go to the church every week, and my grandma as well as my cousins were all very involved with the church. Often, some of my mom's family would gather together and pray the rosary, or just to pray. One day, we all went to go to pray at my uncle's house. To pray. And that's when I first saw their son. I'm going to call him Josh, not his real name. I watched Josh get possessed. As we were all praying, and Josh would basically start to make distorted noises like growling or very unnatural breathing. When this would happen, all the grown-ups and parents would basically have to sit him in a chair while holding him down while they throw holy water at him and pray very loudly, demanding for the demon or spirit to leave his body. I remember me and my cousins would all get sent to one of the cousins' rooms and would have to also pray. Mind you, at the time, I was very young and scared. I was around 8, and my cousins were either my age or only a couple years older. It was very scary, and I had no idea what was going on, but after a couple of hours, Josh would go back to normal, and we would go home. I remember asking my grandma what happened because, like I said, I was very young, so I couldn't really grasp everything. She told me that my uncle's family had been dealing with it for a while, and it started happening after Josh played with the Ouija board. This didn't only happen once when I was around another time. This didn't only happen once when I was around another time. I was at my grandma's house with all my cousins, and this time it was really scary. Me and all my girls' cousins were at my grandma's rooming, watching TV. I was on the couch with my little sister on my lap. She was like 3 at the time. I was with my oldest cousins on the bed next to me, and the rest of my cousins and older sister on the floor. I don't know how exactly Josh got possessed again because, well, I wasn't in the room, but all I know is that it happened. And this time it was violent, and he was apparently throwing rocks. Next thing I know, my oldest cousin, best to me, passes out. And immediately the rest of my cousins and sister went to go get one of our parents upstairs, or somebody to tell them. I was left alone when my cousin passed out next to me, and a child on my lap, and I'm not even joking, the lights started flickering on and off. I was so scared at the time I didn't know what to do, and I was just struck. I don't know what else to do but just sit there. Like 5 minutes after, somebody comes into the room, and eventually the ambulances are just outside for my older cousins. Those were the only times I remember it happening, and all I know is it happened many other times and I wasn't there. But Josh eventually got exorcised. Well, we never really talked about it again. I'd be talking about that all over the place. But who am I? My sleep paralysis is very weird. This story is going to sound extremely fake. It was extremely weird and very made up. I'm an 18-year-old female, and this was happening around the age of 15. I used to have my own room. It was always pitch black at night. My light would never really work, but I was brave and it never bothered me, till I began having sleep paralysis. And this weird feeling that my soul was going to leave my body. And please believe me, this is scary. The first few nights in my room alone were great, until of course my light stopped working. I'd wake up at 3, exactly. I always had my phone right next to me, and at this time, I wasn't having the paralysis yet. It's just whenever I woke up, I felt strange. I can't explain it. Then the next week got really scary. I began having sleeping paralysis and I could move as usual. There's always some shadow standing either at the side of my bed or in front of me. I was always scared and I would always just pray. But then things got really weird. The next few days while sleeping on my stomach, I would hear this weird sound, like a fan blowing too loud in my ears, or the bad sound effects in a horror movie when a jump scare is about to happen. Then I would feel like I was sucked into a vacuum. I couldn't move and I couldn't open my eyes, I couldn't breathe. Like my soul was being sucked out of my body, and I didn't like the feeling. Then I would scream and finally started moving. I don't know what it was, but I didn't like it. It kept on happening. Whenever I felt like I was almost out and the sound got too loud, I would just scream and force my body to get up. I don't know how to explain this, but I swear it's real. It just kept happening along with the sleeping paralysis. Then I suddenly stopped, and that's when I got my lights back. Had it on through the night, and it stopped. But one night, something weird happened. My lights went out again, so I decided to sleep on the floor in my living room with my sisters. We have our own room, we just decided to do that. 3 a.m. again, I woke up and stretched. But when I looked back, I literally saw myself sleeping, like me. I don't know if I was dreaming or if it was real. I don't know, I couldn't tell. It felt real though. When I looked back, I saw gnomes, like garden gnomes, like 8 of them, standing there. I was clearly confused, and then they began moving and pulling out a knife and charged at me. But then I woke up, same way. Looked back and didn't see myself, so I don't know. It happened again, but I didn't see anything. I just laid down and woke up same way. Recently I got the sound, happened again, that vacuum feeling, like I was drifting away from my body, and my sisters would say I would jerk up screaming and breathing hard every 5 minutes like I was dying. That doesn't sound good. The tree in the empty lot. This happened a couple of years back when I was visiting my girlfriend's family in Mexico. I'd heard plenty of ghost stories before, but honestly, I'd always chalked them up to exaggerations. That trip is when I started thinking maybe people aren't exaggerating at all. Her family lives in a little town outside of Oaxaca, real quiet where everybody knows everybody. They've got this huge open lot at the edge of the town, nothing in it except for one tree. Just one big old tree. Looks out of place with all the space around it. We were walking her dogs one evening just before it got fully dark and the sky was orange, the kind of twilight where shadows start to stretch weird. The dogs were fine until we got near the empty lot. Suddenly, both of them stopped in their tracks. One of them started whining and tugging to go the other way. The other stood there, fur bristled, growling low in its throat, staring at the tree. I laughed and said maybe there's a squirrel or something. My girlfriend didn't laugh. She grabbed my hand hard and said, "Don't look too long, just keep walking." And she was pale, like she'd seen something I hadn't. Later, back at her parents' place, I asked what that was all about. She told me flat out, if a dog won't go near it, we don't go near it. Then she told me about the time she'd seen things there. The first was when she was younger, like 16. She was walking home after hanging out with friends, and it was close to midnight. And as she passed that lot, she saw her neighbor's husband just standing under the tree. He was an older man, kind of frail, and looked weird that he was out there alone so late. She called out to him, "Senor Alvarez, are you okay?" And he turned to her and smiled and said, "Yes, my wife is coming with the car. We have somewhere to be." And she said something felt wrong immediately, like ice in her veins. "Why don't you wait with me?" he asked, mentioning for her to come closer, and she panicked and muttered a goodbye and hurried home. When she told her parents what she saw, her father immediately called their neighbor's house. The wife picked up, half asleep, and swore her husband was in bed snoring beside her. He'd never left the house. But the second encounter was worse. It was after her uncle's funeral, a few years later, and her tradition everybody wears white to the burial. She'd stayed late at her cousin's place, and around 4 in the morning she started walking home, and she had to pass by the same lot. This time she saw 2 people sitting under the tree, both dressed in white. At first she thought maybe some relatives had stayed out after the funeral, but then one of them called her name, and she froze, and it wasn't a voice she recognized. Both figures stood up and started walking toward her. One kept saying her name over and over, and she said the closer they got, the colder the air felt around her. She didn't wait to see who or what they were. She bolted and ran the whole way home, locked the door, prayed until the sun came up. When she finished telling me all this, she leaned closer and said, "I've never seen anything there during the day, only at night. That's why I pulled you away so fast, because the dog saw something when the sun was still up." I still don't know what to think. I grew up rolling my eyes at ghost stories, but I swear on my life I saw those dogs react like something was there in that field. And after hearing her stories, I can't stop picturing that tree just standing there alone like it's waiting. Now, whenever I see a lone tree in an empty lot or field, I feel that same shiver, like there's more to it than just a tree. Anyone else have stories about lone trees? Because I can't shake the feeling that some of them aren't just trees. The first paranormal experience I ever had at 4 years old. First off, yeah, I was 4 years old. And no, I wasn't influenced by horror movies. My parents don't watch that shit. No shade intended to anybody who enjoys horror. And they damn sure wouldn't have let me see anything that I couldn't have planted an image like this in my brain at that age. Also, side note, it's not weird for me to have vivid memories from early childhood. I can remember things from as young as a year and a half old. Don't come for me. So here's my setup. My bedroom was at the top of the stairs in my parents' house, right across the hall from their room. There's a little landing with a linen closet at the top of the stairs, and those stairs led straight down to the back door. That door opened up onto the porch, and it was the main entrance everybody used. That was because both sets of my grandparents and some of my cousins lived either next door or across the street. People were always coming and going. Anyways, I must have been put down for a nap. It was late afternoon, and I remember waking up to the sound of the back door opening. Curious, I got out of bed and walked to the top of the stairs to see who was coming in. And that's when shit got horrifying. There was a man. He was standing just inside the open back door. He was tall, maybe 6 feet, and wearing old overalls and a broad-brimmed hat. Looked kind of like a farmer, except he was pretty much covered head to toe in dirt and like he just crawled out of a grave. No exaggeration. As I stood there frozen at the top of the stairs, unable to move or even think, the man slowly lifted his head to look up at me. His face was a skull. Not like a Halloween mask, an actual skull, and the eye sockets were full of maggots. Some kind of primal instinct kicked in, and I screamed in the name of God to get out of this house. And by some miracle, it worked, and he vanished, the door slammed shut. But I noticed something. He'd left behind dirt on the floor where he'd been standing. Something deep in the back of my mind told me, you have to sweep that dirt out, or he won't really be gone. So I ran downstairs, grabbed the broom from the utility closet under the stairs. I swept the dirt outside. As soon as it was gone, I slammed the door shut behind me. I still don't know where my parents were during all of this. Maybe out on the front porch or picking blueberries from the bushes out back. All I know is I was alone when it happened, and I knew exactly what to do without anyone telling me. For me, that was one hell of a first experience with the paranormal. Has anyone else experienced something similar, especially if you're in coastal Alabama or in the Florida Panhandle? Or maybe just the South in general, in the USA? I ask because A, I don't want to feel alone, and B, I wonder if others may have experienced the same spirit or entity or whatever it was. I think I saw a ghost, but I don't know if I'm overthinking it. Back when I was around 13 or 14, me and my cousin had a massive obsession with exploring abandoned places. Considering we live in the suburbs of Melbourne, we're only really limited to abandoned houses. I was over at my cousin's house for a sleepover. We were having a barbecue for dinner. My uncle told us to get some lemons from one of the neighbors' lemon tree in their backyard. The reason we stole their lemons was because the house had been abandoned for years, and both my uncle and my auntie had told us that the homeowner, an old woman, had died a few years back. So, therefore, we would always go into the backyard to take some lemons. We'd never actually been inside. Being dumb teenagers who were obsessed with exploring abandoned houses, we decided that day we would also explore inside. It was an old brick house. It looked like it was built in the 70s. While we were picking the lemons, we checked all the windows to see if anybody was inside. Of course, it was empty, as it was abandoned after all. And after delivering the lemons, we went to the front door. I banged on the door and yelled if anybody was home for a solid 2 minutes just in case. There was no answer, so now it was time for entry. The fly-wire door was unlocked, but the normal wooden front door was locked. But it was locked by one of those old locks where there's like a pin that you just have to slide across from the inside. I managed to open the door slightly and fit my hand through the gap and unlock the door. We were inside mucking around for about 5 minutes, and the house was empty with only a couple of pieces of furniture. One of those being an old piano. While playing the piano and making quite a lot of noise, we noticed faint music playing from inside the house, and we could hear it from the start. We just never really thought about it until now. It was creepy, so we went to investigate the rest of the house by following the sound of the music. We ended up getting to a closed door with a light shining through the bottom. It was the sunlight from the window. It legit left, like we were in a horror movie. I opened the door, and there was an old lady sitting facing away from us with a music box playing on the table. This was really weird since we had legit looked into this room from the window when we were getting the lemons, and there was no one inside. The lady legit looked dead, so I panicked and asked, "Are you okay?" to the lady. I got no response, so I thought, holy crap, she's dead. I got closer and I asked again. Still no response. I asked a final time and she stood up and turned around. Genuinely, she looked so horrible. I could tell it was not a homeless person or a squatter, based on how clean and expensive her clothes looked, but her face was pale and looked like a corpse. She turned around and screamed, "Who the hell are you?" And we just ran. Back in my cousin's house. I don't know if I saw the ghost of an old lady or if she was never dead, but during dinner, we asked my uncle about the lady again. He said she'd been living in an old people's home for about 4 years prior to her death, and he knew she was dead because he would go and visit her from time to time. The voice that wasn't my mom. This happened literally last night. I still feel a little sick about it. I live in Spokane, Washington, in a small 2-bedroom apartment with my boyfriend. Our cat Milo sleeps at the foot of the bed every single night. He's lazy as hell, but also super alert when it comes to certain sounds. Like, he can be passed out, but if he hears my mom's voice on speakerphone, he perks up instantly. And that'll matter in a second. Anyway, it's around 2:15 a.m. I've been tossing and turning, not fully asleep, but not fully awake either. Like that weird twilight state where you're aware of the room but kind of drifting. I rolled over, pulled the blanket up, and that's when I heard it. Clear as day from the kitchen. My mom's voice calling my name. She lives on the other side of town. No reason she would have been in my apartment. No spare key, nothing. At first, I brushed it off, told myself it was just a dream bleeding into wakefulness. I sat up halfway, looked toward the door, and of course there was nothing. So I shook it off and laid back down. Not even 30 seconds later, I heard it again. Louder this time. Same voice, same tone. My mom calling my name from the kitchen. And that's when my whole body went cold, because I knew I wasn't asleep anymore. My heart was racing, but I kept telling myself, okay, maybe a dream echo or something weird in my brain. Except Milo didn't move at all. My cat, who always reacted to her voice, didn't even flick an ear. He just stayed curled up dead asleep. Then it hit me. The worst chills I've ever had in my life. Full body, every hair standing on end. I felt this crushing heaviness in my chest, like someone was right behind me, leaning over me and watching. I couldn't open my eyes. I couldn't. I just clutched the blanket and pressed my hand against Milo, hoping if something was in the room, it wouldn't touch me while I was holding him. I kept whispering in my head that this isn't real, and you're imagining it. It lasted 2 minutes, but it felt like forever. And finally, the feeling eased up, and I eventually drifted off again. Thought it was the worst, most restless sleep I've had in months. This morning, I almost convinced myself it was nothing, just stress or a dream I couldn't shake. But I wear a Fitbit to track my sleep, and when I checked, it logged me as awake at the same time it actually happened. Usually, those twilight states show up as light sleep, so the fact that it flagged it as being fully awake, well, that's what pushed me over the edge. I told my boyfriend, and he brushed it off at first. Then when I explained it again, slower, he actually went pale. He told me not to say the word for what I thought it might be. He's superstitious and says naming things invites them in, but I think you can guess what's in the back of my mind. The thing is, I don't live anywhere near the Appalachians or anywhere that thing is supposed to be. So part of me feels ridiculous even thinking it. But whatever it wasn't my mom, and it wasn't my imagination either. Has anyone else had something mimic a loved one's voice before? Because hearing her name, that was me messing up. Because hearing her call my name like that in a place she couldn't possibly be was honestly one of the most terrifying things I've ever experienced. A deer-like apparition behind my house. This story takes place in Oklahoma County, Oklahoma, May of 2019. And for the story to make sense, I'm going to describe my land's layout. Our house is on 5 acres, and I have neighbors on the left and right with the same acreage. Our street goes in a half circle connecting the 2 main roads. Sorry, my phone's gonna die. Oh my God. Our God, whatever. There we go. My mom and I like to walk after dinner with our black lab and my small brown chihuahua. I give their color and what kind of dog they are because what we saw was not anything like our dogs. It was pitch black outside by the time we finished dinner. Decided to go walk. Since it was hot during the day, being summertime, and my mom hates going out in the heat, it was probably 11 at night by the time we got the dogs and headed to the gate to go to the road. We did not carry flashlights, and we liked to let our eyes adjust to the dark, enjoy the natural nighttime scenery. As we were passing, it was about 10 minutes in. We were passing the back field of our neighbor's house. We saw something walking across the field to our right, then cross the road we were on, going to the tree line to the left. What ran past us was almost a translucent white figure that was walking on 2 legs. The 7-foot-tall figure can only be described to be a deer, but running on only its back legs. Me and my mom just both paused in our tracks, looking at this deer-like apparition with huge antlers walking across the road in front of us. It did not seem to acknowledge us, though as it walked away from us, disappearing into thin air at the tree line. Our black lab just stopped and stood next to us, seemingly on guard, just watching the figure cross the road in front of us. Once it disappeared, we stood for a good 6 minutes, just watching where it disappeared, making sure it was gone before we booked it back to our field and house. When we got home, I asked my mom what she saw. We both drew it, drawing the exact same white deer standing on its feet with the large antlers. It did not seem to want to harm us, but we were extremely quiet, so I wondered what would happen if we made noise. Now, what we saw, I could only describe it away as being a deer. Though in Oklahoma, white deer is extremely rare. Literally 1 in 30,000 are born white. And they're a walking target to predators, so they don't live long. I say that because for one white deer is exceedingly rare, and seeing one that's 7 feet walking on their back 2 feet is just not possible. We no longer walked the backland, after 9 at least, and we instead drove to the local park and walked that instead. It was so insane to see such a large creature just behind our home. And I don't know much about apparitions and what they mean, so if you know anything about a large deer-like creature that stands on its hind legs, then please give me information. Since you guys liked my post about the monkey, how about one of the most ghostly variety? My girlfriend and I recently moved into a house. We'd been living in apartments for as long as we were dating, and this was our first house. We were incredibly lucky to get a house, and her being only 23 and me being 26. My great uncle had passed away, and my aunt offered to help us purchase his house. We were living in a bad part of town, and she just wanted to have a safe space. We have several pets, and I recently got a dog. I was sitting on the couch in the living room, and my girlfriend was at work, and I had stayed home due to, sort of a migraine. As I sat there, I heard what sounded like small footsteps in the cabinets in the kitchen opening and closing. I figured it was Thor, or fat as hell Silver Tabby who tries his hardest to get food. But when I looked up, all of the cats were in the bay window. I didn't have a dog at the time, and it was a little bit eerie, but I wasn't really scared, more confused and curious. Then my girlfriend and I were sitting together and playing games. The same thing happened. Me and her looked at each other, and my girlfriend just goes, "Frederick." She goes into the kitchen, pulls a gnome statue from under the sink. The reason being, Junk King had come in and, well, she wanted to keep the gnome statue while the rest of the uncle's belongings were cleared out. So they told us to put the things we wanted to keep in the cabinets and to mark them. She moved the statue out into the office where he has sort of a good view of the outside and put a blanket inside his little trowel. We haven't had a weird incident since Frederick has been out there, and I'm convinced we have a house fae or the gnome is just a secretly cursed object. Growing up, my girlfriend lived in 2 haunted houses. I think paranormal things are just attracted to her family. She has Native American in her blood, and they are very spiritual. Her sister is able to see things, and she once saw this hunched-over dark shadow in the hallway of her house. She said it looked like a shadow Quasimodo. She also used to have this circular mass shadow that would come out of her closet and go across the wall to her rat's cage where he would scream bloody murder, like something was attacking him. She would tell it to go away, and it would, and her mother had powers of premonition when it came to people having children. She'd always dream the gender of the child before they were born, and it would be 100% accurate each time. She also got the house she wanted because she felt as though the previous owner, who had passed away, wanted her to have the house. My girlfriend has many strange things happen when meditating, like her onyx crystal cracking on the inside. And I myself used to experience this thing, like my parents and I called the peoples, when I lived with them. I believe it was residual energy. When you'd be laying in the house toward the back, you could vaguely hear the sound of people talking. You could never quite understand what was being said, and occasionally old tunes would echo as well. Reader reveals a spirit attached to me. However, this is not my only experience, but a recent one that freaked me out. So I recently had my mother-in-law's friend come to the house to drop some stuff off, and I briefly met this woman twice. When I finally sat down and spoke to her, she decided to sit with my great-grandmother for a few moments to catch up quickly. She was in the hospital for a perforated bowel. I feel you there, ow. She mentions that she read people, so I looked at her, and me being a semi-skeptic due to a ton of false readers, I told her to have a go at me. Her response was, "Honey, I don't force readings. They'll come to me when they please. However, your grandmother said if you're getting that SUV, take her bracelet from the rearview mirror and put it on your left wrist." Mind you, I've never sat down with this woman until today, and she knows absolutely nothing about me. Only my mother, Ziadziu. Whoa. D-Z-I-A-D-Z-I-U. Ziadzui? Whoa. Ziadzui. And fiancé. Know about the car I plan to get. Now, no one knows, even about my grandmother's bracelet in my car, as it looks like a string. It has the pictures of Mary and Jesus, but I'm not religious. I took it because it was hers that she wore 24/7. Either way, she mentions a few things out of the blue during multiple different topics that nobody knows, not even my fiancé. Until I mention an experience with the spirit, and Here's how it went. Me. I swear that something is attached to me. So many items go missing for 2 days, then appear back where I last put them. Friend. Honey, it's a little girl. She's been with you since you were a kid. She's mentioning something about an orange cat that was hiding under your bed that wasn't really there. Also, she loves to play, and she said something about her best friend, but she keeps calling you sister. She's saying she died at 5, but she's revealing herself as 3. Me. No, I was attached to a boy, and I swear that cat was under my bed, but my mom said it was on the counter. She steals chargers and keys, right? But she hasn't stolen anything recently, correct? Yeah, I yelled at her a few weeks back because it caused an argument with me and my fiancé when I kept getting aggravated by my charger disappearing. Mind you, that shit was plugged into my car, and no one's allowed to use my car. My first car I got at 21. My mom gave it to me for free. Sue me. Talk to her. She wasn't trying to be mean. She wants to play. And since that conversation, I told her I wasn't really mad, that I was just scared that she was a demon. And as I typed this, I remember I had 2 imaginary friends. A boy and a girl. But I hated the girl because she kept moving my VHS tapes and moving my Bratz dolls a lot. The boy was relaxed and only played with me. I feel as though I sound a bit crazy, but now that I said I'm not mad, I have a feeling she's going to get active again. The tape recorder picked up voices, but no one was in the room. This is Paranormal M, where technology meets terror. Subscribe and hear what shouldn't exist, my experience with a Ouija board. When I was in college, I had a roommate who was really sweet and gentle. I loved her and she was a great person, but extremely simple, if you know what I mean. One night on the weekend, we decided to make a Ouija board because we were bored. Small pun. It started out pretty much not doing anything, but after a few minutes though, it started moving, except only when my roommate was touching it. It wouldn't move at all for me. I know it wasn't her doing it because I started asking questions about myself that she would have ever known, and it was answering everything correctly. It spelled out my mother's name, who I didn't even talk to, and had never told her or anyone or anything about it. It knew what city I was from, even though I just told everybody else from Boston because it's easier. My new father's name who died, but I was only 9 months old and it knew everything. After a few questions though, it started to spell out strange shit like people and places that weren't really local or relevant to either of us. According to the board, it was supposedly a kid, and a kid that they said died in a river and all this stuff. But it started turning dark, so I just cut that shit off and, well, we're done. I said my goodbyes and decided to put it in the trash, but my roommate was still acting weird. She had like this dark demeanor about her, which is literally nothing like her. I was like, what the fuck is going on with you? She just said it was nothing and laid down on, well, top of her covers and everything. So I shrugged it off and went to the lobby of the dorm to watch TV. Later that night, when I just went to bed, she was still laying in that same position. I just decided to ignore her and go to bed. That night, I couldn't sleep for shit, and I kept seeing a black figure pop up out of the bathroom doorway. It was placed directly in front of my bed, so everything said fuck that, and I got a Bible from the RA. And that apparently didn't help my case, because little shit started moving around on my desk to the point where I went to sleep in the couch in the lobby. My RA really didn't want to let me, but I told her I'm not going back in there until either God himself shows up or sunrise. Well, we fucked up and something isn't right. Eventually, I did end up back in my room and I did fall asleep out of pure exhaustion. But that girl literally never went back to that sweet little mouse she always was, and even to this day, she's so different. I feel bad because nothing happened to me in a way it affected her, but I didn't intend on anything to happen like that. I felt literally nothing when we touched the board except like a weird sort of rocking back and forth in my body that wasn't visible to my roommate. When I touched the cup, we used to sort of feel nothing, and it didn't move or do anything, only for her. Very weird. Will never happen again as far as I'm concerned. I have dreams about my teeth falling out before a loved one passes. This has happened a few times within the last 5 years. Unfortunately, my fiance's family has been the one to have lost their loved ones more often than I have. But each time 3 of his family members have died, I've had the same dream occur each time. My fiance's family had a string of bad luck in their family when it comes to losing their loved ones. We had 3 family losses within 4 years and haven't fully recovered. The first time his uncle passed. We just started dating and I did what I could as a new girlfriend and supported him in every way I could while respecting his family members. His uncle was in the hospital and it was very up and down for a few weeks. When they had left the hospital, they had a good amount of hope that he would recover. He passed away very late at night. The same night he passed, I had a nightmare that my teeth fell out of my mouth while I was eating a bowl of cereal. It was simple and nothing crazy, but each tooth consistently kept falling out. The dream was so real and vivid, and I screamed myself awake and woke him up. That very morning, we got news his uncle passed from hospital staff. The second time, his other uncle passed in San Francisco. We're about 1 to 2 years into our relationship, and I'd never met this uncle. So I tried to be as supportive as I could from afar as he traveled back and forth with his family between our hometown and San Francisco. He stayed for a week and spent time with his uncle, who was in hospice. So I was no question that he was going to die, or rather it was no question that he was going to die, but rather when. I went to bed and did my nightly call with him and asked how everything was going. He told me that he had just got home from seeing his uncle. He seemed okay and happy everyone was there to see him. He mentioned that the next day they were all going to visit him again when they woke up. We said our goodbyes and I went to bed. That night I had another dream that my teeth fell out. But this was scarier because I had braces and they were hanging by a thread in my mouth and clinging to each other because they were literally attached to each other. I woke up screaming and sobbing because I was scared that his uncle had died. I didn't say anything to him, but I got a call from him crying in the morning. Didn't tell him about this dream until a few months later. The third and last time I had this dream was when his grandma died in Sacramento. She was a little bit older and fell and then went into a sort of medically induced coma. It was terrible, hardest death that he had dealt with. And this time we were forced together for about 3 or 4 years. I stayed by his side as often as I could, and we spent every weekend in Sacramento for a month before the doctor said it wasn't likely she'd wake up on her own and she couldn't breathe outside of the ventilator. So the family chose to take her off the ventilator and let nature take its course. That night, the doctor said she was breathing fine, but unsure of when she'll pass. Had my dream again, woke up crying. He woke up and cried for hours because he knew what it meant. When the rest of the family woke up, we got the official news. Talking to my dad. Backstory. My father died November 5th, 1993, after a long battle with cancer. I was only a baby at the time, so I don't really remember him. But I do have pictures and everything. When I was much younger, though, I'd always talk to him and have little conversations with him. Which actually led to some school staff thinking I was legit nuts, having me evaluated for mental illness, which I don't actually have, and they never found signs or symptoms aside from random conversations with a dead man. What I do remember about being a kid was feeling somebody holding my hand or touching my face all the time. I remember hearing whispers like all the time and everything. But I didn't even remember up until I heard a recent EVP that got me all messed up. So to keep the story as short as possible, I'll skip to the good stuff. I work for a local hospital, and I applied for another position within the company. And I just left my interview and I decided to visit my father's grave. His gravestone is one of the flat ones, and that day it was pouring outside. So after looking where I thought it was for a little bit, I just gave up and sat in my car. As I'm sitting there, I thought about the shows on TV where they do the recordings and everything. I decided I'd try it because, why not? Now, at the time, I was crying, so you can hear that in the recording, but underneath you can hear a voice saying my name and saying that, okay, I'm right here. I'm right here, it's okay. Over and over. Hearing that just put me into shock because I really didn't expect to hear anything. But since then, I've caught several intelligent recordings that I just can't explain. Then, a few days ago, things intensified. I was watching TV in my living room when all of a sudden I heard what sounded like somebody getting up out of the dining room chair. Except I'm the only one there. I can hear somebody push the lid to my garbage can like they're putting something in it. I just freak out because I can see into my kitchen and there's nothing there. So I walk into the room and I walk up to the kitchen table and kind of push down on the chair to see if it made the same sound. And all of a sudden, the trash lid flips again. I look at it for a second and just take off back into the living room because at this point I'm basically over it. And it happens again 2 more times. At that point, I'm just like, fuck this, and decide to take a shower to relax. But later on, I start recording again and ask who's there and why, and all I get is, I'm just here to make sure you're okay. So I tell it that I'm scared and I don't want to be bothered. And after that, you hear, alright, okay. And that was it. Don't even know what to think of that, and I don't even know who it is. I have the recordings, but I don't know how to put them here. So if anybody could give me some advice, that would be great. The presence behind me. This happened when I was about 11 or 12, back when we lived in our old house in Spokane. Spokane again. It was the middle of summer, one of those days when all the neighborhood kids were outside playing basketball on the street. My sister was running through the sprinkler with her friends, and everyone was out except me. I was inside, glued to her old desktop computer in the corner of the living room. It was one of those big, chunky Dell monitors that hummed if you turned the brightness up too high. The desk sat against the wall, so my back was completely exposed to the rest of the room, and basically, if somebody walked in, I wouldn't know until I heard them. And that's the weird part. I didn't hear anybody. I just suddenly got this absolutely overwhelming sensation that somebody was behind me. Not right on top of me, but a few feet back, slightly off to my left. Like when you can feel eyes on you, even if you don't look up. My first thought was that my sister had snuck back inside to watch me play games. But it didn't feel like her, and I can't explain it better than that. It just felt heavier. I tried to ignore it, focusing on whatever game I had open. I think it was Zoo Tycoon, which makes this whole thing even weirder, but eventually I couldn't take it anymore. I spun around in my chair expecting to see somebody. Nobody. Just the couch, the TV, and the sliding door wide open to the backyard. I shook it off, turned back around, and maybe 5 minutes later the exact same sensation hit me, but stronger this time. Like someone was leaning forward and watching me closely. Made the back of my neck crawl and actually whispered, "What do you want?" out loud. Still nothing, so after another couple of minutes I couldn't stand it and I slammed the computer off, got up and bolted outside to hang with the others. I didn't say anything to my mom until a few nights later at dinner, just casually mentioned that I thought one of my siblings had snuck up on me while I was in the middle of the computer, but nobody had been there, and Mom froze mid-bite and just kind of stared at me for a second before saying, "Well, that's interesting." I asked her what she meant, and she hesitated and then told me something I'd never heard before. Like apparently at the time she'd been seeing a medium. She never really talked about it because my dad thought it was nonsense, but she'd gone a couple of times after her parents died and then her older brother, and he had been killed in a motorcycle in like the 80s, or in a motorcycle accident. According to this medium, her brother had always been fascinated with electronics, computers especially. The woman claimed his spirit still liked to hang around whenever anybody in the family was using tech, like he was curious, trying to keep up. The moment she said that, my stomach dropped, and I remembered how close it had felt, how specific the sensation had been, and suddenly it wasn't just a creepy moment anymore, it was personal. I actually felt guilty because in the middle of it, when I was freaked out, I muttered, "Go away." And if it really was him, I basically told my mom's dead brother to leave me alone when he was just watching. Still don't know if I believe in mediums. Maybe my brain tricked me because I'm sitting with my back exposed in a quiet house, but I swear to this day I've never felt that specific sensation again. And what freaks me out more is that my mom had never told me anything about her brother liking technology. That detail came after. So whether I was going nuts or I really did have something standing there watching me play Zoo Tycoon. Has anybody else ever had something like that? That strong, somebody's right behind you feeling that turns out to maybe connect to somebody you've never even met. The house that knocked back. When I was about 14, my family moved into this weird little semi-detached house in Leicester on a road called Hailstone Lane. We never knew anything about its history. Landlord didn't say much beyond, "Been in the family for a while." But from the first week it just felt off, and the first thing I noticed was the knocking. Only happened a few times, but both me and my younger sister heard it on separate nights. Always between 2 and 4 a.m., and always the same. 2 or 3 knocks right in our bedroom windows. We were on the 2nd floor, mind you. No trees brushing against the glass. No way for somebody to reach unless they had a ladder. The first night I froze in bed staring at the curtains like if I pulled them back I'd see someone's face. Finally, I got the courage to check and... Excuse me. I got the courage to check. I got the courage to admit I'd lost my spot. And of course, nothing. Empty driveway, quiet street. And after that, it was scratches. I'd wake up with these thin red marks across my forearms or my ribs, places I don't normally scratch in my sleep. My sister got them too, and Dad brushed it off, saying that we were probably restless sleepers. But it was strange how it all stopped after we eventually moved out. The footsteps were the worst, though. We had this narrow staircase with old carpet, so it made a distinctive sound when somebody walked on it. But we'd hear just a few steps, like 1, maybe 2, sometimes 4, and then silence. No one coming down, no one going up, just partial footsteps as if somebody started and then stopped, and I could still hear it now if I think about it too much. One of the creepier things that happened to me personally is I had a pile of laundry on a chair in my room. One evening, while I sat at my desk, I saw the pile shift. Not just slump over like clothes sliding. No, they moved and dragged slightly to the side like somebody was rifling through them. I immediately assumed it was the cat, but when I checked, the door was shut. No cat. I just sat there staring at the clothes for ages with my heart racing, waiting for it to happen again. It didn't. My dad had his own story. He swore that when he and my stepmom first moved in, before me and my sister were living there full time, the place felt dreadful, like in his words, walking into a bad memory. He said the main bedroom especially has this sour, weird smell that never went away no matter how much they cleaned. Eventually, one night, he said out loud, basically to the empty room, something along the lines of, "If you're here, you're not welcome. Leave us alone." He swore the smell disappeared after that. I don't know what was in that house, and could have been our imagination, sure. Could have been stress or drafts or cats scratching at night, but the knocks on the window, the footsteps that never finished, the laundry moving while I was watching it, those still stick with me. Funny thing is, none of us have had anything like it happen since we moved out. Has anyone else had the knocking thing, especially on upstairs windows? Because that one still makes my skin crawl. I got summoned to purgatory last night as a guide. I don't normally dream. I usually go to sleep and wake up with no recollection of any dream whatsoever. Occasionally I'll get a nonsensical dream about my daily experiences. Last night was different. My dream was so vivid and cohesive, and I truly felt like I was serving a purpose there. I was brought to purgatory to be a guide to people that had trials there. All of these people were attempting suicide or on the brink of suicide. They were between life and death and were faced with different trials. If they passed their specific trial, they got a second chance at life. If they failed, then they passed on. My job was to give hints to them about how to pass their test. They had to realize what in their life could help them out of their situation. I was able to save 2 people, but I lost 1. The first person I helped was a teenage girl. Her specific trial was an obstacle course set in a bog type of thing. The water wasn't water, but was a slime that could cling to your skin, slow you down if you touched it. She was being chased by a shadowy being. Her only goal was to not be caught. I was helping her though, and this going over and over again until she realized that she was able to face the monster with the help of her friends. She woke up from her attempt in her bathtub with a pill bottle in her lap. She tried to OD, but earned her second chance at life. I could only speculate, but the monster was either her mom or bullies at school. I think it uttered the phrase, "commit to gun mouth," at one point, making me think bullies. Never heard that sentence in my life. The second person was a man, mid-30s, and very obviously had a manual labor job by his build. He was digging in a mine, but kept getting buried by cave-ins. In this one, I told an anecdotal story about how family is one of the pillars of healthy life, and he was able to realize that he could use his family, spirituality, and other aspects of his life to lean on, just to kind of help him out of the trouble. In his case, for everything he realized, he could rely on it, physically manifested as a pillar to help hold up the mine. The strongest being his wife and daughter. She was about 3 and cute as a button. He woke up in his recliner with an empty bottle of Jack at his feet and a revolver in his hand. He cried for a bit and he went to hold his family, and I'm guessing his trial represented all the things in his life he was trying to deal with and felt overwhelmed. The last guy in the room was suffocating. Literally darkness. I was there trying to get him to realize that even the smallest of things could be the light of your life. He had a tuxedo cat that adored him. He was supposed to realize that even small things could light up his darkness and provide warmth. Would have literally spawned a light, then he could see the way out. But he didn't listen. The darkness got him and snuffed him out. I saw him jump off the top of a building, and he passed on. His trial was supposed to represent his struggle with depression. Well, pretty sure anyways. It was a surreal experience to have something like that. And if you were one of the people that I helped above, well, keep it up and I believe in you. my experiences with beings looking for explanations or similar experiences, please. As far back as I can remember, I've dealt with these beings, and the furthest memory I have associated with them is as follows. I used to live with my great-grandparents growing up, due to neither parental figure really being good at their duties. My grandma Barbara and my grandpa Foxy. My grandma was between 90 and 100% Native American and was very spiritual. My grandpa Foxy, on the other hand, was German, never really spoke his thoughts on these things. I recall on many occasions, more often than not at the nighttime, seeing these black human-shaped figures roam our house whilst everyone else was rather sleeping or not home. At the time, I thought nothing of it, and I still am unsure how I feel about it. Just curious, looking for an explanation or maybe a shared instance. There were times, however, where these figures would wake up to me and even try to seemingly interact with me, causing my body to freeze freezing cold. Though I still could move, just really wouldn't out of fear of upsetting them. I've seen these figures in my grandmother Sherry's house, and she was quite spiritual as well. This continued with me until they inevitably passed. Ended up moving with my mom at the age of 13. She had inherited their property and such and moved into one of their houses. A trailer on 10 acres of land we own. It's in the middle of the country. I didn't know the news that I'm about to share until I was 16, but it explains a lot of things I've seen or been through. I've noticed this being the third house I'd seen figures in, that something wasn't normal about this. Considering I'd never see them in friends' houses or anything else. And there was something different about the house we were living in now. I'd see the figures a lot more often than before, and I would hear noises and notice things, and even notice my dog having strange behavior, like whining and crying, randomly getting really defensive. Sometimes he'd bark at nothing and stare at nothing. I ended up asking my mom about all these things. She informed me that the man that owned the trailer and the property prior to my great-grandparents murdered his wife and tried to burn her remains in the trash can. Jeez. Even showing me where the burn mark was. The thing that sort of estranged me the most is that she told me the woman's name being Elizabeth Dunn, and it lined up almost perfectly with my mom's name, middle name being Beth, last name Dunn. Something about that sat so eerily with me. Recently moved back into my mom's house to save up some money before I started to attend college. And I noticed the same things I used as before, about the cabinets being interacted with and hearing noises and seeing the figure, or even waking up with some random bruises on me that weren't there prior. Forgot to mention, my mom was also raised by my great-grandmother. So, just like me, she is very spiritual. She believes in a lot of things I do. So does anybody have a similar experience or anything that might help explain what I'm going through? Calls from the woods. We have a few acres that border a state forest. I've gone in the forest twice, and while hiking I noticed that not only was there no wildlife, but my voice echoed through that woods and bramble like it was an empty hallway that went on forever. I could hear the echo for at least 10 seconds. Well, I've had 2 occasions where my wife's voice called me from the backyard deep into the woods. And every time I went inside and asked her if she'd called me, she said no. When I was 5, I used to live in an old farmhouse, where to go upstairs you had to go past the front door. One night as I went to walk up, I heard my mother call my name from the other side of the door at 10 p.m. I went in the kitchen and she was still making my juice for the night. I knew whatever is on the other side of the door wanted me to open it. My current house is not haunted, and my family farmhouse is 10,000% haunted. Can't even go over the things I experienced. heat seizures and extreme fear of windows, and a witch that would come in my window. I would scream while still being asleep, and I had to be woken up by being shaken. Once we moved, all the effects stopped. Whatever the entity was, it tormented me. And our family dog died while I was at my dad's for the weekend, and it showed up in my dreams. I was all sad until the dog started talking in this deep voice and would chase me and said it would devour me. Jesus. When I lived in the farmhouse, I'd have dreams of dying over and over again until I found a way to get out of my dreams by finding a TV in my dream and turning it off. Any idea on the entity from the woods? The entity in the farmhouse was potentially my great-great-grandmother, whom everybody said was the meanest person they'd ever met. My wife has even witnessed me as a doppelganger. She watched me walk toward the front door with my joint, and she asked where I was going. My doppelganger looked at her and went outside. She followed, and there was no one. When she came in the room and asked what was wrong and why she was calling me, she said she watched me walk out the front door. And this was at my mother's house, which was a house that was built in the 1800s and was also very haunted. Doors being pushed right up against the door jamb, foot shadows standing at the doors. I got so sick of it, I started throwing a towel over the door. Tenants were hearing walking around and doors closing when we're both gone, and I've got lists of paranormal things happening in both family houses. Seems like my new house from the 1800s isn't haunted, but the woods are really weird. And I have 2 massive mounds in my backyard that have alternating layers of shale and soil. The lady who sold us the house talks about this massive bowl-shaped rock and Native Americans, but I didn't take much count of that. I've left the mounds alone aside from getting rid of vines. Ideas or thoughts, like I know this is a word salad, but any opinions on the woods calling me would be great because I'm very tempted to go see who's calling me. Wouldn't be the first time. Maybe I was being called and confronted it. A floating Cheeto. I grew up in a Christian household. My parents are pastors, so Sundays were always spent at church. And over the years I learned one thing. Churches see some strange cases, and this was one of them. When I was a teenager, a family came to church looking for help for their oldest daughter, 15-year-old girl. 15 isn't the age you'd expect to hear about imaginary friends. But that's exactly what she claimed to have. Her parents had already taken her to doctors and psychiatrists. No schizophrenia, no mental illness. Nothing. Out of options, they came to us, thinking maybe something darker was at play. With other people, she seemed completely normal. I'd seen her at youth gatherings, talking and laughing like any other teen. But at home, things were different. One night, my dad told us that we'd been invited to dinner by a new family in the church. When we arrived, I realized it was her house. From the moment we stepped inside, I felt it, a heaviness in the air, like the walls themselves were breathing slowly around us. They were in the living room watching a movie, bowl of hot Cheetos on the table. I was about to sit on the couch when she stopped me. "You can't sit there, my friend's sitting there." I awkwardly sat on the other end. Minutes later, she announced, almost casually, "He doesn't like you. He wants you to leave." Her parents scolded her, telling her not to be rude, so she shrugged and said, "It's not me, it's what he wants." Then came the part that still makes my stomach knot. She told us we could have some Cheetos. I took a few, and her brother did too. Then she turned to the empty space beside her and said, "Do you want some?" She paused and nodded to no one and then said, "Everything that's mine is his too." And that's when it happened. A single Cheeto. It rose slowly from the bowl. No strings, no tricks, just floating. Ridiculous, right? Well, a flying Cheeto sounds like a joke, but I swear on my life we all saw it. My family, her family. And as it hovered there, it began to disappear like something invisible was eating it. The room grew heavier. Her expression darkened, and when she spoke again, her voice had changed and was deeper and colder. Not like the cheerful girl I'd seen before. She said that we should leave and that he was angry. My dad didn't argue. Not because he was afraid, but because he believed that we were dealing with something demonic. This wasn't the right time or place to confront it. We left that night with more questions than answers. And 2 weeks later, they attempted a deliverance. It lasted 5 or 6 hours, and supposedly she stopped seeing him. But as time passed, she got involved with a cult. Eventually, she didn't survive. And I'll never forget what somebody told me after. Before deliverance, the person has to want to be free. If not, when it comes back, it's always worse. I saw things as a child, and they're happening again. I grew up in rural Ireland, in a Jehovah's home. I was a young boy, around the age of 7 and 8, when I first started seeing things that supposedly weren't there. And most of my friends and family thought I was possessed and would lock me in my room for weeks when I started to act up. The first event is very blurry in my mind, so don't take this as completely accurate. First spooky event. It was around midday. My mother was in the kitchen. My father went to Dublin with a few of JW friends, which I'm assuming is Jehovah's Witnesses friends, to preach there. I was outside playing with my brother, probably soccer or tag, and he asked me to get a bottle of water for Mom, so I go in and my mother's lying on the ground with a puddle of blood around her. I screamed, kneeled down to her side, and hugged her. Her body. Trying to figure what they wrote here. I could feel the heat from her body, the way the blood stuck to my skin, and my brother comes in panicked from the yelling. Asked what's wrong. I said something along the lines of, "Call Dad," before my mother walks into the room confused on why I'm on my knees crying. She's asked why I'm crying. I looked her and looked back, and the body's gone, and so is the blood. Second most fearful happening. I was about 11 or 12 then, and I had consistent hallucinations of one specific creature that called himself Bob. He was about 2.5 meters tall, had pale white skin with long arms that stopped at his knees. His head a light string of gray hair, but other than that he was bald. He always hand-ripped white hospital gown-looking thing. Bob mostly came in sleep paralysis, where he'd cry while facing the corner. But after a few months of this consistent appearance, I was watching TV. I got a sudden feeling of dread and fear. I looked behind me, and he was standing watching. This was the first time I'd ever seen his face, and he didn't have cheeks, and his mouth filled with huge teeth with small, fully black eyes. I jumped and quickly looked back, nor waiting to freak out. My different, in parentheses, brother, and he reached and grabbed my shoulder, and I stayed silent the rest of the day. And that night I slept under my bed, which is where I would sleep when I got scared at night, and haven't seen Bob till today. Current day, about 12 years after the last time I saw Bob, and he has been watching me again. And he hasn't done anything besides stare and cry yet. But I don't know what to do to really help stop these hallucinations. I don't want to see him anymore. The crying on County Road 12. So this is kind of embarrassing, but whatever. Maybe y'all will believe me more than my buddies did. I live out in rural Arkansas. Nothing glamorous, just cows, broken fences, and dirt roads. Most nights it's dead quiet except for coyotes yipping or the neighbor's dog losing their minds over nothing. But anyway, this was about 2 years back. I was driving home from a late shift at the feed store. It was just after 2:45, close to 3 in the morning. That's not unusual for me. I've done that drive 100 times. Windows down, cigarette going, some scratchy radio station playing old country. And then I heard it. At first, I thought it was the radio messing up, like static that sounded weirdly like a woman crying. But then I realized it wasn't the radio. It was outside, somewhere along the trees by the ditch line. I slowed down because I'm an idiot like that, and you ever get that itch where you know you shouldn't check something out, but you just do. Well, that was me. I pulled the truck halfway into the shoulder, left the headlights on, and stepped out. The crying kept going. It wasn't screaming or wailing, more like this low, broken sob. I remember thinking, who the hell is out here at 3 a.m. barefoot in the weeds? I called out once, and I just said, "Hello?" The crying seemed to shift further down the road, like 50 feet away, so I followed, which, again, I know is dumb. It led me past Miller's cow pasture, past the barbed wire where the cedar trees get thick. I swear every time I walked forward, the sound moved just ahead of me. Never closer, never farther, just leading. And then it stopped, and when I say stopped, I don't just mean the crying. The crickets, the frogs, or the cicadas, they all cut out at once, like somebody muted the whole county. And that's when I heard her whisper, "Mis niñas, mi esposo." Now, I don't speak much Spanish, took 2 years in high school and barely passed, but I know enough to know she was saying my daughter's my husband. And man, hair on my arm stood up and I froze. My lighter was still in my hand and I dropped it. The sound of it hitting gravel was so loud it scared me worse than the voice, and I bolted. Ran back to the truck, slammed the door, and floored it out of there like a coward. Didn't tell anyone at first, but a week later I mentioned it to a friend of mine from Mexico. I said it all casual, like, "Hey, ever heard of a crying woman on the road?" He didn't even let me finish. He just said, "That's La Llorona. She's not crying for herself, she's warning you." I laughed and I tried to shake it off. But 3 nights later, my truck spun out on the wet road in almost the exact same spot, and a semi hadn't swerved at the last second. Well, if it didn't, I'd have been a pancake. After that, no more crying, or nothing really, just back to the regular coyote howls. I don't know if it was a ghost or some trick of the light, but I'll tell you this. I don't pull over on County Road 12 after dark anymore. People told me to post it here. Anybody can help. Backstory. A couple of years back, my grandma, who died in 2015 or 16, they were a person that I used to love more than anyone. She used to bake cookies and make pies every time we visited her. Always was there for us emotionally and physically. Fortunately, she got really sick. We rented a house in the building I live, so we could take care of her. I used to go there after school and play the guitar for her and drink coffee together and do stupid stuff just to make her smile. Good on you. The last night I saw her, she grabbed my hand and told me, looking straight into my eyes, "Remember me, and light a candle once in a while for me." I was terrified. I always told her that when I got a car, I would drive her around the city and have fun. That she would look amazing in my sports car. And remember this. Now to the quote-unquote creepy part. I went to her grave for the first time after the burial. And since it's in a village a few minutes' drive away, I went to see my other grandparents. I was with my girlfriend. I drove my sports car, a 2000 Toyota Celica, went past the cemetery and got a weird urge to go into it. So I went. I went to her grave and I cleaned it. I sat there for a while. I found myself talking to her grave. I was feeling like I was talking to her. Anyway, I went back to my car, and that's where shit gets odd. My player didn't work since I left the graveyard. My lights wouldn't go on. Car was fine, it was checked 2 days ago. I looked into the rearview mirror, and I saw a figure in the distance. It was around 3 o'clock, so the sun was super bright. The next breath I took was full of my grandmother's perfume. I looked back again, and the figure was gone. Everything worked well except for my audio. Went back home, everything was fine. The second creepy part. We used to watch a series on the TV when she was at her house while she was playing with my hair. And when I was at an Airbnb all alone, the same series was on. And the perfume hit me like a punch in the gut. I felt it touch onto my head. Third creepy part is I stay with my parents. And I'm alone mostly. I can always see a figure with the edge of my eye, but when I turn to see, there's never anything. The fourth creepy part is I heard her voice when I lit a candle last night. I prayed for her soul to be at rest, and I heard her voice, just saying thank you. Is this a memory glitch, and is this supposed to happen when traumatizing events occur? I'm in shock, and she used to always say that she won't leave me alone, that she would show me that she was with me. 20 minutes ago, I found an old picture of her, like when she was in her 30s. Found it in the middle of my desk on my laptop. My mother, father, and brother, they swear they never put it there. My mother's been looking for this picture for the past 3 years. What's going on? The night my dad came home early. I don't really tell this story much because people either laugh it off or get way too freaked out. But it's one of those memories that's burned into me. I grew up in a little fishing village. It's outside of Cebu City in the Philippines. Back then, the power went out all the time, especially during storms. My grandparents always said our town was thick with spirits because of all the old beliefs and rituals people still practiced. And even as a kid, I kind of believed it because I saw things. Not always, but often enough that I knew it wasn't my imagination. This one night, I must have been about 6. There was a huge storm, like a typhoon-level amount of rain and wind. Lightning kept flashing through the slats in the windows, and the whole house shook with the thunder. The power was out, so the only light was from a little emergency lamp in the corner, and the faint moonlight slipping through the storm clouds. I woke up in the living room because of the thunder, and I remember sitting on the wooden couch. I was clutching a pillow, and I was trying not to cry. I heard this dog howling somewhere outside. We didn't have a dog, and none of the neighbors nearby did either. It didn't sound right. It sounded too drawn out, like something imitating a dog, but not quite getting it right. That's when I heard my dad's voice call from the bedroom. It was sort of soft, like, "Anak, come here." I bolted for the room because whenever I got scared as a kid, I always curled up between my parents. I remember sliding the door open and seeing my mom on the bed half asleep, but no dad. I called out for him, stepping further inside. And then, behind the door, I saw him. Except it wasn't him. It was tall, like too tall. Taller than the doorway itself, and it bent down slightly as if trying to fit inside the frame. And it was smiling. Not a normal smile. The mouth stretched so wide it reached up like toward the ears, too many teeth showing. "You found me," it said in my dad's voice. I didn't even feel afraid at first. I was just a little kid and thought maybe we were playing some kind of a game, like hide and seek in the dark. And this thing touched my shoulder with a hand that felt cold and too heavy, then guided me toward the bed. I climbed in, laid down between it and my mom, and I fell asleep like it was the most normal thing in the world. The next morning, sunlight was pouring in. Woke up to my mom tidying the room, and Dad wasn't there. I asked where he went. She said, "Your father's been in Manila for work the last 2 days. He comes back tonight." I didn't tell her what happened, not then. I didn't tell anybody until I was 16 or 17, and I was old enough to realize that what I'd seen wasn't just my imagination. Looking back now, I wonder what would have happened if I hadn't gone into that room. Or worse, what would have happened if I hadn't woken up the next morning. Anybody have something take the shape of somebody you love, because whatever that thing was, it wanted me to believe it was my dad, and I did. Our sweet ghost cat. Everyone responded so positively to my last post, so I wanted to share this other recent experience I had in my apartment. I've only shared these with a few close friends since I don't want people thinking I'm crazy. But I know what I feel, and this is a series of occurrences that led me to believe I have a ghost cat in my apartment. First time was when I recently moved into my apartment. About a month after, I was getting ready for work in the morning. That's when I noticed my cat playing with a shoelace in the hall. In the hall, there was a small closet. My cat was playing with the shoelace in front of the closed door when I see something white swipe from under the door, almost like a cat trying to get a shoelace from the other side. My cat saw it too. She stopped what she was doing to stare at the bottom of the door. I immediately thought it was my other cat, who does have white paws, so I opened the door to check, and there was nothing. The second time was a few months later. My boyfriend and I were trying to fall asleep in bed around 11, and that's when we hear tiny footsteps run and then jump onto our futon couch in the living room. Sounded small, just like a cat randomly running and jumping on the couch. We both looked at each other because both our cats were in bed with us and our dog is crated at night. He said, "What was that?" I said, "I don't know." So we went to check, but saw nothing. Third time we had a guest in our home, and I usually leave a box or two out for my cats when I get a new package since they both love them, and I had one in the middle of our dining room. My friend, my boyfriend, and I were in the living room watching a show. That's when we hear the box slide, almost as if a cat jumped into it. I look over and I actually see the box flaps move, but both our cats and our dog were in the living room with us. All windows and sliding door were closed. So we all just kind of looked at each other like, what the fuck? Fourth and most recent time was about 7 months ago. I randomly woke up in the middle of the night. I remembered I needed to charge my phone. I looked and the time was 1:21 a.m. The outlet is right next to my side of the bed, so I just reached over and plugged it in while barely having my eyes open. Then I set my phone down, and as I did, I see a shadow on the wall from my nightlight. It's about the size of a cat and it's coming toward me. So I just laid back in bed and I immediately remembered and looked at my feet. Both my cats were sound asleep on my bed. I tried really hard to fall asleep after that, but it took me almost an hour. I've had other uneventful occurrences like leg rubs, I feel, and I thought they were my cat, but ended up being nothing. And something that sounded like a cat jumping off of our couch into the wood floor when my animals are in my room with me. All my life I've had experiences like these. And at this point, they're just expected. The shadow behind the curtain. This happened to me when I was a kid, and even though it was years ago, I can still picture it like it happened last night. I grew up in a town outside of Veracruz, Mexico. Back then, blackouts were super common, especially in the summer. Whole streets would just go dark for hours, and everybody had to rely on candles or flashlights. Wasn't even a big deal for the adults, but for me though, being like 7 years old and terrified of the dark already, felt like the end of the world every time the power went out. One night, the lights cut out like usual. My dad headed down the street to this corner store where the guys would play dominoes. Place had a generator, so it stayed lit even when the rest of the block was dark, and my mom stayed home with me. It got late and she told me I needed to take a bath. I hated bathing during blackouts. The bathroom had no window, just this heavy old curtain that covered the doorway. With no electricity, it was pitch black, except for a single candle she placed on the edge of the sink. I was in there with the candlelight flickering, already nervous, when my mom suddenly said that she had to run down to the store to talk to my dad. She told me she'd be back in a few minutes just to finish up. So now it's just me, alone, naked, and wet, and standing in this dim little bathroom with one candle. That's when I felt it, a breeze. Not strong, but just enough to make the flame bend. There's no windows open and no draft, and the air felt heavier too, like the room itself was pressing in. Then the curtain moved. At first, I thought it was just the breeze again, but then I saw it, a shape blacker than the darkness around it, tall, standing right behind the curtain. I froze, and I remember holding my breath, convinced if I stayed still, it wouldn't notice me. But the shadow stayed, almost like it was waiting. Finally, I snapped. I grabbed the first thing I could, a wooden brush, and I think it started screaming, or I did. It said, "Go away and get away from me," and I was crying so hard I could barely see. I was pounding the side of the tub with the brush, yelling loud enough for the whole neighborhood. One of my neighbors must have heard me, because she came over and peeked through the little bathroom window from outside. She asked me what was wrong, and between sobs I told her there was something or someone behind the curtain. She told me to stay put and kept talking to me through the window until my mom came rushing back a few minutes later. By the time they pulled the curtain, nothing was there, and I don't know if it was my imagination or fear playing tricks on me or something real, but I swear I know what I saw, or at least what I felt. The curtain wasn't just moving, something was standing there. And to this day, it's one of the most terrifying moments of my life. And what gets me is that feeling, that presence, like the dark itself was alive and waiting for me to notice it. Has anybody else ever seen something like that during a blackout? Something that feels more solid than just shadows, because even now, if the lights go out unexpectedly, I can't stand near a curtain. It takes me right back to that night. The wallet in the barn. Okay, so I've never written anything like this before, but it's been on my mind lately. Back in 2009, my grandpa passed away. He was a stubborn old rancher and smoked too much and drank too much. Never once stepped into a church unless it was for somebody else's funeral. He got sick real bad and ended up in the county hospital. By the end, he was just lying there, barely moving, and the doctor said it was only a matter of time. Now here's the part that sticks with me. When I was about 16, he was already in the hospital. Came home early from school one day. Snow day, actually. Buses weren't running. I tossed my boots off in the mudroom and went straight to the fridge to make a sandwich. While I'm clattering around with my bread knife, I hear this raspy cough from upstairs. My stomach jumped because I swore it was Grandpa. He had this real distinct cough, like gravel in a tin can. I froze and I called out, "Grandpa?" No answer. I figured maybe Mom had brought him home and forgot to tell me. Jogged upstairs, heart pounding, went to his room like nothing. Just the old quilt folded into the bed, dead quiet. That silence felt heavier than the cough itself, if that makes sense. I bolted back downstairs and sat in the back step of the cold until my sister got home. Second thing happened a week or two later while he was still clinging on in the hospital. Dad had given me his mutt puppy for my birthday, half collie, half who knows what. Sweet little thing with floppy ears. One night, it was just me and my sister watching TV. It was real late and close to midnight. Every light was off except the flicker from the old box TV. Then the door to Grandpa's room, it creaked open. Slow, just a few inches. Shouldn't have been possible. Those old doors basically stick unless you yank them. The puppy jumped up like a shot, growling, hair on end, barking at the sort of crack of darkness. And I swear the room beyond looked blacker than it should have. My sister grabbed my arm so tight it hurt. We stood there like idiots while the dog kept barking and barking. Then 4 or 5 minutes later, the door just eased shut again, like somebody just let it go. The dog went silent, tail between legs, slunk back to the couch. We didn't even try to be brave. We hauled our blankets to my sister's room and locked the door. And Grandpa died a few days after that. But the strangest part came after the funeral. My cousin had this dream where Grandpa was putting on his work shirt, the one with his name stitched on the pocket. Said he was late for chores but couldn't find his wallet. Next morning, my aunt was cleaning out the barn and found that same leather wallet tucked in an old feed sack. Apparently, they'd forgotten to bury it with him. Maybe it's nothing, maybe it's coincidence. But I don't know, man. Sometimes it feels like Grandpa was just making sure we didn't forget his stuff before he clocked out for good. The shocks before sleep. This started happening to me maybe 2 years ago. Still freaks me out every time, though. I was living in a rented place in Asheville, North Carolina. It was a small bedroom apartment above this coffee shop on Merriman Avenue. Life was normal, work and gym, scrolling TikTok until I passed out. Nothing dramatic. But one night, while I was nodding off, it hit me for the first time. It felt like a surge of electricity ran straight through my body. Not painful exactly, but sharp, like every nerve lit up at once. My whole body jerked like when you dream of falling. Except it wasn't a dream, I was fully aware. It only lasted a few seconds, but it left me wide awake, and at first I brushed it off, figured maybe it's just stress or my body twitching while falling asleep. But it started happening more. Once a week, then a couple of times a week, and always while I was laying down, usually when I was just on the edge of sleep. The way it happens is so sudden, like something passes through me. It's the only way I can describe it. I don't hear anything, but I feel it, the sharp wave moving through me, and my body reacts without my permission. Arms jerk and legs twitch. Sometimes my teeth even clench. It's not just physical. In those few seconds, I feel hyper-aware, like every sound in the room gets louder, every shadow sharper. It's like being yanked from half asleep into this overcharged state. The worst was last winter. Happened 3 times in a row, maybe within 5 minutes. And each time it hit, my whole body jolted harder. And after the last one, I was left tingling like pins and needles, but deeper, almost in my bones. My chest felt heavy too, like somebody was pressing down on it. I just lay there staring at the ceiling, heart pounding, wondering if I was about to die. And the thing is it never leaves me with anything bad, no lingering pain, no illness, nothing like that. Just the fear and the memory of it. And sometimes, strangely, almost a calmness afterwards, like I've been drained of something. I've tried to figure out what triggers it. It doesn't seem tied to caffeine or stress or lack of sleep. I eat okay and I exercise. I don't take meds. The only thing I noticed was it got worse around the time I started meditating regularly. I don't know if that's connected or if it's just a coincidence. When I told my mom about it, she laughed and said it was just nerves misfiring. But when I told my roommate at the time, he got all serious and said he thought it sounded more like something passing through you, and that stuck with me. Honestly, that's exactly how it feels, like I'm not alone for those few seconds. Anybody experience that? Those sharp, sudden jolts before sleep that feel less like a dream and more like something brushing past you? I'm trying not to spiral, but every time it happens, I get this creepy thought in my head. What if it's not just my body? Every haunted location has a history. We don't just tell ghost stories. We uncover the truth behind them. Welcome to Paranormal M. Subscribe and face the past. Something weird happened at my nanny's house. Still freaks me out. So I'm Saira, a 21-year-old female from Pakistan. And this happened when I was like 16. We were visiting my nanny's house. It's in a small town in Sindh for summer holidays. It's one of those really old houses, long hallways, high ceilings. Kind of pretty, but always low-key creepy at night. Super quiet there, peaceful but scary. There's this one room with an old wooden Almira. It's like a safe in the corner. Nobody ever really used it. I remember once my nanny randomly saying something like, I'm just going to translate this. There's a little knife's story in that Almira, but she didn't explain and I didn't really ask. Anyway, one night me and my cousin were up watching some drama on my phone. It was around 2:30 a.m. or something, and suddenly we heard this soft knock from inside the Almira. At first, we thought maybe it was a mouse or something, so we ignored it. But it happened again, and this time it was like 3 slow knocks from the inside. We literally froze, We heard this really faint sound, like something slowly dragging their nails on the inside of the wood. Not fast, just slow and creepy. We didn't even put on chapels? Some sort of shoe. We ran to the other room where my mom and Kala means sister of mother in our language, so like her aunt, where they were sitting, and we told them what happened and they didn't say much, but my mom looked kind of serious, and later they went to check, so they opened the wooden Almira and it was empty. Just this old white dupada hanging on a rusty hook. Next morning, we told Nani, and she just smiled and said, well, I'll just try it. Wo Almari Purani Hai Uzmayan Purani Chizian Reti Hain. Chizian. Which translates to, it's an old wooden locker. Old things live in there. I definitely said all of that wrong. I didn't get a single word correct anyway. After that, I never went to that room again, and even now when we visit, I just avoid it. Maybe it was nothing, but it didn't feel like nothing. What do you people think about this? Well, I know I can't pronounce anything well other than most English, not all of it. Most. I'll take it. Was this a fairy trap? My husband, a 30-year-old male, and I, a 25-year-old female, entered into a different reality through some mystic tunnels. The story begins with my husband and I going by our lonesome to some haunted train tracks our friend group had showed us. The train tracks themselves had a weird vibe, and when a ritual was performed, you could see a ghost train. I put haunted and ghost in parentheses because I'm very skeptical in general. But after our last trip, I may be a bit of a believer. The ritual would be for all of us to be in a single car, go through 2 very small, identical tunnels. These went underneath the tracks. with maybe half of a mile between the two. When I say small, please understand it was only room for one car at a time on a dirt road, and passing through you could reach your arms out the windows and touch the sides of the tunnels. Upon passing through the second tunnel, you'd make a U-turn passing back underneath the second tunnel. You'd park before passing back under the first tunnel and wait. Upon waiting, a ghostly bluish tinted train would come, and if you tried to throw something at the train, it would always end abruptly before whatever was thrown could make it up. The one time my husband and I went by ourselves, we passed under the first tunnel just talking. We'd kept laughing and chatting until we realized that we hadn't passed the second tunnel yet and had been driving for about 10 minutes. The tunnels were extremely tiny, and in fact it would cause a weird feeling of dread as you passed through them. Noticing we hadn't passed it yet when we should have, we got quiet and turned off the radio. We drove for another 5-ish minutes when all of a sudden we have a weird feeling that we should turn around. We both decided that we should turn around and that maybe we had just spooked ourselves. Nothing particularly interesting had happened, and we just felt overwhelmed. Upon turning around, we come across a tunnel within what felt like 2 minutes, even though we'd been driving for at least 15 minutes. We had laughed when we saw the tunnel, thinking we scared ourselves and were just kooky idiots. We decided to leave instead of wait for the train, since we thought that we hadn't done the ritual. However, after we passed underneath that tunnel, we came across the true first tunnel again on the way out. Both of our blood ran cold. This was when we were seeing that first tunnel being the second tunnel on the way out. We'd only entered in one coming in, passed through 2 on the way out. We spent 15 minutes traveling, but only 5-ish going out. To this day, we still don't know what happened, or really what would have happened if we kept driving. My second story, The Man in the ICU. This is another experience I wanted to share with everyone. I've had several encounters throughout my life, but this one just hit differently. In 2017, my wife had to have a surgery in order to remove a large tumor on her kidney. After the operation, she was moved into the surgical intensive care unit, the SICU. Since we were 56 miles from home and short on cash, I slept in the room with her. And those nights were difficult. The hospital was quiet, and some of the halls were dark, and... Oh, no. Shoot. Didn't mean to jump scare anybody, but my room is very moldy. And those nights were difficult. The hospital was quiet, and some of the halls were dark, and there were hardly any people around, aside from the few staff members working the overnight shift. Early one morning at around 2 o'clock, the patient in the room next to us started having complications. The silence was broken by the sound of staff members and equipment. They were panicking and trying to keep him alive, despite the condition my wife was in, and well, she knew what was happening, and her heart rate started to climb, and she began crying. Did my best to help her relax, but after a few minutes everything went quiet. I looked out the door to see if everything was good. Unfortunately, they were unable to save his life. I don't know if it was the right thing to do, but I told my wife that he was fine, and I sat back down and just stared at the wall. The entire situation was unsettling, and I can't imagine being in the position of one of those staff members. I was able to sleep for about 2 hours, and as I walked to the door preparing my stretch, I saw a patient in the man's room. I could tell that he was a patient because he was in the hospital gown himself. He turned and exited his room and then walked down the hall. After he left his room, when I could see his face, I recognized him as the man who had died. A staff member came in later to check my wife's vitals. I asked her if anybody was in the next room, and she proceeded to tell me that the patient had passed earlier in the morning. I told her everything, and she believed me. In fact, according to her, it's just part of the job in that section of the hospital. Things like that happen, but you have to keep your head in the right place. I think about this pretty often. As I've stated before, I'm not sold on the typical explanation that a person dies and just becomes a ghost. I think there's something more to all of it. I think it bothers me because I doubt I'll ever have the answer. My wife died 1 year after this event. She passed away in the living room of our home, and I moved out the next day. As badly as I wanted to see her again, I didn't want to possibly see her like that. Yeah. The sound in the attic. It was probably 12 or 13, and, well, I was probably 12 or 13. My buddy was spending the night at my house. Like typical kids, we were up late horsing around and drinking soda. I had curtains up in my room, and I used the old curtain rods that came apart and looked like swords. And being typical kids, we looked at each other and yelled, "On guard!" at 2 a.m. As we're in the middle of our sword fight, right above our heads we start to hear creaking, as if somebody was rocking in a rocking chair. And my house was an old house, but it was built in the 40s or 50s, and I forget exactly, but it was old, and chalked it up to the house being old and settling. A few minutes later we heard it again right above our heads. A slow rocking back and forth type of creaking. We both lowered our swords and looked at each other with a "what the fuck was that" look on our face. I asked, "You heard that, right?" To which he replied, "No shit, I heard it. What the fuck was it?" "Well, I don't know," I said. Being young and fearless, I say, "Let's have a look." We go to the attic door and slowly open it. I go up first, being that it's my house and I knew the layout. I get to the top of the steps and I look down where the sound came from, and there's nothing of the rocking sort, just stacks of dusty boxes. We go down to that end of the attic just to make sure there wasn't a rocking horse or anything there behind the boxes. There was nothing that rocks, and we stood there with that sort of spooked and confused look. I said, "I don't know, dude, but let's get the hell out of here. I'm getting a creepy feeling." And as we started to walk away, we heard the wood floor creak behind us. But this time it wasn't a rocking sound. It was like somebody had just stepped out from behind the boxes. And this time my buddy, now in front of me, got spooked and bolted down the steps. I, on the other hand, was frozen in fear, and I could feel somebody standing behind me, and the back of me was chilled from head to toe. I don't want to turn around, but I had to really see if something was there. Slowly turned, and there was about 4 feet away, and there was a shadowy figure standing about the same height as me with a human-like shape, and darker than the dark itself. I yelled out, "Oh shit!" Proceeded to run from the door, only to slip into the second, and I slid down the rest of the steps on my ass, and I don't know if the shadow did that or my hysterics. And the next day, my parents, well, I tell them, and, well, they replied with laughter and said maybe it was Granny. Apparently, one of my parents' grandparents passed in the house and never fully left. How true, I don't know, but I just know that it scared me so bad I never stepped foot in that attic after that, like, at all, completely. I had 3 random encounters with the same stranger over several years. About 8 years ago, in the early evening, I'm shopping for a jacket in a major retailer. That's when this man, who looked to be 30-35, clean cut, possibly of some Arabic descent, walked up to me and said, "Shopping for clothes today?" I said, "Yeah, I need a jacket." He then said, "My wife and I just moved to the area and our walls are bare, so I'm looking for items to furnish our space." We then made small talk for maybe a minute or so, and I can't remember what else we talked about. Then he walked away, and at the time I thought it was a bit odd because strangers rarely approach me to make small talk, seemingly for no reason. But I basically forgot about it. About a year and a half later, I'm shopping in a very busy grocery store downtown, about 10 miles from the retail store where I first encountered this person. As I'm in the middle of an aisle looking for my items, I all of a sudden feel somebody standing next to me. Not uncomfortably close, but I hear him saying, "Shopping for groceries today." And at this point, I vaguely knew this was the same gentleman who had approached me over a year earlier. I vaguely knew how unlikely this scenario was, but for some reason I was kind of on autopilot and said, "Yeah, I moved to an apartment in the area and I need to stock up on my kitchen." To which he says, "Me and my wife just moved to the area and our walls are bare, so we have to stock up our kitchen also." We again made small talk for another minute or two. Again, I can't remember what we were talking about. But then he walked away. It wasn't until several minutes later that I realized how unlikely this was in a city of over 3.8 million people. Flash forward about 2 years, and I'm now working and living in a suburb, same city, about 10 miles away from the downtown area I was briefly living in. One late afternoon, I take a break from work to go to a popular home decor store. It's nearby, and as I'm looking at throw pillows, and you guessed it, this same gentleman comes up to me and says, "Shopping for home decorating items today?" And I once again go on autopilot mode and say, "Yeah, I'm looking for a few items to decorate." And you guessed it, he goes, "My wife and I just moved to the area and our walls are bare, so I'm looking for some items to decorate our house." We again make some small talk for about a minute. And again, I can't recall what was said, and he walks away, and this time, however, about 10 to 15 seconds after he leaves, I snap out of my trance or autopilot mode. Whatever you want to call it. I understand the sheer impossibility of this interaction, and I run to catch up with the man. Even though he's only had a few second head start and I was sprinting, he was nowhere to be found. Ran out to the parking lot to catch him driving or walking out, but he wasn't there either. They didn't feel like ominous encounters, but to this day I have no idea what occurred exactly and why. Ask Reddit. One time, me and my friend were in our car late at night. It was after a Whataburger run. Whataburger. It was about 3 a.m. and we're chilling, eating in the car and joking around. Don't ask why we were up so late. It was sophomore year of college and we were pulling an all-nighter for Lord knows why. But anyways, we pull into her apartment complex. Park perpendicular to the forest surrounding majority of her complex. As soon as I put my car in park, I felt everything go cold. And I promise you, I felt something in the air. Keep seeing this thing move in the forest out of the corner of my eye. I think it's just the wind and branches. Finally, I'm like, the fuck is that? And so I look closer, and it's 2 huge yellow eyes staring out directly into my eyes. How is it that when I finally look harder, we make direct eye contact? This thing was staring at my eyes for a long time, I just know it. So I'm like, "Oh crap, there's a man in the forest," to my friend. And we both think it's a police officer at first. I don't know why we thought that, but once it showed itself, we knew it was no police officer. But then as soon as I made eye contact with it, this thing starts walking out very quickly, coming straight for my car. Keep in mind, my car was on, so my lights were on too. So this thing knew that I would see it coming. It steps out, and its arms and legs were way too long. Looked like a creature trying to be human, but just wasn't quite pulling it off. The proportions and speed of the movements was all just too wrong and off. I believe fully this wasn't a human with its huge and hollow yellow eyes. It never broke eye contact with me, ever, and I drove a small Volkswagen Bug at the time, which I know is a small car, but this creature was towering above my car. It was literally the boogeyman. The closer I looked at him, the more scary it got. The more scared I got, the bigger it grew. Its face was covered by what looked like, and I'm not kidding, a mask of a human face. But the thing's eyes were definitely its own. Finally, I snapped out of my terror, emerged out of my spot so fast, and by that time he had made it all the way to the front of my car and was touching the hood. I wish I had ran over it, honestly. But when I looked back in my rearview mirror to see what was going on, it was standing in the spot I'd just been parked in and waving and staring straight into my eyes through the mirror. Don't know what this was, and I've heard lots of things. I think it was a demon for sure, but that's just me. Been thinking about this a lot recently, and I wanted to share. Little girl who touched my soul. This happened a few years ago now. I think about it a lot, and I've wanted to share it in sort of a place where I won't be judged. A friend, my stepdad, and I visited an old asylum grounds one night. It was while we were already in the area, and it was from the time of lobotomies and other kinds of inhumane acts on the mentally ill. My mom is a very, very spiritual person. Having been there once before, refused to go again because of how badly it feels around there. Something evil happened in the cannery, she reminded my stepdad. I don't want you going there with them. The grounds had many areas. The main building was repurposed for some sort of military thing, so that was off limits. But the farms, the cannery, and other smaller buildings weren't being used. The first thing I remember when we rolled up was the feeling. It felt just awful. You could tell awful things happened there. We only ended up walking through the barn areas. A corn silo and 2 barns are in the area. I remember walking through one of the barns and seeing how they tried to cover up cages under wood planks for livestock to stand on. Those cages weren't just for livestock, my dad said. The second barn had a milking room attached to it. There was a fire, you could tell. Black all up the walls and the floor, and I just kept feeling more and more awful, but wanting to listen to my surroundings as much as I could, and then it happened. Now, I am skeptical about the idea of ghosts the way the media describes them. However, I do believe that if something so strong happens somewhere, it will imprint in the earth around it, be it so good or so bad. The earth remembers. I saw, or maybe it'd be better to say I felt, a little girl. And here are the things I felt about her. She loved the cows. They were her favorite. No matter what was happening to her, she was allowed to see the cows, and that's all she wanted. In my mind's eye, I saw her run past me and I heard her laughter. She had black hair, and I could swear that there was a cat with her too. It was like a scene in a movie where somebody's having a flashback, and felt almost like the earth was sharing its memory with me. And then she was gone. I was left staring at the falling apart barn. I cried on the way home, and even through all the terrible things, that girl, she still enjoyed her life. I hope in the next one I can see her again. The Woman in the Old Barn Dream. This is gonna sound nuts, but I figured I'd throw it out here because maybe somebody had something similar. A couple years back, I'm renting this tiny farmhouse out in rural Kentucky. My girlfriend at the time had already moved into town for work, so just me and the dog out there, about 6 months. That was while I was just wrapping things up. The house was drafty and smelled like old cedar, and the barn out back always gave me the creeps, but whatever, it was cheap. One night I had this dream, except it didn't feel like a dream. More like I'd just been dropped into another life. I was in the barn, but it wasn't falling apart like in real life. It was solid and swept clean. Tools hanging nice and neat. And there was this woman there with me. Dark brown hair pulled into a messy braid with gray sweatpants. And this oversized red flannel shirt. Nothing sexy or anything, but the whole thing felt domestic. Like we'd been together for years, and she was laughing at something dumb I said. I remember brushing hay off her sleeve, and I swear I can still picture her face. When I woke up, I had that heavy, someone's missing kind of feeling. Stuck with me for days. I know the feeling. Fast forward, maybe 3 weeks. My cousin drags me to a fish fry over at his buddy's place. We're sitting in the garage drinking light beer and talking about deer season. When the guy kinda zones out, starts talking about how he messed up the only real relationship he ever cared about back when he got hooked on pills. Says he still dreams about her sometimes. Then he goes quiet and looks straight at me and says, "She's always in that old barn, wearing that red plaid shirt." I almost dropped my beer. I didn't say anything at first because, how'd he even bring that up? Then he starts telling me about how in one of the dreams her brushing hay off of her arm and word for word my dream. Same barn, same clothes, even the dumb laughing. I didn't tell him I'd had the same dream. Hell, I haven't told anyone until now. I love my life. I'm not looking for some ghost girlfriend or whatever, but the way the air shifted in that garage, heavy like you could chew it, I don't think it was just coincidence. Still don't know what to make of it, and sometimes I drive past that old farmhouse and the barn's falling down more every year. Part of me wonders if she's still in there waiting. Well, I'm assuming she's alive. Although, you're insinuating something. The boy on the porch. So this is kind of weird, and I never really told anybody except my sister, but here we go. A few years back, I'm staying at this old rental place out in the sticks. It was one of those houses that had a sagging porch and a rusty screen door. The kind of place where every floorboard creaks like it's complaining about you. I wasn't doing great at the time. I was drinking too much. Not really working steady, just drifting. Nights were the hardest and too quiet out there, Anyway, one night I had this dream, or maybe it wasn't a dream, I'm not really sure. In it, I woke up and I could see through the window by my bed, and the porch light was off. The moon was bright enough that I could make out shapes. There was this kid, looked like maybe 9 or 10, sitting on the porch rail like he belonged there. He wasn't dirty or scrappy like a kid running around the woods would be. He was dressed sharp, like church sharp. White shirt, neat little vest, and even shiny shoes. He wasn't doing anything, just swinging his legs a little bit, I guess, and staring right in at me. At first, I thought maybe it was one of the neighbor's kids messing around, but then I noticed the eyes. They weren't right, like they were black. Not like dark brown, like black, all the way through. No whites, just these pits. It hit me in the gut. That kind of primal, oh, hell no, feeling you get when you realize something's off. My skin went cold and I couldn't move, and it was like being pinned. He leaned forward a little, hands gripping the rail, and I swear he smirked. Then he said real calm, like he was just making an observation, "Nobody's ever gonna forgive you, not really." That stung, because at the time I was drowning in guilt about a bunch of stuff I'd screwed up. It felt like he knew it, or knew me. And then, this still makes me sort of shiver. He laughed and started as this regular kid laugh, high and light, and then it dropped low, like way too low. Like something way bigger was laughing through him. It vibrated like the sound came up through the wood of the porch itself. The next thing I know, I'm sitting straight up in bed sweating, staring at the empty window. Porch was empty too, and quiet as ever. The next morning, when I opened the front door, the porch rail had these two little scuff marks, like polished shoes had been swinging there. I don't know. Could have been a dream, could have been my head messing with me. That wasn't a bad spot. But I can still hear that laugh if I think about it too long. I don't sit out on that porch at night anymore. I got sick from a town full of witches. Doctors found nothing. An old man in a hidden house cured me. My stepdad's side of the family is from a province I won't name for obvious reasons. People there are different. The place has a reputation. Locals say that there are mancuculam living there. Folk witches, both good and bad. Everyone in the area is careful about how they act, and what they say and who they look at. Even my stepdad warned me, always be respectful and never let your guard down. Anyway, we went there for a short visit. One afternoon, I bought a sealed bag of chips and was walking and snacking when I felt somebody behind me blow air directly at the back of my neck. It wasn't just wind, it was like somebody exhaled on me. I turned around, no one was there, and just a few old houses and quiet streets. I brushed it off. A few hours later, I started feeling really weird and dizzy and heavy. I lost my appetite completely, and my sense of taste disappeared. I couldn't enjoy food and couldn't sleep well. Just felt drained. My chest was tight, but no fever. We went to a hospital the next day for blood tests and vitals, and everything came back as normal. Doctors told me I was fine, maybe just stressed or tired. But I knew something was wrong, and I felt off, and I wasn't the only one who thought so. My stepdad immediately took me to somebody he knew, an old man who lived in a hidden house far from the center of town. No signs, no lights, just a path locals apparently already knew. And this guy was quiet and calm. Didn't ask questions, just told me to sit. Placed his hands on my head and muttered something in a language I didn't recognize, then blew gently over the top of my hair. He handed me a small shot of some kind, some bland-tasting oil, and told me to drink it. I don't even know what was in it, but I followed along. Nothing happened instantly, but about a day later I started feeling normal again. Appetite came back and taste returned, and the fog in my head lifted. Whatever that old man did, spelled prayer or placebo, I don't know, but it worked. I'm not saying I believe in kulam or spirits, but I can't explain what happened either. I just know that something invisible messed with me, and science didn't catch it. Be careful out there, especially if you're visiting places with deep-rooted traditions. Some things can't be explained, and sometimes the old ways still have power, whether you believe or not. I'd let that guy blow on my head. Just wouldn't be any hair. The night Mrs. O'Malley changed. This is a story my mom used to tell me about, something she witnessed when she was a kid growing up in Lowell, Massachusetts in the late 60s. It always creeped me out, and honestly, it still gives me the chills even though I've heard it a dozen times. So my mom would have been around 8 or 9 at the time. She lived on a little street where all the families knew each other. Row houses with tiny backyards and laundry lines strung between porches. Next door to her family lived a woman named Mrs. O'Malley. She was in her early 40s maybe, with 3 kids. 2 little girls that my mom sometimes played hopscotch with, and a son who was a soldier in Vietnam. According to my mom, Mrs. O'Malley was always nervous, and back then there wasn't emails or cell phones, just the occasional letter that might arrive weeks late if it arrived at all. Every day she'd check the mailbox like her life depended on it. My mom said she'd seen her pacing the porch sometimes, just chain-smoking, waiting for the mailman. One afternoon, my mom was over at their house. They were sitting in the kitchen, little girls playing with dolls while Mrs. O'Malley stirred something on the stove. Mom said she kept muttering to herself, he's okay, he has to be okay. My mom didn't really understand it at the time, but she remembered the way the air felt heavy in that kitchen, like everyone was holding their breath. Then the weird part. The very next morning, when my mom saw her again, she swore Mrs. O'Malley looked like she had aged 10 years overnight. Her face was drawn, deep lines around her mouth. Her skin was pale and ashy. And the most shocking thing was her hair had gone gray at the roots. Not a few strands, but whole sections. My mom said even as a kid she could tell something had happened. A few days later, the men in uniform showed up at the house. Everyone on the street knew what that meant. Her son had been killed in action. My mom always said the strangest thing about it was that Mrs. O'Malley seemed to know before the news arrived, like her body carried the grief before the letter even made it to her door. Think about that a lot, how sometimes people sense things so strongly it manifests physically. My mom swore up and down she wasn't exaggerating, that she saw it with her own eyes. One day the woman looked normal. The next she looked shattered, like all life had been drained out of her before she even got the official word. Do you think it's possible grief can strike before the actual news does, like some kind of psychic connection, or maybe her body just couldn't hold the stress anymore and it broke all at once? Either way, the image stuck with my mom her whole life, and now it's stuck with me too. These are written suspiciously, without errors. The folks in the parking lot. So this happened a couple of years ago, but it still sits in the back of my head like a splinter. I was driving home late from work, and I do these night shifts at a warehouse outside of town. I figured I'd stop at this all-night diner off the highway. Place is kinda run down, old jukebox doesn't even work and smells like burnt coffee. But the pie is good. Keeps me awake for the drive at least. It must have been around 2:30 in the morning. I was the only one in there besides a trucker sleeping in his booth. Ate my pie, paid up, and went to head out. And that's when I saw them. 3 people, maybe 4, I couldn't tell, standing just outside near the soda machine by the door. They weren't dressed fancy, but their clothes, man, they were too clean, like ironed to death and spotless. Who looks that sharp at 2 a.m. with a greasy spoon? Their skin looked kinda strange too, like pale in a way that reminded me of wax, like candle wax. Not just regular pale. When I pushed the door open, they all kinda shifted at the same exact time. Not stepped, but shifted, like the way mannequins might move if somebody dragged them a little bit to the side on rollers. Smooth, like too smooth. I froze with my key in my hand. All of them smiled at me, or at least I think that's what it was. But it didn't reach their eyes. Actually, I don't think their eyes even blinked. I hustled to the car like an idiot and slammed the lockdown. The weird thing was no one else in the diner seemed to notice them at all. That trucker didn't stir and the waitress didn't even look up. When I finally pulled out, my headlights caught them still standing there, heads turning in unison to watch me leave. My stomach dropped. And the part that really screws with me is I live 10 miles from that diner, out in a dirt road. When I pulled into my driveway, I swear on my life they're already there, just standing at the edge of the gravel, side by side facing my house. I didn't even get out of the car at first, but sat there shaking, radio buzzing static, even though it had been fine before. I must have sat for 20 minutes watching them in my rear view. They never moved closer. Well, never moved at all, really. Finally, when the first hint of daylight started peeking over the hills, they were gone. Like I blinked, driveway was empty. Told my brother about it later, and he just laughed and said it was just me being tired from night shift and seeing shadows. Maybe he's right, maybe I was, but I don't drive out to that diner anymore. And sometimes when I pull into my drive after a late shift, I still check the end of the gravel, just in case. The Scary Night at the Old Farmhouse. Okay, so this is gonna sound weird, but it happened a few winters back when I was crashing at my uncle's old farmhouse. The place is like drafty and creaky and smells like hay, even though the barn's been empty for years. I always leave the door cracked when I sleep, because the hinges squeal, and it's easier that way. So I wake up one night, but like not like really all the way awake, like my body felt pinned down. Couldn't even move a finger. And that's when I see it, a tall shadow, ducking through the doorway like it had to stoop to get in. Couldn't see a face, just this black shape with something. I don't know. Glowing faint lines wrapped around it. Almost like when Christmas lights tangle up. Walked across my room like it knew where the bathroom was. Like it had been there before, Then it comes back, holding this weird tool thing. Not big, maybe a foot long, kind of triangular. It held it like a scanner or a stud finder or something. Waved it slow over my chest. I wanted to yell, but my voice was stuck in my head. So I kept asking it what it wanted and why it was here with no answer. My dog, an old mutt named Charlie, didn't even twitch. He usually barks at squirrels sneezing outside, but he just slept through it. It was almost worse than the figure itself, like maybe this wasn't the first time. The cords around it pulsed brighter for a second, like goldish yellow. Then it turned and bent under the doorframe again and left. Soon as it was gone, I jolted up and everything looked totally normal. No noise, no light, nothing. I keep thinking about it though, how casual it felt, like routine. Not menacing, not comforting either. Just like it was clocking in for a shift, and that thought gets me, like, how many times has it done that and I just didn't see it? Also, a side note, once before that, something tugged on my ankle while I was half asleep there. Thought it was a dream until I felt it grip my hand like we were arm wrestling. Stronger than me, solid 5 fingers. I stopped fighting it and tapped my chest real quick like, gotcha. Not mean, just unsettling. So yeah, that's my farmhouse story. Could have been my brain or sleep paralysis or whatever, but man, it felt too real. I think my apartment is haunted and it seems to be growing. I've lived in my apartment for about 5 years now. It's a small one-bedroom place where just me and my girlfriend stay. It has a kitchen, a living room, bathroom, a bedroom, and a boiler room kind of thing. That's the water heaters and heating for the top 2 floors as we live in the basement. The boiler room is near the bathroom. It starts off the hallway to our back door. It always had a type of weird vibe coming from it, but we just kind of played it off. We have noticed over the past 3 years we're starting to get more and more creeped out by the room. Around 1 a.m. every night you feel a presence just kind of lingering near in the room. Can't really explain it other than you're being watched. I used to love sleeping out of the living room. Our couch is very comfortable for me, but now anytime I'm in the living room alone after 1 p.m. I honestly get too scared to be in there. I feel like somebody's just standing over me watching me. I also started to notice in the past few years, maybe 2, that at any time I try and ignore this feeling, I start to have really dark thoughts. I'll close my eyes while ignoring it and try to sleep, and I'll just start seeing pretty graphic images of just scenes from, like, horror movies that play randomly in my head. Even though 5 seconds ago I was on YouTube watching a very calming video or something funny. I don't understand how. I was just so calm, and I close my eyes to sleep, and my brain is overrun by these dark images and thoughts. So I usually pick up my blanket and run back to the bedroom where my girlfriend is sound asleep, hop in bed, and thoughts go back to normal. I thought, honestly, I'm just a bit goofy and over-scaring myself. But about 2 years ago, I had a friend who was homeless for a while. He stayed with us and he would sleep on the couch. I noticed he always slept on his side, facing the inside of the couch. One night we had some people over and were drinking, and I asked him for some odd reason why he's always slept like that, and he told me, I feel like somebody's watching me when I try to sleep. Kinda confirmed what I was feeling. So me and my girlfriend went and got sage from Spencer's and saged the house, but nothing changed. In April of this year, we had a small get-together in my backyard with people from my job. And we're all in our early 20s, and this girl from my work asked my girlfriend to go with her to the bathroom. My girlfriend was busy doing something outside, so she explained to the girl where the bathroom was. I know where it is, I just get a creepy vibe from the room next door. So later that night, we're playing drinking games and talking, and I asked what she meant, and she told us that when she went to get ice cream earlier, and it felt like she was being watched by something or someone in the boiler room. She kind of feels spirits since her grandma had passed away the previous year. We all kind of started discussing it, and a few people also mentioned was the same thing about the room. See ya. Brother was stalked by a ghost lady. For context, I'm Hispanic, and in a Hispanic family. So that comes with superstitions and spiritual shit. So you can imagine the vibes. My parents are divorced, and my mom has a habit of constantly moving. This story was told to me during one of the moves. My mom was out of town, so me and my older brother were left to clean up the house and back up and stuff. As we were packing, we found an old cassette player and recorder. He picked it up and had a cold blank stare. Basically, he told me that when we were living in one of the previous houses, he found a cassette player like this one in one of the many boxes underneath the stairs. He said my mom used to record our conversations and use them in court against my dad. 'Cause yeah, she's crazy like that, but that's another story. He said one day when he was alone in my mom's house, he grabbed the cassette player box thing and hit play, and he heard a woman's eerie voice singing. He can't quite remember what she was singing, and he said he understood it, but it wasn't quite English or Spanish. It was like a weird language that for some reason he could understand but not replicate. It was 100% not my mom, and it was definitely a different voice, completely. It was older and more raspy. He told me he felt like a heavy weight in his chest, so he put it away and hid in his room until somebody came home. Now, here's the freaky part. Mind you, my older brother is the smarty pants of the family. He is the stereotypical, logical, and technical to a fault kid in the family. He isn't as religious, if at all, and at least as my parents are as superstitious as me. He wouldn't make something like this up, and I just know he wouldn't. Years later, he had forgotten about the whole thing, when living with my dad in his apartment. He said my dad, my oldest brother, and I had gone to Costco or some shit, and he was home alone, and then the phone rang. The house phone. He went to pick it up, and it was that same voice, that same raspy, eerie, heart-wrenching voice just singing. He said he froze in his core, and he was in shock. He told me this, and his eyes began to water. It was so bizarre, I just tried to brainstorm and rationalize an explanation. And he said he didn't even want to talk about it. Like, logically speaking, if it were a person, they would have at least heard the tape or known where we moved. And I think it's important to note it was not my mom's voice. He assured me that. It definitely was not my mom's voice. Freaky shit. I'll agree with you on that one. My haunted house. We bought this house 1 year ago today, July 8th. We were told when we came to see the house, the previous owner had died. But it wasn't until we were a week or two away from closing that I found the obituary and read that she had died at her home. Immediately when we moved in, I started seeing things. My 18-year-old daughter said it was haunted from the moment she stepped in. She was not with us when we looked at it, and this was after we had bought it. It started with me seeing what I would say is a woman walking from the dining room to the living room as I went from the living room to the kitchen. It makes a big circle. The house is a tri-level, so the main floor, then stairs that go up to the bathroom and bedrooms. Separate stairs that go downstairs to the walkout basement. And that opens into a utility room and a second bathroom. Also, for moving in, every time I'd go down the stairs from the bedroom, I'd see somebody standing at the other stairs. It's hard to describe this, but there is a window with no glass. It lets you see to the other stairs that go down. A friend has experienced this too, and I haven't happened in months, and nothing has changed. I kept all this to myself, but my husband, who's been a non-believer until recent years, and experiences that sort of changed that, started seeing things. He had a black shadow walk up to him in the bathroom. He thought somebody had came in until he saw it disappear. It freaked him out. And he has seen shadows other times too. I've seen shadows walk by and move doors. The weirdest thing would be seeing what looked like a person reflected in the TV when it was black. It was like somebody bent over looking at the TV very closely, and then they stood straight up and stepped back. And I've seen my husband a few times, and it wasn't him. He woke up, got out of the bed, and he was asleep next to me. So I was trying not to wake him. Started downstairs and realized he was asleep on the couch. Went and checked, and the bed was empty. The newest thing was last night. I had just turned my phone off, and I was just settling to go to sleep. And I wear a sleep mask, so it was on. I felt an arm on my hip and slide across. Took my mask off, rolled over and checked my husband, who was asleep with both arms under his blanket. We had separate ones. I hadn't felt him move, and this is the first time it's touched me. Very weird. Before somebody asks, yes, I have cats, but my door stays shut. They're not allowed in my room. Sorry this is long. It's not even everything that's happened, but a big chunk of it. I should tell some of my other ghost stories sometime. Old farmhouse in Ohio. I know I don't post much, but I guess I just need to get this off my chest. Years ago, my wife and I moved into this creaky old farmhouse in Ohio. Belonged to her uncle before he passed. It was one of those places with drafty windows and floors that complained every time you walked on them. We thought we'd fix it up, and make it ours. First weird thing was while I was fixing up the kitchen cabinets, I swore I kept seeing somebody ducking past the doorway. Like just the edge of the woman's dress, and it was pale. Like those cotton nightgowns old ladies wear. I even went outside thinking some neighbor wandered in. Small town, doors don't always get locked, but nothing. Checked the whole house. Nada. Even blamed it on paint fumes. So I aired the place out and all, but it kept happening. That glimpse in the corner of my eye. I told my wife's cousin about it, and he just goes, "Oh, that's May. She died here. She's probably going to leave you alone if you don't bother her." Like it was no big deal. I laughed it off, but honestly, I didn't sleep right that week. A couple of months in, I'm sitting in our room while my wife's in the shower. Closet doors open, nothing unusual. Then I noticed the hanger swaying. Thought it was just a draft from the bathroom fan. Next thing I know, clothes and her dresses, which weren't mine, just started sliding off the hangers one by one, and then tossed out. Stood there like an idiot holding the TV remote. By the time my wife came out, everything looked normal again, but I could feel that thick, like that weight in the room. The basement was the one that really got under my skin. I'd be down there folding laundry and I'd hear this heavy stomping above me, like somebody pacing the living room. Real slow, heel to toe, heel to toe. Dog didn't bark and my wife was napping upstairs. I go up, she's still out cold, dog too, doors locked, nothing outside. Tried telling myself it was the house settling, but come on, houses don't pace. And then, this is what broke me. I was on the bed with my wife, dog curled at her feet. We're watching some dumb sitcom when his squeaky ball, which was laying the rug across the room, lifted and rolled into the bed. Not a bounce, not us kicking it by accident, just came at us. The dog perked up, wagging like it was playtime. Then the damn ball shot across the room again like somebody threw it. He chased it, tail wagging like nothing was weird, and I just stared at my wife and she stared back. We didn't even joke about it. I've lived in plenty of old houses, but that one, I don't know. I still think about May when I fold laundry, like she's waiting for me to notice her. I think my dad may have attended my brother's graduation, and some other interesting tidbits. First off, I'd like to say that I consider myself a skeptic. I enjoy reading the writings of men like Isaac Asimov and Carl Sagan, Christopher Hitchens, and so on. I'm not convinced that what happens was something unexplainable or somehow unnatural, but it was interesting. You see, my dad had been going through an illness. Well, actually, multiples of them, and for some years after I'd graduated high school. My brother had gone off to join the Marines, and for a while it was just him and me. We were inseparable. And there was my mom as well, but she and him were estranged from each other. An important thing to remember here is that Dad loved coffee, and he and I would drink it whenever we were out and about, and he would drink it with his older friends too, who he would meet with on the weekends. When Keurig machines came out, he would drink many pods worth of coffee. But anyways, my family is a military family on my dad's side, and he was overjoyed to see my brother join the Marines, and very happy when he returned. But unfortunately, Dad died less than a year after my brother came home, meaning he didn't get to see him get married or graduate from university, and that fact bothered my brother. The interesting part is this. On the way to my brother's graduation ceremony, my mother and I noted at the same time that the car was saturated with the smell of coffee, specifically the smell of Starbucks coffee, my old dad's favorite. We weren't in the university town yet, which my brother offered as an explanation as there's many coffee shops there. But the windows were closed and we were in a residential area. I don't know how to explain it. I'd like to think that Dad got to see my brother graduate after all. And this was his way of saying, hey, I'm still here for you. As to the tidbits I mentioned, I've also had times when an intense smell of perfume permeated my room. Not from a brand I recognize, but definitely perfume. And at times, when I was alone in that part of the house. Then there was the time my cat passed away, and a couple of nights, not around the time that she passed, mind you, that I would feel the movement of little feet and the familiar weight of a small animal settle down between my legs. But of course, nothing was there when I turned on the lights. Finally, there were a couple of times that the lights in my room would turn on by themselves, sometime past midnight, and I thought it might be a power surge, but there was no other electronics being affected. The Lady in the Haunted Yellow House. So I don't usually post on here, but this has been eating at me. I don't really have anybody who'd take it seriously. About 4 months ago, I rented this small yellow house out in the country, just outside of town. Real cheap, but you could tell it was old, like the walls lean a bit and the floorboards squeak no matter how you step. I moved in with my cousin and her kid, and we thought it'd just be quiet country living. First week was nothing, just weird drafts. But then one night, I'm sitting at the kitchen table late, like 2 in the morning. I'm just scrolling on my phone, and my cousin was asleep with her kid at the other end of the house. I started hearing the front door rattling, like somebody trying the knob. Went to check, and there was nothing. No one. The door was locked tight, but when I turned back, I swear I heard the door shut, like hard enough to make the glass rattle. After that, it started being little things, like cups moving and her kid's toy train showing up in the bathroom when it was on the porch swing earlier. I'd leave my keys in the counter. They'd end up on top of the fridge, like way out of reach, unless you put them there. The creepy part, every night at around 2:30 a.m., the radio in the living room would just cut off. No matter if it was CDs or stations or whatever. Just dead silence. Even if you left it playing low, you'd wake up to nothing. My cousin said her son complained about the lady walking by his door at night, which is, well, not so great. The worst was one Friday. We had some friends over sitting in the living room playing cards, and out of nowhere, the bathroom door started shaking, like somebody was trapped in there and pounding to get out. We all froze, and my buddy checked, and no one was in there. Toilet hadn't even been flushed. We finally got tired of being freaked out all the time, so I just talked to it. Felt dumb, but I asked, "What do you want?" Left it at that. Well, a couple of nights later, I dreamed about this older woman in a long skirt, gray hair tied back, who just sat at the end of my bed and told me she lived here before me. Woke up sweating, but weirdly calm. Since then, it's been quiet, no banging, no toys moving, but I don't know if I just gave her peace or if she's still here watching us. But it's been better. Still keep a Bible by my bed, though. Not gonna lie, I don't walk past the bathroom after midnight if I can help it. Behind every myth is a warning. At Paranormal M, we dig up the legends and uncover the disturbing truths that they're hiding. Subscribe if you want to know what really happened. Me and my husband are genuinely worried. What does it want? Genuine advice, please. We both have experienced a lot of different things during our 2 months we've lived in our new home. We live with a roommate who's rarely home and is never here during the time these happen. So we know it's not him. Things that have happened have all started within the past 4 to 5 days, getting progressively worse. And it started with my husband seeing a weird car pull up to the house. When he went to go investigate it, the black figure that was at the door both hid it, and the car vanished within the 2 seconds it took him to make the 5-step stairs down to the door. The things that are doing it include unlocking doors, and we're certain we locked them before, knocking over candles with large base fans, or knocking over candles and large base fans and a PS4 in a base it shouldn't have been able to push, and throwing phones across the room, both of ours. But the spookiest thing that's happened so far that I'm personally really scared of is its escalation. Today, while I'm writing this post, it's because as I was about to walk out of the room to take a shower, we both heard knocks at the bathroom window, knocking 5 times repetitively and loud, making me think it couldn't have been absolutely anything else. The bathroom in question's on the 2nd floor. I get over the dread I feel and I go to take my shower, agreeing with my husband that we'll leave both the doors to the room and the bathroom open. The noise happens again, and this time near the kitchen somewhere. I scream for him and ask him to stay with me, to which he agrees. He sits on the toilet with the cover on and I'm still showering. As he stays in here, he locks the bathroom door. This is very important. Throughout the time in the bathroom, the knocks happened 3 more times, all 5s all over the house, the last one being the bathroom door. Scarily loud. We're both freaked out and out of our minds. And that's when the bathroom door unlocks by itself. He immediately runs over and fixes it, but not even a few minutes later it happens again. This time I'm out of the shower, so I go try it, but it won't turn either way and locked again. Like the lock is stuck. When I call my husband over to inspect it with me, it immediately and smoothly locks easily with my turn. Like something stopped holding it. I don't know what can do about this, or really what to do about this. Don't know how to feel about it, and can anybody give us any advice on how to go about this? Our plan so far is to get cameras for proof, and I've salted the doors to the bathroom and the bedroom, but that's it. The empty barn. This happened last fall. I still don't know what to make of it. So me, my cousin, and a couple of friends were hanging out at my grandma's old farm. We had dragged a card table onto the porch. We had snacks and sodas, so, nothing wild. Just talking and messing around. It got late, the kind of late where the bugs go quiet, and the air feels weirdly heavy. So we decided to pack up. Now, right next to the porch is this old barn. It hasn't really been used in years except for storing junk. But the doors are still fine. My buddy Jake grabbed a bag of empty chip bags and plastic bottles, and he said he was going to toss it inside for now. Out of the wind. So I was right behind him and just kind of following without thinking. And here's the thing. When he turned back toward me, he grinned, a big grin. Jake doesn't do that. Not out of nowhere, anyway. Usually he's sarcastic or muttering something dumb. But he just smiled at me like he had some inside joke, then slipped inside the barn. No words, just that grin. So I'm standing there, and for whatever reason, I pull the sliding latch shut. Not all the way, just halfway, kind of teasing. My cousin on the porch laughed when she saw me do it, like she was waiting for Jake to start yelling to be let out. But he didn't. No rattling the door, no swearing at me, nothing. We waited maybe 3 minutes giggling before I thought, okay, enough. I slid the latch back and opened the barn door. Pitch black. Just straw on the floor and that old smell of dust and oil. No Jake. I actually said very funny. Like I was expecting him to jump out. But nothing. My cousin came over with her phone flashlight and we both looked inside and yeah, completely empty. Here's the part that still makes me feel sick. About a minute later, we hear her boyfriend calling us from the porch. Jake was sitting there on the steps tying his shoelace like he'd been there the whole damn time. He looked up all confused when we ran over and asked him what was wrong. He swore he never went near the barn, said he'd just been sitting there while we were messing around. And I believe him. I looked genuinely baffled, even a little freaked out when we explained. But I know what I saw. I know I followed him, and I know he smiled at me before going inside. Sometimes I catch myself thinking about that grin. Didn't even look like his, well, not really. Mystery Storm. It all started about a week ago. It was a bright sunny day, and eventually night fell. I went to bed and awoke to a sudden hunger. I grabbed my phone. 1:13 a.m. I get up and open my bedroom door. Creak. That's weird. Usually it doesn't creak. But I shrugged it off and continued down the stairs. It was storming and heavy thunder and everything. Open the kitchen window to hear the rain, and I hear a strange buzzing sound, similar to a siren. I shut the window and I see a bag of 5 bread buns at the counter. And I eat one, and yeah, I know I'm weird. I went back toward the stairs and saw what looked like a silhouette standing at the property line through the window. I ignore it, I go back to bed, and I wake that morning only to see our yard is dry. The pool cover was closed, but it had no water on it. Found this weird, but I figured I was dreaming. This continues 3 more nights. Then on the 5th night, I wake up at 1:13 a.m. storming. Only this time it was storming all day, so it made sense. I go down, same routine, but I notice something. The rain had stopped, and with the buzzing I eat the 5th bun. I go back, no more silhouette, but a very strong uneasy feeling. But like normal, I shrugged it off, went to bed, and tonight, the 6th night, I wake up, same time, same storm, same buzzing. But on my way down, I noticed the family room had one set of lights, which is odd since I made sure to shut them off. I started feeling uneasy, but I needed to eat something. And to my surprise, there was a bag of 5 bread buns on the counter. I looked around and I saw the basement stair lights were on. I went for a split second, but no creak of the creaky stairs as if somebody was there. No shadows from feet. So I told myself the power must have cut out, and one problem, the clocks hadn't changed. The family room lights didn't go off. I started to worry. I looked out of the window toward the pool, and I saw what looked like a person standing next to the slide. I turned to the stairs, and somebody was in the corner. I ignored it and went upstairs, but took one last glance outside and saw it had moved to the property line. Ran up and, well, now here I am writing this. So if I'm dreaming, this wouldn't be the internet when I'm awake, right? Right. The Old Orchard Thing. I grew up in rural Maine, out where the roads kind of just disappear into dirt and pine needles. My folks bought this old property. It's a farm property. It's when I was maybe 6. Big red barn, apple trees that hadn't been cared for in decades. The house was creaky and drafty, but it had character. My dad used to joke that it was full of ghosts, though I don't think he meant it seriously. Anyway, from the first year we'd lived there, I had this repeating nightmare. Something tall and thin, I don't even know what. It kept trying to get into the house. Not through the door like a person would, but like it wanted to seep in through the cracks around the windows. I'd wake up screaming. My mom always said it was just night terrors, like normal kid stuff. And maybe it was, but I don't know. We had this dog that was part lab and part who knows what. And when he died, we got a hound. That dog would not stop circling the orchard at night. Like wore a trail through the grass over and over, barking at nothing. He'd never go beyond the trees, though, just stop dead like there was a fence, even though there wasn't one. I hated the one window in my room that looked toward those apple trees. At night, I couldn't even bring myself to glance at it. Sometimes I'd yank the curtain shut so fast it felt like something on the other side was about to catch my eyes. It's dumb, but my hands would shake. Even years later, visiting as an adult, that part of the land feels heavy. It's like standing on a stage while somebody stares at you from the dark seats. You can't see them, but you know they're there. My wife swears I get restless dreams whenever we stay there. When my uncle died, I had this one dream I'll never forget. He came walking across the orchard and right up to the porch, calling my name. But it wasn't his voice, not really. It was like something trying to sound like him. I locked the door in the dream, and when I woke up, my heart was hammering. It was like I'd just sprinted a mile. It felt the same as whatever was in the orchard. Not a ghost, not anything human. Older and meaner. I once told an old neighbor about it. She said real casual, "Oh yeah, there's things that live in those trees. Don't look at them. And they can't look at you." Like she was talking about deer or raccoons, and she didn't smile when she said it either. I don't know what's out there, but I know that when the dogs are gone, it feels worse. They keep whatever it is away, and when it's just me, I close every curtain before the sun's down. And I don't, under any circumstance, look toward the orchard. My best friend visited me. In January of 2011, my childhood best friend passed away. Her name was Carla. We were super close growing up, and I would often sleep over her house. We would rent movies from the shop around the corner of her house. We sort of lost touch when I moved cities 400 miles away, but we would still communicate. After she passed away, I remember I didn't have dreams for almost 2 weeks. Then one of my close friends told me about a dream they had with her. Carla appeared to my friend in a dream, and they had never met before. They asked my friend where I was, and she was looking for me. Then, like clockwork, the following night I had a dream with her, and I was in her old neighborhood, and it was like a bright-ass sunny day. I could barely see the cars and houses. Then from around the corner, Carla comes walking toward me, and she's smiling super big. She doesn't say anything, but gives me a big hug, and I don't remember what happened after that, but I think I woke up shortly. I forgot to mention that before the dream that night, I was watching a movie and eating in my room. When my nightlight starts flickering, eventually turns off. I thought, NBD. I'll get a new bulb. After I woke up from the dream, my nightlight turned on, and I don't know what this means, but I felt her there. Fast forward to this year. I read recently about how lost loved ones tend to visit us during special times like birthdays or anniversaries of death. We just have to see it, I guess. So I started talking to Carla more often than normal, and thanking her on everything she's done for me. Her birthday was coming up, being March 3rd. And on March 1st, I'm in the kitchen washing dishes when I thought to grab my phone so I could listen to my podcasts. When I walked into the living room, I got a huge whiff of Carla's house. It was unmistakable. You know when certain people's homes just have a smell, like not necessarily bad, but just a certain scent? I smelled her. Couldn't believe it, I almost cried, but I acknowledged her presence and I said, "Thank you for visiting me." On the morning of March 3rd, her birthday, around 5 a.m., my boyfriend and I got woken up to the sound of something small that fell. It was coming from the kitchen. He got up to investigate, thinking maybe our cat dropped something. Found out it was a little wall sign that we have in the kitchen that says, "I love you more than bacon." It's been there for almost a year. The thing on the porch. So this happened a couple of summers back. I was now staying with my aunt in this tiny town in Kentucky. She's got this old farmhouse. Real creaky wood floors, screen doors that don't quite shut right. The whole vibe. My cousins and I have been running around all day, swimming in the creek and eating way too many popsicles. And by the time night hit, everyone else was knocked out, but of course I couldn't sleep. It was about 2:30 or so, and I remember that because I'd checked the little alarm clock on the nightstand. The one that takes obnoxiously loud, and, well, I was lying there scrolling on my phone, and out of nowhere, I started hearing this slow tapping. At first, I thought it was branches hitting the side of the house because it was windy earlier. But then it changed. It wasn't random anymore. It was steady, like knock, 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 coming from the front porch. Now, the weird part is that porch is up on stilts, so you can't just walk up without using the front steps. And those steps creak like hell, like nobody sneaks up them. Not even my cousin when he's trying to come home late without getting yelled at. And the tapping, it didn't sound like wood creaking or shifting. It was knuckles, like a fist on a door. I sat there frozen, staring at the dark window across from me, waiting for the dogs to bark. Which they didn't, which made it worse somehow. Usually those mutts bark at everything, like raccoons and delivery guys and literally the wind, but this time it was dead silent. After a minute it stopped and I actually started convincing myself maybe I was half asleep and I imagined it. I lay back down, heart still thumping, and well, that's when it started again, only harder. 3 bangs like somebody was demanding to be let in. I swear, I could feel the air in the room change. I don't know how to explain that part, but it was like the pressure dropped or something. My little cousin, who was asleep on the floor, suddenly sat up and looked at me wide-eyed like he'd heard it too. We didn't even talk, we just stared at each other. And then, just as sudden as it had started, it quit, like there was nothing, no sound at all, not even crickets for a few minutes. We didn't sleep for the rest of the night, just lay there waiting. Next morning, I checked the porch first thing. No footprints, nothing moved. Aunt said maybe it was the raccoon or maybe an opossum. But I know what an animal sounds like, and this wasn't it. It sounded human and desperate even. Still don't know what to make of it. Sometimes I tell myself it was just somebody passing by. Maybe somebody drunk and confused, and then I think about those quiet dogs, and I'd have to get up on the porch without making a sound first. And yeah, I don't like thinking about it too much. It's been a year. A little backstory. I've always been a bit sensitive when it comes to paranormal things, but mainly it's dreams. Over the last year, I've become scared to walk around the house at 3 a.m. I know it sounds cliche, but that's when most of it starts and ends at 4 a.m. My family moved into the home 7 years ago. Within the past year, I've had the most encounters ever. Nothing harmful has happened, but it's more of a "I'm here" type of thing. It first started when both me and my husband heard something talking. Nothing was on, and we assumed it was one of the kiddos' iPads. We went back to sleep and were wakened by a loud boom, assuming something fell. Ow. there's nothing. So it's been months at this point. I have an art studio downstairs, not fully a basement due to the design, but I take a break to use the half bath. Out of habit, I close the door. But then I heard 3 knocks at the door. Assuming it was somebody, I opened it quickly. Nothing was there and everyone was asleep. Maybe I shouldn't have opened it. And my house was built in the 70s, so you can hear creaks on both sets of stairs. No evidence because you would have to run fairly quickly. Weeks later, you can hear voices and sounds like 2 people are talking, but not loud enough for you to make out what they're saying. When approaching, it goes away, and again, nothing that could have done that. My husband said it sounds like a video game playing on an iPad. You can hear it, but not make it out. No iPad or electronics were on to even play something. My son has heard the man as well. I've had small things go back and forth, like an unplugged wire or a single leaf on a fake plant. And this week, Monday actually, 3 a.m., my senior dog began walking back and forth on the ottoman, like he's following something. He usually jumps on it when he's playing or excited. No tail wag, just going from end to end and calling his name. Still did it, so I decided to get up and let him out, and he didn't potty, so we went back in. He then laid with me, and by that time it was close to 4 a.m. I'm not sure who or what it is and why, and I believe it's a man and a woman. I sense a woman, while the man is only felt when they're talking to each other. My husband's childhood home was haunted, but he chose to ignore it. I can't. I don't want to make things worse, but it does freak me out at times. Did my older sister have sleep paralysis, or did she witness something more sinister? The year was 2018 during fall time. I was sleeping one night when all of a sudden somebody started calling my name. The person kept saying my name a few times until I woke up, and once I was awake I realized it was my older sister's voice calling for me. I sat up on my bed and I looked at my alarm clock. It was 3 a.m., and as I was slightly weirded out by the number on the clock, I replied to her, "What's wrong?" As I squinted my eyes in the dark, my older sister replied with, "I'm scared," and then she burst into tears, got up off my bed and turned my lamp on as she started explaining to me what she saw. She said she saw some type of human-bodied, deer-headed creature with horns that was looking at her from her window. I asked her, "Do you want me to check it out?" She was a little hesitant when I asked, but said, "Okay." So I grabbed a hammer from my closet. Don't ask why I have a hammer in my closet. I walked into her room, and there was nothing to see in her room, so I walked back to my room. Then she told me that her back hurts as if she'd been whipped. I pulled up her shirt to see a huge S-shaped scratch on her back from her upper back down to her lower back. It looked like somebody took their index and middle and ring fingers to make a huge scratch on her back. My older sister usually likes to pull pranks on me. There's no way she could have made that perfect S-shaped scratch on her back. Her emotions felt real to me, not faked or forced, and she sat in my room for 10 minutes, distraught and debating whether she wanted to stay in my room for the night, or she wanted to call her then boyfriend so she could stay at his place. I told her to do what feels best for her, and she called him. Her boyfriend at the time had a job where he could work from home or in an office. When he worked at home, he usually would hang out with friends all day and then work late into the night, but chances of him picking up his phone were high. He answered the phone and they began talking, and she finally decided she wanted to stay the night at his place. As he's driving to her parents' house, I sat with her for another 10 minutes until he was there. We all met in the garage and talked a little bit about the situation. I was told by my sister and her boyfriend to make up an excuse for when her parents realize she isn't in her bed in the morning. I nodded my head up and down as I reassured them not to worry, and Once they left, I walked back upstairs in the hallway and I saw my sister's room with the door wide open. I closed it, feeling a little bit uncomfortable, then went back to my room to sleep. That whole story whizzed right by me. The bus stop in the rain. This was 2 years ago, back when I was maybe 20. I'd just quit a job at the lumber mill and was bouncing around town trying to figure out what the hell I was doing with my life. Didn't have a car then. My Ford finally gave up and I didn't have a car to fix it. Well, didn't have the cash to fix it. So I took buses everywhere and Greyhounds mostly. Anyway, one night I was stuck waiting for a transfer in this small city up north. Not even a real station, just one of those sad little bus stops that's basically a bench under a busted streetlight. It was drizzling and I had this cheap nylon duffel bag with all my stuff for the week. My coat smelled like wet dog from the rain and I remember kicking at the gravel just to keep my legs moving. The next bus wasn't due until 4 in the morning, so I was pretty much screwed. And around midnight, this older guy comes up and he looks like he was in his 60s and tall and wore a long brown coat even though it wasn't that cold. He asked me if this was where the 5 a.m. bus to Chicago came. I said yeah. He kind of smiled like he already knew that. We sat there talking a while and he had this calm way of speaking. Really slow, like he was chewing on every word before letting it out. Said he was going to see his daughter in Indiana. Told me about how she used to sing in the church choir and how proud he was. It was nice, honestly. I didn't feel so alone after that. At one point, he pulled out a little pocket watch and showed it to me. Nothing fancy, just silver with scratches all over it, and he said, "This keeps me on time, always has." I remember laughing because the bus was 5 hours away. What good's a watch then? When the bus finally rolled up, I grabbed my duffel and got on. Driver took my ticket and I dropped into a seat by the window. Thought I'd wave goodbye to the guy, just to be polite. When I turned around, the bench was empty. Now this bus stop was in the middle of a wide open parking lot. Nowhere to go unless you wanted to run across the highway. I swear I only looked away for maybe 30 seconds and he was just gone. Sometimes I tell myself maybe he slipped into maybe a car that pulled up or something, but I don't remember hearing anything. And it's weird because later on I realized my phone had died before he even showed up. But somehow I remember checking the time on it after he left. Except it was the exact time that was in his pocket watch. I don't know what to make of that night. I just felt like somebody else showed up to keep me company when I needed it most. Then vanished before I could even say thanks. Sweet dreams. The man on the top of the dresser. This happened to me when I was around 6, and even though I'm 28 now, I can still see it in my head like it was last night. Back then, we lived in a small duplex in Joliet, Illinois. That place has been coming up a lot recently. My parents' room and mine were basically connected, like not one big room, but the walls were so thin I could hear them snoring or talking if I pressed my ear against it. My room had this big wooden dresser shoved in the corner with a tiny TV on top and stacks of VHS tapes. One night I woke up out of nowhere, definitely past midnight because everything was dead silent except for the fridge humming in the kitchen. Rolled over in the bed and my eyes landed on the dresser. And there he was, a man, or at least the shadow of one, squatting right on top of my dresser, knees tucked up like a gargoyle. He was staring directly at me. Thought it was my dad and actually smiled and whispered, "Dad, what are you doing?" I even laughed a little because it looked so ridiculous, like he was trying to hide from me or play a prank. Then I realized something. My dad was asleep in the other room. I could hear him snoring through the wall. I sat up in bed, still pointing at it, when my mom stirred awake. She asked what I was giggling about, and I told her, "It's Dad, he's sitting on the dresser." She looked over and froze. I'll never forget the way her face changed. She didn't see it, but the way I was describing it clearly freaked her out, and she just whispered, "That's not Dad," and jumped to turn on the light. The second she flicked the switch, the shadow bolted. That's the only way I can describe it. It shot upward like climbing into the air and vanished into the corner near the ceiling where the closet met the wall. Gone. My mom ran over and hugged me while I was still trying to process what I'd just seen. She didn't even try to explain it to me right then. The next morning over breakfast, she told me it might have been my grandfather. He died before I was born, sometime in the early 90s. She said maybe he was just watching over me, that sometimes spirits visit kids because they're more quote-unquote open. I wanted to believe her, but even as a kid I thought, why would my grandpa crouch like some kind of gargoyle on my dresser and then run away the second the lights came on? That didn't feel like watching over me. And to this day, I don't know what it was. I only know I saw it, and I know the way my mom reacted means she believed something was there too, even if she couldn't see it. I swear whatever that was, it wasn't my dad, and I'm not convinced it was my grandpa either. A wholesome experience. I'm going to share my most wholesome experience. My great-aunt lived in a historic house on 80 acres of land in upstate New York. The house had even been declared a landmark by the state, with a plaque that claimed the house had been built in 1640. The summer when I was 10 years old, I stayed with my grandparents, whose property was adjacent to my great-aunt's EE's. It was about a quarter-mile hike to get to her house from theirs, and EE, I.I. It's a very weird name. They invited me to stay the night with her one time, but she warned me that she had a ghost in her upstairs who loved children, so I was likely to get a visit. Thought she was messing with my head and didn't think much of it. She set me up in one of her upstairs guest rooms, just down the hall from her bedroom. I had settled in and gone to sleep, and deep in the night, I have no idea what time, but I woke to a soft glow in the hallway under the door of my room, and the sound of soft footfalls creaking in the hall outside. At first, I thought it was my aunt, but the steps kept pacing back and forth, and the soft glow was moving with the footsteps, up and down the hall. I began to get nervous, remembering EE's warning about the ghost. I turned over in bed so that I couldn't see the moving glow in the hall and looked out the window next to my bed, trying to ignore the footsteps, and fell asleep again. A while later, I woke to my bedroom door creaking open, and my room was lit by that soft glow, like somebody had come in carrying a candle. I felt a cold chill on my back and tensed up with fear, shutting my eyes tight. I feel a gentle hand begin to stroke my hair away from my face, and I thought maybe it was E. So I open my eyes and I look around, and the room is lit with the candlelight glow, but there's no visible source. I lay back down, eyes squeezed shut tight. The sensation of the hand stroking my head comes back, and I hear a gentle shh. Then I feel a soft kiss on my forehead, and I was filled with this deep sense of love and peace. The glow left the room, and I was able to fall asleep right away. I stayed over with E a couple of other times during that summer. I would hear the footsteps in the hall and see the soft glow that went with them in the hall each time. But she never came into my room again, that I was aware of. I think she didn't want to scare me. An awful night at my great-aunt's house. This happened in 1995. I was 8 years old, and I was staying the night at my great-aunt's house in Methuen, Massachusetts. I don't know if that's the right way to say that. Methuen? Methuen. Never heard of it. It was a 2-story house, but there was a 3rd floor with a pitched roof. It was basically an attic, but it was completely finished, walled and heated and carpeted. It was accessible by an actual staircase. At first, they had me set up just to stay in the guest bedroom. I was only there for a few minutes when I asked my great-aunt and uncle if I could stay in another bedroom. There was a painting on the wall of what appeared to be baby Jesus, and it scared me. Throughout my childhood, I was scared of many, many paintings. A few years ago, I actually found the painting on Google. If anybody's interested, the painting is called The Light of the World by Charles Bosserin Chambers. They brought me to a different bedroom, and I was fine with it, and this room happened to be the last one in the hall before the staircase that led to the 3rd floor. When it was time to call it a night, I fell asleep without any issue, and I slept for a while. In the middle of the night, however, I was woken up by a strange sound. I don't remember what time it was, but I'm about to describe it. It's kind of very strange. What woke me up was the sound of what I assumed to be a Wild West movie playing. It sounded like a fight between Native Americans and cowboys. There was a constant barrage of yip 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 yelps and a slew of random gunshots. And it gets even more bizarre. This sound seemed to be on repeat at about 10-second intervals. I could definitely tell that it was the exact same sounds repeating themselves over and over again. Got up from the bed and opened the door, and the sound was clearly coming from the 3rd floor. I went back to bed and assumed that my great-uncle had left a TV on or something. It was known that he sometimes slept up there. I tried to fall asleep, but I couldn't, and the sound was relentless. It kept on repeating itself for hours. I had the hardest time falling back asleep, but I eventually did. In the morning over breakfast, I told my great-aunt and uncle that I had a difficult time sleeping because of a loud TV being on. They both looked at each other pretty baffled. Told me they didn't have a TV on at any point during the night. When I told them that the sound had come from the 3rd floor, they once again looked surprised and told me that there was no TV on the 3rd floor. It was never brought up again. I'm unsure if we're having paranormal encounters in our neighborhood. I live in the outskirts of Santa Lucia in Honduras, in the borders of a national reserve called La Tegra. We have dense forestry around, and beauty is overwhelming. Birds of all sorts come to our window to eat, and the weather is always fresh. Everyone around seems to enjoy this, but there are instances where this place doesn't feel as peaceful as it appears to be. For years, the main road right by the side of this area has been known for countless car accidents, and I've seen like 20 throughout my life. Most of them causing death, sadly, and it's all because of a dangerous curve right down and by the side of my house. I live on an elevated hill, so you can always see what happens. Long story short, these accidents have been speculated upon, and people, including my family, parents, cousins, and aunt, we all live close to each other. We relate them to the activity that we've all witnessed in the area. Just a few nights back, my brother and my aunt saw a door handle roll on its own multiple times. The door didn't open, but something was trying to. They've also seen a shadowy figure across the room at insane speeds. And my grandma, rest in peace, circa 2008, heard someone call her name right at the door. No one there. In the early 2000s, my parents were walking down a dirt road when 3 white short figures appeared behind them. Something threw rocks and branches and possibly trying to harm my dad, who stood between them and my mom. They still tell this story every now and then because a few years ago somebody in the area saw one of these figures in their house. She claims the thing became taller. She didn't even think about it to run and flee her house. Security guards of a private residence in the same area claim they've seen short white figures cross the dirt road too. Keep in mind, this all happened right by the side of the main road, the RN25 KM8. What could these be? Especially the white figures. I tried to get footage from my aunt's security cams, but their software isn't great, at least with my house's cameras. It takes time to search the timeline, and I don't even have access to her cameras. There's not been a chance to explore them. The residence's cameras are even harder to get to, so don't even know the owners of the place. Paranormal encounter 10 years ago. My parents' house is a very, 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 very old house in Europe. It was a farm in its early years. The two houses that surround it were the barns, and our cave is under one of them. It's a nice and inviting house, nothing creepy, a lot of light in the day, and it always felt cozy. I love that house. But tin 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 scary music. When I was about 12 to 14, strange things started happening. That night I was hearing somebody walking in the stairs. When I say walking, I'm sure it was the sounds of somebody walking. I know all the sounds of this house. I've never been a ghost believer, so for me it was my dad having insomnia or going to the toilet. But he was doing a lot of noises, going up and down all night. I clearly was annoyed by these noises. So one night I'm going to confront him while he passes near my door. I open the door and there's no one. Chills, but okay, I must be dreaming. Then we started having other problems around the house. The walls are hollow, and weasels got in and died multiple times. Necromancy. Hogs came to the garden and destroyed several things. The neighbor, who was a hunter, killed them, and we gave them to a butcher who made very good recipes with them. Yummy. Then my mom's car had her tires cut by a knife, and we don't know who it was. One day, my grandmother told us to make a cross with salt underneath the rug, and she did not believe in God or what, but she believed in witches and, by her own words, knew some. This was for her a way to repulse the bad spirits and the bad people. We did it for the lol, thinking it would not work, but it did work. Never heard the steps and the stairs again. No weasel died in the wall since then. No car attacks. I was thinking it was my imagination, but the other night I talked about that with my parents for the first time because we're talking about my grandmother who died this year. They said that they also lived some weird things in this house, which ended at the moment we put the salt cross. They never told us because they didn't want us to have nightmares. So that was my quote-unquote ghost story, or maybe the story where a creepy dude lived in the walls of the house like Bruno and Encanto and died. Something really odd happened outside my backyard window. I don't know what just happened. I was staying home with my younger brother today. My parents went out to get some groceries, and my cousin, who also lives with us, left for the gym. I rent the room downstairs. It's the only room on the first floor, and it's super close to the kitchen. I'm not very into religion or ghosts, but I definitely believe in them. However, today I just felt very uneasy and uncomfortable and on edge. I was pretty weirded out by the house. Didn't feel very safe either. I tried to play it cool by thinking it was all in my imagination, and nothing was actually there. But I was especially uneasy going into the kitchen. And I was getting thirsty, and I got the courage to finally go get something. Now, my kitchen has a big rectangular window right on top of the sink, which happens to be in front of the fridge, and this window has no curtains, so at night you really can't see outside, but outside can see you. I felt very uncomfortable. I couldn't take my eyes off of the window. I think that was because I felt like something was staring at me. Told myself I was just being silly and paranoid by being so scared and turned my back to grab some ice. As soon as I did, I heard the loudest bang outside the wall and window. It sounded like somebody had took both their fists and punched the wall super hard. I immediately froze, yelled my brother's name because I was afraid somebody was trying to break into the house. And he's 8 years old, so I ran to his room and locked the door so I could protect us, somehow, I guess, if we were getting robbed. I noticed the lock wasn't working, and I was barely breathing at this point, pretty much having a panic attack. I was terrified and immediately told him to call our mom and his iPad. I'd left my phone downstairs, and I was freaking out. And here's where it gets creepier. We have a camera security system. 4 cameras in total. And one of them is outside in our little backyard, which is fenced in, by the way. And that was the only camera that wasn't letting them see the previous footage. And at this point, I told my brother to go with me. We hid in my room, which has a double lock, till my mom got back. I wasn't sure if this was someone or something, but because of the way I felt all day, I feel like something was trying to scare me. I'm beginning to think all of these aren't just coincidences. I'm visiting my parents for the summer, staying in the spare room in the basement. A couple of nights ago, me and my mom were talking pretty casually in the kitchen. That's when we suddenly heard 3 to 5 loud, spaced-out bangs coming from the hallway. These were deep, clear physical hits, like somebody pounding on the wall with their fist, like the bangs from the haunting. My mom also heard it. I immediately walked through the house and checked every room, trying to see if something had fallen or shifted. I didn't want to overreact, but I wanted to be sure. Everything looked normal. Nothing was out of place, and the garage door was shut. After that, I headed downstairs to go to bed, and not long after I got into the room, my daughter said she saw my mom standing outside her back room door, walking back and forth. She said she heard footsteps. She assumed it was her grandma, but when I checked, my mom wasn't there, hadn't been anywhere near that part of the house. A short while later, my dog kept just going to the door and smelling and looking at the door, tail up, like cautious. And he also, whimpered half the night, but never barked. Then, around 4 a.m., an old motion sensor alarm in the basement bathroom suddenly went off. It was plugged in upside down and hadn't been in use for years, but it let out a loud alarm like somebody had triggered it, which sent me into a spiral. Got very little sleep that night, just a heavy, scary feeling. The next morning, my dad got on to me for leaving the garage open, but I hadn't. I had just walked through the house the night before and the door was closed, so it must have opened sometime after I went to bed. Then that evening, around 8:45 p.m., my dad called down to me and said, "Something's burning in your room downstairs." Me and my mom both looked at each other, and I ran downstairs, and the entire basement was full of smoke. I called the fire department, and they confirmed the ceiling fan motor had completely burned out and heated up a wire in the ceiling, which caught fire. It wasn't in the room I was staying in, but the room next to it. And all of this happened within about 48 hours. And today is day 3. Nothing else I've noticed since last night. Added to mention, my parents have lived here for 34 years and built the home. Not on any ground worth mentioning. This is the first time my parents have ever encountered something like this, and they're definitely spooked. What if something followed me since childhood? What I saw defies explanation. Since I was little, I've had intense sleep problems. Frequent sleep paralysis and hallucinations like faces in the walls and voices in the room. And reoccurring nightmares. Very early on, my relationship with sleep became a struggle. But it's not just in my head. One of the most memorable memories, an electronic car that drove itself in my room. My mother took out the batteries, but the car continued to run. This kind of phenomenon has happened several times. Around the age of 14, when my grandmother died, the strange events intensified for a few weeks. Lights turned on by themselves, and doors were slamming and unexplained noises in the house. Shortly after, I was in a relationship with a girl who lived in the countryside. At home, too, phenomena began to appear. Children's toys turned on by themselves without batteries. Voices were heard in the house, and it was no longer just me. My mother, my brother, my sister, and even her family witnessed it. And later, in another relationship, it happened again, but even stronger. Traces of blood appeared in the garage door without explanation, and there were noises, unnatural drafts, and even once, the front door closed by itself and locked itself, locking us out when no one was inside. What's disturbing is that these phenomena sometimes seem to react to my emotions. When I'm very angry, the lights crackle. I even saw an ashtray flying through the air before my eyes without explanation. My mother also experiences things. She was pushed into her house with no one around, and we ended up calling a priest because the atmosphere is becoming unbearable. I'm a Muslim, my mother's not, but we did what we could. For the past few days, I have the impression that it's starting again. Last night, my girlfriend had a terrifying nightmare about spirits. She cried when she woke up, and she dreamed that I was showing her something in the bathroom. She was dreaming that she couldn't turn on the light, that she felt me touching her, except it wasn't me. And in the dream, no one believed her except me. I don't know if someone's sensitive to these energies, or if I am. Not trying to exaggerate or create buzz, I just want to understand. Like, am I crazy, or is it spiritual? Has anybody here experienced the same thing? The whisper on the stairs. This happened back in 2021 when I was 17. I was at my buddy Tyler's apartment in Dayton, Ohio. That place has popped up a couple times too. He'd just moved into this place near Belmont, kind of run down, but big enough that he could throw a couple get-togethers without the neighbors caring. That night, there were maybe 6 or 7 of us hanging out, playing music too loud, just talking and eating garbage food. At one point, I realized I'd left my hoodie upstairs in the spare bedroom. And since it was freezing outside, I figured I should grab it before I forgot. Told everyone I was running up real quick, and I asked this girl, Ashley, who was sort of talking to at the time, asked if she wanted to come with me. She laughed, but came anyway. Now, I swear the staircase in that place was way longer than it needed to be. Like you'd think you were at the top, but then it just kept going. When we finally got up there, it opened into this dark hallway with a couple of doors on either side. The bedroom with my hoodie was at the very end. We'd only taken maybe 3 or 4 steps down the hall when it happened. I heard my name. Not my nickname, not, "Hey dude." Not anything casual, like my full name whispered clear as day right into my left ear. And here's the kicker. Ashley was walking on my right. I stopped dead and Ashley grabbed my arm at the exact same time. Didn't even have to ask if she heard it. I did anyway. Just gave me this wide-eyed look like, "Are you serious right now?" Can't describe the feeling. It wasn't like hearing somebody yell from across the room. It was like whoever or whatever it was, their lips were practically touching my ear. My whole body went cold, like the chills started at the top of my spine and slid all the way down. I forced myself into the bedroom, yanked my hoodie off the chair, and we practically ran back down the stairs. When we got back, I asked Tyler if any of his roommates were home, or maybe one of his neighbors had come in. He shook his head and said no, and it was just us. We told everybody what happened, but of course nobody believed us. A couple of them laughed it off and said we were just trying to freak each other out. But that fear, God, that wasn't just startled or spooked. The kind of fear that feels like it's in your bones, the kind you can't laugh away. I haven't felt anything like it since, and honestly I hope I never do. But has anyone else here ever had their name whispered like that, right into your ear when no one's actually there? Because that's the kind of thing that sticks with you. You've felt it before, that chill, that sense that something's behind you. We've felt it too. Welcome to Paranormal M. Subscribe and explore the unexplained. 2 short happenings from my childhood home. I believe that the house I grew up in was very haunted. As far as I'm aware, there were no tragedies. It wasn't built on an old graveyard or anything. My family had a solid couple of years of difficult times, and I believe that the negative energy may have invited something in, or at the very least made it stronger. I've posted a few of my own stories before, but I just found out that my other family members have experienced things as well. When my brother was little, probably between 10 and 13, we heard knocking on our back door and garage door at the same time. These doors were on the same bottom floor of the house, probably 20 feet apart max. The only way to get from one to the other was through the house, or all the way around it. For whatever reason, my brother was by the garage door and heard knocking behind it. He immediately assumed it was me or my parents, but when he heard a second knocking on the glass patio door just a few seconds later, he was confused. Nobody in our family would have any reason to knock on these doors. The lock in the garage door was long broken, hardly ever locked the back door. And on top of that, it would have taken at least 15 seconds to run from the garage, open the fence, go through the yard, and knock again at the back door. When I asked him what he did, he said he just left and never investigated. When he asked me and my parents about it later, we all denied doing it. Can't help but wonder if he would have found anything on the other side of either door. My mom told me about the time our glass candy jar broke. We always had a small ornate jar we used for small candies and other treats. It would sit in our living room. It was nice if you wanted to just grab an M&M or something while hanging out. And was hid with our friends as teenagers. One day, my mom walked in the door and found the jar shattered in its spot on the table. And she always got home before my brother and I were back from school, or my dad was back from work. So it couldn't have been any of us. We had a big dog with a tail that could easily knock it over. But if he had done it, the glass would be on the floor, if it even managed to break in the carpet. I've read about glass breaking from sitting in the sun, especially if it's already damaged, but I find it hard to believe that the spot it sat in would get nearly enough sun to do something like that. It was shaded for most of the daylight hours. My mom simply cleaned up the mess and moved on despite the strangeness of it. The Lady in Black. Still to this day, when me and my cousin talk about that night, we still have no clue who or what she was. Any ideas on what she was, or if she was just some high homeless person. But here's what happened. My cousin and I had snuck out from McDonald's, our own little rebellion. 2 teens hungry for 99p burgers. The walk to McDonald's was a little bit far, but we didn't mind it. The night was warm and beautiful, so we just walked. We were talking and laughing, and after we arrived at the McDonald's, finished our burgers, we decided to leave and head home. Walking the near-empty streets just after 4 a.m., our voices low, feet scuffing along the pavement. That's when we crossed the road toward the tunnel walkway near Tesco. We were about to step forward into the mouth of the walkway when we both stopped at the exact same time. There is a house just off the path. A narrow, crooked walkway led up to it, and in the front window, a cat sat staring out, perfectly still. We'd seen this cat many times before. He would always approach us on our late-night walks around this area. This was the first night that he didn't approach us, though, so when we saw him in the window, it made sense. He's just in his home, I thought. His eyes caught the streetlight just right, glinting gold like coins. Something about it felt odd, not wrong exactly, but not right either. We noticed only one streetlight on. We thought that it was weird, but it was a dodgy town, so we didn't think much of it. And when we saw her below the streetlight, a woman in black standing at the bottom of the house or flat. She was tall and unnaturally tall, lanky, like her limbs didn't quite belong to her. Her clothes hung off her like smoke, loose and shapeless. Her head was tilted slightly forward, as if she was watching the cat too. Or maybe she wasn't watching it at all, but maybe she was waiting for us. At first, we thought it was some random drunk staring at the big cat. She hadn't moved, not even a twitch. And then she did. The night my living room slipped away. Okay, so I don't usually post stuff like this, but this one's been eating at me. A few months ago, I'm sitting on my ratty old couch in my trailer, just kind of zoning out after work. It was quiet. It was honestly too quiet. The highway outside is usually full of noise, and I was just fiddling. I remember holding my breath for a second without really meaning to. Then I noticed this hum, like a low electric buzzing, but not from the fridge or anything mechanical, more like it was inside my head. The weird part is, the more I focused on it, the louder it got. I thought maybe it was tinnitus just kicking in. But then the room started to look hazy, like somebody smeared white chalk dust into the air, little trails like smoke. It was lifting up near the corners of the room, and I blinked a bunch, thinking maybe it's just my eyes being tired, but it stayed. Then my whole living room kind of shifted. It didn't happen fast like in a movie. It was slow, like watching colors bleed into each other on wet paper. The TV stand wasn't there anymore. Suddenly I was looking at stacks of lumber like old boards leaned up against a wall. The carpet under my feet was gone too. It felt like old cement. But when I looked down, it still sort of looked like carpet, just thin and fading. I kept telling myself I was dozing off, that I was dreaming sitting up. But I was awake, and I swear I was. My eyes were open, and I was rubbing my hands and my knees just to feel something real. The buzzing sound would swell every time I held my breath, then die back when I exhaled. It was like I was half in one place and half in another. Eventually it snapped back. No big flash or anything, just 1 second I was staring at this other room, and next second I was back with the busted couch and the hum of the fridge. I sat there for like an hour just listening, waiting for it to happen again. It didn't. I don't know, maybe it was my brain short-circuiting from stress, or maybe it just crossed into some thin spot for a second. But sometimes, late at night, if I hold my breath just right, I swear I can still hear that buzzing start up again. I feel a bit paranoid after my last time going into the woods. I don't know if I'm just overreacting or not, but I am a bit spooked. For context, I'm a young woman who lives in the Ozarks. I've always enjoyed hiking and being in the mountains. I know there's folklore and spooky stories surrounding the region, even including mentions of cannibals and cryptids. But I personally have never really felt fear in the woods until recently. The end of my yard is where the woods begin, and I'm not unfamiliar with the land. I've spent hours out there. There's a few small walking paths from, I'm assuming, hunters or people who go back there to fish. The other day, however, I felt so off about my walk. I felt watched, like something was behind me or perhaps next to me in the trees. I just couldn't see it. I went past the gate and into the woods regardless, telling myself it was normal instincts. Birds watching me constantly when I'm out there. I was only a few steps in and climbed up the deer stand out there to calm myself, thinking that being up high would ironically ground me, if that's the type that's kind of a ladder and you attach it to a tree. However, I started feeling something tapping on the metal ladder. Thought maybe it was nothing but my imagination, but I heard it over and over again, tapping in silence and then tapping again. Couldn't figure out what was causing the noise. I just felt weirded out and went back to the gate and turned back into my yard. But I heard a twig or a branch snap. Nothing in sight. Maybe it's some animal. I've had encounters with deer, though. When they spook, I always hear them running after. The ground's covered in crunchy leaves. So I hope it's just a small animal that I wasn't able to really hear flee. I felt pretty spooked and quickly headed back into my house. The night after, I had a vivid nightmare about being chased by something I can't fully describe while alone in the woods. I just know that it was something, some type of thing or person trying to get to me. And I've just been a bit scared since. I really want to calm myself. I've never had feelings like that toward the woods. I've lived around this area my entire life. I don't know quite how to get it out of my mind, even though I know it was probably nothing. What is going on? I'm 16 years old, and recently my parents split up. My dad rented a new house and my mother kept the old house. For a little picture of the inside, there's a kitchen with a small dining area connected to the main room and living room. The living room has 2 doors. It all started off normal. Came over to his house for the first time to stay a couple of nights with him. Nothing was off whatsoever. But about a month after, my dad texted me saying he thinks there's a ghost in the house. I was at my mom's at the time, and he tells me the story like this. I was sitting in the kitchen making coffee in the early morning, sitting at the table. I look up and notice the doors start to open, and they creak open when doing so. Go to the door, and I open and close it a few times, and it doesn't creak. Didn't really believe it at first, but oh boy do I believe it now. I saw it happen with my own eyes the day I come back to my dad's. But wait, it gets a bit worse. After a month goes by, my dad has a friend over. Let's call her Olivia. Olivia and him were sitting on the couch watching TV late one night. Well, Olivia also had incidents with ghosts before. But anyway, they were sitting on a couch, and out of nowhere, Olivia goes, "Are your sons here?" "No." Then she says, "Because I saw some sort of figure walk past the 2 doors." And now for the final incident. I had just finished playing Phasmophobia, a new ghost hunting game on Steam. I'm lying in bed watching YouTube, and it was around 1:45. My brother comes to my room and says, "Did you do that?" Clearly I didn't. He tells me to wait in my room, and he goes to check around the house because he heard something. I'm laying in bed, my heart racing, and I hear him scream like a terrified scream. start getting to a panic attack-like state, and he comes back into my room, saying the ghost just moved a fucking chair. And the chair is easily 20 pounds. No way in hell anything else moved it. And then he said the 2 doors from earlier opened again. Believe it or not, the chair I've been sitting on for the past couple of years doing this job weighs maybe a pound to maybe half a pound. It's a sad, sad chair. I'm sure you can hear it making noise sometimes. Last year around May, this is what I experienced. Maybe a shapeshifter. I wish I could have recorded it, but even so, I think that would be pretty creepy to see. And to start, I believe in spirits, aliens, and everything, but with explanations and findings. I've seen my fair share of spirits, and, well, I guess you could call them interesting things. But this event was strange. What happened was late at night around 12 a.m. Me and my friend were at a park. And this park is gated, keep in mind. It has lampposts also. And this park generally is nice to relax at and feel the summer air. At the gate, small shrubs outline the whole park fence. It's not boarded, it's just bars. We were about to leave when I stopped right before we exited, and I saw a rabbit or a hare in the center. Then it hops left. I really didn't think nothing of it. And just before there were brown bunnies running around, but this one was white. Right when it passes the small shrub, it morphs into a cat, like it's some Harry Potter movie. The white fur just turning and morphing. I can't even describe it. And at this point, I thought I was hallucinating, and I was stunned, and I was trying to ignore it, and maybe it was my brain, but maybe I'm just experiencing something else. I've seen spirits. This was different. Although my friend next says to me, "What the fuck?" So she saw what I saw. I asked if she saw a rabbit morph into a cat, and she said yeah. And with that, I almost jogged forward to see if the cat was there. There it was staring back at us, but it ran out of sight quickly. There was no bunny around, and for it to be white was strange in itself. The shrubs that outlined were way too thin and small for a cat to hide in. I made sure I checked. So what the hell did we see? This is not the first time I encountered a white shapeshifter. A few years back, I did a meditation and met a white stag, but I felt his form was fake. I believed its form was like a facade to appeal to me. Never met the stag again, but they showed me space, so I respected that. The red-eyed shadow is watching you. On the day in question of my first paranormal experience, my family, my parents and my sister, had gone to another city, almost 60 kilometers away, to visit my aunt and uncle, leaving me alone at home. My parents went out in the afternoon and came back the next day at night. The night of their departure, which I thought was a French word because there is spelled differently, I was sleeping, and I turned over and I half opened my eyes, and I saw clearly as daylight a dark shadow in human form with 2 red orbs for eyes across the room looking at me. I didn't give it any importance until the next day when I remembered it. Went back to sleep. My room overlooked the inner courtyard of the building that we lived in. And being winter, the blinds were all the way down to keep out the cold, so couldn't have been outside lights. To this day, the memory of that shadow continues to haunt me, as I have not found any explanation for what I saw, even though I did try to recreate it without success. other experiences. My little sister has commented to me on dozens of occasions seeing how a dark quote-unquote thing as night peeks into her room through the doorframe, moves away when she sees it. P.S. I've also seen it on several occasions. And a few months ago, I'd go back in after smoking a cigarette and the whole living room was dark, and that moment I saw a kind of mist with the height of a human pass through the room and disappear through the exit door. Several minutes later, my mom told me that she had seen the same thing from the kitchen and would swear it was a woman. A couple of weeks ago, my father had gone to smoke in the backyard of our house. When he went back inside and turned on the lights, he swears that he thought he saw for a few seconds what looked like a child. My sister had already been several hours sleeping. They were standing in front of the kitchen door before disappearing. She almost dropped a glass of water he was carrying in her hand. What do you guys think? He was carrying water in her hand. The Lady by the Stove. So this happened a few winters back in my uncle's old hunting cabin out in the woods in Maine. The place is tiny. One room, basically. Just enough space for a wood stove, a bunk, and some shelves with canned beans and Spam. Probably expired during the Clinton years. I've been using it on weekends for hunting season. Nothing weird ever happened before, just creaky floorboards and mice chewing at the insulation. Anyway, one night I couldn't sleep. Must have been close to 3 a.m. and a kind of still, frozen quiet where you can hear your own heartbeat. Kept rolling over in the bunk, listening to the stove crackle down to embers. At some point, I had that prickly feeling, like someone was standing right over me. You know that skin-crawly sense, like your brain screams, there's eyes on you, even when you know you're alone. Well, I opened my eyes, and I swear to God, I saw this tall, thin figure by the stove. She was wearing something dark with a strip of red across the chest. It looked almost like an old work shirt that had faded kind of funny in the wash. She was holding, I don't know, it looked like a lantern. Maybe just a jar catching the light. She wasn't sharp, not solid like a person, more like smoke shaped into a person. I blinked, and instead of disappearing, she sort of drifted apart like steam lifting off boiling water. I lay there frozen, then finally muttered something dumb like, "All right then." Pulled the blanket over my face. Fell asleep eventually, though I don't remember how. Next morning, the image was still burned into my head, and like I could draw the shirt pattern if I wanted to. My cousin joked it was our great-grandma checking in. She died around the same time of year. And funny enough, she always used to keep a red checkered apron on, kind of close to what I saw. The weird kicker is that weekend at the general store, the scratch tickets kept landing me on the same prize, $5 every single time, which was her lucky number. I don't know, maybe I was just tired or my brain stitched it all together. Or maybe the old cabin's got more company than I thought. Am I crazy? The few people that I've told have called me crazy. I don't know, maybe I am. Maybe this was a dream. But if it was the realest dream I've ever had. I grew up in a house that had been passed down through the generations since it had been built, and was around 11 or 12 years old, and I knew nothing of the paranormal or even aliens. My cousin who was living with us at the time had just moved out and just left me their bed. Their bed was a queen size, so I figured jackpot. I just upgraded my bed and my room. because I surely wasn't moving that bed to my parents. Surely didn't have time. No, I'd been in that room for a couple of months, and everything was great until this particular night. Nothing out of the ordinary happened that day. It was business as usual. Did my homework, ate dinner, showered in bed, and as I lay there sleeping, I suddenly wake up and I notice I'm on my back. And I'm a side sleeper. I never sleep on my back. I sit up onto my elbows and I look at the time. That's when I notice it. This big, what I can only describe as a hump in the middle of my mattress down by the foot of the bed. It's as if somebody was standing up under my bed. Well, I know that can't be possible. The height of the bed and the box spring would make that impossible. No, I don't need to tell you that. At this point, I'm shitting myself. But finally, I get the balls to say something. I don't remember what I said, because in the middle of what I was saying, my bed rose up a little bit more. Whatever it was ran down the middle of my bed so fast I didn't have the time to react. I jumped out of the bed so fast and flicked the light on and started looking underneath the bed only to find nothing there. How? Well, I know for 100% fact I felt a solid head or something pass under my ass and up my back. Needless to say, I didn't go back to sleep, nor did I turn the lights out. And remember, I said the house had, been in my family since its construction. Well, about 15 years ago, my father sold the house to non-family. And 6 months after he moved out of the house, it burned down. And the fire originated in his old bedroom. Coincidence? Well, I've only told a couple other people this story. They called me crazy, so that's why I don't tell the story. I have other stories, but those are for another day. The window in the barn house. This still makes me uneasy to type out, but here goes. I was 19, I was staying with my grandparents in their old farmhouse for the summer. It's one of those creaky wooden places with drafty windows and way too much space when you're alone. My grandparents were out visiting my aunt, so it's just me and the dog. One night I woke up, except I don't really think I woke up. I could see myself standing up like I was behind me, if that makes sense. I hate that I remember it so clear, like I walked through the hall without touching a single light switch, and normally I can't even get a glass of water at night without flipping on every damn lamp. But somehow I could see, not like normal, like everything had this weird grayish glow, like the moon was inside the house. I ended up in the old barn room at the back of the house, the one with the big window that looked out over the cornfield. I just stood there staring out at the rows of corn swaying in the dark. I don't know how long, maybe 15 seconds, maybe longer. And then I heard my grandma's voice clear as day say my name. She wasn't there, she was 2 states away, but I spun around and just collapsed, face first into the rug. And next thing I knew, I was waking up sweaty, dog barking like crazy, and my uncle, who stopped by the night to check on me. He was white as a sheet holding a rosary. He said I'd been walking around talking in some mumbling voice he didn't recognize. And it didn't stop there either. For weeks after, I kept wandering, as I called it. Once, middle of the afternoon, I tried running straight out of the front door like something was chasing me. At another time, I walked up and down the hallway convinced I'd lost an exam paper. I wasn't even in school anymore. The worst was when I got the flu and took some meds. It must have been the wrong dose or something, because I scared my cousin half to death bolting down the stairs like a wild animal. Nearly at the front door before he caught me. And when he shook me awake, I looked at him and honestly didn't know why he was so freaked out. My family finally called in this old preacher they knew, and he sat me down, muttered prayers in a language I couldn't follow, and pressed something like oil on my forehead and handed me a bitter drink. He said a few words, and I nodded, and that was it. Hasn't happened since, but I still can't stand looking out that barn window at night. The thing by the window. I don't usually tell people this kind of stuff. It makes me sound, well, like I've lost it. But I swear something weird has been happening to me for years now. Not every night, not even every month, but often enough that I dread it. The last time was a couple of weeks ago. I live alone, tiny house on the edge of town. It's one of those mornings where I hit snooze too many times. I drifted back half asleep, and then it hit me. Not like a dream, it felt real, like somebody had just stepped into my room. The first thing I noticed was the weight, not heavy like somebody sat on me, but like the air itself thickened and pressed down. My ears filled up with this buzzing, like the faint ring you get when the TV's on mute, except cranked up crazy loud. My chest tightened and I couldn't move a finger, not even one. I kept thinking, oh God, someone's here. You know that skin prickle feeling? That was across my back, hot and cold at the same time. Like when you hold your hand too close to dry ice. And the worst part is I couldn't open my eyes. My brain kept screaming at my eyelids, but nothing. There was just black. I felt like somebody was standing right by the window, behind my head. I couldn't see them, but I knew it. The same way you know when somebody's watching you. My breathing turned all loud and ragged, and part of me hoped maybe my neighbor's dog would bark or something, just to snap me out of it. When it finally broke, just like that, I could move again. I shot up in bed, gasping like I'd run a mile. And of course, nothing. Curtains barely moved, no footprints, no shadows. Just the hum of my old fridge in the kitchen. This had been happening since I was a kid, and back then I actually saw things. Once a tall, smoky figure by my closet. And once what looked like a big hand reaching down for me. These days I don't see shapes anymore, just feel them. Which is almost worse, honestly. And yeah, I laugh it off sometimes, like ha ha ha, just my brain glitching. But when you're pinned down, heart pounding, certain things in the room with you doesn't feel like a glitch at all. Anyone else ever get that buzzing like your whole body is like an antenna? 'Cause I hate it. The night my cat saw something I couldn't. This happened last winter, sometime after Christmas. I live in this old farmhouse on the edge of town in Kentucky. Just me and my cat Juniper. She's what you might call a lazy type, usually stretched out by the heater or asleep on my laundry pile. Doesn't care much besides food. But that night around 3 in the morning, she jolted awake and tore across the room like something had spooked her badly. At first, I thought maybe a mouse had gotten inside, which wouldn't be the first time. But she didn't chase anything. She just froze in the doorway, tail puffed out like a bottle brush. Then she starts this low growl I'd never heard from her before, like real guttural. She kept looking toward the back porch like she was watching something move outside. I got up thinking maybe a raccoon was on the porch, and the old screen door rattles a lot when the wind picks up. So I figured that's what it was. But when I pulled the curtain back, there was nothing, just yard and snow glittering under the porch light. Still, Juniper wouldn't budge. She crouched low, ears twitching, like she was tracking something invisible. Went on for maybe 20 minutes. Every time I thought she'd calm down, she'd whip her head toward the corner of the room or the dark window. At one point, she hissed at nothing, like really hissed. Claws out, back arched. And that made my stomach flip because she's never done that in her life. Eventually, she hopped into my bed, pressed right against me, and just stared at the ceiling for what felt like forever. I couldn't see or hear anything, but I swear the air felt heavier and colder. I even thought I smelled this weird metallic scent, like rusty water. Could have been my imagination. But by morning, she was back to normal, rolling in the sun like nothing happened. I envy that. But I've never forgotten it, and I still wonder what she saw. Sometimes when I wake up around 3 a.m., I catch myself listening for her breathing, waiting to see if she's going to do it again. Maybe it was nothing, maybe Kaz just sensed stuff. But I know one thing. Whatever she saw or heard that night, it was not just the wind. Saw a woman in white in my dream, recited Hunaman Chalisa, and never saw her again. Has anyone else experienced this? I'm originally from India, but currently live in Mexico. A few months ago, I had a really intense and strange dream that I can't shake off. I wanted to share it here to see if anybody else has had something similar happen, either in dreams or in real life. In the dream, I entered my bedroom like normal, but suddenly I saw a woman standing there in white clothing with long hair. Her presence felt off and eerie and heavy and disturbing. Instinctively, I lunged at her, trying to kind of drive her out or to confront her. But as soon as I did, she repelled me with some kind of a force, almost like I got quote-unquote yeeted, which somebody told me means thrown. Yeeted like a baseball straight into the wall. I physically felt the shock in the dream. At that moment, I don't know why, but I started reciting the Hunaman Chalisa, a Hindu devotional hymn known for protection. And as I kept chanting, I felt something shift, like I was gaining strength or protection. I launched at her again with this newfound energy, and this time, I somehow managed to push her out of the room to the window. I either threw her out or we both fell out. Not entirely sure. But as soon as that happened, I woke up. And here's the strange part. Since that night, I've never seen that woman again. Not even in other dreams. My house has felt normal and peaceful even. No lingering energy and no weird feelings. Has anybody had dreams like this, where you fight off a spirit or a ghostly woman in white? And has anybody used a mantra, like Hunaman Chalisa or otherwise, in a dream to protect themselves? I'm just trying to understand whether this was some spiritual experience, my subconscious, or something else altogether. Any insight or similar stories would be appreciated. You've all heard many. I'll never get used to that word. The night the ceiling moved. This happened when I was maybe 14. I was out at my grandma's old farmhouse. I used to stay there some weekends because my parents worked late shifts. Anyway, one night I was lying in bed in that upstairs room with the slanted ceiling, trying to read with a tiny flashlight under the blanket. It must have been close to midnight. I remember the crickets outside were loud and the house smelled like cedar again, because Grandma had those old closets. So I'm staring at my book, and out of the corner of my eye I noticed movement. Not like a bug or anything, but the actual ceiling. It was like the wood grain above me turned into liquid, like black threads twisting and knotting into each other. Almost like somebody had spilt ink in the water, but it was overhead. The light from my flashlight just stopped, like the ceiling was eating it. I froze. I was just gripping my blanket, and it got thicker and darker until, I swear, it dropped down a little like a hanging sheet about to fall. My chest went ice cold, and then it rushed straight toward me. My whole body jerked, and I made this awful sound, like half scream, half hiccup, and then nothing. The ceiling was back to normal wood, and the flashlight worked fine, just showing dust motes. What in the world are dust motes? Mites? Well, that would be horrible to see. Somebody tell me what a dust mote is. The weirdest part is I checked the house next morning. Asked my grandma if she'd heard me yell. She said no, and well, that was wild because I know I wasn't quiet. I've heard my cousin scream bloody murder over a spider. Everyone in the house came running, but me, nothing. Everyone was silent. I still don't know what that was, and I've thought maybe I fell asleep with my eye open or had a nightmare. But I don't know. That farmhouse always had a strange feeling, like the air was thicker upstairs. Sometimes, if I think about it too much, I feel like I'm back there, staring at the ceiling, waiting for it to move again. The summer I wouldn't sleep. So, I don't usually share this stuff, but lately I've been reading stories on here, and it's made me remember some weird things from when I was little. I grew up in a small town in Kentucky. Nothing fancy, just an old house my grandpa built after the war. Summers were hot as hell, and nights were just heavy. You could hear every cricket and every passing car about 2 streets down. My aunt likes to remind me that when I was about 5, I'd get these awful fits at night. She swears I'd wake up screaming. It'd be so loud you could hear it from the porch, and the thing is I don't remember much of it myself. Just little flashes, like somebody standing in my room near the dresser, or me hiding under my blanket and not being able to breathe right. She tells me one night she came running in after I screamed. I was sitting up in bed pointing at the corner sobbing that, quote-unquote, he's gonna get me. No idea who he was. She sat next to me trying to calm me down, and she swears, and she still says this even now, that the whole bed jolted like somebody had lifted it and dropped it. Not like an earthquake, not like the springs creaking, but like the whole damn thing hopped an inch and slammed back down. What makes it worse is that she was holding me at the time, and she said she almost fell off. I remember her shaking, not me. After that, I started being afraid of even napping in the daylight. Went on for weeks, maybe months. My mom finally dragged me to this old neighbor lady down the road, and everybody called her Miss Ruth, the church healer. She's one of those people who always smelled like sage and coffee grounds. She muttered prayers and waved some kind of branch over me. I don't even know what all. I don't even know what all. And you know what? The night terrors stopped after that, like just gone. No more screaming, no more weird bed-hopping stuff. And I'm older now, and sometimes I wonder if it was just sleep paralysis, or maybe my aunt exaggerating. But she gets this look, like when she brings it up, like she's right back in that room, so I don't know. Every now and then, when I can't sleep, I catch myself staring at the same kind of dark corners and thinking, what if he's still around? The old farmhouse and the wrong shadows. I used to help out at this old farmhouse. It had been turned into a kind of event space. Weddings, craft fairs, that sort of thing. The place is real creaky. A draft blowing through the floorboard's kind of old, and it sits right across from the woods where there's this family plot. Just stone markers, half of them leaning or sunken. Nobody really goes there, but it's in plain view from the back porch. People in town would say stuff about the house being active, but I figured they just meant mice or plumbing making noises. You know, old house things. Anyway, I had this thing happen more than once where I'd be just trailing after somebody like my buddy Rick, who usually handled the sound system, and I'd see him walk through a doorway into a side parlor. I'd follow, like right after, and, well, not even 5 seconds behind, room's empty. I'd ask him later, like, hey, why'd you duck into the parlor? He'd look at me like I was nuts, Swear up and down he'd been in the kitchen the whole time. One time it wasn't even a room, I swear, in my mom's garden. I just saw somebody I thought was a new kid. I swear, in your mom's garden. Jamie just walked straight across the hallway and vanished. Vanished into the wall. Like where there should have been a door maybe 50 years ago, but not anymore. I just stood there with my arms flailing. Excuse me, not my arms flailing. With my arms full of folding chairs. Wildly different. Feeling like I'd missed something obvious. The creepiest part was small stuff, though. Like me and another guy cleaning up after a wedding, and the old brass light switch on the wall just clicked down all on its own, and we both saw it. And one time, scrubbing at the bathrooms, the faucet next to me just cranked itself on. These aren't sensor taps. It's all 1970s hardware and stiff handles and everything. I'm not saying ghosts, but also, what else makes a person-shaped shadow walk into a room and not be there when you open the door? It's almost worse that they don't look ghostly. They just look normal and busy, like they're about to say something. Sometimes I think about that, how ordinary they looked. Like maybe I'm just on the wrong side of the wall, you know. I am. Spiritual activity picking up a little. The activity at her new house has picked up a little. The other day I was soaking in the bath. I'm a water gremlin. I love taking warm baths and just relaxing. My cat Christina always has to be in the bathroom with me. She's a black and white cat. My girlfriend was out on a walk and none of the other animals were nearby when this happened. I heard the click of the bathroom door being opened. I assumed it was my girlfriend and turned to look at the door, calling her name. The doorknob was slowly turning as the door eked open and no one answered. There was no one on the other side. I wasn't really scared for some reason. I was just curious and too tired to get up and shut the door. I definitely feel like the previous home's owner, Uncle Will, is still around. It doesn't really bother me. I've never felt threatened, but I've always felt like there is another energy there. Another thing that happened was I was sitting on the couch watching The Naked Gun. My Shiba, Scooby, was chewing on his toy, and he suddenly started staring to the kitchen, snarling and barking. All the cats were in the living room with me. Nothing was where he was barking. Once again, I felt like I wasn't alone, but I didn't feel threatened. Often our cats stare at the ceiling like something's there, but they don't hiss or growl, they just occasionally meow. I'd love to hear some of your stories. I've always loved the paranormal, and I believe that we still leave some part of ourselves behind. Like, tell me, what have you seen? Edit. Girlfriend came home from a walk tonight. She loves going on walks, and I was taking a shower. I just hear, babe, did you leave the back door open? I was like, no, I never do. I close and lock that shit after I take Scooby potty because I'm paranoid. Well, the back door was open. The office door was locked, and I didn't hear anything, so there's no way somebody broke in. We checked the house. And the garage light was on and the door unlocked, but the garage was clear too. Maybe the ghost was mad and we just turned the light back off. The barn house scratches. Has anybody ever had something in an old farm place follow them around? Like a couple of years back, I moved into my grandpa's old barn house. It's out in rural Kansas. The place is kind of weird and smells like hay and mice no matter how much you clean it. But it had cheap rent, so I took it. I sleep in the loft room. the one with the tiny square window. Every night around 2 or 3, the old latch in the door rattles like somebody's trying to get in. It's not a knob, it's one of those iron hooks, so shouldn't even jiggle on its own. At first I thought it was the wind or the wood shrinking. Then I started waking up with scratches down my calf, like thin little lines. My dog sleeps on the floor, but he's fat and lazy and doesn't jump on the bed. He also doesn't have claws sharp enough for that. One night I even tucked the blanket under me real tight. Still woke up with fresh marks. I mentioned it to my mom when she came by, just casually, and she goes, "Oh, don't tell me it's scratching again." It was super offhand, and she said when she was a kid in that house, the light above the kitchen table fell straight down and smashed, screws still being left in the ceiling. She also said doors would slam when no one was home, and her brother got shoved on the stairs once. They used to call it Old Man Pike, after some farmer who supposedly died in the hayloft in the 40s. She swore he just stomped around, banged on doors, and never hurt anybody. But the way she brushed it off like it was just part of living there made my stomach twist. I keep telling it out loud. Knock it off, I live here now. Like she suggested doing, but it doesn't help. Still got 3 scratches on my thighs last week and a neat row, and well, I don't do anything during the day that would leave bruises, but I find them on my ribs like somebody poked me too hard. I don't know, maybe I'm sleepwalking. Maybe it's stress, but sometimes I lie awake staring at that little square window. I swear I can hear someone breathing on the other side of that loft door. The night at the cabin. So this happened a few years back when I was staying at my uncle's hunting cabin in the woods. It's not some fancy place, just wood paneling, a squeaky old bed, and a stove that only half works. He let me crash there for a week while he was out of town. No cell service, which I thought would be kind of peaceful, but honestly, just made the nights feel extra long. The first couple of nights were fine, though I did get this weird sense like somebody was walking outside the porch. I brushed it off as deer or raccoons, but the third night, I swear, the air inside the room felt heavy, like I couldn't catch my breath right. I'd be lying there almost asleep and then bam, like my whole body was pinned down. I couldn't move, I couldn't shout. Never had sleep paralysis before, but I did know about it. And the way people describe it, yeah, that was it. And here's the part that really freaked me out. In the corner near the wood stove, the shadows looked darker than they should have been. Like they weren't moving with the firelight. They were moving on their own, and I kept hearing little whispers too. Not words I could fully catch, more like when somebody's talking behind a wall. But then, and this is the part that still makes my stomach flip, they got clearer. They weren't full sentences, just these little digs, like reminding me of dumb mistakes I'd made. Stuff nobody should know. My own thoughts, but not in my voice, if that makes sense. At some point, I managed to wiggle my fingers and toes, and when I broke free, it felt like I snapped out of water and sat straight up gasping. The shadows sort of dissolved, but I couldn't shake the idea that they'd noticed I'd fought back. Like I wasn't just rolling over. And right then, I heard what sounded like laughter, low, almost playful. Could have been the wind. Could have been. I left the lantern on the rest for the night, and even then the flame flickered, like somebody was blowing on it. Well, I didn't sleep at all. The next morning when I stepped outside, I found boot prints in the dirt by the porch. Only problem is, I hadn't been out there since daylight the day before, and nobody else had keys. I still don't know what to make of it. Every time I think about going back to that cabin, I feel this knot in my gut. Funny thing, though, is part of me still wants to, like whatever was there is waiting. The night I shouldn't have woken up. This is gonna sound made up, but it's something that still freaks me out. I grew up in a tiny farmhouse in Kentucky. There's the smell of wood smoke, and it clung to just about everything. My mom swears that I died twice as a child. I don't remember it, obviously, but the stories have been told so many times that I can almost picture it. The first time, I was just a toddler. Mom says she put me down for a nap in this old crib that had been my uncle's with like the paint chipped to hell on it. When she came back hours later, I wasn't moving. My lips were blue and my chest wasn't rising. She screamed for my dad and they both thought I was gone, and the local doctor who lived 2 dirt roads over came out and checked me. And apparently he muttered, "I'm sorry." But then out of nowhere, I just coughed and opened my eyes like nothing had happened. Mom said she nearly passed out from the shock. The second time was weirder. Maybe I was 9, maybe I was 10, and we'd just come home from this church potluck. My stomach was full of deviled eggs and cornbread, and I went to bed like normal. Next morning, Mom found me cold and stiff, lying on my side like I'd been frozen. My little sister was bawling, standing in the doorway. Neighbors had crowded in by then because in the country everybody just shows up when they hear yelling. Somebody was praying. Someone else was whispering scripture over me. And after a while, I don't know how long, I just gasped for air like I'd been underwater too long. Sat right up. Everybody jumped like they'd seen a ghost. But here's the thing. I don't remember any bright light, no tunnel, none of that, just nothing. And then waking up to chaos. To this day, nobody knows why it happened. Doctors didn't have an answer, and my family, they still bring it up every Thanksgiving. Like it's some cursed little anecdote. I laugh about it sometimes, but deep down it scares me because twice in my life I was supposed to be gone, and twice I came back. I don't know if I should be grateful or worried. I'm worried about what's waiting the third time. I often struggle trying to figure out the first, second, or third time myself. Strange nights by the river. This has been sitting in my head for a while. I figured I'd just throw it out here. Maybe somebody's got an idea. I live in Arkansas, right along the river, and it's quiet, not much to do, and mostly folks just fish and drink cheap beer, complain about the heat. I don't have a car right now, which is a long story involving my cousin borrowing it and not returning it in one piece, so I've been walking everywhere. And there's this one path that cuts through some low woods near the levee, takes me to the Dollar General and the bus stop. Anyway, ever since I started using that shortcut, I keep hearing this, whine, like a high-pitched ringing. Not cicadas, and I know what cicadas sound like, and not power lines either, it's sharper. More like when your TV used to get that test tone. Sometimes it's faint, sometimes it's loud enough I gotta cover my ears, and it doesn't matter if it's raining, sunny, or the middle of the night. It just comes out of nowhere from that patch of trees. At first, I thought maybe there's some busted equipment out there, or some old electric box. But then the other things started happening. People started getting off at that bus stop with me, which never ever happened before. I've been using that stop for months, and I swear I was the only one. Then one night around 9:30, this older couple, or I thought they were older, gray hair at least, they step off right behind me, didn't say a word, and just sat down on the sat down on the bench under the busted streetlight and watched. Like literally watched me walk the whole way across the lot and into the road. I kept looking back and they were still there. Heads were kind of tilted like they were waiting or listening. Hard to explain. By the time I turned the corner toward my place, they hadn't moved, and I know it sounds stupid written out like this, probably just random folks, and maybe they were curious or bored. But I can't shake the timing. First the buzzing starts up, then all of a sudden strangers appear where nobody ever gets off. And they always look off. like they don't fit right, if that makes sense. I still take that path sometimes. It's quicker, and I don't feel like walking extra blocks in the heat, but I walk fast, keep my head down, try not to think about it. Still hear that ringing, though, always from the same spot. My most terrifying encounter. This is about 2 years ago. It happened over 3 days. And also, a dear friend of mine had made me a protection bracelet prior to all of this happening. Even though I don't seek them out, spirits have always seemed to kind of draw to me. And during this time, I was struggling with my purpose, and I had been spending a lot of time in prayer. I would ask God what I should do with my gifts and talents. Day 1. One night while I was saying my evening prayers, I heard a deep, rough-sounding voice say in my ear, "I can give you power." I ran down, and while my spine and all my hair stood on end, I continued to pray, though, the same prayer, but also for protection. The room felt very heavy and cold, and the voice said it again and much louder. I immediately responded with, "No, you're not welcome here." And it laughed but backed away. The feeling in the room lifted a bit, but it wasn't done. Day 2, the next day, I put on the bracelet that my friend had made for me. I kept seeing shadows moving in the corner of my eye, and that night I couldn't sleep and I felt very uneasy. And as I was laying in bed, I saw a huge shadow move across the ceiling right in front of my eyes. I felt something prick my skin. My protection bracelet had snapped. Beads went everywhere, and the metal looked like it had been burned. I started to pray again. And as I prayed, I heard other voices telling me to keep praying. They would say their names, and then tell to keep praying. I stayed up the rest of the night. Day 3, I got up and prayed around the house, and things started to die down, but I was shaking and crying with fear, and I called my friend and she came over as soon as she could. It made itself known to her as well, and she called on the name of the Lord and was able to drive it out, and thankfully it hasn't returned. I gave her the broken bracelet so she could see it and maybe fix it. She agreed that it looked scorched and took it back with her. She said it was a demon, and I consider myself lucky and blessed to have her as a friend, and have made it through this event unscathed. Swedish gnome and ghost story. For reference, I live in Sweden, and my family is very anti-religious. The house we live in is fairly old, dating back around 100 years. My dad is a very productive person, always gets new hobbies on the fly. One day he decided to start a bee farm in our backyard. When you take care of bees, you need a room that's very clean to keep out bacteria from the honey. He decided to use our shed in the backyard, which is, extremely small. The room can fit about 2 people. And in the room we have one desk which has a couple of drawers in it. In those drawers we keep all the necessary equipment when making the jars of honey. So my dad had to put labels on each jar of honey, which is a very tedious process. The labels are in a huge scroll, about the size of an average old small arm in diameter. Me and my dad were putting labels in the jars for about 30 minutes before he goes outside for about 10 seconds to grab some air, and I can see him the entire time. When he goes out, he puts the scroll on top of the desk, and during this time I was watching, I took out my phone. When he comes back in, we proceed to start again. But from nowhere, he asks me where I put the scroll. I tell him that he put the scroll on the top of the desk, but it's not there. Without the scroll of labels, we couldn't continue working. We start looking all over the room, but nothing, and as I described earlier, the room was tiny, which is why it's so odd for it to disappear. We searched everywhere behind the desk, in each drawer and outside, but still nothing. And this happened about a year ago, still freaking me out. Usually when me and my family experience something paranormal, we blame it on something logical and ignore it afterwards. But this incident cannot be explained. There's seriously nowhere for it to have disappeared to, that's why I'm freaking out. Even in the unlikely event of it rolling outside, me and my dad would have easily spotted it or just heard the scroll. Moral of the story, gnomes might still exist in Sweden. And if needed, I can show a picture of the shed in the yard. I assumed ghosts were part of the child's imagination, until... I've always believed in ghosts, spirits, presences, whatever you want to call them. But growing up, I was led to think it was a childish belief, and I thought I would grow out of it. And that all changed when I heard a story from a family friend of ours. This woman, who we're going to call Anne, a very respectful lady, works for an important company and is overall well-rounded. She has her head screwed in right. Righty-tighty, lefty-loosey. She told us about her childhood, back in the old country, and how as a 5-year-old, she loved climbing up to the attic to go through a roof window and enjoy the view. Aged 5, she didn't quite realize the dangers of doing so. She could easily slip, fall to her death. But one day she got up to the attic. The old woman appeared in front of her, sat at a spinning wheel wearing outdated clothing, and with her gray hair pinned back into a bun. Anne got so scared that she ran out of the attic and never dared to try to climb back out of the roof window. Years go by with Anne keeping this story to herself, no longer sure if it actually happened or if it was all due to the fantastical imagination of a 5-year-old. Until one day, she's at her sister's house for dinner, and her adult niece starts telling a story. A story about how as a kid, around 5 years old, she loved going to her grandparents' house, run to the attic, climb out the window, and admire the view, never considering the potential danger. This continued until one day an old woman appeared in front of her. Anne froze, asking for specific details about this woman, and they realize they had the same vision of an old woman spinning a wheel, dressed in outdated clothing, and with her gray hair pinned back into a bun. They'd seen the same thing with over 20-year intervals. And I remember hearing the story as a kid and being absolutely shook, and so yeah, I still believe. Anne actually sees it in a positive light. She believes the old woman appeared to protect them, since both her and her niece never climbed out of the potential lethal roof after that. The boots by the door. I don't really talk about this stuff much. People either laugh or get weirded out, but this one sticks with me and I kinda need to put it somewhere. A couple years back, I'm staying at my uncle's old farmhouse. He passed, but the place is still in the family, and sometimes I crash there if I'm in town. It's drafty as hell, smells like old cedar, but I don't mind. Anyway, I had this pair of rubber boots, you know the kind. Heavy soles, clunky when you walk. Too big for me. Hand-me-downs. They make this loud thud scrape sound on the kitchen linoleum, and I always leave them by the back door before heading upstairs to the spare room. That night I couldn't sleep. I was in this half-dream, half-awake fog, and then it hit. That frozen feeling. Couldn't move, couldn't breathe. And I've had sleep paralysis before, but never in that house. And sure enough, the sound started. Thud, scrape, thud, scrape. At first, I thought maybe the wind had knocked the boots over or something, but no, it kept going. Steady, like somebody was walking in them. coming across the kitchen. It was slow, like real slow. My heart was racing and I told myself it's just the paralysis thing, it's just in your head. But the damn boards creaked like they do when somebody actually walks across them. And I know that sound, and I grew up hearing it. And it wasn't stopping. The steps came right to the base of the stairs. I couldn't move and couldn't yell, I just lay there sweating like crazy. Then the sound started up the staircase, one boot dragging heavier than the other. By the time it got near my door, I swear I felt the air shift, like when someone big is standing there. And then nothing but silence. I snapped out of it all at once, sat up gasping. Took me a while to even look, and when I finally got the guts, I leaned over the edge of the bed and, well, this is the part I hate telling. The boots were there. Not by the back door where I'd left them. They were sitting right outside my bedroom, pointed inward. I mean, maybe I dragged them up myself earlier and just forgot. Maybe. But I can't imagine why I'd do that. I don't know. Every time I think about it, I get that crawling feeling on my neck. I haven't worn those boots since. I'm pretty sure my house is haunted. Here's some things that have happened within a week from each other, after probably a year of no activity. So around a week ago, sitting on my bed playing Overwatch. And how my room works is that my bed is right in front of my door. There's about a 3 or 4 foot gap between my door and my bed. Anyways, I just loaded into a round and had my headphones on. I heard this loud clapping noise right behind my left ear, the side facing the gap from the door and bed. I snapped my head around as I jumped because it startled me, and I live with my younger brother, so when I don't see anything behind me, I check around the gap thinking it was my little brother trying to scare me. I didn't see anyone. He wasn't anywhere in my room, and I never once saw the door open and close, or even heard it open. A thunderstorm was happening around this time, but I sat and listened to the next 3 lightning strikes. None of them sounded anything like a clap or as loud. My left side, where I heard the clapping, was also away from my window, from the way I was sitting. So I seriously doubt it was thunder. The next story happened to me 2 days ago. I was walking in from taking out the trash. I'm going to start this out by saying that I always close my back door anytime I go take out the trash. I never do because anytime I do, my dad screams at me to close it to not let the air out, or he gets up and closes it on his own. Anyways, I'm walking back up and down, and looking down. Forgot why, maybe checking for lizards on my back porch. Don't step on mine. And I hear my back door knob twist and then start opening slowly on its own. First, I think it's one of my brothers, and I have 2. Maybe my parents. I open the door and I don't see anybody. I don't hear anyone walking away or closing a door. Nobody was in the kitchen, the living room, or anywhere in sight. Also, before anybody says this, no, my house isn't built on any type of slant or hill. So my house isn't slightly crooked or anything. I have a lot of other paranormal stories, so I might make a post about them one day. Strange light over the barn. A lot of barns today. So I don't usually post stuff like this, but it's been in my head for weeks, and maybe I'm writing it down, and maybe it'll just help stop replaying this. I live out in the country, middle of nowhere, Kansas. Sometimes at night I'll sit on the back steps of the barn to cool off. And it's quiet out here except for crickets and sometimes coyotes. Anyway, one night I'm just sitting there with a warm beer looking at the sky. You know how it is when you can actually see the stars without the city lights. It's like the whole sky is breathing. That's when I saw this light. It First I thought it was a plane, but it was too bright and too white. There's no sound, not a single engine noise. It just hung there, and then I don't know how else to say it, like it wobbled. Like when you drop a feather and it drifts side to side but slower. It would dip left and right and almost lazily, but somehow it also looked jittery, like a fly buzzing, but slowed down. I got this real cold feeling in my chest, like my body knew it wasn't right before my brain caught up. I told myself it was maybe a drone or some kid messing around, but there aren't kids for miles. And who the hell flies a drone at 11:30 on a Tuesday out here? The longer I watched, the closer it felt. Not like it zoomed in fast, more like it was drifting toward me. And I swear, the yard got quieter, like even the bugs shut up. That part scared me worse than the light itself. I didn't grab my phone, didn't record a thing, and honestly, I just froze up for a minute, then bolted back into the house like a coward. My wife laughed at me later when I tried to explain, but I couldn't get across how wrong it felt. I've seen shooting stars and satellites and even military planes out here. Wasn't any like that. Sometimes now when I sit out back, I half expect it to come wobbling back again. Haven't seen it since, but still catch myself glancing up too much. Weird how one little light can stick in your head like that. You thought it was just a dream, but the scratch marks were still there in the morning. This is Paranormal M, and we believe you. Subscribe now. Weird experience under pain. I'm not big into paranormal stuff. I think almost all of it's bullshit. My family, though, was always interested in it, and we had a number of experiences which absolutely stunned me. So years ago as a kid, maybe 14 years old, I got a really bad sunburn on my back. I had a lot of those. Burn quite easily. The sunburn itself sucks, but the true horror comes with the skin and bubbling and peeling with the mix of intense sunburn pain and horrible itching. So exactly this happened, and at the same time it was summer. No air conditioning. So I was also sweating, and it was just pure agony for me. I was feeling like going mad with horrible itching and intense pain when touching or scratching in the sweaty skin. And at one point, I felt like I would either faint, go mad, or take whatever medicine I can find. I started to close my eyes and kind of meditate. I knew meditation existed, but I knew nothing about it. So I breathed, and the itching felt like knife stabbing. I continue, and I see with my eyes closed the mix of blackness and redness and sparkles and whatever your eyes do. Then something happened which I cannot forget, and I swear to God it's real. I had my eyes closed for minutes now, standing in my room, facing the window but looking down. Suddenly, all that red and black and whatever is disappearing, and everything is blue and white. Then it sounds absolutely stupid, but I can see with my eyes closed. But it looked like some astral vision, and I hate using that term because it sounds like New Age crap. But I swear to the gods, I could see my hands, and I moved them and looked around and saw my room. Everything was blue and turquoise and white, almost like a projection. Light rays, and then out of nowhere, 2 or 3 white little shiny orbs circled me, and all the twitching and itching and pain is gone. After some time, I kind of came out of it and feel absolutely fine. I still see it. I swear I could see my hands and my room with my eyes closed. So weird. Those are some fancy white orbs you got there. The shouting in the cornfield. I don't usually talk about this stuff because folks already think I'm a little bit off, but whatever. Here goes. I was 19 and now I'm 28. It was late summer, that sticky kind of heat where the air just clings to you. Me and my cousin had walked down to the next town over for a little bonfire thing. His buddy was throwing it. We didn't stay late because we didn't have a ride back, and my uncle would have skinned us if we tried hitching. So we decided to cut through the cornfield behind the old train tracks instead of taking the main road. Saved us a good half hour. The field wasn't really maintained, just one of those lots where some farmer planted once and just gave up. Stalks were tall and brittle, like knives when you scrape your arms, and there were beer cans all over from kids sneaking out there. It was quiet except for crickets and that buzzing sound power lines make. When we got near the edge of the field, maybe 50 yards from the gravel road, that's when it started. First, just a kind of murmur, like someone talking far away, but you can't catch words. Then it got louder and sharper, clear as day, like a crowd yelling in unison. "He's here, he's here, he's here." And I swear on my life it was dozens of voices. Some deep, some high, even ones that sounded like little kids. It wasn't just behind us either, it felt like it came from every direction in the corn. My cousin froze up and looked at me. He heard that too. Then bolted. I followed him without thinking. And we didn't stop running till we hit the main road by the grain elevator. And just like that, silence. No more voices, not even crickets. Just dead air. After a minute or two, the normal night sounds came back, like nothing had even happened. We tried telling our friends later, and they just laughed, said we probably spooked ourselves. Maybe coyotes or drunks messing with us. But I know the difference. There was no animal, and there was nobody out there. We'd have seen flashlights or at least movement. Even now, whenever I pass that spot, I get this weird prickle in my skin. Like if I stop too long, they'll start shouting again. I don't know who he was, but I know damn well they weren't talking about my cousin. They were talking about me. The thing in the trailer. Okay, so this is gonna sound dumb, but here goes. A couple of years back, I moved into this beat-up trailer on the edge of town in Oklahoma. Wasn't much brown carpet, that weird smell old trailers always have. The kind of shower that never quite gets hot enough. I was by myself most nights since my girlfriend worked late shifts at the diner. Pretty quick after moving in, I started noticing something. Not like a ghost in the movies, no shadows or faces, just this presence. Always on my left side. Didn't feel bad, but it didn't feel right either. Neutral. Like somebody standing too close to you in line at Walmart. When my girlfriend was home, nothing happened, but the second she left, it'd be back, and sometimes it'd be watching, or rather, I'd be watching TV. And it felt like someone was leaning right up next to me, like cheek to cheek sort of close. One night, I swear I felt warm breath even through the AC. She told me she felt it too, but only in the bedroom, and for her it was always on the right side. She said when I'd come into the room, it would get, I don't know, like mad. She'd feel this irritated energy for a second, and then it'd vanish like it stomped off somewhere else. And the weirdest thing that happened is we had this scraggly old mutt named Daisy, and sweet dog barely barks. One night, we're sitting at the tiny kitchen table, and Daisy suddenly froze with her hackles up and just stared at the empty air above my head. Wouldn't move, wouldn't blink, like she was watching something right there. After a few minutes, she just kind of relaxed, like nothing happened. But I swear her eyes were following something I couldn't see. So we burned sage after that. Well, the girlfriend did. I didn't know how. Seemed calmer for a while, like the air wasn't as heavy, but the thing never really left. And even when I moved out a year later, the last thing there, I felt it, like on my left side, close enough that my shoulder tingled. Anyway, I don't really tell people this because they roll their eyes, but typing it out feels, well, I don't know, lighter, I guess. Maybe somebody else had the same side-specific thing, like always left or always right. That part freaks me out the most. The River Trail Thing. This happened a couple of summers back when I was staying at my uncle's place in Kentucky, and his house is right by this little river trail. The kind that's mostly dirt and roots and a lot of wet leaves in the middle of July. I used to walk it late at night and it was too hot inside to sleep. I don't know why I felt safer out there in the dark with the crickets and frogs than a sweaty house, but I did. One night, maybe around 11, my cousin said she'd come with me. We were just walking slow, talking about dumb stuff like if you could survive eating only Pop-Tarts for a year. Her idea, not mine. Also, yes, it's doable. At some point, she said that she needed to run back real quick for bug spray. She turned back toward the house. Or at least I thought she did, because maybe 2 minutes later I heard her calling me. But not from behind, like... Her voice came from up ahead deeper into the trees, like she'd already walked on without me. I figured maybe I'd zoned out and she'd slipped past, so I followed the sound. The weird part is, the more I walked, the closer it sounded. Like right there, just around the next bend. I kept saying, "Hold on, wait up." But she never answered. Just called my name again in the same tone, same exact way. When I finally stopped, kind of spooked, I clicked on my little flashlight. And that's when I saw it. The ground all around me had these prints in the mud. Bare feet, but small, like a child's. They circled me tightly, like whoever made them was just walking around me while I stood there. No tracks leading in, no tracks leading out, just a messy circle, like I'd been standing in the middle of a game. I swear my stomach dropped. I bolted back the way I came, tripping over roots. When I got back to the yard, my cousin was sitting on the porch steps with bug spray in her hand. Said she never went down to the trail at all. She'd been waiting for me the whole time. I don't go walking down there at night anymore, and sometimes still hear something. Like somebody calling my name from the woods when I'm out back. I try not to listen too hard. The Thing in the Barn Apartment. I don't generally tell this story much because it makes me sound like one of those people, but anyway. Back in 2021, I was renting this tiny apartment above an old horse barn in upstate New York. The landlord swore no animals had been there for decades, but it still smelled faintly like hay and something sour like damp wood. Anyway, around the time I got into this YouTube routine of doing breathing exercises before bed, I guess it was supposed to help with anxiety. Weird stuff started happening. About a week into it, I began catching flashes of movement along the slanted ceiling. Not bugs, not shadows from cars, like tall, quick shapes, always in the corner of my vision. Told myself it was probably just my brain relaxing too much, or maybe the crappy wiring throwing shadows. But then one night lying in bed, I noticed this smoky, almost fog-like patch hovering near the loft railing. It looked darker than the rest of the room, and I remembered thinking, why does it look thicker right where I used to keep my ex's jacket? Long stories, he left it there after a fight, and I never got around to tossing it. The part that freaked me out the most, though, was my dog Daisy. She's this lazy beagle who doesn't care about much. But one night she snapped her head up and tracked the same exact movement I'd just seen across the wall. Not like she heard something. Like her eyes were following it. She even gave this low whine, which she never does. It mostly happened when I was half asleep or jolting awake at 3 a.m., but it got to the point where I'd sit up with my heart racing, just waiting for something. Moved out after a few months for different reasons, mostly money. But I swear after I left that barn apartment it all stopped, and Daisy's been fine and I've been fine. Sometimes I wonder if it was stress or maybe barn dust messing with my head, but late at night, I still catch myself thinking, whatever it was, it stayed behind. I used to have a friend as a child, but it wasn't really a friend. When I was around 6 or 7 years old, I had what most people would probably call an imaginary friend. But looking back, it didn't really feel like that at all. She wasn't somebody I played with. I didn't feed her pretend meals or make her part of games. She didn't even have a name. I just called her Girl. I don't remember what she looked like exactly. I think she was just white, like a white figure. Not really detailed. So I do remember clearly. It's like the feeling of her presence. She was always there, and sometimes she would watch me while I played. Sometimes I felt like she was talking to me, but not in a way I can recall specific words or messages. It was more like a quiet awareness that somebody was near me. But it wasn't scary, not at all. I never felt afraid of her. I stopped seeing her around the age of 10. I don't remember a moment when she left. She just wasn't there anymore. And interestingly, I never missed her. I didn't feel sad or confused, and it was like she had quietly come and quietly gone. I only recently told a friend about this. She suggested it could have been a ghost or a spirit, which honestly kind of shook me. I never thought about it that way. It's weird now to realize that she didn't feel like somebody I created in my head. I just accepted her being there like she belonged there. The strangest part to me was that she had no name and no made-up personality. I've also always been the kind of person that animals are drawn to. People have even told me I give off witchy vibes, or that I have a strong energy, whatever that means. Has anybody else experienced something like this, or a presence in childhood that didn't feel like a game or a creation of imagination, but more like someone who was quietly with you? If you're lucky, that's your animal. Possible demonic encounter. To preface, I have had a few paranormal encounters in my life, but this is the only one I felt scared about afterwards. I say after, as the main encounter was in a dream. The night in question, I'd spotted a shadow person lurking outside of my home. I tried to catch pictures of it, but nothing came up on my phone camera. So seeing shadow people is a rare occurrence for me, but I've seen them before, and yeah, let's just say that, that night I went to bed feeling uneasy. I had this dream that night. I was in an only void, and a face appeared before me. It was huge, like Andros at the end of the old school Star Fox games. Its features were kind of distorted, and it almost looked like an anime character with huge red eyes and a narrow chin and a small mouth. It was just a head floating there. It looked right at me and started chanting, "Corpsey, corpsey, I'm gonna get ya," over and over again. Bit more sing-songy, but you get the point. I ran in my dream, the chanting getting louder until I snapped awake, breathing hard and covered with sweat. My wife started awake too, from my scream. I've never screamed awake before, and at the time, 5 years that we'd been together. It was all so real, and I didn't sleep at all the rest of the night. I felt eyes watching me from a dark corner for several nights after I saw shadow people around my home. I had a Wicca friend bless my home and do me some protection spells. that seemed to stop the shadow people. I know what you may be thinking. Maybe I just had some twisted nightmare about Cropsey, the hooked killer of Staten Island. But at that time, I had not heard of Cropsey. It wasn't until I was researching Cropsey that I found out about that. Or Corpsey. Well, you wrote Cropsey, so I said it. Next story. I saw my grandparents. All right, here it goes. So far, I've only told a few people because I was around 11 when I had this dream. A little backstory for my grandfather on my dad's side. His dad got sick and passed when I was 5. Now, fast forward back to age 11, I had a very vivid dream, standing outside of my grandparents' house. The front door opened and it was bright and, well, unnaturally bright. In the door frame, I see my grandfather and grandmother. They look at me and then embrace each other. After the embrace, they walked further into their home and the brightness was gone. I woke up and my mom's sensitive to these types of things, so I told her my dream and explaining details and what they wore and hairstyles and facial expressions. They were younger, I'm guessing around the age that they moved in that house. They had 10 kids. Yeah, 10. But it was the 50s and 60s, east side of Detroit. My mom believed me and I just went to school. A little shaken up about the dream. Like, why did I have this dream? Unfortunately, I found out after school. My dad called me and his voice was cracking, telling me my grandmother passed. I could almost drop the phone, but I knew my dad needed me. So we talked for a few more minutes and exchanged I love yous and hung up. At the funeral, portraits for her throughout her life were all over the room. Pictures I've never seen. Spent time with my grandma, but not that much at her house. The one that stood out to me was the picture of my grandfather and grandmother. They were wearing the same clothing as in my dream. I was questioning myself. Maybe I remember seeing a picture or how my grandfather looked. I couldn't describe him before that dream, yet after I could name all very detailed features. Even then, why did I have that dream that night? And why were they both in it? All the same details as a picture I'd never seen. The day my grandpa's chair wasn't empty. This has been kind of on my mind. I live in this old farmhouse my grandparents used to own. It does all the things maybe an old farmhouse might do, but this little bit was different. It was one of those days where my head felt like it was a vice. Been splitting wood all morning and I came inside just wanting to close my eyes for 10 damn minutes. My wife had gone into town with her daughter, so it was just me in the quiet. I lay down on the couch, boots still on, figuring I'd nap a little bit before dinner. There's this rocking chair in the corner of the living room. It belonged to my grandpa. He died in that same house, not in the chair though, but still. Nobody sits in it anymore. It just feels wrong, you know. Anyway, I'm half dozing, listening to the fridge hum, and the wind rattling the window. I hear the chair creak. At first, I tell myself old houses shift and wood does pop, but whatever. It doesn't stop. It's the sound of the chair rocking slow and steady, like someone real heavy sat down. I keep my eyes shut because I don't know, I didn't want to deal with it. Then I hear the sound of boots on the floor, not my boots. I know that sound. These were softer and heavier. And then, I swear to God, I felt like someone leaned down over me. I could smell that faint old tobacco smell my grandpa used to carry in his shirts. And I felt a forehead press against mine. Not gentle or either, firm. Like a dad checking if you're running a fever. Snapped my eyes open, ready to cuss my brother out. I thought he was screwing with me. The room was empty and the chair was still. Fan humming normally. Just me and the couch heart pounding. I keep telling myself I was dreaming, but the touch felt too solid and too there and hadn't even really drifted yet. Ever since, I avoid napping in that room. My wife thinks I'm being dramatic, but she wasn't there. My daughter asked me last week if Grandpa still smokes in the corner, and she's 6 and never saw him alive. Maybe it's an old house holding old memories. Animals behaving oddly. This thing happened about 6 weeks ago. Initially, I didn't really think anything of it. Only moments later, I thought, well, that was unusual. I wish I had photos or videos of this. I'm thinking there may be a way for me to get screen grabs with the help of the staff at my head office. And I'm a school bus driver, and one spring morning, late April, early Mayish, I'm driving my morning run. It would have been around 7:20 in the morning. It was bright, sunny, and clear. I was driving down a dirt road approaching my 4th stop. I noticed in the road just before my stop was a congregation of animals. A cat and her kitten, 2 rabbits, and 3 crows. They're all sitting in the road in a circle facing each other, like they're discussing something. As I approached, they all glanced up at me and moved off the road in different directions simultaneously. It wasn't until after I stopped to pick up my student that there's this thought, like, how odd was that? That afternoon, I told the young man I picked up at the stop what I had seen there in front of his house. The look he gave me was gold, a mixture of surprise, happiness, and intrigue, perhaps. It was really neat. He actually ended up moving the next week from that house. Now he has a bit of magic to remember it. Wouldn't exactly call this paranormal. I do have plenty of paranormal encounters, but they're all just stories. I have no evidence or proof. I can share these in another post if anybody's interested. This, however, well, I was in a school bus, and a school bus has cameras, and as long as the bus is running, the cameras are recording. So I could potentially ask somebody at my head office if they would be willing to look at the footage for my run of those days. Give me a screen grab. Even just to confirm that I'm not crazy and that it did happen. The experience hasn't left me. I think about it at least 3 times a week. It wasn't scary or spooky or traumatic, it was just odd and unusual. The kind of behavior I imagine now is responsible for the beloved stories like Peter Rabbit or Winnie the Pooh. Yeah. The night at Uncle Ray's place. This is kind of embarrassing, but also creepy as hell. A couple of years back, I was staying over at my Uncle Ray's old farmhouse, out in the sticks. He was gone for the weekend, said that I could watch his dog and just quote-unquote make myself at home. Big mistake. First night, everything felt normal. The dog, whose name was Buddy, was being his old loud self and just pacing around the kitchen. But later, he just froze in the hallway, hackles up, staring toward the back bedroom. I figured maybe raccoons outside the window or something. I checked and there was nothing and locked the door just in case. Anyway, I'm sitting in the living room scrolling on my phone and I swear I hear the mattress springs creak in the guest room. Like somebody just sat down, and Buddy heard it too. He whined, ran behind the couch, and I'm not proud of this, but I straight up bolted into the bathroom and locked myself in. Felt so stupid. Called my cousin. I told her I thought somebody broke in. She just laughed and was like, "Oh yeah, you're fine. That house does do weird stuff," which was not comforting. Here's the part that freaked me out the most. About 15 minutes later, I actually said out loud, "If anybody's here, make a sound." Which was dumb, I know, but about 2 minutes later, I hear 2 knocks on the wall behind the couch. I just froze and couldn't even move. When I finally worked up the guts, I took Buddy out of the back door for a walk, trying to shake it off. While I'm outside, I see my cousin's car pull up and she's running toward me like she's in a horror movie. She says she just saw somebody dart across the kitchen window when she came in. Nobody was in there when we checked. Later, she tells me this little girl used to live there before my uncle bought it, and apparently she wasn't right in the head. Did some cruel stuff to animals. Died young, I think. Folks around there said her name was Emma. The funny thing is that's my cousin's middle name. Never stayed there overnight again, but he still avoids that hallway whenever we visit. The thing in my grandma's house. For some context, my grandparents, we live very close to each other, my grandparents and I. Our houses are literally connected. My house is in the backyard, but it's a few meters away from her house. We have some space between the houses where a dog normally passes his time playing. But this time, he was inside. It was at 2:40, and I remember waking up because I heard him growling. It was incredibly loud. He even woke my dad from his dream too, and I called for my dad and he answered. We both knew that there was something wrong in the other house. And I was a bit scared because I thought that somebody had broken in, so I grabbed a metal bat that we had in the backyard and accompanied my dad as he locked the gate outside. When he walked to lock it in the lights in the backyard, suddenly it started flickering. Felt weird, and I mentioned to my dad, but he just got annoyed and said that I shouldn't mind it. We were now outside my grandparents' house. I was going to open the door in the back when my dad stopped me in my tracks. When I looked at him to ask why he just said call the dog, so I just did, and he came in bolting, just opening the door quickly and jumped on me. He seemed happy to see us. My dad pointed at the little house that he had on the backyard. Dog went there to sleep in there. A doghouse, I'm assuming. I was going to enter my grandparents' house now that the door was open, but my dad again stopped me and he just told me to close the door and to go back to our house. I obliged, but even after we went inside our home, I could still hear something moving on the other side. It felt kind of like a dog, and it was stretching and knocking some stuff. Couldn't really see it, but I heard all of it. And my room is in the connection between my grandparents' house and ours. So if there was someone there doing something, I could hear all of it. And even so, I still managed to get some sleep. When I woke up my dad, he mentioned that he went to see what was inside, and there was nothing. So I'm glad that there wasn't nobody trying to rob us yet. Still feel like there was someone, or more like something inside. The red flicker in the barn bathroom. Kinda weird, and honestly don't know what to make of it, but it's been bugging me all day. I was in the little bathroom out in our barn, and we fixed it up for when we're working out there, so it's not fancy, just a sink and a toilet. And this big old mirror that came from my grandma's house. If you stand at the sink, the mirror reflects the tiny window that's above the toilet. That window looks out at the pasture. Mostly oak trees, nothing unusual. Definitely no leaves this time of year. Anyway, I had my earbuds in listening to some old country song. While I was peeing, I saw this red glow in the mirror. It wasn't like sunlight or a glare, it was a perfect round red ball and dark red, like the color of fresh blood, if that makes sense. At first, I thought maybe it was sparks from the welder, because my brother sometimes works out there, but nobody was even around, and then I figured maybe a leaf had caught the light weird, but the thing was drifting too slow, almost like it was floating. I only saw it in the reflection, and the second I turned to look at the window itself, there was nothing, like completely empty, just the gray sky and the trees. And I should mention, last month I had this strange night in the house where I swore I wasn't alone. Just this heavy feeling, like someone watching. I actually said out loud that you need to go. Felt silly doing it. And then the air in the room got lighter, like instantly. Could have been in my head, but it was noticeable. Also, when I'm walking in the hallways at my mom's place last week, my boots were creaking and I kept hearing another set of steps right behind me. Not in sync, like somebody following. I spun around so fast my heart went nuts, but no one was there, and, well, that house has always had stories. But I've only personally heard footsteps twice in my life. So yeah, today, with the red thing, it shook me a little. I keep replaying it, trying to make sense of it. Trick of the mirror, or my eyes tired, or something else. Weirdest part is I can still picture it so clearly, just hanging there in the reflection like it was waiting. The man in the hallway. This happened last week. Haven't really talked about it out loud, so it's been sitting with me. I was on break at my job, nothing exciting, just a small grocery store and a small strip mall. Usually I'll go sit in my truck out back, windows cracked, and either scroll TikTok or just rest my eyes. That day I figured, I'll nap a little bit instead. Now for context, my uncle died of a stroke a few years ago. He was kind of a character and always wore these Hawaiian shirts no matter the season, and he had this booming laugh that you could hear halfway down the block. Anyways, he's been gone for a while, and honestly, I don't think about him every day or anything. So I doze off, and in the dream, I'm visiting my cousin at this hospital. It wasn't a regular, dingy county one, but something that looked like it belonged in some rich suburb with glass walls and weirdly quiet carpeted halls. Felt clean in that fake lemon way. I like that way. My cousin was fine, nothing serious, just in for some sort of a test, I guess. I go looking for his room, and when I find it, there's a guy standing there in the hallway. He wasn't dressed like my uncle at all. This dude had on sweatpants and a hoodie, kind of plain, and a beard going on. Taller than my uncle ever was. But the second he looked at me and said my name, I knew it was my uncle, like no hesitation, no, maybe it was him. It just wasn't in his body. He didn't say much, just kind of nodded and smiled that same crooked smile and told me, "You're doing fine." That's all. Then he stepped aside like he was letting me pass, and when I turned back after going into the room, he wasn't there anymore. I woke up with this lump in my throat, like I'd actually just seen him, not dreamed him. My hands were shaking a little bit, and since then, every time I go back to nap, I half expect to be having him wait for me when I wake up. I don't know, maybe it's just my brain making sense of stuff, but it felt heavier than that. Like he was wanting to stop by for a minute, and I just can't shake it. Ask Reddit. I lived in an old World War I military officer's house. I was with my family, and this house was built at the turn of the century. It was big and drafty, so it was full of creaks and groans. But I was not one to buy into the supernatural. One night I was at home alone sleeping. I woke up to a loud blast of this distorted noise coming from downstairs. I had no idea what the hell it could be. So I went downstairs and I found my dad's hi-fi system turned on to full blast on some untuned radio station. I thought this was weird because nobody ever switches to the radio, as mainly the record player and CD player got used. So I turned the volume all the way down, switched the settings back over to the CD player input. I turned the system off by pressing the button so it passes the descent and sticks out in the off position. I do a walk around downstairs, just to make sure nobody was home trying to mess with me. After about a half hour, I was still a little bit nerve-wracked and having a hard time falling asleep. Suddenly, that loud blast of distortion started up again, and I felt that sharp rush of adrenaline in my chest. I hesitated and I came to terms to what could be down there. I headed down the stairs slowly. Sure enough, the radio was switched back on with the volume to the max, tuned to some whacked-out station. I said out loud something along the lines of, "I know you're here and trying to tell me something. I just want you to know that I respect you and the house. I don't want any trouble, and I don't want you to harm my family." I proceeded to unplug the radio, and I went back to my room. Pretty much waited until morning. And from then on, never happened again. Moved out not too long after. But I kind of get the whole supernatural ghost thing now. Ghost at work. True story. This happened about 4 years ago. I was working in a popular jewelry shop in a shopping center. It was a late shift, probably 8:30 or 9. There was me and 2 other staff members on shift. A bit of background for the story. When you're in our shop, the only way to enter is the only way to enter the staff area. It's through one door. You can get to the small office through here, which has 2 doors. One that leads to a walkway to the toilet and onto the shop floor, and another that leads to the storage area. The storage area has automatic lights that can only turn on when you walk into the room. I was on the shift with 2 other women. Went out into the office to return some jewelry when I saw a woman's face looking back at me from behind the door of the storage area. And I could see about 3/4 of her face. The rest was covered with the door. Her facial expression was very still. She wasn't smiling, and she had an angry expression. She was staring at me. I looked away confused and looked back, and she was gone. The lights in the storage room were still off, which confused me, so I walked toward the room thinking it was one of my coworkers. As I started approaching the door, a loud crash sound came from behind me. I looked back at where it was coming from, thinking a tray of maybe charms had fallen or something. The tray we keep the charms and jewelry in aren't sealed. They're open at the top, and if you dropped, they could go everywhere. Trust me, I know from experience. When I looked behind me, the charms were all still on the shelf in their trays. I instantly got a sinking feeling because nothing had been moved. I then backed out of the office and went to the shop floor. That's where both my colleagues were. I know it wasn't my colleagues because if they'd come into our office, I would have seen them as the door was next to the office. And there was no explanation for what happened or who the lady I saw was, or what made the noise. So what do you guys think? The figure by the cornfield. So this is kind of weird, and I'm not sure if anybody will even believe me, but I swear it happened. Last summer, my nephew, he's 13 and thinks he's tough, poking around the shed out back and found this old slingshot my dad used to mess with raccoons. He strutted around like he'd found a treasure. Anyway, he goes stomping out toward the back porch, and right as he steps off the last board, he freezes. He said there was someone or something, tall, standing just by the edge of the corn. Whole body was pale, like blinding pale, except it had this darker patch across the chest, like a coat or something left open. Not much color anywhere else, just white like chalk white. Didn't even try to shoot it or anything, just dropped the slingshot and yelled, "Uncle Joe, what the hell is that?" He bolted inside, slammed the screen door so hard it popped off the hook, and I've never seen that boy scared of anything before. Snakes, storms, whatever. He's always laughing it off. But that night he was pale as paper. He swears as soon as the thing noticed him, it ran. Said it moved fast, like way too fast for a person. Headed straight into the corn. Later, when I went out to check, sure enough, there was this huge patch of stalks bent down, like something heavy had been rolling around there. Not neat, not like a deer bedding, or it was all messy and chewed up. And before anybody says it, yeah, we do get deer and coyotes too. Sometimes even a stray dog, and I've hunted all my life out here. This was none of those things. The corn was mashed flat in a wide circle, way bigger than anything I've seen an animal do. And we've been here almost 6 years, never saw anything like it. That night, though, every hair on my arm stood up when I walked back there. Just too quiet. Even the crickets weren't making noise. Maybe a trick of the light, maybe a spooked raccoon, but why the bent-down corn? The abandoned railway stop. So a couple of weeks ago, I ended up poking around this old train depot out in the middle of nowhere. It's one of those spots people in town joke about, but nobody actually goes to anymore. Like your classic roof half caved in, weeds pushing through the cracked floor, that kind of thing. At first it was just, creepy in the way an empty building is. Dust and broken glass, a couple of birds fluttering out of nowhere. But then while I was walking through the main hall, I swear the air just changed. Heavier, like breathing through a wet blanket. Thought maybe it was mold or something, but I didn't feel right. Lightheaded and kind of floaty, like I'd stood up too fast. There were these old benches lined up against the wall, and one of them sat like this busted-up suitcase. Nothing special, just leather peeling and a broken handle. But for some reason I couldn't stop staring at it. It honestly felt like it was staring back at me. I know that doesn't make sense. It's a suitcase, but every time I shifted, I felt watched. I mumbled something about not feeling good, and this guy who'd come along with us, a friend of a friend, he perked up and said he'd been seeing little flickers out of the corner of his eye since we walked in. Shadows that disappeared when he turned. Hearing him say that made my stomach knot up. Like, okay, it's not just me losing it. We left pretty quick after that. Outside, the air felt lighter and normal again, but I couldn't shake the feeling something in there didn't want us poking around. Weirdest part is, later that night when I was lying in bed, I could still picture that suitcase, like it had burned itself into my brain. I don't know, maybe it was just mold or maybe it was nerves. But I've been in plenty of old places before and never felt anything like that. I won't be going back, that's for sure. The Old Creek Trail. This happened like 3 years ago. Maybe 2.5, I can't remember exactly. But it was late October because the leaves were doing that really dramatic orange thing. Yeah, real dramatic. I live in this small town in Kentucky near a bunch of hollers and old farms that are mostly abandoned, and there's a trail by the creek that I used to walk when I needed to clear my head. It's not official, just a path people and deer carved out over time. That day I was alone, headphones in my hoodie pocket because they died, so I could actually hear everything. The wind was pushing leaves around, and every now and then I'd hear water splashing from the creek. And at some point I heard a sharp crack, like a stick breaking. I froze because there aren't many people out there, and if there are, they're usually carrying a rifle. I turned and swear I saw someone, well, not someone, more like a little figure dart behind a tree. It wasn't a hunter, not in camo or blaze orange. This thing was in this old brown coat, kind of like what you'd imagine in a pioneer reenactment. Hood pulled up and it ran in this weird skipping way. Thought my brain was tricking me, honestly. I even laughed to myself like, great, I'm seeing goblins now. But I couldn't shake it. I went home pretty quick after that, just kind of unsettled, and my cousin came over that night, and when I mentioned it, he didn't laugh. He said there have been stories about little people in the woods around here forever. My grandma used to talk about them too. I always figured that was just folklore she carried from her side of the family. And I don't know what I believe. I mean, I go to church and all that, so part of me kind of feels weird even saying this out loud. But I know I saw something that didn't fit. And every time I walk past that spot, I catch myself glancing around, like maybe I'll see that hood again. Probably nothing, probably just my eyes playing tricks, and still, haven't walked that trail alone since. The thing in my grandpa's barn. This has been on my mind ever since I was talking with my cousin last week. We grew up spending summers at my grandpa's farm in southern Missouri, sort of in the middle of nowhere. It was always fun during the day, riding four-wheelers and helping him feed the cows. But at night, man, that barn was the creepiest place on earth. One summer, I must have been around 10, and me and my cousin both swore we saw these glowing orange-red eyes peeking out from the hayloft. Not like a cat or raccoon. I know what those look like. These were bigger and wider apart, and they didn't blink, just staring. And the weird part is, the loft didn't have any lights in it. No windows that face that direction. There's no way for cars, lights, or anything to shine through it. We didn't tell my grandpa right away because he would have just said we were city kids scaring ourselves. But later that night, my cousin couldn't shut up about it. He kept repeating, "They weren't blinking, man. They weren't blinking." I laughed it off, but honestly, I was terrified. Years later, we brought it up as adults at a family get-together, and my aunt, who used to live in that same house before us, straight up said she remembered seeing the same eyes in that barn when she was a teenager. She had simply thought it was her imagination back then, but when we told her what we saw, she went pale, like she wouldn't even go near the barn the rest of that trip. I don't know what the hell it was. Maybe some animal I've never seen, maybe something else. I try to convince myself it was just a kid's mind playing tricks, but then I think about how we all saw it years apart. And every time I smell hay, it comes back to me. That frozen feeling, like something was watching us from the dark. I'm still thinking about that pie that wakes you up that guy was talking about 2 stories earlier. The barn house thing. Not to sound nuts, but here goes anyway. My grandma, she left me her old farmhouse in southern Ohio, middle of nowhere. Places always felt heavy, like walking into a room right after people had a fight, except nobody's there. I don't really spook easy, but after moving in, I started getting these dreams. Not random ones either, like someone was trying to shove a message into my head. Always dark and always the same vibe, like twisted and watching. One weekend, my buddy went back home, and I stayed out there alone. Woke up around 3 or 4 in the morning, pitch black with crickets outside. And I swear I didn't see it, but I knew something was standing by the bed, not a person, not even close. I got this mental image of something all bent up like a man's sheep, but wrong and just black as tar. I felt like it wanted me to look right at it. During the day, it's not much better. I'll be shaving or cooking eggs and feel eyes on me. Once it nudged my coffee mug right in front of me, like plunk. My dog, who's usually chill, growled at a corner. Solid 5 minutes. And it's weird, but the smoke alarm thing goes off for no damn reason. No fire, no dust, no nothing. It's gone off so many times I've had the volunteer fire guy show up laughing at me. Still, it goes off at 2 a.m. even after I checked it twice. Turns out the barn, I guess it burned down in the 70s, the one out back. A neighbor said 2 drifters died sleeping in there. Folks don't talk about it much. I don't know if it's them or something else or my brain just winding me up, but every time I try to brush it off, it cranks up, like it wants me scared. I'm not saying I believe 100%, but I'll be honest, I don't sleep easy out there anymore. Well, I hope somebody's sleeping easy. Right now, as you're hearing this. Because it's not me. See ya, sweet dreams. The old diner job. This was a while back, maybe 10 years ago. I was working at this little roadside diner in Pennsylvania. Nothing glamorous, greasy plates, coffee pots that never stopped burning, and those boots with the red vinyl that always stuck to the back of your legs if it was hot. I kind of liked it, though. Folks who came in were regulars and truckers mostly, and me and the other servers had our little inside jokes about who ordered the same pie every Tuesday, or who always left the tiniest tip. Anyway, I was really into fishing at the time. I'd get off my shift around midnight and drive out to this creek. Just sit under the stars with my line in the water and listening to crickets. Talked about it a lot at work, probably too much, but anybody knew, or rather, everyone knew that I wasn't pouring coffee. I was out by the water. Then I get this dream, and the weirdest thing is just 3 words. Leave, leave, leave. Woke up with my heart racing like I'd been running. I brushed it off at first, but the words stuck in my head all day. The next shift I walked in, hung up my apron halfway through, told my boss I was done. Didn't even know why, I just left. A couple of months later, I run into one of the cooks at the gas station. Tells me the owner and some of the staff got busted. Apparently, there was this whole mess of money laundering and stolen cash running through the place. Big, ugly situation. Some of the people I'd worked side by side with were right in the middle of it. While they were sneaking money around, I'd been chatting away about how I spend my nights fishing, pulling my own catch out of the water. I don't know why, but it hit me like how weird it was. Like my little hobby mirrored what they were doing, but in this crooked way. That dream probably kept me out of something nasty. I'm not saying it was supernatural, but sometimes it feels like something had my back just whispering, "Get out." And I did. The Man by the River. This might sound dumb, but when I was like 12, I used to sneak down to the river behind my aunt's place. It was one of those, little towns where nothing really happens, so I'd just sit there skipping rocks. Anyway, every time I went, I'd see this man, super tall, bony, and bald head, shining, like he had just shaved it, just standing in the trees across the water. He never moved, never waved, nothing, just watched. At first, I thought it was some neighbor, or maybe one of those old hunters who hang around too long, but he was always there at night like clockwork, and it wasn't just me. I swear, once I saw my cousin staring at the same spot, even though she wouldn't admit it later. When I'd freaked out, I had this weird, thing, I guess, where I'd sort of zone out. I'd close my eyes, and then I wasn't by the river anymore. I'd feel like I was floating over the fields past the houses with their porch lights, just drifting until I wasn't scared anymore. Sometimes I'd see other people drifting too, like shadows going the same way. I don't know if that makes sense. By the time I hit high school, it shifted. I didn't see the riverman anymore. Instead, I started bumping into dead relatives in my dreams. My uncle who passed away in a car wreck and my grandma who smelled like lilacs. They'd be in the kitchen or out in the yard like it was totally normal. And the weirdest part is one summer this old neighbor lady, super churchy, always wearing house dresses, called me inside while I was riding my bike, and she poured me a glass of warm milk and made a drink while she prayed over me. I didn't think much of it then, just figured she was being weird like always, but after that, no more floating and no more riverman, no more nothing. I still wonder sometimes, if she hadn't made me drink that milk, would I still be slipping out of myself at night? Would I still see him waiting by the trees? Has anybody else had something like this just stop all of a sudden, like somebody flipped a switch? The lantern in the barn. It's like a barn bonanza today. So this happened back when I was 11 or 12. I was out in my grandparents' farm in Iowa. They had this old barn that nobody used anymore, kind of leaned to one side with broken boards and bird nests all over. I used to go out there anyway because kids don't care about tetanus, I guess. One afternoon, I'm poking around, just kind of stacking up some rusty coffee cans I found, when out of nowhere, a metal oil lantern, like those old heavy ones, they slid right off of a beam and slammed into the dirt like 2 feet away from me. Only thing is, there wasn't any shelf or ledge up there it could have been sitting on. It was just rafters and cobwebs. I remember just standing there with my mouth open thinking maybe a raccoon pushed in. But it was way too heavy for that. Bolted back to the house, told my grandma, and she just said, well, the barn's got memories of its own. Kept shucking corn like she didn't even hear me properly. The second thing I don't really remember myself, but my cousin swears by it. It was the week after my grandpa died, and I guess I was playing by myself in the living room. I was talking to somebody who wasn't there. Cousin said I was looking at the empty recliner and saying things like, I'll tell Grandma, and okay, I'll feed the cats. Then apparently I hummed a little tune my grandpa used to whistle when he was outside doing chores. I don't recall any of that. But my cousin said it freaked him out pretty badly. I tried to make sense of it over the years, and I don't think it was my grandpa, honestly. He wasn't sentimental in life. Don't know why he'd stay after. Part of me thinks farms just had this heavy feeling. All those years of people living and working and dying there, like it had to let something out once in a while. I don't know. It's not like anything else weird happened, just those couple of times. And then it was quiet again. The TV that didn't listen. Okay, so I don't usually post stuff like this, but this has been bugging me. I live in this little farmhouse outside of town. It's not fancy. It's got white paint peeling and a screen door, and it squeaks like hell. The place was fixed up sometime in the 90s, but is old underneath. Anyway, I moved in about a week ago. It was just me, my old hound, and a whole lot of creaky floorboards. The first weird thing happened with the dog. He's not the nervous type, but that first night he wouldn't come down the hall near the bathroom. He just froze with his tail tucked looking at the door like he expected something to step out. I figured maybe he smelled a raccoon or something. But the bathroom window was shut. Later I swore I heard a yelp in there, sharp and high like a puppy, even though my dog was sitting next to me the whole time. I told myself it was the pipes, but pipes don't sound like that. Then there's the TV. A couple of days ago, I'd been watching some dumb cooking show before bed. I turned it off, put the remote on the coffee table, went to brush my teeth. Come back out, and the TV is on. Not just on, it's streaming some old crime show I've never watched in my life. Volume low, like somebody didn't want to wake me. I checked my phone, checked the Roku app, checked everything. No one else has the login, and the weirdest part is the remote was still on the table right where I'd left it. I laughed it off, and I just said out loud, all right, very funny, but don't buy anything on my account. Felt stupid talking to thin air, but it's easier than the alternative, right? The dog didn't care. He just curled up on the rug and went to sleep. And that almost makes me feel better, like if it was something bad he'd know, because animals always know. Still, I've unplugged the TV every night since, just in case. My dog has no idea. Except feed me. Light beings encountered. As we're all locked down and have a lot of time in our hands, I decided I would try and share some of my personal experiences with the paranormal. I also have decided to share them simply because no matter how good my memory is, some of these events were 5 or 10 years ago. I'd like to have these written down so I don't forget them. I have had various encounters with the paranormal throughout my life. I thought that I'd start with a dream that was more akin to an out-of-body experience. This experience took place in my mid-20s, and I'm 32 now. It had been a thoroughly unremarkable day. I went to work, came back, and chilled out for the evening, as most of us do. But upon going to sleep, however, I found myself to be dreaming lucidly and had the most intense feeling of fear come over me. Very hard to articulate my actual state of being, but it felt like I was disconnected in some way. I was in some kind of a room with a grayish metallic wall and floor. I was surrounded by humanoid beings, made out of what appeared to be translucent light. To put it mildly, I started panicking. One of the beings actually started speaking and said, "You're not alone," in an attempt to placate me, I would assume. Well, this didn't work. I shouted back, "Yes, I am, I'm alone." And these exchanges went back and forth, and I found a deep rage building inside me. Pretty much screamed out, and absolute blinding light enveloped me and everything around me, and I woke up completely dumbfounded. A couple of points to note would be that, as absurd as it sounds, I don't think I was in an out-of-body experience during this, but I have absolutely no way of verifying that. And I would really appreciate people's opinions on this. Happy to answer any questions, and I'll share more experiences provided that people want to read them. I have come across a load of weird things in my life. The thing in the grain silo. So this is kind of weird to type out, but here goes. I grew up in Kansas, real flat farmland all around. You could see a storm coming for hours before it would hit. Back then, me and my cousin used to kill time by wandering around old barns and empty silos on the edge of our grandparents' property. Dumb kid stuff, you know. One afternoon, we were hanging around this busted-up grain silo that nobody used anymore. It smelled like rust and pigeons. The floor was littered with corn husks from forever ago. We were just throwing rocks at tin cans, talking about random things. And at some point, my cousin went quiet, like dead quiet, and just stared upward. I followed his eyes, and man, I didn't even know how to explain it. There was something clinging to the inside wall of the silo, way up by the metal ribs. It wasn't a bird, it wasn't a raccoon, and I swear it looked like this long, pitch-black thing with too many elbows. 3 of them, maybe 4. I couldn't keep count, it was moving real slow, but not in a natural way, like each joint bent wrong. The head, or what I think was the head, was shaped like a lopsided diamond. Just kind of tilted at us, like it was trying to see. No eyes that I could make out, just shadow. We freaked and we didn't even run at first. We stumbled into each other, dropped the cans, tripped over the husks. Then we finally bolted all the way back to the house. My uncle thought we were high or making it up, but my cousin and I, we both described it the same. Word for word, pretty much. The next day we went back with flashlights, because we were dumb and curious. But of course, nothing was there, just pigeons flapping out and dust in the beams of light. Still, whenever I drive past that old silo, even now as an adult, can't help but glance up at the walls inside, just in case. Something explodes in my head when I try to sleep. And it's not a dream. This started about 15 years ago. I was lying in bed almost asleep. That's when I heard a deafening bang, like a door slammed right next to my ear. I sat up in pure panic, heart racing. Everyone else in the house was asleep. Nothing had fallen, nothing had moved. There was no sound, but it felt like it happened inside my head. At first, I thought it was some kind of a dream, but it kept happening, always when I was about to fall asleep or drifting in and out of sleep. Sometimes it was loud, like a thunderclap. Sometimes someone screaming my name or yelling something completely random, like, "Wake up or eat my muscles with vinegar." Yeah, really. Over the years, the sounds changed. Hopefully the subjects as well. And recently, it's more like an electric shock in my head. It's intense, with a wave that sometimes spreads to my chest or arm. I've even felt it build up like a pressure in the back of my skull. And if I move, it disappears, only to restart moments later. Almost like something is charging. I later discovered it's called exploding head syndrome, which sounds fake, but it's real, and surprisingly common. Still, part of me wonders, why can't I feel it build up before it strikes? Why do the voices sometimes sound so real? Why do some people experience it once in their life and others for decades? Has anybody here ever experienced something like this, or something that goes beyond the medical explanation? Only recently heard about that myself. The name of it's a bit jarring. I'm sharing a room with a ghost. I'm a travel nurse working in Germany. I just came last week to a new contract in a retirement home that recently opened. I was given a room of a resident that passed away. I have no problems with that. Death is just a continuation of life. But my first night here, I heard breathing next to me. I brushed it off as maybe half-open window that I closed shortly after. But the breathing continued for some time before it stopped. Today, as I was getting ready for a shift, I sat down into the living room. I'm here alone. I have the master key, and the key from the other residents won't work on my door. I'm inside of my room the entire morning before this happened. There's no way I could have brought this with me. Yet I was at the table for 10 minutes drinking coffee when I got up to brush my teeth. As I came back to the room, on the table where I was sitting, there was a green medication cup that I swear to everything I hold sacred wasn't there 2 minutes earlier. It was empty and just there, like somebody just put it down after taking their pills. I was telling this to my coworker, and she interrupted me before I could even finish and asked, "Is it the cup, like the green cup?" I showed her the photo that I took, and she said that the resident that died there only had medication in the green cup. Morning is yellow cup, midday is blue cup, evening is green cup, and night is red cup. His name was Klaus. He died 2 months ago from cancer at the age of 89. His wife lived next door to me, and she's 87. They moved in together 2 years ago, but after Klaus passed, she moved to a smaller room. The barn cat thing. So, this might sound dumb, but it's been on my mind, and I live out at my grandpa's old farm. Nothing fancy, just a couple of sheds, an old red barn, and too many raccoons. Anyway, I've got this cat named Daisy. She's one of those half-feral barn cats that kind of adopted me instead of the other way around. Lately, she's been doing this weird thing. Every night around the same time, like 11, maybe closer to midnight if I lose track, she sits by the barn door and just wails. Not the regular hungry meow or the let me in kind. It's long and drawn out, almost like she's calling for something. Sometimes she scratches at the wood too, like she's desperate. So I'd go out there with the flashlight, thinking maybe a raccoon's messing with her or something. But as soon as I show up, there's nothing. She goes dead quiet, looks at me like I'm the crazy one, just slinks off like she was never making a sound. And it happened 4 nights in a row. Part that gets me, though, is my grandpa used to tell me the barn was quote-unquote busy. Never explained it, just laughed it off, but he'd keep the doors locked after dark, even though there's nothing worth stealing in there. Never thought much about it, but last night when Daisy was doing her crying thing, I swear, I heard not voices exactly, but a low hum from inside. Could have been wind through the boards, I don't know. I shined the flashlight inside and there was nothing. Just empty hay and shadows. And there's probably nothing right. Well, old wood creaks and cats are dramatic. Maybe she's just hearing mice or something. But it's the way she stops the second I show up, like whatever she's meowing at disappears when I'm there. Can't shake the thought that maybe Grandpa wasn't just joking when he said the barn was busy. Anyway, I'm probably overthinking it. Cat's back at the door tonight like clockwork, and I'm sitting here pretending I don't hear her. Watching me sleep. I was house/dog sitting for some friends, and whenever I house sit for them, I never sleep well. I figure it's because of the type of bed, and it's a new environment, and because I'm not used to sleeping with a dog on the bed. About a month ago, when I house sat for them, by the second day I was running on maybe 3 cumulative hours of sleep. I got back after board game night at another friend's house. It was around 9:30. I wasn't even close to tired, but I knew I needed to sleep. So I cuddled up on the couch with the dog and put in a mindless movie. And after a while, I would start nodding off, but then my mind and body would jolt me awake like I wasn't even allowed to sleep. Like I needed to stay alert for some reason. Finally, around 10:45, I fell asleep. And after sleeping for a bit, I woke up super groggy and looked at my phone. It was only 11:50. For context, the style of the house I was watching is super open. A bunch of big windows and 2 sets of sliding glass doors. After I checked my phone, I looked up to see if the movie I'd been watching was over. When I looked up, I saw a man looking at me through the window on the right side of the TV. I immediately covered my head with the blanket. Within seconds, I realized, oh wait, maybe it's somebody who's staying at the Airbnb and I just woke up because they were trying to get my attention. The owners of the house have a mother-in-law suite detached from the house, which they rent on Airbnb, and it's not uncommon for guests to bother me with questions. And when I house sit, so I uncovered my head and looked at the window again. The man was gone. I turned on all the outside lights and looked to see if I saw any motion on the Airbnb, but there was nothing. And I made sure everything was locked. I went to lay down in the guest bedroom, didn't sleep though. Weird walk. I'm an 18-year-old male, and I live in a small suburban city close to Warsaw. Today, after I finished studying, my dad advised me to go on a walk so I could sleep better. I'm a very active person, so I've listened to him and went out. It was around 8:30 when I left my home. I wanted to go by my basic route, how I do it always, and did. Right after I closed the gate, I took out my AirPods, and they were dead. I thought that it's a sign that I should go and listen to sounds of trees and wind. When I was walking, I had a weird feeling like someone or something was watching me. So I was looking behind me every time I heard something. It's really strange because I never fear like anything, but it was different. Went by my local church and I saw a priest. We both exchanged a few words. My walk after was completely normal. However, I still felt a bit anxious. When I turned into the main street of my town, I saw two people walking in front of me. They were walking straight as I was. I was about 200, 300 meters behind them. I then cut the distance. I think I was about 30 or 40 feet behind them. That's when the whole situation gets creepy, and I don't understand it. Suddenly I heard a dog barking behind me. I turned my head to see the dog, and right after I turned my head in the previous position, I didn't see these two people. There was a turn to the right, but I didn't see them as I walked past it. They couldn't have gone straight because I would have seen them. Another theoretical option was that they went by the gate, but the weirdest thing is that there is no sound of closing. Does anybody have any idea what might I have encountered? I'm going to pray today so that whatever it was won't try to find me. My possible abduction experience. To begin with, I have no history of sleepwalking or sleep paralysis. I do, however, have a history of seeing strange objects in the sky, usually near my home. This goes back to my childhood, and it's a deep hole to dive into, so I'm going to share my most recent experience. This occurred in 2017, and I live in northwest Alabama, surrounded by fields and wooded forests. I went to bed rather late this night. If I recall, it was about 1 in the morning. My wife was still watching a TV show in another room. A few moments after lying down, I began to see a red light illuminating my bedroom window, and I stared at it, trying to think of what it could be. Next, I heard a sound in what I thought was the kitchen. It sounded like a pan hitting the floor or wobbling on its edge. It made a warbling sound. The strange this was, the sound would not stop. Aggravated by the sound, I started to go in to investigate, and I assumed my wife was struggling with something. I raised up, and then I immediately was lifted above the bed, and I can't recall how high above the bed I was, but I can vividly remember the pain I was in. My back was arched in a very painful way. I was attempting to scream for my wife, but I have no voice. I don't know how long it lasted, but I was eventually back in my bed still in pain. When approaching my wife, I was disoriented. I struggled to walk and maintain my balance. Given my childhood, I immediately thought, well, they found me. It had been years since anything had happened. But obviously, I'm scared it'll happen again. And that was 5 years ago, so I'm terrified that it's coming soon. If anybody can help, it'll be greatly appreciated. The Lady in the Barn. Years ago, I was feeding the horses late, like almost midnight. We had this old wooden barn out back, the kind that creaks when there's no wind. I remember I was half asleep just throwing hay, thinking about how I should have done it earlier. Anyway, I had this weird nudge, like, I don't know how to explain it, like when you feel someone behind you even though nobody is. So I looked up toward the loft, and I swear I saw this woman standing there. Not on the floor, though. More like balanced on the top rail where no person should be standing. Her arms are stretched wide, not like she's trying to scare me, but more like displaying something. And then she did this thing. Raised her arms up, kind of like the way you start a jumping jack or when kids imitate birds. Then she was gone, and just gone. No sound, no shadow, no nothing. It was maybe a second, maybe two, but enough that I dropped that damn hay fork. My first thought was, I'm overtired and it's nothing. But it didn't feel like nothing. Went back inside trying to shake it off, and my wife is still up knitting on the couch. She gave me that look like she knew something was off, and I didn't want to say it, but I asked her, "You notice anything weird tonight?" She hesitated, which freaked me out more than if she'd said no. She finally told me that when she went into her daughter's room earlier, there was this pinkish glow near the dresser. Not headlights, not a toy light, just a strange soft flash that faded. She almost didn't say anything because she thought maybe she was overtired too. We just sat there in silence after that, like neither of us wanted to push it further. I still don't know what to make of it. The barn's long gone now, collapsed into a storm. But sometimes I wonder if that woman's still out there, arms stretched wide and waiting. I think my dad is haunting me. Advice. So lately, my wife and I have been going through a hard time with COVID such. I've been very stressed, and my wife and I have noticed a couple of strange things happening around her apartment. These include phantom smells and cold spots and objects moving without us remembering to move them, or without us remember moving them. Excuse me. Now here's some backstory. My dad passed away in 2007 from cancer. We were always very close, and I had to relearn how to live without his guidance and friendship. I keep a small vial of his ashes along with a photo of him, so he'll always be near me. This is placed on a shelf in my living room, along with some family photos. My apartment is right next to a large power substation. We've always had an inkling that there might be a lot of paranormal energy around. Now, since I've been going through this stressful time, I've really been feeling like he's... God, my voice. I've really been feeling like he's been around. I keep smelling his cologne, a scent he always wore, and wore the same scent throughout my life. I associate it with him because it comes and goes, mainly when I'm really feeling down. Other things are, well, some things that were his that I inherited get moved on occasion. Do you think that it's my dad or something malevolent? I was thinking of getting a spirit box to see if I can contact him. We tried to do EVP, but it's too noisy in our apartment to get a decent soundscape. Is there any danger in using a spirit box? I'm not going to use a Ouija board. Those things scare the crap out of me, so that's out. It would mean a lot to me if it was my dad, knowing that he's keeping an eye out for me. Something behind me. During the start of COVID-19, we were practically caged into our homes, and my friends and I found asylum from the boredom and loneliness by playing online games. We'd play from afternoon to sunrise on most days. And during this time, I lived with my mother in a small studio apartment, just a gaming laptop, a small table, and a bed behind me. Every night while I play games with the boys, I always tend to look behind me. I keep feeling how I thought somebody was calling me, like my mother, constantly throughout the night. And every night I tend to look back as I keep hearing somebody call on to me. And sometimes I'd look back because it feels like someone was behind me. And maybe I would have woken up my mother from all the noise while playing. Sometimes I'd look into the direction of the comfort room. That's where we keep the door a little bit open, as if something could be there. It was always a constant feeling, and I'd have to endure every night. I wanted to discuss this with my mother, but our family's pretty religious. My mother, like my grandparents, they're the type to dismiss such stories and experiences as nothing but mere, imagination or lack of faith. A few months later, when it was a little bit more relaxing during the pandemic, my mother and I moved to a bigger apartment. Casually during dinner, I brought up the experiences I've been having in our last apartment. Honestly, expecting the usual answers, I was pretty shocked when my mother added on to my story instead. She said at times she'd be woken up by, my noise at night, but would endure it. She was scared to confront me because she feels like there's something behind me all the time during those times. as if a dark, tall shadow was behind me. She didn't just see this once or twice, but for the whole 6 months of lockdown. After that, I never stayed up late gaming with the lights off again. The Thing by the Barn. I live out in a small town, kind of middle of nowhere. My bedroom window faces the old barn on my parents' property. It's half collapsed, roof caved in years ago. So it's basically just a big shadowy skeleton sitting in the field. Anyway, for the past few months when I'm trying to sleep, I keep waking up in this weird way where I can't move. Like my chest feels heavy, like someone's sitting on me or pressing down. Sometimes I swear I can hear something dragging in the dirt outside, like a shovel scraping our boots. But when I look, there's nothing. And the worst is when I feel this tug on my ankle like somebody's trying to pull me down on the bed. I can't stand it. I live alone in that room, door locked, no one else around. The other night it got real bad. I woke up, couldn't breathe right. Something was sucking the air out of me. I could see the barn through the window, just blacker than black. And I got this absolute gut feeling that something was standing in there watching me. Not moving, just waiting. Couldn't even convince myself it was a dream because my dog, he sleeps at the foot of the bed and he's growling low, like really deep, staring at the window. He never does that. Sometimes I think maybe it's just my head messing with me or stress or whatever. But then why does my dog act weird too? He won't go near the barn during the day either. Just stands there whining if I try. My grandma used to say things like, get stuck in old places. Like barns and wells. I don't know if I believe in that stuff, but lately I'm not so sure. Sorry if this rambled, I just had to get it out somewhere. Anybody else ever feel like something's literally pulling them when they're asleep? The Thing on the Dirt Road. This might sound dumb, but it stuck with me. I was 13. Me and my cousin used to mess around with our bikes on this dirt road near my grandma's place. It wasn't really a road anymore, more like a half-forgotten trail with weeds growing up in the middle. We'd race down it and try to skid out at the end, stupid kid stuff. One summer evening it was hot, and I remember because the sweat made my shirt stick to my back. I let my cousin go first, and he's pedaling hard down the road, and I'm just standing there with a stick, trying to whack his back. At least when he zoomed past, which was our version of fun. He takes off around the bend, and I'm waiting, and that's when I see, I don't even know how to say it right. There was this tiny figure, like a kid-sized one, but not, coming toward me on some kind of, toy car. Maybe one of those plastic ride-ons. But it was moving way too fast for something like that. At first I thought it was another neighborhood kid. But then I noticed the face. Big wide grin, teeth that didn't look right. Eyes that just looked too alert, too fixed on me. I froze. It started circling me in the dirt and wheels kicking up dust round and round. My cousin came back around the bend a second later and yelled, "The heck is that?" I know he saw it too. That thing stopped, turned its head real slow, and then just shot off into the woods, still grinning. We never saw it again. This was like 20 years ago now. We still bring it up sometimes, laugh about it sometimes. But honestly, when I think too hard, I get that same crawling feeling in my spine. Like something's still watching from the trees, and yeah, it's dumb, but every time I walk that way, I speed up a little bit just in case. We wonder if our son sees my grandmother. I was always skeptical about things like this. but I also hear a lot of stories about small babies seeing things. So yesterday, I got a call from my mom with an information that my grandmother passed away in the evening. Different country. She adored my son, who's 15 months old now. And he was the most important person in her life since she found out about pregnancy. Well, your pregnancy, I bet. I went to work this morning, came back before 6 p.m. My son visited me in the kitchen, skyling and hugging me. Then looked behind me and started waving, saying, "Papa," which means bye-bye. I turned around and asked what he's doing, and my wife said he's doing this since I left this morning. Looking at the corners of the rooms, waving and saying "Papa," and just to note, till now he was waving with Papa only when he was waving for goodbye. He was even doing this in the garden when we were playing outside. He even stopped once before in our bedroom, looked inside, and ran straight to my wife being scared. She said he's constantly running to her, wants to be hold, and then he waves again to X point and says "Papa." Even if I'm not fully convinced, as I never believed in stuff like that, I have a feeling somehow my grandmother came to visit him for the last time, as he was very important to her in life in the last 2 years. The night my brother saw me. I don't usually post stuff, but I can't stop thinking about it. Last winter, my brother swore up and down that I came into his room around 3 in the morning. He told me later at breakfast, all casual, like, "Why were you standing by my closet last night?" I just froze because I wasn't in there. And at that time, I was sitting in the kitchen wide awake scrolling on my phone because I couldn't sleep. I even remember the sound of the fridge kicking on. He said it didn't talk, it just stood there kind of leaning like I do when I'm half asleep. He thought maybe I needed something, but I just walked back out after a minute. Thing is, the floorboards are strange, so when you move around upstairs, I never heard a thing. He's only 9, so part of me wanted to say he was dreaming. But he was so sure, like describing the hoodie I wore the day before, down to the stain on my sleeve. That part really freaked me out because I'd hung that hoodie on the back of my chair in my room. Wasn't the first time either. When we were younger, he used to say that he saw me come into his room at night. Back then I'd laugh and say he was imagining stuff. Now I don't know. I mean, I don't believe in ghosts, well, not really, but I also can't explain how he saw me where I wasn't. Maybe sleepwalking or doppelganger or just a really detailed dream. I keep trying to laugh it off, but sometimes when I walk past his room late at night, I catch myself checking the closet corner, like maybe I'll see me. The man at the barn window. A little bit strange to type out, but I've been thinking about it all day, so. Back when I was 7 or 8, we lived on this old farm property my grandparents used to own. Like the other barns, it smelled like hay all the time. The windows rattled when trucks went by on the road, and my room was at the back facing the barn. At night, I'd sometimes wake up and see this figure at the window, always the same. Tall, shoulders kind of sloped, wearing what looked like one of those wide-brimmed hats. I couldn't see details, just a dark outline against the moonlight. He never came in, never moved closer, just stood there like he was checking on me. I remember pulling the blanket over my face so many times, convinced maybe if I'd looked again, he'd be gone. But sometimes he wasn't gone. He'd still be there, just standing. And here's the thing, though. I wasn't exactly scared of him. Creeped out, yeah, but didn't feel like he wanted to hurt me. Almost the opposite, like he was just watching, making sure I was okay. Other thing is, my sister, she admitted later that she used to see him too. She said he'd be out by the barn door for her, just leaning like he was waiting. Never told each other when it was happening because we thought we'd sound crazy. And that was around the time my dad lost his job and there's a lot of yelling in the house. Mom cried a lot in the kitchen when she thought we were asleep, and looking back, I can't help but wonder if the figure had something to do with all that. Like he only showed up when things were really rough. Sometimes I laugh about it now, like, what kind of ghost just hangs around in a hat doing nothing? But every once in a while, when I wake up in the middle of the night, I swear I still half expect to see him at the window. The Pale Human, a personal experience. This happened in the early 2000s. I was walking up the street with my sister one day. It was when we were kids. And up our road, there used to be this karate school behind a small plaza, still there as of today. When we were walking by it, we noticed this great and small cellar door that was between some flowers. It was planted in front. We both decided to open it up and see what was down there. When we did, we noticed a pale person sitting down below with their head tucked between their knees. They were covered in cobwebs, and I noticed also that they were completely hairless. We called down and asked if they were okay, and when we did, the quote-unquote person looked up at us slowly. I felt my heart drop when I noticed they had no facial features whatsoever. Eyes, mouth, nose, eyebrows. I also noticed they were slowly becoming more pale and luminescent. My sister went pale and screamed as she had started running away. I closed the grate and ran as well. Eventually went back there, and when I did, I saw down there was just cobwebs and nothing else. Until this day, I still question what it was that I saw. A couple of things to add. We were young and didn't have phones at the time. It was later in the day, so nobody was around. We told her mom, but she didn't believe us, really. The hole was about maybe 10 or 11 feet deep and cave-like. I went back there years later with my best friend and uncovered the grate, and at this point the karate school shut down, and there's now dirt covering the grate top. When I looked down, it still looked the same, but no cobwebs or anything. The spiders got evicted. Rent was too high. Heard chants like whispering when somebody ran at me with a machete. Back in the 21st December, or on the 21st of December in 2019, I was cycling to work in the early hours of the morning, 0400 hours, due to a storm in the area. I had to come off the main road and go underneath an underpass. I've come down the small back road with houses running parallel, and when I entered that road, I heard whispering and chanting. Got to the opening of the underpass, and just as I entered, what I describe as a man, large build, dark trench coat, stepped out. A crowbar type of tool in his left hand and a big blade in his right. He locked eyes and began walking fast before breaking out into a run. Before he stepped more than 10 meters, I turned that bike around and cycled as fast as I could back out into the main road. And now what I've always put down to is me having a hallucination, but maybe due to the early hours of the morning. Never had this type of thing and had been cycling to work for 3+ years at this point. Now, it is also being near Christmas, and I also thought that it was a prank or YouTube video. Speaker set up somewhere along the road, and then some clown playing a prank. This incident was logged with local police less than 5 minutes after. Within 15 minutes, they was there. This chanting was not my native language. It felt like it was warning me. My puppy Memorial flew off the counter at me this morning. I'm not really sure which tag to use, first of all. So, my puppy passed away a few years ago due to an awful disease. Tried so hard to help her, but sadly she passed away. After she passed, I took her footprint with some ink and put the paw print into a jar of glass, and I've had that jar sitting in my dresser for some time now. This morning, the jar flew off, hit me in the back of my head. There was absolutely no way it could have fallen. This isn't the only thing that's happened. I constantly see animal and shadow-like beings, almost like a human walking like a dog in my kitchen, but they disappear rather quickly when I try to get a good look. The dog I have currently will start barking in the living room at night, and the only thing different about the paw print was last night I sat it on top of a photo of an angel that was where it was sitting when it flew off at me. Something similar happened a few years ago when a popcorn tub came flying at me. I've also seen things in this house quite often. Most of the time, it's a shadow figure with a very specific, almost cone-shaped, head of hair. 3 cones, one on top, one on each side, and oftentimes I wake up feeling like I'm being watched, and sometimes I see this figure. It gives me a deep sense of fear and dread. Has anybody had experiences like this, and do they know what it could be? The white thing by the barn. This happened a couple of weeks ago. I still don't know what to make of it. I live out in the country, middle of nowhere kind of place, where you can hear coyotes at night, and sometimes the wind rattles the barn siding like somebody's knocking. I usually leave a little nightlight plugged in by the hallway so I don't trip if I have to use the bathroom. That night I couldn't sleep. I was tossing around and I kept having this weird itch in my brain, like, get up, check the back door. But I was tired and just rolled over. It felt like when you know you left something undone, but you can't figure out what. But anyway, sometime later, maybe 3 or 4 a.m., I woke up real sharp, like when your body just knows something's off. I sat up and I swear there was someone or something standing just at the edge of my bedroom, right by the dresser. Not tall, maybe 5 foot at most, slim. The shape was pale and was glowing, but not like a light. No face, just smooth. Its hands, though, I noticed the hands. They were this sort of reddish color, clenched up tight like fists. And that detail stuck with me for whatever reason. I just stood there, I blinked, rubbed my eyes, thinking it was maybe moonlight on the curtain or my brain still half in a dream. But it didn't move, it stayed there for maybe 10 seconds. Which feels way longer when you're frozen in bed. Then gone, no sound, nothing, just me breathing hard in the dark. My grandfather's last goodbye. A few days ago, I was going through family photos from my childhood with my mother. That's when we come across a photo of her grandfather, my great-grandfather. Then a memory came to me in the form of a flashback of the day of his death. My family on my mother's side is very religious, and on Saturdays we went to church and then went to my great-grandparents' house to eat together. In the last months of my great-grandfather's life, He had a bone disease that was preventing him from moving more than a few meters without pain. On the day of my great-grandfather's death, my mother's cousin and I, she's a year younger than me, were playing in my great-grandfather's room. It's when my mother kicked us out to let him sleep. About 15 minutes later, we were playing in the yard when, looking out a window of the house, there was more than maybe 20 meters from my great-grandfather's room. We saw clear as day my great-grandfather standing and smiling as he was greeting us. A few minutes later, my mom called us to eat. When she went to tell my great-grandfather, she found him dead. According to what my mother told me, the autopsy revealed that my great-grandfather had been dead for about 10 minutes when they found him. Knowing this, I seriously wondered if what I and my mother's cousin saw was the spirit of my great-grandfather saying goodbye. That's a safe bet. Strange dream and mysterious lights. Last night, I had a dream that really shook me. I dreamed my garage was on fire. The fear and distress felt so real that I basically got woken up by it. Still a bit shaken when I got up to use the bathroom. Well, I got back to bed and I looked out the window from my second-floor room. And that's when I saw something really unusual. At the height of the trees, not up in the sky, there were long, straight lines of light. They were moving slowly one after the other, almost like a procession. The lights lasted for about 30 seconds before they disappeared completely. I wasn't fascinated, I was more taken aback, almost hiding as I tried to figure out what I was seeing. I wanted to grab my phone, take a picture, but by the time I thought to do it, it was already too late. I was fully awake and lucid, and I know it wasn't part of a dream. I even Googled to see if I could find something, well, something similar to what it was that I saw. Nothing seemed to match. I don't know if the dream and the lights were connected, but the whole experience has left me with a lot of questions. Has anybody seen anything like this before? I'd love to hear your thoughts or experiences. Possible cat spirit in my home. Feeling uneasy. Looking for guidance. Over the past few nights, I felt what seems like a small animal, like a cat, walking over my bed. It even feels like it sometimes lies down on me, but I don't own a cat. One night I opened my eyes and I saw a small dark cloud floating above me. There were swirling patterns inside of it. It wasn't just a dream, it felt real. The energy wasn't just aggressive, but it really wasn't peaceful either. Just strange and a little uninvited. To make things more complicated, there has been a death in this house in the past. I recently found out there's a cat grave nearby. Starting to wonder if these things are connected. I've already done a cleansing ritual with white sage, and the smell still lingers in my clothes and home, but I'm not sure the energy's actually cleared. Has anyone here experienced something like this, a ghost cat or a spirit presence? Could it be tied to the past energy in the house or that nearby grave? And most of all, what can I do to feel calm and feel safe again? I was never alone. When my grandma died, I inherited her old farmhouse. It's a beat-up place, way out in the middle of nowhere, creepily quiet. My parents moved us out when I was like 5. They never really said why, and honestly, I barely remember anything about it. So I went back there alone to start cleaning it up. First night, I swear I heard footsteps above me in the attic. I checked and nothing there. Second night, I heard whispering, like actual whispering. It stopped the second I opened the attic door. Third night, I found this old photo tucked behind a dresser. It was my family, me, Mom, and Dad, and some other person standing behind us, pale-faced and with a weird smile. We don't have a fourth family member. I called my mom, and kind of laughing at first, but when I told her about the photo, she just went totally silent. But then she said real quietly, "We never locked the attic. We just never opened it." Then the call dropped, and I heard the footsteps again.